actually ready
this time.
It's on the right stream and everything.
Hilarious.
It's actually on the right channel this time.
Gotta love the internet.
Look at this old man over here.
Are we live?
On the
Make it
wrong
live,
channel.
Rip.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here, the Sunday show. Everyone's favorites, unable to properly set up streams, geriatric boomer Adam Friend.
Well, you guys got a preview, a little behind the scenes of the show there.
Yeah, I was gonna give you the train conductor intro because you had such a good train conductor thing, but then you just ruined it.
We kind of got knocked off our game when I was accidentally streaming on my channel. That's all right. I did some clips on OBS earlier never mind. Who cares? Let's get into this video. Let's move on. What are we talking about today?
We had 600 viewers, and then when we went live, it dropped by 200. So some YouTube.
Everyone went over to my channel because they were like,
"Yeah, it must have been."
Hey, they're streaming and they don't even know it.
Oh my god! Anyway, today we will be watching Anna Kasparian admit that for all the bullshit, all the nonsense, all the noise that she and fellow TYT people have cried ceaselessly at Kyle Rittenhouse, she didn't actually watch the video.
Yeah, she didn't actually know anything that was going on. I went back to my tweet history and I tweeted within 24 hours of the shooting. It's funny because the actual FBI footage of the shooting that they're using says August 26 on it, and my tweet is on August 26. So the shooting. Are you
saying that you saw the FBI footage before anyone else?
No, I'm not. I'm saying
okay.
I'm saying after, it was obviously after midnight because they're saying that the shooting occurred on the 25th, but actually it looks like it occurred after midnight because of the FBI footage says the 26th, unless their clock wasn't updated correctly. I mean, I tweeted within 24 hours that CNN had the story wrong. Okay.
Right.
Within 24 hours, Sitch and Adam knew what was going on. Right. Right?
Listen, just because it took you less than 24 hours to properly understand the story, and it took Anna Kasparian over a year to fully understand the story, these are just the mistakes that happen to everyone. I mean, look, I'm part of the largest news network on YouTube, why should I have to watch a video in order to form an opinion about the events that the video
So
showed?
You know what the happened, Sitch?
I don't need to know what happened. I don't need to know facts. All I need to know is what's the narrative.
Oh,
okay?
It's so sad.
The
it's
narrative
so sad.
is evil white Trump militia man goes to Black Lives Matter protests to kill black people. That's the narrative.
Yeah.
Okay? That's all I need to know. Don't confuse me with facts. Don't confuse me with evidence. I want to close my eyes, close my ears. I don't want to see anything.
Well, coming up, I have Googled the Young Turks and Kyle Rittenhouse so we can savor some of their atrocious titles that they have in their Kyle Rittenhouse coverage for the last year.
Right.
Okay. They started calling him the Kenosha shooter immediately. What does Kenosha shooter make you think of?
It makes you think of a mass shooter who's like, it makes you think of the Las Vegas shooter, like someone's like aiming down a window, like just gunning people down.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Fake news smears from the start. So let's get into the video. What do you think?
At least they didn't do like the Kenosha killer, get that nice alliteration.
We don't know yet.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm searching Kenosha killer.
Kyle Kenosha killer.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Obviously, he's guilty of the racism, guys. It's right in the name. It's right in the name. Did you want to start the video?
You want me to start it? That's your job. Hold on.
Okay. No, I didn't know you went quiet all of a sudden. Like,
I was searching Kenosha killer. I was like, okay, somebody's called him the Kenosha killer.
I'm sure.
House trial is underway, and in his opening statements, the defense attorney for Rittenhouse, Mark Richards, argued that his client was not in any way some dangerous murderer, but he was there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, a state that he does not live in, to essentially protect the community, and then he found himself acting in self-defense. So let's hear what he had to say.
The title of this video is Rittenhouse's lawyer's insane opening statement blames victims. Right?
Yes.
In this video, in this video, Anna Kasparian actually admits that she never watched any of the videos, even though the New York Times and the Washington Post all came out with videos on this Kyle Rittenhouse situation. This teacher of journalism at UCLA never had time in her busy day keeping up with the news, keeping up with the daily stories, the events of our time, had no time at all to actually look into the facts of this case. So she admits that later in the video here. But still, even though she's been misrepresenting the entire situation for her 5 million subscribers, she buries this retraction in the middle of a video titled Rittenhouse's lawyer's insane opening statement blames victims.
Right.
How ethical is that?
First of all, it's horribly unethical. But secondly, she goes, oh, his opening statement is so crazy. It's blaming the victims. Well, I mean, if Kyle is saying that his shooting was justified self-defense, then obviously they're gonna blame the quote victims, Anna. That's what self-defense is. Someone attacks you and you defend yourself.
Yeah, exactly. They're not victims.
Right. But she's characterizing like this. Oh, I cannot believe that they would blame the victims. Oh, I'm swooning on my fainting couch.
Now, how excited are you for Monday, tomorrow, when Gage I lied to the police about my firearm aimed at Kyle Rittenhouse's face, Grosskreutz, takes the stand.
Oh, it'll be exciting. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it. It was on Friday. The prosecution's case just was so poor. Every witness they called ended up imploding in their face. They had the DNA lady come to the stand and say that actually they couldn't determine whether Hubert grabbed the gun or not via DNA evidence, even though you see him trying to grab the gun on video, so it doesn't even matter. You had the cops come out looking like the Keystone cops. I don't know what the hell's going on here. The Kenosha cops look so incompetent in this trial. They have major evidence, the shell casings from the first shooting. The cops didn't discover. A random person decided to go in the area 3 days afterwards and check under a car and said, hey, look, here's important state's evidence.
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse shell casings.
I'm curious what shell casings those are. If those are Kyle Rittenhouse's shell casings or they're the shell casings of the guy that fired in the air, the first guy that shot.
I think they were from Kyle. I'm not 100% sure. But
they didn't even get Kyle's.
They didn't. Yeah. And then the other cops were like, they asked it turns out when they swabbed the gun for prints and DNA, they only swabbed like the grip, the part where the trigger is and the handle. And they didn't swab the barrel, where someone who would grab it from.
Yeah.
And they asked the cops, like, well, why didn't you swab the whole gun for, DNA evidence and fingerprints? And the guy's like, well, no one told me to do that.
Yes. They gave him the gun and they said, check this. So he checked it like someone would hold the gun to find out if someone held the gun. Oh, it's got Kyle Rittenhouse's DNA all over it. Look.
Oh, what a surprise. Hey, look, Hubert and Rosenbaum didn't grab the gun because their DNA is not on the fucking handle or trigger of the gun. Really?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Have you been, how much of this case have you been watching? Because I've been pretty riveted by it.
I watched the entire thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the best part, which is my favorite so far, is oh my God, the people that own these car lots are coming off like total scumbags. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be super ultra clear that they specifically asked Kyle Rittenhouse and these other people to come protect their property. And now, because they're terrified of getting sued, which is understandable, they're just lying off their asses.
Yes.
Like, oh, we didn't invite all these armed people onto our property. And the defense is like, really? Well, how come there's a picture of you posing with Kyle Rittenhouse and all these people and their equipment? And the guy's like, well, I don't know. I just thought they looked cool with their guns and their body armor. And the defense is like, you didn't think it was strange that a bunch of armed people just miraculously showed up on your property? You didn't ask them to leave? And they're like, no. Pause. No explanation given.
The best
It was
part,
unbelievable.
yeah, the best part is, so obviously the guy that hired them gave Kyle Rittenhouse a ride between properties, okay? And there's probably a deposition where Kyle Rittenhouse said this. Like,
Yes.
they keep panning over to Kyle Rittenhouse, and Kyle Rittenhouse is just fucking floored. Like, he's steamed beyond belief because these guys are on the stand lying their asses off. And they ask him, you know, did you give Kyle Rittenhouse a ride in your BMW? Because obviously Kyle Rittenhouse probably identified the vehicle, whatever.
Right.
And he says, oh, I have like 10 other cars. It's like,
Yeah,
what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Yes. You know, I don't know if they're going to come back to that in Kyle's testimony or something, if he testifies, which I'm not sure is a good idea.
Yeah.
But I think the defense really dropped the ball there because they asked the guy, did you drive Kyle Rittenhouse? And I think he said no.
Yes, he
But
said.
then he kept saying like he didn't remember. The two brothers, that they don't remember anything about anything that happened. They're like, oh, I don't remember. It was so long ago. It was only like the most important day where my shops were destroyed. I don't remember anything that ever happened 1 year ago. What they should have asked them was, did you drive anyone who was part of this, protecting your property, or did you drive anyone that day with guns from one of your car locations to the other of your car locations? That's the question the defense should have asked. And I'm shocked that they didn't ask that question.
Yeah, they're gonna say I don't remember. Like, their whole testimony was basically I don't remember.
Yeah, but that's fine, because if he says I didn't drive Kyle Rittenhouse, but then he doesn't remember if he drove anyone, and then Kyle and Dominic Black and all these other people say they drove us, then they drove them.
Right.
Because they're saying they don't remember. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So so that would be fine, but they should have clarified that. The defense is I don't think the defense is doing great in this case, but the prosecution seems to be fucking it up royally for themselves. So I don't know. Maybe it'll turn out okay. I'm still worried. I'm still worried that there'll be some insane activist jury that can watch the video and just totally drop the ball. But
I'm conflicted about whether or not this trial is a net positive or a net negative, because just in bringing it and putting all the evidence out, I think if they didn't bring the jury, people would just assume there was some kind of cover up.
right.
So being forced to kind of bring it out and the state to make this terrible case might diffuse the racial animosity that's going on in Kenosha.
No
in the
fucking
mall.
way.
You think it's
No.
going to be worse?
No, it's not. It might not be worse, but it's not going to make it better, because he's gonna get off. Hopefully, he's gonna walk, and then people say, "Oh, it was totally rigged. The judge said you couldn't call them victims. The judge said that you could call them arsonists and looters and blah 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 blah.
Well,
the judge was totally against them." That's the narrative.
Yes, but people can at least examine the evidence since the case was put forward. So I understand that there are two
Who are these
conflicting
magical
narratives
people?
here.
Who are these magical people that are going to do that?
We should get back to the video.
No one's. But
We
this
should
is
get
the
back
problem. We can get back to video, but that's the problem. No one's going to look at it. What they do is they read articles, and
The
we're going to
NPCs aren't, but there are people that can.
Yeah, but those aren't the people that are going to cause problems. The problems are the NPCs. And the NPCs, all they do is they'll see a headline or they'll read some article from NPR or whatever, and all these articles are so fucking dishonest. They all just lie. Like, none of them covered the judge, and this might be really damaging for Kyle's case. The judge said that they couldn't talk about Anthony Huber's background. Okay,
Right.
Anthony Huber, that's the guy with the skateboard,
Right.
who was the second person Kyle shot. Anthony Huber held a knife to his brother's stomach, ear, and then I believe throat, and even his sister's throat, because he was mad at them that they didn't clean the house. Okay, he had a total mental breakdown with a knife and threatened to kill his family members because he thought the house was too messy. And this is what led to the police and all the criminal charges that he had. Okay?
Wow.
And that was not allowed to be admitted in the trial. And also, so far, what hasn't been allowed to be admitted was the fact, with all the crazy stuff with Rosenbaum, with the fact that he beat his girlfriend, the fact that he tried to commit suicide via doing drugs, the fact that he got out of the mental ward of the hospital, all that stuff the judge did not allow. Okay, the Mr. super biased in Kyle's favor specifically didn't allow any of this stuff in the case so far. So I am worried that that stuff won't get in.
Well, the judge did have Rosenbaum's girlfriend on the stand, and she did mention that he had bipolar disorder and was taking medication for it. They did it with the jury out, but I believe the jury came back in and did it. They did it in front of the jury too, so they know that he had bipolar disorder.
They do, but she said that he took the medicine.
Right.
Like if she said he didn't take the medicine, then that would be,
I got you.
You know, how more helpful, right?
Okay.
But anyway,
I just think he's selling the crazy person. I love in the TYT video, they have running comments from their Twitch audience. We have Rue Bird saying, "This is disgusting."
Yeah.
We have to pay attention to the comments once we get to Anna's retraction. Because I didn't look at them. I'm assuming they're
not going to select comments that make them look bad, I assume.
Maybe they're you think they're selecting comments? I guess maybe they are.
Don't you have to? It's not.
I don't know. Maybe it's just they pull them up. Who knows?
Well, it's just like if the only this is a couple people that are streaming the trial every day. Rakita Law is doing it, and Dave Pacman is doing it. And if you go to Dave Pacman, all of the chat is like totally delusional.
Really?
Yes, they're all like the delusional anti-Kyle Rittenhouse people.
So we had talked about potentially streaming the case, but we should just stream Pacman. We should basically stream Pacman and his chat.
We'll stream another stream that's streaming the stream. There you go.
Well, the interesting
ultimate meta level. Yes.
All of our people, all of our listeners are basically hip to moral psychology. The thing that's fascinating for us is that Anna Kasparian can literally call herself a journalist, teach a journalism class at UCLA, and not know the facts of the case for a year.
I know.
It's insane. This is insanity. And they come out all the time. They want to call, Fox News propaganda. Look in the mirror, Anna. You are the worst kind of partisan propaganda out there. This is everything you're saying is lies. And if they're lies by your own ignorance, then it's incompetence, which is just as bad. People go to jail for negligent homicide. That's a thing. They do. How many people are going to lose their lives? You're saying that there's going to be still going to be rioting no matter which way this case goes. How many people have to lose their lives over this nonsense, over this fake news?
Yeah.
So, so Jank can pay the mortgage.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. There should be consequences to this kind of fraud.
Well, I do think that part of the reason for this retraction is from the video that we covered last week. They did go too far. And I do think, this retraction isn't covered. I do think there's a good chance if Kyle is found not guilty, that they will sue the TYT and a bunch of other media outlets.
I hope they do.
The story. Yeah,
I did watch that thing that you had talked about with Robert Barnes, and I got to tell you, I'm super on Robert Barnes' side. I don't know why Robert Barnes. So, just to give the backstory for those of you who might not have seen it, Barnes was actually working on the Kyle Rittenhouse case for a while and was let go suddenly. He suspects that there is a guy who's controlling Kyle Rittenhouse because he's doing security for Kyle Rittenhouse, and he's close to Kyle Rittenhouse, so he basically has his ear. And Barnes was suspecting that the defense is really trying to skimp on the defense trial, so as much money as possible can get into their hands, which doesn't seem like a bad...
Well, to be clear, that was my judgment. I don't think Barnes says that specifically. I think he's very careful not to say that.
You're right. Okay, we should be.
That was my interpretation.
We're a comedy show. That was a joke.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So that's our interpretation. Obviously, don't sue us. Maybe we're incorrect.
Well, no, but Barnes seemed to think it was more like an ego thing. Like they just want control over the situation and the case.
Right. Yes. Why?
And I'll say, look, so far I have not been impressed with the defense so far.
It would not
Not
be
been
the
impressed.
first time that a lawyer skimped so that they could get as much of the client's money in their pocket as possible. Okay, it's not a bad theory on your part, not on Barnes's part. I'm glad you made the clarification. But if anyone suspects money's what's driving them, why isn't Barnes going, why don't you let me handle the defamation side of this and just start lining up defamation cases? I want Rittenhouse to own the TYT network when all this is said and done. I'm serious.
Yeah.
They began a smear campaign against this kid from day one.
Yep.
Look at the video titles say it all. Listen, them coming in late in the game, halfway through the trial, and saying they want him to get a fair trial when they've been tampering with the jury pool in Kenosha. I saw a thing where 2/3 of the population, they did polling before this case, think that Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty already. 2/3 of the population of Kenosha, their entire jury pool, has not watched the fucking videos.
So I want to be clear because people keep misunderstanding this. Okay. He's saying Barnes was doing this for free. I understand. Okay. So what Barnes had done so far, he was doing for not only for free, he was spending his own money to set things up. Okay. Now, I don't know if he was saying he was going to work the entire case free, but all the team of people he was lining up, I imagine, were not going to work for free. Okay. So that's why I'm saying I think that Kyle Rittenhouse's current lawyers did not want to pay, the 20 people that Barnes wanted to add to the case. Okay.
Yes.
So I understand. So people keep saying this. Barnes is working for free. Those people are working for free. Those people, I don't know about Barnes, but the people that Barnes was getting, they were not going to work the entire case for free. He said specifically they were not asking for money up front. Okay. That means something very different.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear.
Yeah. They're all attorneys. Okay.
And I'm not saying that that's wrong. Obviously, experts should be paid for their work. Obviously. Okay. I mean, you're not going to get the best experts in the country working for free. Right. So there's nothing wrong with it. And honestly, I think people think like we're saying something wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just explaining what I think the motivations were.
Yeah.
But more importantly, we have a celebrity in the chat. I don't know if you saw this.
Do we? Is it Hassan's?
We have Wisconsin state line itself is in the chat.
Really?
It's
Holy shit.
The actual state line of Wisconsin for $20 says, I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of people talking about me. It makes me quite upset. So there you go, guys.
Hilarious.
Stop talking about crossing the state line.
Well, one of the interesting things about this video, why we wanted to cover it, we're only 26 seconds in. Obviously, we're heavy on the pause, but Anna not only she makes a retraction towards the middle of this video, but still gets a million things wrong. She doesn't even know he fucking worked in Kenosha.
Yeah, I know.
Well, so let's continue.
Yeah.
I'll fill you in with some more details.
Mr. Binger makes a big thing out of Kyle Rittenhouse was the only person who shot somebody that evening. True. Mr. Rittenhouse was the only person who was chased by Joseph Rosenbaum that evening. The evidence will show he thought probably that he could get that gun from Kyle Rittenhouse. He was wrong. Kyle Rittenhouse protected himself, protected his firearm so it couldn't be taken, used against him or other people from Mr. Rosenbaum who'd made threats to kill. And the other individuals who didn't see that shooting attacked him in the street like an animal.
So
how is that wild? How's that a wild opening statement?
Yeah,
That's
what's
literally
wild?
what happened.
Yeah, what's wild about that? Great
Rosenbaum
point.
Chased Kyle Rittenhouse, an armed person, and then when Kyle Rittenhouse was cornered, he turned around and shot him.
Yeah.
After his friend shot warning shots in the air, and he said, and I don't remember if they show it in this. I don't know if they do. When Kyle Rittenhouse witnessed Rosenbaum tell him specifically, and the person that Kyle was with, hey, if I find one of you guys alone, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, he made threats against his life.
Yes. Imagine this case I mean, remember I said this is the perfect NPC case because this case is so amazingly one-sided that if this was like fiction, if this was written to a movie, I would say it was a terrible movie and this was propaganda because nothing like this would ever occur. And yet we're witnessing it. This is like the most one-sided case in the fucking history of self-defense in the world. Why are we arguing this?
Yeah, that's what's kind of crazy because if he gets sentenced, my head's going to explode. I'm going to be like, okay, this is the first sign of the death of America right here. I mean, I'm dead serious. How do you look at this case and walk away? It's media tampering. I don't know how you can say it's anything other than just complete media bias that has tainted people to the point where they are unable to look at objective facts unbiasedly.
It's so disgusting because when you read like a lot of the other mainstream publication articles, by the way they, unlike TYT, they're very careful generally with how they phrase things. And that shows you that the person writing the article does know the facts and isn't intentionally lying.
Right.
By how careful they're being when they word specific things in specific ways.
So the prosecution case is leaning heavily on Joseph Rosenbaum was shot in the back. And I had questions about this, but this actually came up in the case, I think day 1 or day 2. And I put together this little illustration because I was very curious about that. Now, people gave me a hard time for this illustration. Okay. This is not comic quality illustration. This is an illustration that I did very quickly. Although I did resist the urge.
It's a bad illustration.
I did resist the urge to have Kyle Rittenhouse shooting Rosenbaum's dick off. I actually want credit for that. Okay.
Let me tell you why this is a terrible drawing. Okay. Because that's not actually what happened.
What do you mean?
Because you drew it so as if Rosenbaum was like 20 feet away from Kyle Rittenhouse and he's like diving onto the gun and then misses. That's not what happened. What happened was Rosenbaum was like really close to him, like right up on him. I think he was either touching the gun or like he could grab the gun, according to McGinnis. Yes. And what happened was when Kyle turned and he's lifting the gun up to fire at him, he starts to fire before the gun is completely lifted center mass, so that the first 2 bullets hit him in the legs or the lower in the lower body. And so he shoots him in the lower body. That's what makes Rosenbaum start to fall, and then he's like turning as he falls from the momentum, and that's why the last shot hits him in the back.
I don't think that is actually correct, Sitch, because when McGinnis comes on him, he's face down on the ground. He's not he's not turned at all, and you can actually see there's a bullet hole on his back about where I placed the line of fire. So as you see, yes, the first shots do hit him in the lower extremities as he's diving forward, and then the last shots hit him in the back as he misses
I'm not
the
saying
barrel.
he does like a full twist. I'm saying, but as he's falling, his body is twisting, even though he ends up laying face down, and that's why the last shot hits him in the back.
Okay.
You understand?
Well, I think this is actually more accurate than you're giving
you're
credit.
making it look. You're making it.
Were you there? Did you see it? Do you have this superior knowledge over me?
I'm
That's
just saying
what I'm curious.
from what the testimony was and
this is what I took away from the testimony.
It wasn't that Rosenbaum was like 20 feet away trying to dive from fucking.
Obviously you have a problem with the distance here. Okay,
I do because it makes
not to scale.
I understand it's not the scale.
They literally in the testimony, he literally says, so it's like a Superman thing.
No, but I know, but that's the way it's drawn, and I know it's not the scale, makes it look like that Rosenbaum could not have actually reached Rittenhouse. Like he would have just jumped and then missed, and Rittenhouse could have just kept running away or something.
He's a long jumper here. He could have easily got the look where he's coming down. He could have easily got that barrel.
Yes.
And
that's right. He did a barrel roll, guys. He did a barrel roll as he was falling.
Rittenhouse McGinnis also says that like Rittenhouse never brought the gun up. This is another thing that I think they should have stressed more. The defense should have stressed more, because they're also trying to say that McGinnis was in the line of fire. But if he didn't bring the barrel up that high, then McGinnis wasn't in the line of fire. Like he kept it at the ground like 45 degrees.
Well, no, I mean, no, but the ground, I could still ricochet off the ground and come near his leg.
Oh, that's
which
true,
is what
yeah.
that's what he said. He said he felt or thought that a bullet whizzed by one of his
Right.
legs.
He thought
which is
he
where
got
they
shot.
do the reckless endangerment thing, which I don't understand how you can be charged. Like if you shoot someone, if you have justified self-defense, okay, and you shoot someone and the bullet goes through their body and hits someone else, I don't know how you would be liable for that, because you have justified self-defense.
Unintentional homicide.
No,
That's
but
where
even
unintentional
but it's still
comes
big.
in.
I understand that. No, but well, it was a reckless endangerment. But how can the state say that you've engaged in a justified act that incidentally, accidentally hurt someone else? And that you were reckless for doing that? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yes.
Because actually,
nothing in this trial makes any sense.
Like, think of it from a civil perspective. If Rosenbaum, like, say Kyle shot Rosenbaum in the leg, and say he survived. Okay, he only shot him in the leg, and then the bullet went through his leg and hit someone else and hit them in the leg. Okay, and then they find out that, well, the court rules that Kyle is completely justified in shooting Rosenbaum in the leg because Rosenbaum attacked him and blah 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 blah. What that means, I believe, is that Rosenbaum, if he were still alive, would be the one liable for the bullet that went in the other person.
Oh,
because his actions is what started the whole chain of events.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I made another reason that I made this drawing was because I kept seeing Twitter verified, check marks sharing this idea that Rosenbaum was running away and shot in the back.
Yes.
Which is completely ridiculous.
Or they kept saying that Kyle was chasing him.
Right. Which they're probably just friends with Anna Kasparian, and Anna Kasparian told him, "Oh yeah, he's the one chasing in the video."
Well, the state made this claim.
Yes.
I don't remember if it was in their opening statement or if it was in the pretrial, but they made the claim that Kyle was chasing Rosenbaum, and there's zero evidence.
So Kyle is heading up the street, and Joseph Rosenbaum and Zeminski's girlfriend or wife or whatever are in front of Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is not heading for them. Kyle Rittenhouse is heading for the car source where vandalism is going on to stop the vandalism.
He got a phone call that said the people had left that car source and that there were people currently trying to set on fire.
And there was no one there. Yes.
Okay. So Kyle starts to head over there. And the reason he did this was because, as we found out from one of the other witnesses, what would happen is someone would say, oh, someone's trying to start a fire. They would show up. The people trying to start the fire would just run away. Okay. So Kyle probably stupidly thought that was what the situation was going to be, even though he was alone. He thought they were just going to run away. Only they didn't run away this time. They attacked him.
Right.
Okay.
So I brought up the aerial photo also of this is from the FBI drone. This is the footage, says August 26th, the same day as my tweet. That's how I knew that it was the same, that I had tweeted so soon to this. But, got to pat myself, humble brag where I can. But
right.
This is the path. So Kyle Rittenhouse came up the street. They're waiting. They're in front of him. The prosecution is trying to say that because Kyle Rittenhouse is walking in their direction, that he's the one that started this engagement,
right?
Which is complete bullshit.
There's zero evidence he knew who they were or that they were going in that direction. And there's zero evidence they knew that he was there until he actually reached the car lot.
But once he does, there's a little confrontation that takes place here on the sidewalk by the cars. Joseph Rosenbaum runs behind these cars on the right here and hides behind the cars. Zeminski and his girlfriend confront Kyle Rittenhouse, and then Rosenbaum runs out, and that's when the chase begins.
And to be clear, and it's even worse because, first of all, if Kyle was chasing Rosenbaum, he would have chased him behind the car.
He didn't even see Rosenbaum.
Didn't even see him. Right.
Yeah.
And Zeminski he either pulls a gun or already had his gun out.
Right.
He had his pistol out, and he said to Kyle, like, "You ain't gonna do shit."
Right.
And then that's when Rosenbaum, and you can see in the infrared video, Rosenbaum sneaks up from behind Kyle and starts chasing him. And that's when Kyle runs away.
But I brought up the photo because I want you to see where he chases him between the cars, because a lot of people are saying, why didn't he just keep running? Why didn't he just run away? Look at all these people here. There's a mob of fucking people in here breaking windows of cars. You're going to run into this mob of people with a gun and some other guy chasing you? That's not going to end well. That's not going to end well for you. Yes, run straight into the mob.
After the guy literally threatened to murder you just a few, like an hour before this.
Yeah. If Kyle Rittenhouse runs into that mob, someone's going to go, what are you running from? Slow down, Haas.
I know.
What's taking? Where are you headed? Yeah, no, that's not this. So this perfectly illustrates, and it's like they were so happy. They're like, well, never before seen FBI footage is going to come into the case and totally destroy Kyle Rittenhouse's self-defense case. I don't know. This kind of makes it seem even more like self-defense to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. Oh my God, we have another celebrity in the chat.
Really?
Anna's news skirt. That's right. The news skirt from Anna herself. Oh my God. The news skirt that disgusting degenerate Jimmy Dore looked up. Oh, Anna's news skirt for $20 says, ever since Anna stopped wearing me, her analysis has been subpar. I think it's because without me, she can no longer reach around and get easy access to where she pulls her news from.
Oh my God.
That's right. Anna reaches deep inside her gut to come up with her opinions, which she then vomits across on these videos.
Her terrible opinions.
Yes. Alex Karras for $20 says, oh, thanks, Alex. Says, have another question that I'd like to hear your opinions on. Rather than just a liberty moral intuition, do you think that classical liberalism really needs much liberty intuition, or can it just be pragmatic as well?
Classical liberalism?
I feel like this is a very deep question.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have time for it right now.
Can you set it aside and we'll do it during
We'll
Super
set it aside.
Chats?
I'll come back to that one.
I would love to talk for an hour about this, but we should probably get to the video.
Right.
Give you some more of what's happening in the case so far in the trial. The New York Times reports that when he went downtown on the third day of protests after the police shooting of Jacob Blake, Rittenhouse was there to clean graffiti and help protect the city from more destruction, his lawyer said.
Oh, how terrible. Look at this evil child. He went to clean graffiti. Oh, he obviously went there to kill Black people at this protest. Oh.
Do you think that Anna Kasparian just thinks this was reported on Fox News, so it has to be a lie? I'm trying to understand the mindset of someone who gets this far into this and just
I can tell you what
has
happened.
no idea what's going on.
I can tell you what happened. Okay. Anna is dumb and lazy. Okay. She didn't watch the videos at all. And she just read a bunch of headlines that were completely misleading. And then after her latest scree, her and Chank's latest scree, someone, maybe in their legal department, said, guys, we're going to get sued. And they're like, what are you talking about? Everything I said was true. And then someone produced, as you can see where this quote comes from, a New York Times article. And they actually said, Anna, before we start the show today, here's your num-nums. Here's your cocoa, your hot cocoa. Here's a New York Times article. You can trust it. It's the New York Times. I want you to sit here and read this entire New York Times article.
No skimming.
No skimming.
No skimmies.
No skimmies. So there's going to be a test on this afterwards. Okay. It's going to be 80% of your grade. So Anna sat down with her hot cocoa in the New York Times and she read the article and said, oh my God.
I've been lying for 1 year.
If the New York Times is saying this, it must be true.
Look, they even have a nice writer named Julie.
That's right.
It's got to be true. What is this Dragon Slayer Dragon? Anna, your face is legit.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. She looks sad that she's finally encountering the truth here.
I know.
I notice. It's weird too when she makes her retraction that there's no cutting to Jank. I want to see Jank's reaction.
Jank said he said all sorts of crazy shit too.
Yeah, but why? See, so he drank the Kool-Aid as well. Otherwise, he would have
Well, he
spoke up.
faked it. Remember, we talked about it. He was faking it.
All right. Do you think do you think Anna is his dum-dum says the stuff that he is too afraid to say? He's like,
Yes.
we have Anna. Anna will fall for this shit. We'll have her say it.
Yes.
I can just keep my hands clean. That's awful.
I know. Hey,
That is
listen.
awful.
I'm not saying that we're misogynist. I'm saying that Cenk is a horrible misogynist. Okay, that's the claim. Just to be clear.
Listen, we had some speculation about Robert Barnes minutes ago,
Yes.
and you kept us on the straight and narrow. We like to protect each other. I feel like Anna's being used by Cenk now.
Anna, you got to get out of there. You're being used and abused. Okay.
Yeah, I guess. This is crazy.
There are, of course, legitimate questions as to why Rittenhouse was there, especially since he's a resident of Illinois and really had no business in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Now, when you work someplace, would you call that you having business there?
I would literally by definition.
So here's another. I'll back it up a bit, and so I don't cut it off in the middle of the thing. But this is lie number one in this video.
Source legitimate. Rittenhouse was there to clean graffiti.
You want to say something before we?
I was to say, she doesn't mention at all, if I recall correctly, that he worked as a lifeguard in Kenosha.
Yeah. Yes.
And they keep doing this weird thing. It's so funny that, like, the people that are so pro-immigration, think of the poor illegal immigrants, but suddenly, so apparently the borders of the country don't matter, but the state borders. Oh my God, you cross state lines. When it's like, maybe this is because Anna lives in, I don't know, they live in New York,
in
or
Los
California,
Angeles,
or LA, or wherever, where the state is massive and they live in the middle of it. And they don't understand this, but like, if you live in a state near the, it only took him like 15 minutes, I think, to drive from where he lived to Kenosha.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like,
he's not commuting 2 hours to work.
Right. Like, if he works there and he's cleaning schools there and and his stepfather lives there, I believe, he obviously spends a lot of time there. Okay. So it's not like when you're driving 15 minutes, okay, and you magically cross some, state line, you don't magically say like, oh, well, I suddenly don't care about this part of the country anymore because there's an invisible state line I cross. It's like, well, no, this is where I spend my time. This is where I work. This is where I hang out. Like, this argument makes no fucking sense.
This is the legalese way of lying to an audience. That's exactly what's going on. What they want to say, what they really want to say is that Kyle Rittenhouse came from a long, long distance away. That's what they want to say. That's the lie. That's what you're supposed to hear when they say that.
Well,
but they can't say that because he didn't come from a long ways away. He came from 15 minutes away. Okay. So instead of saying the lie that Kyle Rittenhouse drove 3 days out of his way wearing diapers so he didn't have to pull over and pee so he could get to this thing, they say the lie version of it. They say he crossed state lines and had no business coming all this 15 minutes away distance to get there. It's terrible. Right. It's lying by omission.
No, you're exactly correct, because what they're doing is they're trying to frame this like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse came here to shoot people.
Yes.
That's the narrative. Kyle Rittenhouse came to shoot Black Lives Matter protesters. He was even willing to cross state lines to do this. This wasn't his community he was protecting.
Yeah.
It's like, actually it was. Actually it fucking was.
It was his community.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sick. It's totally sick. And like this clinging to the state lines thing because you just so you can lie. I don't even think she's smart enough to know that she's lying, but that's the lie. That's the lie. That's what your brain hears. Your brain hears, oh, he came from hours away.
Right.
No, he didn't. They're lying to you.
And help protect the city from more destruction, his lawyer said. So, there are, of course, legitimate questions as to why Rittenhouse was there, especially since he's a resident of Illinois and really had no business in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So what his lawyer is trying to do here is make the case that he acted in self-defense in using his weapon. And he's also trying to explain why Rittenhouse would be there in the first place. Richards, the defense attorney here.
So he's trying to explain why he would be there in the first place. I mean, he could just say, like he did just say, that he's a lifeguard in Kenosha, that he works in Kenosha, that his
Right.
stepdad lives in Kenosha, which he did say. Like,
Well, and it's funny too, because even though that's all true, even if Kyle Rittenhouse was from Alaska and he took an airplane and he flew all the way down to Kenosha because he saw
it wouldn't change anything.
the
Yeah.
violence on TV and he was so moved by these poor people that own these shops, some American citizen needs to do something to protect these people and their businesses, okay, that they've worked hard to establish their whole lives, okay? Even if he flew in from Alaska, it would make no difference.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the case whatsoever.
The only reason it's interesting is because it goes to the state of mind of these goddamn fucking liars. This is all lies. This is all lies.
It's an obvious emotional manipulation tactic to say, oh, why was he here? It's like, bitch, why were the fucking rioters there? Why are people burning down buildings? Why are people attacking the police and trying to attack the courthouse? Why were any of those fucking people there? But no, it only applies to Kyle.
I was reading the bottom thing. Corporate Dems just want to keep the club going. Electoral success is secondary.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, they're just calling out the corporate Dems. I don't know.
But that's
I'm
nothing to do with
curious
what
if
she's
these are
talking about.
curated. No, obviously not. But since 90% of the YouTube chat is probably, you're a fucking idiot bimbo. Get off the internet. They obviously can't put that up, right?
Chaotic Entertainment for $20 says finally managed to catch a stream. Oh, awesome. Why are so many non-media people willfully ignorant about this case, openly dishonest about it? Thank you guys so much. Signed, an S-class member of the A-team. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I think the reason is because I think there's two reasons. The first is that if you remember, there was so much last year when this happened, there was so much press and publicity about all the Black Lives Matter riots and the destruction, and the right and the Republicans were using this as like a way to bludgeon the left and the Democrats and say, see what you're doing. You're not protesting. You're destroying our country. You're lighting everything on fire. And then when this happened, the media and the left was super hungry because they were starving. They were looking desperately for that story of the right-wing pro-Trump militia person who was going to kill Black people. That was the story they were hungry for to counter the Black Lives Matter riots or destroying the country narrative. Okay. And so when Kyle Rittenhouse happened, they said, oh, praise the Lord. Oh, finally, our right-wing MAGA shooter has been delivered upon us. Okay. And so that's the narrative they ran with. Only it turned out, obviously, that everything about the narrative was a lie and wrong. Yeah. So that was the original reason why they went with this. And then I think part of the reason why they keep going with this is because they literally just want ratings. They know that the Derek Chauvin Floyd trial probably got gigantic ratings for all these news agencies, got gigantic view count for all the articles that were written. So they're trying to warp this into George Floyd 2.0 just to drive traffic.
Which is sick. Completely disgusting. Really sick. Yeah.
Completely disgusting. Yes.
The whole idea that they're going after a 17-year-old American just floors me. What the fuck, dude? This kid's got his entire future on the line and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and if he's found guilty of murder, like this is life in prison. Right?
Yeah. It's so crazy to me.
It's so disgusting.
They don't even see like a human being here.
No.
I would not be able to sleep at night knowing that I'd been lying for a year about this kid. Like I would immediately go to my YouTube channel and be like, Kenosha shooter video, deleted. Like all these videos that are just completely asinine, coming after someone for something that basically just an innocent person. Like have some decency, for heaven's sakes. It's so ridiculous. These people are so up their own asses that they just can't. Like, where are the ethics? Like the journalistic ethics? They're just non-existent.
TYT has no ethics. They're despicable. I mean, these are the people that defended that guy, or they ran apologia for that guy who killed the Trump protester.
Yeah,
Reinhold. Yeah, who we have a video of Reinhold. He's hidden behind a corner, and when walks by, he says something to the guy and then shoots him.
Yeah.
Okay. And they defended this guy because, oh, well, he shot a Trump supporter. So, that's all that matters.
This is so ridiculous.
Turn to the people who were shot by Rittenhouse, characterizing them as hostile and belligerent.
I can back it up a little here.
Which they literally were.
Richards, the defense attorney here, turned to the people who were shot by Rittenhouse, characterizing them as hostile and belligerent. So
he said, Rosenbaum said, if I find you alone, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Yeah, she does not see any of these things as factual. She has a picture in her head of,
yes,
these protesters, were delivering flowers and candies to people. Everyone was nice and saying hello and dressed nicely. And the evil defense attorney wants to misrepresent them as hostile and belligerent. Never once does she, think maybe they were hostile and belligerent. Maybe we have video evidence that they were hostile and belligerent.
Right. And the other guy who testified, who, everyone's focusing on McGinnis. And I think the real hero for the defense is Ryan Balch.
Oh, yeah.
Balch. That was the guy that was with Kyle. And he's the one that says, he's the one that said that that backed up Kyle and said that Rosenbaum threatened them. And the state did not contend that. They did not fight against that whatsoever. Or contest it, yeah, whatsoever. He's the one and he testified that every time he saw Rosenbaum, he was attempting to get into an altercation with other people there, and other protesters had to hold him back.
Yeah.
He's the one that testified that other protesters would come to him and other people that were defending the car lot and apologize and say, listen, don't judge us for this crazy Rosenbaum guy. We don't know who he is. He's just some crazy person. He's not with us. He's not with us.
I think he categorized him as hyper aggressive.
Yes. And he said that he tried to attack other people.
He did.
Attempted to attack other people, and he saw him trying to start fires. And he talked about how other people had witnessed that Rosenbaum and people that matched Rosenbaum's description and Zemeckis's description were the ones that were this group of three were the ones that every situation trying to cause trouble, trying to start fires, et cetera, et cetera.
Zemeckis is in the video where he is at the gas station yelling racial epithets, and in the video you can see Zemeckis has his gun in his hand. You can see it in the video. Yeah. Which means he wasn't concealing his weapon. He had it out in his right hand all the time.
Right. And Balch even said that not only did he have his pistol out, but he had his finger on the trigger as he was walking around with the gun.
Yeah. He's the guy that shot in the air behind Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
If anything, why isn't he taking the stand?
I don't know. It's a good question. Why isn't he being charged with firing his gun in the air?
They're probably not putting him on the stand because he's just going to lie, and they don't want that in the case. He was there too. He's going to say, oh, I saw it and it was completely different.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what we had shared with you earlier in regard to the judge in this case, allowing the defense attorney or the defense to use that kind of rhetoric to kind of paint a picture of the very people who were shot and killed, that is playing out. However, as we had also shared with you earlier, the prosecutors are not allowed to use the word victim when referring to the individuals who were shot, including the two who were shot and killed by Rittenhouse. Remember?
Okay, so this is lie number 2 right here, because this is basically a mischaracterization of the decision that the judge made. The judge makes this decision in every single case where they're arguing over the victim status of the people involved. He says you can't use the victim status because what is I'll cite your favorite podcaster, Scott Adams. What does he call it? It's like thinking past the sale, I believe it is.
Yes.
He's like, you've already established, once you say victim, you've already established that the person is guilty. Right. And we can't prejudice the jury in that way. So if this was a case with a black defendant, I have no doubt that that news skirt here would be telling you a completely different story about the situation and how this judge is probably the coming of the progressive god of judicial reform, and how amazing it is that he doesn't allow the jury being prejudiced with this innocent black man on the stand by calling the people in the case victims. Like, it would be a completely different story.
And it's funny because what's the other guy, the other TYT guy's name? Who has like his own little spinoff show.
I can't remember his name, but it's not important.
I just looked at the video too. He made literally this point like yesterday. He's like, well,
he's on TYT and he made the point.
Yeah, not to Anna. He made it to someone else.
Right.
But I just thought it was funny that he made this point. He realized, he's like, well, the progressives will say that, oh, it's a good thing that, we're, defending people that are accused by the state of these things, and you shouldn't call them victims and blah, blah, blah. So he sort of conceded this entire point to some extent while still trying to.
John Idarola?
Yeah, I think that's who it was.
Thank you, Derek.
While trying to still levy that Kyle was, the evil bad guy.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off, because I'm fucking in favor of some kind of justice reform. One of the things that the judge said in the very beginning of the case, which gave me hope, we like to look at the bright side here. I am definitely a glass half full individual. Like, I want to know that things are getting better. And the judge says, I've been working in this profession for 30 years and I've seen massive improvements. Things are getting better. The people are noticing. People are more familiar with psychology now. They're more familiar with things like priming the jury to get an outcome that is not necessarily fair. Like, we just want fairness, correct? We all want fairness. We all want a fair judicial environment. Right. I did jury duty one time and I lost faith in humanity. I was like, there's no way this process yields anything close to fairness. You have 50 people here, all with clashing and competing goals. This is not going to yield truth. This is not an environment to yield truth. Yeah. So, I mean, things, we need to systemize changes that do lead to better outcomes as much as we can, and not calling people victims who, in the paperwork or any of that stuff. Find another name for them that is not prejudicial like that. That's a good thing. And Anna should be advocating for it. If she was a real progressive, like she claims to be, she would be advocating for it.
I guess the only bright side to all the fake news shit is at least the entire public is getting a masterclass lesson in all the various psychological manipulation tactics. And as you said, people are starting to become aware of these terms like framing and priming and all these other things that are just important for people to understand in their daily life. So
yes, it will help you.
Tiny bit of a silver lining here.
It will help you. It'll help you be better in business. It'll help you be better in your job. It'll help you be better in your romantic relationships. You should know this. You should know this stuff.
Yeah, you should know you can't trust women. Brian Township, I'm just kidding. Brian Township for $20 says, Sitch, be nice. We all know Adam is the pretty one and you're the smart one. Excuse me. I am both the pretty and the smart one. Okay. Which is why S-Class will always reign supreme. Please explain Dune to me. I don't get it. I was average at your best. Also, hi, Rags.
We can talk about Dune.
I can't explain Dune because I didn't watch it. So I don't know. Adam did watch it and he'll have to explain it to you on Tuesday, right?
I'm making a list for super chat section. So the down below it says imploded brainy, too far left, ... laugh out loud, says rich boy.
I don't even know what that's referencing. These are whoever's choosing the little tags or the little chats to highlight TYT is doing a very poor job. A-Rock for $20 says, does anyone remember John Candy in Home Alone? The quote, Kenosha Kickers. I'm floored that hasn't stuck to Jump Kick Man from the video. Yeah, I think everyone forgot about that. I'll be honest, I forgot about that. But that would be a good one, the Kenosha Kicker. Abby Muhammad for 219 sexy sexes says, did y'all see Kyle on the state lines? Oh my God. Where is the video evidence of Kyle Rittenhouse crossing state lines. Where is the FBI infrared drone? I want to see that car the second it crosses state lines and the gates of hell open behind him.
We should have looked up on. We should have looked up on the Google Maps. I probably will now, just out of curiosity, what the state line looks like. So much talking about the state line makes me think that it's probably completely uneventful.
Listen, I've seen that state line. You've never seen a sexier state line in your life. Okay, listen.
No way.
I'm not saying that state line was asking for it, but did you see what that state line was wearing? That state line was asking to be crossed. It was like, hey, Kyle, you want to come across my state line? And Kyle's like, oh, I'm underage. It's like, I don't care. I'm telling you, that state line was dummy thick. Okay.
What was the state line wearing, Defense, huh? You really going to go there?
I will go straight there because it's true.
How terrible. So we've got up to lie number 2 here. Yeah. Now I'm keeping track. We got 2 lies.
We're only 2 minutes and 40 seconds and already 2 lies on the supposed retraction video.
Yes, on the actual retraction video where it's buried inside.
There were 3 who were shot, 2 of whom died as a result of him opening fire. Now, here's what allegedly happened that night, according to the defense attorney. After Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum and fled down Sheridan Road away from the scene, he was chased by dozens of people, including, here are the 2 other victims, right? Anthony Huber.
Look, she has to throw in that victim right there. The victims. You have to know that these assailants, these attackers were victims. That's what you have. That's what you have to know. God, I can't wait for Gage Grosskreutz to take the stand. I'm gonna be glued. I'm gonna be glued to that testimony. He's such a fucking liar.
I know.
And Greg Grosskreutz, okay? As citizens who were trying to stop an active shooter, the defense characterized them as aggressors. Now, Huber, according to the...
See, even characterizing him as an active shooter is just criminal.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Criminal.
I know. Says, while the prosecutors described them as citizens trying to stop an active shooter, the defense characterized them as aggressors. I don't know how the active shooter thing's so disgusting.
It is. This is the New York Times right here. This is good old Julie Bossman in the New York Times.
Well, no. To be fair, she's just repeating. She's saying the prosecution is describing them that way, which is true. That is what the prosecution is doing.
But have they used the term active shooter? I'm not sure that they have.
They did. I don't know if they did in trial. I recall hearing it in one of the pretrial hearings at some point.
Okay.
But no, but it's just so disgusting because when you say, and remember, this came up. This was the line we heard from Vosh and the Serfs and all these other people right after this. They're like, I don't know how you guys are defending Kyle. You know, these brave people were trying to stop an active shooter. An active shooter, okay, for those that don't know, an active shooter is a person who is actively engaging in shooting and killing other people.
Right.
Okay? That's what an active shooter is. That someone enters an area with the intention to kill. And as long as their intention to kill is continuing, they're an active shooter. Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse shot one person who attacked him and then was running away.
To the
Not
police.
Just was he running away. He's running towards the visible police at the end of the block that every single person there can see.
Yes.
Okay.
Gage, and not only that, Gage Grosskreutz is live streaming at the time, walks up to Kyle Rittenhouse, asks him where he's going. Kyle Rittenhouse says, to the police.
Yes.
And Gage Grosskreutz falls back.
Yes. Okay. There's no world, there's no fucking reality where any honest person could ever think to characterize Kyle Rittenhouse as an active shooter.
Yep. Yeah. That's why it's ridiculous. Does the New York Times not? I guess you could make the argument that they're just reporting what the
they're reporting what the prosecution is
saying.
saying, and they're reporting what the defense is saying.
Right.
So, which is fair, but
still them as aggressors. Now, Huber, according to the defense here, Huber bludgeoned Rittenhouse with a skateboard, Richards said. And a man who was captured on video but never identified jump kicked Mr. Rittenhouse in the face. So look, these details do matter because this stuff is caught on camera. You do see it in the video, someone taking a skateboard and hitting Rittenhouse over the head with it as he's on his back. And I haven't seen this video yet, but it was already, the New York Times says it's on tape.
She just said, I haven't seen this video yet. So at this point, she has not seen the New York Times video.
She hasn't. No, but she's saying, and let's play it for one more second.
Someone captured on video, someone who has not been identified, kicking Rittenhouse in the face.
Okay.
She hasn't seen that video either.
Yeah, she says, I haven't seen this video where Kyle Rittenhouse is hit with a skateboard and kicked in the face. That's the video. There's only 2 videos that were released immediately after the shooting. It was where you see Rosenbaum is chasing Kyle in the lot, and they go behind the car, and then you hear the gunfire. Okay, that was video 1, and then video 2 was Kyle running down the street with all the people chasing him, and then he gets knocked over or falls over, and then Jump Kick Man kicks him in the face, and then Hubert comes over with hits him with the skateboard, and then he gets shot, and then Gage comes up and he gets shot too. Okay, those were the only 2 videos that like 99% of the people that saw any videos related to this saw. And Anna is like, I didn't watch the most pertinent, relevant information before I formed my fucking opinion.
Yeah, it's malpractice, man. It's journalistic malpractice. You can't call yourself a journalist anymore. Jeez, update her Wikipedia page. Jesus.
To what?
News skirt, obviously. Yeah, propagandist.
I would take news skirt over propagandist, honestly.
If it was you, yeah, obviously. That would be better.
But no, and I bet she didn't even watch the Rosenbaum video, because only last week she was saying Kyle Rittenhouse was chasing Rosenbaum.
She says in this video, she admits that she believed that Rosenbaum was Rittenhouse. She admits it in the fucking video. Why do you think I clipped this out?
Oh my God.
Why do you think I clipped this out?
Oh.
Can you imagine watching that video and thinking, oh, the guy who's throwing the plastic bag is Kyle Rittenhouse? Where's his fucking gun? What happened? Wait, what?
This is how little of a shit she fucking gives.
She doesn't give a shit. Yeah,
She's
exactly.
reporting on this story. She's supposed to be some kind of news anchor, news pundit individual, and she doesn't give a shit to glance over it's like a 10-second clip. She can't watch it long enough for her brain to process who the people in the video are.
Yes.
Or is she so delusional? She's so high on the narrative. She has so little free will, so controlled by her elephant, that she just saw person A chasing person B, and her brain just instantly said, oh, that's the bad man. That's Kyle Rittenhouse chasing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's crazy.
So
why do you think I was like, oh my God? I mean, I don't think she's even conscious that she's making words. What's happening here? Like, and their audience has to be so fucking brain dead to just, how do you make this giant mistake and not lose all your credibility?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
This is a giant mistake. Like it's no wonder that they buried it in another video, because it's just, I mean,
well, and also where's Cenk? Where's everyone else who talked about this case?
He's sitting right next to her now. He's in the video.
He doesn't say anything.
I know, that's the thing. Listen, I get something wrong. Well, I never get anything wrong, but you assume that I get something wrong, and you always step in. Like, same for me. You get shit wrong all the time. Well, I'm here to correct. I'm here to correct you.
Right. Sure.
You got the whole Rosenbaum falling thing. Okay. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I don't want to embarrass you in front of everyone, but everyone knows you got it wrong. I have the drawing to prove it.
I'm shocked that the defense did not call you, Adam, to be an expert witness.
I'm surprised they didn't want me to be a little sketch, a little sketch out the scene for them.
But I think what happened was after last week, or whenever they did that video, and it was so bad, and their legal team like cautioned them. Cenk was like, "Oh boy, we fucked up," and then he turned to Anna and said, "You're gonna apologize for this." And she's like, "What? What about you?" And he's like, "I'm the boss. I'm telling you, you're gonna apologize."
Probably.
I don't apologize for anything.
Probably. That wouldn't surprise me.
Ian Penner for 25 Canadian. Thank you so much, Penner. Says, has Sargon apologized to you guys yet for taking academic agent's side after academic agent said that thing about you know what on Twitter? I think he should and should also condemn AA in the strongest possible terms after what he said. I mean, Sargon didn't apologize to us. I'm not
asking for an
nor
apology,
asking
yeah.
nor expecting an apology.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. Though if we ever talk about it, I'm sure I'll bring it up. So
we're not.
thank you for your concern.
No apology necessary from Sargon.
Yeah, I don't.
But
I'm not. Yes,
we-
I'm not asking for an apology, but I would be curious as to what his take on all that was.
Yeah. We
On
know
what AA was saying on Twitter. So
yeah. Sargon
yeah, but
Sargon is wrong often, and he usually
true.
comes on the show to argue with us about.
That's right.
So I
that's
mean,
right.
I'm sure Sargon will be back on the show. If he shows up
That's
in the
true.
chat, he's welcome to come on today. I
right.
know he's super interested in this topic. So.
Yeah, but we're not. Listen,
we're not
here at
grudgers.
Here at the Sitch Nam show, we're men.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't hold grudges. We don't go like, oh, I think you're wrong about something. I demand an apology or a retraction. Or blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're not like that. Okay,
Right.
unless you're just a liar like Anna Kasparian. Then we do demand retractions. Otherwise, we don't care. That's
We
fine.
demand a full apology, and you have to update your Wikipedia page with New Skirt.
That's right.
Otherwise, we no forgiveness.
That's right. I'm saluting for an actual American flag for $20. Says crossing state lines. I thought this was America. Either way, I want you two to have a great stream. Also, daylight saving time sucks. I miss my sunlight. That's right, guys. In case any of our foreign friends were like, why did the stream start an hour late? Well, it's because here in America land, we have this thing called daylight savings time.
We could be having the show at different times for each of us because California is trying to get rid of daylight saving. So
Really?
California, we voted 3 years ago to get rid of daylight savings. It passed 60% to 40%. Who fucking 40% wants to keep daylight savings? Morons. So, but the thing,
I don't care one way or the other. I don't understand why people have strong opinions on this.
guess what? So the people who want to go to daylight savings and the people that want to go to standard time have been at war for the last 3 years.
I understand. Yeah. They're like cattle ranchers and sheep ranchers. It's been a long, bloody, this is the real civil war in America. It's the daylight savings time war. It's the secret war.
Oh my God.
It's
Pick
defending our
one.
country.
Pick one and move there. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care. I literally don't care.
Yeah.
Joe the Meg for $20 says, open all borders except for Wisconsin. That's right. You got to keep all those Wisconsinites in their own state. That's true.
It's ridiculous. So yeah, I think you're correct in your assessment that Jank put her up to this. Jank's like, I'm not apologizing for anything. I slapped the table. That was a brilliant performance. I'm getting a streamy this year.
You're handing it to them.
I'm going to get a streamy this year, whether you like it or not.
You should get a streamy. Oh my God. That was my
Hassan
favorite.
won best political streamer. Hassan won the streamy this year.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. If Sitch, how can you believe in a God when you know that Hassan won the fucking streamer?
Well, okay. So those of you who don't know, the streamy is a joke because first of all, you have to pay them to be nominated in the first place.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I think it's a lot too. I'm trying to remember. It's like 10 grand or something.
What?
It's a significant amount of money, I believe, to get paid. They have to pay them to be nominated. And then on top of that, people can vote multiple times.
Ridiculous.
So it's like, what is this? What the fuck is this?
Look, these details matter because if you're going to make an argument that you acted in self-defense, there needs to be some proof that there was an imminent threat, right? And in this case,
Yeah, Anna, and there was proof, and you would have known this a year ago if you had watched the videos. Oh,
I remember the night, I remember when these videos came out, I was glued to my internet for
yes.
10, 12 hours straight. You and I were DMing back and forth, sharing videos, talking about this shit. I turned on CNN, and that's when I was just like, oh my God, Don Lemon just characterized Kyle Rittenhouse as, first of all, he brings up his race as a white kid who shot into a crowd because there were people there he disagreed with. I tweeted that out immediately because I was like, this is crazy. How is this kid supposed to get a fair trial when the media narrative has already established him as a school shooter? Like, they're talking about him like he's a school shooter.
How is it that two schmucks on the internet who run a comedy show
I know.
could watch a video for breaking news and be like, oh, this is what happened. And yet professional national journalist Don Lemon is just fucking out of his mind lying, or just doesn't understand the facts of the situation.
Why? I don't understand how, as someone who works in the news business, I mean, this is the equivalent of people in the medical field saying, oh, washing your hands doesn't matter. Why would you wash your fucking hands? What do you... People used to believe this in the medical industry. Do you not understand how confirmation bias works? Do you not understand the power of psychology? Do you not understand that when you come out and establish a narrative, every fucking low IQ Tom, Dick, and Harry is never going to move away from that narrative? They're going to say, listen, I heard it on CNN. Don Lemon said it, so it has to be true.
I mean, I had a family member of mine who is like leans way more conservative than most of the rest of my family. And he was like, he bought like all the narrative, hook, line, and sinker. He wouldn't even talk to me about it. He was so convinced that Kyle Rittenhouse was this evil protester. I mean, this evil militia guy shooting into a crowd of innocent protesters. He said that.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't believe that there was another reality to the story.
This is how the brain works. People believe because of recording technology that somehow when you see something, there's a little recorder that goes on in your brain that records the event that you can pull up anytime. That's not how it works. Your brain stores things as a list, like school shooter, white, running. That's the list that you get.
Well, it's not like, I would say a better visual analogy. It's not a list. It's like a cloud. So like you have like the person has Kyle Rittenhouse in the cloud, and then they have all the lines that connect to it. And so it's like school shooter, shooting the protesting, and all these ideas and all these phrases get associated with it. And then once people like come up with their initial impression, it's like impossible for some people, not all people, but for some people to change their minds.
I'm getting this from Kurzweil, Ray Kurzweil.
From Kurt Metzger.
No, obviously, come on. There's not a cloud of marijuana smoke as I'm telling the story. No, I'm getting this from the Kurzweil, Ray Kurzweil, the guy who did Singularity. Everyone in the chat's going to be like, oh, appeal to authority. No, he could be wrong, okay? I'm getting it out of his book. His book is How to Build a Brain, and he does work in AI research.
No, he's correct. I'm saying I think it's better for people to understand the visual.
A cloud? Hold on. First of all, you cut me off. You didn't let me fully finish.
Okay.
So
there you go.
The turn in the story here is important. So whether you want to conceptualize it as a list or a cloud of gaseous, like I don't necessarily understand your cloud analogy. I mean, I can think of it.
You've never seen a word cloud?
It's totally. Word cloud makes sense, but so it's not. It's not a hierarchically ordered list. It's kind of a cloud of words.
Yes, it's a word cloud.
Right.
Yes.
So that doesn't change the story at all from what I'm saying.
No,
but
it doesn't.
So this is the way you're
still wrong. Fuck you.
So your brain stores it as, I'm keeping track here. Fuck you. Your brain stores it as just. I mean, it can be like things can be on the list that aren't actually words, like a smell, like can be on the list, right? But your brain does not pull up the recording. Your brain creates the image of it like a movie. It recreates the scene from the list. It doesn't have a recorded thing. And every time it recreates the memory, you know, it's solidifying that recreation of it. But even after the first event, it's still a recreation. It's not a fully rendered recording. So
Right.
that's why memory is so fallible. The fact that, you know, the attorney in this, the prosecuting attorney keeps saying something in this case that triggers the shit out of me, because he's basically telling somebody to do the impossible. He might as well be saying, will you fly up to the moon real quick and then fly back again? Because it's like what he's asking them to do, you can't do. He says, put yourself in the mind that you had, you know, that night of the event. Well, you can't do that. All you're doing is recreating your perception of that night. And your
that's also
perception is
despicable. That's also a despicable thing for him to say.
Yeah.
Because what he's saying is, I want you to be as emotionally outraged as you were when you heard the fake
yes,
news.
yes,
That's what he's saying.
that's true too. That's another aspect of it. Yes. So the way, yeah, I read that in a book that wasn't really about intelligence, but I always thought that's so crazy that people do believe that you're pulling up I'll just pull up the recording of that night. Of course
Right.
I will. No, you're pulling up a list of pertinent things. And that's another thing, because, you know, two people can look at the same video and come away with completely different lists.
Yep.
So they're creating completely different scenes from the night. And the
Right.
further you go out, every time you recreate the scene in your head, you're recreating it slightly differently. Yeah.
Right. And it's worse too, because if people haven't seen the video,
Mhm.
okay, they just read a headline, they read an article that describes the video very dishonestly, they still create the list in their mind, and then they still create the video in their mind using the fake description. And so that now when they see the actual real video, their
Yes.
brain wants to project the fake video onto that. And so it's like, they're like, oh shit, the cognitive dissonance kicks in.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, if you have free will, if you can silence your emotional elephant, you can say, oh, what I first heard was wrong, and I have to throw that away. But if you can't do that, you're like, oh, let me warp the reality to this fake image I already created in my mind, because I don't want to admit that I was wrong about something.
This is exactly how Anna Kasparian can walk away believing that Kyle Rittenhouse was the aggressor in the video that she saw and everyone
Yes.
shared, because she saw the video. She didn't pay attention. As soon as she read in the New York Times that Kyle Rittenhouse went there as the aggressor, she's like, oh, obviously he's the aggressor. So he's the one chasing in that video I saw on the internet a few days ago.
Yes.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Selick S for 20 Aussie says Rakeda Law has the best live commentary in the trial with actual lawyers. According to them, the prosecution started stronger, but by day 3, their case was falling apart as their evidence works in favor of the defense. Yeah, I watched some of their commentary. I watched their commentary on the Carlott brothers, because that's just such a hilarious. Their testimony is so hilarious. I want to see what they were saying about it. But yeah, Rakeda thought, and the other people there thought, that the defense did awful on day 2, but then utterly destroyed on day 3 and 4. But not really so much that the defense destroyed, just that the prosecution so utterly fucked up. Because they're calling all these witnesses who are like super not relevant, who are really boring. And then the actual pieces that are relevant, they completely end up testifying something that helps the defense.
Yeah.
So.
There was even a couple moments where the judge said, where are we going with this? Like, what the fuck? I mean, the judge must be a fan of the Sitch and Adams show, because Sitch and I are notorious for where are we going with this? What's going on here? Why are we drifting off topic? What does this have to do with anything?
Right.
I loved it when the judge said that. Can we speed it up
great.
a bit here? Let's move on. What's important? What's relevant about this?
Yes, that's true. Automata for $20 says, by the way, Sitch, I DM'd you a link to a CNN story up currently. It has a provable lie about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial with a live stream link that proves it. Might be worth a look, particularly since it's up for some reason still. Can you tweet it to me? Because I don't see it in my DMs. So just tweet it to me. I don't know. I don't know where the DM went.
We're definitely going to do a long stream today. We gave you guys a short stream last week. We have an article from NPR, which is just
Insane. Yeah.
See,
that we're
and
gonna
this
look
is
at, so.
Sitch and I were talking during the week about, because you want to say it's the profit motive that is corrupting journalism, but then you're like, oh, this is NPR. Well, they don't have the profit motive.
I know. That's what's so crazy, because because I definitely do think the profit motive has really affected news for the worse. But then you have NPR, and NPR seems to be one of the worst, most biased
Yes,
ones out of all.
It's crazy.
I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Yeah, they should be unbiased.
Yeah.
Here's a nut. Why? So we've come back to Anna. Your face is legit from Dragon Slayer.
They're just putting up the same comments on like a loop.
Why is Anna that worried about her face that they need to continually throw comments about how her face is legit?
I don't know. It's so weird. What does that? Your face is legit.
Yeah.
What does it mean to have an illegitimate face?
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
You know what it was? It's because of us. It's because last week we talked about how Cenk was faking all of his facial reactions and his emotions. So they're like, don't worry, Anna, you're not faking it. You just are dumb.
Did you watch? I think you watched it before me. Actual Justice Warrior responded to the same video that we responded to last week.
Yes.
And I could not stop laughing. Fucking Sean was so hilarious in that video. He was like, just the jokes he was cracking right and left at Cenk's expense were just too good. Like he's playing it up basically. Oh my God. Right. They're saying the exact opposite of what happened. What is going on here? We're in like upside down world. Just it's baffling.
TYT
it's baffling.
Is peak clown world news, basically.
Yes. I guess people don't care about the truth. People don't give a fuck about the truth, I guess.
Nope.
I feel like I don't like to be lied to. Since you like to be lied to, how do you feel about being lied to?
I mean, it depends. If the lie makes me feel good about myself, then yes.
I don't even like that. Fuck that nonsense.
No, see, you only don't like that because then you find out it's a lie. But if you never find out it's a lie, then you'll always like it.
That's bullshit. That's total bullshit. Yeah. It's so crazy. Someone in the chat was mentioning that Tim Pool blows TYT out of the water as far as views go. TYT is close to 5 million subscribers, and their videos, get sometimes as low as like 10, 20,000 views. I mean, that's less than we get, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
So, and I have to believe that it's just, who wants to be lied to? I mean, sure, people want to be partisan and tribal and all that stuff, but not at the expense of the truth, right?
True.
I mean, most people they want their team to win truthfully.
Yeah, but they're not perceiving that they're being lied to. They think this is the truth.
Yeah,
and if you tell them that TYT is lying to them, they're going to not believe you, because this is the problem. You say, oh, TYT is lying to you. And if the person likes TYT, then they're like, if TYT is lying to me and I fell for it, that means I'm stupid and I'm gullible and I'm a dupe. So they go into defensive mode and they start saying, no, they're not lying. What are you talking about? I'm not stupid. I didn't fall for a trick.
Yeah, but in this day and age, it sinks in and they start looking a little more skeptically, and then later on they just kind of drift away.
It only sinks in if this is why news commentators become so polarized. And I think we talked about this last week, where I said there's this concern that news commentators on YouTube are polarizing their audience. And I think it's the inverse, or the reverse of that. I think the audience polarizes the commentator. And the reason is that the way that the audience will start to pull away, it's not a question if they find out that the commentator is lying, because if they won't believe that the commentator is lying 99% of the time. It's only if the commentator they watch gives some bad take that they don't like, and suddenly they'll start to question them. Maybe. Right. Okay. And that's why the commentators are so quick to stick to like a specific narrative or a specific team or a specific tribe, is to prevent that from occurring. so that, oh, they're always taking the safe opinion from their side, because then they won't have the person say, oh, that was a bad take, and then start to question everything else they're doing.
Yeah, the smart commentators, they just cherry pick stories. They avoid the stories that are going to piss their audiences off. And I mean, we're guilty of this to a lesser extent than most people, but we've not talked about things that we thought were going to piss people off, obviously.
Not really. We talk about lots of things that piss off a lot of
We do, but
pretty regular.
like it is pretty rare that we don't, because Sitch and I are a little, I mean, we don't care. Like, we just assume talk about it. But
yes.
But there are, I mean, we looked for Jimmy Dore doing any Kyle Rittenhouse videos. And I mean, I'm sure Jimmy Dore knows that Kyle Rittenhouse is a giant story, right?
Right.
But but he hasn't done any videos on it.
I am very curious. We talked about this last week. I am very curious as to what his take on all that would be. Or, I mean, has Kyle Kalinske, I don't know if any of these, I mean, even Pac-Man, I don't remember. I mean, I'm assuming he's covering the trial, but I don't even remember him giving hard takes.
We have to watch the live reaction of David Pac-Man during the Gage Grosskreutz.
I should have gone back, and I want to watch his reaction to, I always forget the guy's name. The guy saying that to Ryan Balch saying that Rosenbaum said he was going to fucking kill them. And I want to see the chat's reaction to that. Because when I tweeted this out, there were some anti-Kyle people, and their only response to this was basically to just go, oh, he's lying. Like, that was their big tweet. Oh, he's lying. Like, that was their only defense.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, that lying does a lot of lifting, a lot of heavy lifting for all of their arguments.
Yes.
Like, even Anna is very careful to say, like, allegedly they were attacking Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, she wants to make sure she gets that allegedly in there, even though we have video evidence. I mean, allegedly all you want, but we know who's in front and who was in back in that chase video that everyone watched.
Yes.
Yeah.
Threat is the guy using the skateboard and someone kicking Rittenhouse in the face as he's on his back. Now, what really mattered to me was how all of this unfolded. What was the thing that sparked it? What started all of it? And initially, I was under the assumption that Rittenhouse was the person who was chasing after Joseph Rosenbaum, that's how it had started. But I was wrong about that, okay? So I want to correct the record. I was, in fact, wrong about that. And to show you the evidence.
You can't see right over here, but off to the left of the screen, Jank has a gun pointed at Anna's head here.
I watched a 10-second video clip, and for an entire year, I couldn't take a second glance at the 10-second video clip to see that obviously Kyle Rittenhouse was the one being chased and not the one chasing. I apologize for being a fucking moron.
So I clipped this out yesterday morning, put the apology right up front, and then put the whole clip for context. I made sure it was under 2 minutes and 20 seconds so I could share it on Twitter, and I uploaded it to my channel just to get it out there, because I'm worried the same that you're worried, like Kenosha is going to burn again, because everyone just has fake fucking news everywhere.
Yes.
So I want as many people who actually believe Young Turks and like Young Turks, and like you say, they're Young Turks till you die people, to see that she's made a retraction here. There was a bit of which is understandable in the comment section, there's a bit of a debate over, whether or not this is good for her. It's very bold of her to make a correction like this. We should be applauding that. And what took you so long? Fuck you, too little too late crowd. So
yeah, this is too little too late.
I'm in the too little too late crowd too, but I mean, the problem with the too little too late crowd is that it just incentivizes people like not to do this in the future, make the correction.
Okay, let me. It's not a question. Well, it is a question of it is very late. I would be a lot better about forgiving her if she looked at the video and realized she was 100% wrong about the whole thing and just said it was self-defense. I was wrong in everything I said, blah, 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 blah. and I apologize, I didn't watch the video. But that's not what she's doing.
No, not at all. She's already got 2 lies ahead of this.
Right. She's still acting like she thinks Kyle is guilty. She's just admitting she didn't watch the video. Okay. So that's why it's too little too late, because it's very little. She's doing like the bare minimum here and still failing at it.
Right. Yeah, we would have to see more of this turning over a new leaf before.
Well, there is no turning over a new leaf here. This is just her. I don't know if why. I think maybe because they're afraid of getting sued, admitting that she was too stupid to watch the fucking 10-second video.
Well, she said she did watch it, but she just assumed that it was the other way around.
Yeah.
Bad journalist.
You know, it's weird because I'm looking at the video. Mm-hmm. His video has 160,000 views. Mm-hmm. And like I'm like, most of the comments are negative, but it has way more likes than dislikes.
Oh, I know.
Like, way more. So that's kind of interesting.
I noticed I left a comment on the video, and someone who watches the show responded to me. There was a lot of really thoughtful comments in there from Team Truth. People were saying, listen, this is like, how are you doing this? Like, you're the one bitching about how America is unfair. You're creating an unfair America. Well, how's a 17-year-old kid supposed to get a fair trial with you out there gaslighting the public 24/7? Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm just scrolling through comments looking to see any of them that are pro TYT, and they're not. So I'm very confused. I'm wondering if they have like a like bot or something. Maybe all these views are fake. I don't know.
Pro CRT?
No, pro TYT. Pro TYT.
Yeah. I was like, what?
No.
That's another thing we may talk about in Super Chats. We both watched Bill Maher yesterday, and Bill Maher, Glenn Lowry and
Michael Eric Dyson.
Michael Eric Dyson were on. Yeah.
Yes.
Bill Maher took him to task a bit. So
we could watch it, but HBO is very.
Yeah, we can't watch it. We can only talk about it.
Yeah, because they're so litigious with the copyright.
Yeah.
To reinforce that I was wrong about that, I want to go to this video that shows how everything really started.
Here is where we first see Joseph Rosenbaum, the first person Kyle Rittenhouse fatally shoots that night. He joins the fight against the armed civilians, as other protesters try to stop him. Rosenbaum.
This is Anthony Huber here behind him. You can also, I believe this is the video where you can see the guy with the gun. I think he's this guy back here in the beanie.
It's interesting that this is the video that changed Anna's mind, because this New York Times video is so horribly biased.
Well, I know it
Kyle.
Is hugely biased.
It's insanely biased. Like the whole thing is set up like Kyle Rittenhouse is a racist,
white supremacist. Yeah, they show him with making the OK hand sign in the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, they go with the cross state lines, which is just a fucking lie to make it seem like he came a long ways away.
Maybe it's interesting. Maybe the New York Times is creating the cope. Okay, they're like, we're going to show you that Rosenbaum was crazy, and probably Kyle was defending himself justfully, but Kyle is still a racist. That's kind of the tone of the video.
I hope, man. It would be so cool if he started defamation suits. It's so ridiculous what they're doing to this kid.
Has just been released from the hospital after undergoing mental health treatment. His reasons for being here are unclear, and he doesn't appear to have attended a protest before. But his actions on this night will add to an already volatile situation. Rittenhouse walks towards a parking lot where cars are being vandalized.
Okay, so this is where the prosecution is trying to say that this is Kyle Rittenhouse confronting Rosenbaum. They're trying to make it seem like he's going up there.
They said chasing, not confronting. Yeah.
He passes Joseph Rosenbaum, who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier. Rosenbaum now starts chasing Rittenhouse.
So this is this is the first time Anna realized that Rittenhouse was running away. They took the New York Times to circle him and put the little
It's so bad.
An entire year went by.
It's so bad.
And our informer of news, the person whose literal fucking job it is to explain to people the news, didn't know who was who in a 10-second video.
There's not only that, when I first saw this video, I had to amend my conception of it, because this plastic bag does a really weird thing in the light that it actually looks like a Molotov cocktail that he throws at him. It looks like it's something on fire. Yeah.
Right.
People kept correcting me. I was like, he threw a Molotov cocktail at him. Fuck you guys.
Right. That was part of the narrative on the other side at first, was that he threw a Molotov cocktail. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. But now we all know it's a plastic bag. And now they keep saying plastic bag, which puts in your mind, oh, an empty plastic bag. No, it's a plastic bag with shit in it. Okay.
Right.
We don't actually know what he threw at him because we don't know what's in the plastic bag. It was never recovered.
And also it's entirely irrelevant.
It is.
The story.
It is.
Like, that's how you know this is so bullshit, because they always focus on things that are irrelevant. He crossed state lines. Irrelevant. Why was he there in the first place? Irrelevant. He threw a plastic bag at him and he was unarmed. Irrelevant. He's not unarmed. If you don't have a weapon and you try to grab someone's gun, the second you grab it, guess what? You're armed.
You're armed, exactly. But I don't understand. I mean, I'm sure there are cases where someone threw a plastic bag with something in it and it was assault.
Sure. There was a case, they talked about this on Arcade Law. There was a case where someone threw a water bottle at a coach or an athlete on a court during a basketball game, and they were charged with assault.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
handling with a water bottle. But no, because this is what they do. And this is the word cloud, the word list you're talking about. They say, oh, Rosenbaum threw a plastic bag at Kyle and Kyle shot him. Okay. So in your mind, when you hear that, you construct this image of like, they're both facing each other. That Rosenbaum throws a plastic bag that's empty, that just kind of does nothing. And then Kyle just shoots him. That's the image they're trying to put into your brain.
Yes, this is a second lie right to your face situation. It's the same exact thing as the cross state lines. They're very careful to say a plastic bag. Now, if I said he threw a plastic bag with a brick in it, you'd have a completely different thing in your brain, right? You conceptualize the scene completely differently. Yeah.
Right.
That the lie is that, oh, it was a plastic bag. Without, why don't they mention that it had shit in it? Like, how do you even throw a plastic? Imagine throwing a grocery bag. Like, throw this empty grocery bag as far as you can, Sitch.
It actually goes behind you.
I know, exactly. But that's the image they want to plant in your head. Like, he threw a piece of tissue paper at him, and then he shot him in the back. It's so biased. It's so biased. Do they even know that they're doing it? It's so bad.
J-Mac for $200. Thank you so much, Daddy. J-Mac, the real hero. J-Mac can cross any state lines on my watch. Says, yeah, you guys better not piss us off. That's right. We would never piss you off, Jay.
I'm trying to think of anything we could say.
You can pay us off, Jay. Okay.
I can't think of anything. And thank you for the super chat, obviously, Jay. I was trying to think, what could we say that would piss J-Mac off? J-Mac has been on our stream before when we did super chats, and he just seems like such an easy-going guy.
He seems too chill to piss off. We're gonna find a Jay one day. We're gonna alienate you too. We're gonna somehow figure out a way to piss you off. Just you wait.
If we started grifting like 24/7, and I guess if we did actively start avoiding stories because we don't want to piss the audience off, that would probably piss J-Mac off.
That's true. That's true.
J-Mac is 100% team truth. Like, he just wants the truth.
And throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital. Close behind them, a man holds up a handgun and fires it. We don't know why. Then Rosenbaum lunges towards Rittenhouse.
See, that is even a bit of a lie. We don't know why. Like, why don't they mention that Zeminski was hanging out with the guy chasing Kyle Rittenhouse all night long?
Did they call him unknown?
Yeah.
He's not unknown. They know exactly who he is.
Yeah. That's why this is like kind of a lie right here.
Well, it's so weird because it's like, I think what they did was whoever made this video, they just read from their article that was like a year ago when this just happened. And they didn't update it. So like, yeah, like a year ago when it just happened, maybe they didn't know who that guy was, but they know who he is now. It's part of court record who he is now.
He was the one who confronted Kyle Rittenhouse and with his wife, and Rosenbaum ran out from behind. Right. Yeah, and his gun drawn.
Said, "You're not going to do shit."
Yeah, and he said, "You're not going to do shit." That's the guy that fired the first shot, and like a dumbass, he got his friend killed.
It's so funny because during the trial, all the witnesses testify that they keep continually seeing the three of them together: Rosenbaum, Zemetsky, or however you say his name, and his wife. And then the prosecution is like, "Yeah, but did you see them talk to each other?" And they're like, "No." Oh, so then the implication is like, well, if you didn't see them actually talk, then they weren't actually friends. It's like, well, but wait a minute. Why do we always see the group of the three of them together in every situation? They're not friends. They didn't know each other. Is it just a coincidence?
Yeah. I'm under the assumption he fired in the air to get Kyle Rittenhouse to stop. I mean, that would be the reason he would fire in the air. They tried to confront him. They tried to stop him.
I think maybe he thought it would stop. I just think he was just a fucking crazy piece of shit who just like chaos. And he just was like, yeah, woo, chase time, shoot in the air.
Well, he's definitely facing and watching the chase when he shoots.
Yes.
So I would think he shot in the air to get him to stop.
Maybe. It's possible.
Rittenhouse fires 4 times.
Now, there's a better video. There's actually 2 videos here where you see the shots fired. Or they might have edited this so you don't see it on there.
Right. This stream's going to be demonetized.
So those details matter, right?
They mattered 14 months ago when you established your opinion and started cranking out Kyle Rittenhouse, the videos calling him the Kenosha shooter and calling him an active shooter. There's like an insane list of videos that they put out here.
It's so brave of you, Anna, to say that facts matter. It's so brave.
They have a video from 1 week ago. Judge to lawyers: demonize Kyle Rittenhouse's victims if you think it'll help win points with a jury. This video is called Rittenhouse's lawyers' insane opening statement blames victims. They have 11 months ago, Kenosha shooter Kyle Rittenhouse released from prison. They have Kyle Rittenhouse update from 9 months ago, new arrest warrant issued. They have from 6 months ago, cops caught donating to Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah. They have from 9 months ago, video of Kyle Rittenhouse drinking with Proud Boys released. They have from 2 days ago, Rittenhouse judge goes on bizarre religious rant. We talked about this a little before the stream began.
Yeah.
Would you call mentioning a rule that still exists today, tracing it back to its first existence in the Bible, a religious rant?
Yeah. Well, they have to frame it that way. Don't you understand? This judge is a Christian conservative crazy person. Okay. And they're obviously biased in Kyle's favor.
We might bring this up a little bit later because there's a video of Jank ranting into the camera like he could not wait to get to put his statement out. And the video is from 1 year ago, streamed live, called Militia Shooter in Kenosha Apprehended. Right wing defends him.
Yep, of course.
Now, if you realized you got this entire thing wrong, when you delete that video has 400,000 views.
No, you wouldn't. It's got 400,000 views.
11 months ago, Tucker Carlson's insane interview with shooter's mother. Look at this. They're going after his fucking mom.
Yep.
How do these people say that they're representatives of the people? His mom's a fucking nurse. His mom is a working class person.
Listen, his mom raised a serial state line crosser. Okay. Obviously, she is a bad parent.
Look at this. You've got, so this is
my mama taught me never to cross state lines. Okay.
So you also have a video from John Idarola and J.R. Jackson from 1 week ago, the damage report. This must be the spinoff thing that you're talking about.
Yes.
Terrifying Kyle Rittenhouse case update. And the
Terrifying.
chyron is judge rules 3 shot by Rittenhouse cannot be called victims.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait till that victim takes the fucking stand. The guy who, Gage Grosskreutz.
He's going to just lie.
Who followed Kyle Rittenhouse, you know, did his fake I surrender and then tried to shoot him in the face, lost his gun. Oh, I lost my gun. I couldn't find it when the police showed up because I have a gun charge against me. I'm carrying an illegal firearm because I can't carry a gun, and lies to the fucking police in the police report.
Well, you know, the defense is going to hammer him over the head with that. They're going to say, why did you lie to the police about having a gun? They're going to completely just, and depending on his answer, that's going to completely just eviscerate any of his testimony.
I thought you were
look like a lying piece of shit.
I thought you were a hero. I thought you were a hero apprehending an active shooter. What happened?
You know, and actually, I'm wondering about this. So if the defense says, why did you lie to the police about the gun? If he admits that it's because he has a gun charge, I wonder, does that make it allowed? Are they allowed then to bring in why he has the gun charge?
Ooh.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't either. There's a video here. I wish I would have watched it. Lone survivor of Kenosha shooting speaks out from 1 year ago. It's actually an interview with Gage Grosskreutz.
Oh my God. I like the lone survivor, like as if like how it's just like mass shooting, gunning people down, and only one Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines and killed the entire city of Kenosha, except for one person, the lone survivor, Gage. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, totally fuck off. So bad.
Who was chasing who matters. The gunshots by some...
Who was chasing who matters, Sitch? Did you know that? Did you know that?
Oh,
fucking stunning commentary here.
Anna, who chases who in a case about self-defense and murder matters? Wow, this is, oh my God.
Who chases...
I wish people were telling us this a year ago. You know, for an entire year, I thought it didn't matter. I thought that if you have no gun and the other guy has a gun and he shoots you, that under all circumstances, the guy with the gun is the bad guy. That's what I thought the law was.
What do you mean in a case, in a trial, Sitch? A story you're telling at the bar, who's chasing who matters. Like, it matters. It literally matters.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is fake news.
Unidentified person, that matters, especially if you're Rittenhouse and you're running away and then you hear shots and then Rosenbaum lunges toward him. So
it's like she's putting all this together in her head in real time. Here.
Oh my, it's like the gears are turning and she realizes that she's been feeding us lies and pig slop for an entire year. What a buffoon.
You basically have to lie to yourself to still be able to sleep at night. I mean,
I know. If this was me, I would have to and I was like this, like I'm supposed to be a professional news person. And I found out for that an entire year, I was peddling false information that wasn't something complicated, that I could have literally checked by watching the 10-second video that everyone else talking about the story watched. I would have to completely rethink my entire career and my existence as a human being on this planet.
Yeah. I completely agree. How did I get something this massively wrong? You just listen to me list all the videos that they've made on this.
Yes.
In every single one of those videos, how the hell is Anna Kasparian able to provide competent commentary on the story when she doesn't even know who the fuck was chasing who?
And again, this isn't like, I can forgive people if they're discussing some complicated legal, some complicated legal statute or some complicated economic system or something. But this was you watch a 10-second video.
Yeah.
And you use this thing's called your eyeballs. Okay. And you say, oh, someone's chasing someone else. Okay. Yeah. This isn't a complicated story whatsoever.
That's what's amazed us all over the last 14 months, that people can make this a complicated story. I mean, we did, one of our most popular videos is the debate between Destiny and Vosh, where Vosh was basically Anna in the debate. You have to submit to the mob. It's like, what? And
well, it's hilarious because like with Vosh, it seemed like he hadn't watched the video, and then once he like was saying the wrong thing, he just literally couldn't ever admit he was wrong. So he just had to keep digging the ditch deeper that he was putting himself into.
Completely unable to say he's wrong. We talked to Lance about this. Lance came on our show and talked about it. I mean, we were just mystified that people could watch these videos and see something so completely different. Yeah. This is what's been fascinating about it. Sitch has famously called this the NPC test. Like if you look at this case and don't come to the conclusion that it's self-defense, you're not thinking. Free will does not exist. You cannot objectively analyze the facts in this case and come to any other conclusion. Yeah.
Bryant Townsend for $20. Thanks so much, Bryant. Says, my apologize, Senpai Sitch. I have never been graced with the privilege of gazing upon your beauty, only with magnificence of your brilliant words. If I have given offense, I will accept my banning and exile with humility and grace. Well, thank you, Bryant. Listen.
That was beautiful.
Your words were so beautiful. They have moved me to forgive. I forgive you, Bryant. I forgive you. Thank you. That's how you all should apologize. Yeah. Okay.
Very magnanimously. I like that.
That's how Anna should apologize to us personally.
Yeah, I won't hold my breath.
The question is, in a court of law, is it considered reasonable for Rittenhouse to act in self-defense? You know, was there a legitimate threat there where Rittenhouse would reasonably want to defend himself by opening fire? That is what's going to be debated and deliberated upon, okay? Other details I wanted to share with you.
Let me explain to you what everyone knew the case was going to be about a year ago, okay? Could he reasonably defend himself? Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
After I made 8 other videos about this, already telling you how he's totally guilty.
Yes, thank you.
This case. So he's facing 6 charges. Here's what the charges are. First-degree reckless homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety. I mean, remember, you have members of militia groups there with open carry, which is legal in Wisconsin. You have them running around with.
Look at the video. Look at what they're choosing to show.
Look at him. He's making the symbol. He's doing the okay side. Oh my, we got him. We got him.
This is so bad. This was basically a setup too by these.
It was a setup
by these
it literally
people.
Was a setup.
Yeah.
Yep.
So sad.
I like that the way that they conceptualize this is like, okay, if you have people open carrying that are protecting property from being burned or looted, that is recklessly endangering safety, not the people that are burning down shops and destroying property and looting and rioting. That's not. Why do they get the free pass on recklessly endangering safety?
Yeah. No, it's complete partisanship. That's it.
The gun, like literally running around with this weapon. So.
I wouldn't have been in that place without a big fat gun. Are you kidding me?
Fuck. That's my favorite. They're like, oh, you know, if he really just wanted to give first aid to people and defend property, why do you have a gun? Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna stand in front of a business that people want to destroy during a riot, unarmed, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna pull out the guitar and soothe them with your, you know, magnificent riffs? Like, what the fuck do they think's gonna happen here?
Yeah. Yes.
And
Richie McGinnis brought up people that he encountered with Rittenhouse, the 4 guys holding rocks, where he was so uncomfortable that he basically gave them cigarettes and alcohol to dissuade them from getting too angry about anything.
Right.
Yeah.
And I wish, and that's a great point. I wish the defense would have brought that up, is saying, you were walking with Kyle Rittenhouse and the other people who were armed with guns, and you were not afraid of them, but you were afraid of these group of people that were standing with rocks and bricks in their hand.
Yep.
Enough so that you felt that you had to bribe them with alcohol and cigarettes.
Yeah, to leave you alone. Basically not to escalate the situation.
Right.
This is so,
it's so funny because
basic.
Those are the guys. If you remember, this was another narrative that the leftists and the
grabbed onto. Yeah, those were the good guys.
There's the video that you might have seen where Kyle approaches, and this happens. I didn't realize this. This happens like almost right before the shooting occurs. he approaches a group of like 3 or 4 people and he asks them if they need medical assistance. And they're like, "Oh, you pointed a gun at us. You pointed a gun at us." And then Kyle just kind of walks away from that. Okay.
Right.
What I didn't know until after that was because, like, I don't know, everyone only showed the clip of that. They didn't show the aftermath of that. The reason Kyle supposedly, or the other people was pointing a gun at them, was because they were jumping on the cars in the car lot.
Yeah.
And trying to destroy them.
Yeah. It's
so
disgusting. Yeah, it's completely dishonest. Yeah, exactly. Yes. That video cuts off there because Richard McGinnis talked to them and they got very uncomfortable with him recording them. So he cut the recording off and asked to do an interview with them, which they declined.
Isn't it interesting that all these scary guys with their guns were okay with being identified
and recorded? Yes.
And being recorded. Yeah. And yet there's all these protesters who, I thought they're just protesting, and yet they're so terrified of their face showing up on camera. Interesting.
It makes you kind of wonder, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it makes me kind of wonder. Yeah. Oh, it's very interesting.
They were happy to take cigarettes and alcohol from Richard McGinnis, but they didn't want to give an interview. Yeah. And those are the people that the mainstream media grabbed onto, the very tail end of that video, to say that these were the good guys and that Kyle Rittenhouse like had it coming because he pointed his gun at them. Yeah. It's so fucking these people. It's insane. It's completely insane. Dude,
I want those people to be called to testify.
Yeah. The thing is, they probably just lie after the. I mean, we've seen testimony from 2 people, the business owners, who were obviously lying. It was so obvious that they were lying. It's like, do they not understand perjury's like 20 years in jail?
I like that the guy who's like, "What is your job?" "Well, I'm the inventory manager for the car lot."
Yeah, but I don't work there.
How much damage did you incur? "Oh, I don't know."
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? You don't know how much damage was incurred that night? The inventory manager doesn't know how much damage happened to the car lot.
He was also saying that he didn't work there, but he ran the place.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, what?
It was funny because when I watched that, I thought that the people that were, so those who don't know what we're talking about, that there are 2 brothers so far that testified. I don't know if the father's going to testify. They worked for their father at the car lots, and they just lied off their ass about, not inviting the Kyle and the other people there to defend their property and all that stuff. And Rekieta thought, or he thought that this was an This was a tax evasion scam, where like the father would just say like all the family members were working for him, but they weren't actually working for him, which is why they didn't know anything. But I think it's more likely that they're just so terrified of being sued, because if Kyle is found guilty and they invited these people on their property, they would be completely liable for something.
For huge lawsuits. Yeah.
Yeah.
And every single person for the prosecution that's taken the stand is obviously like looking for money. So
yes,
they'd be suing everybody.
And there could be, and I'm curious about this. So for the insurance claim too, would their insurance claim be better or worse if they invited them to protect their property? Because you think on one hand, for the property damages, it would be better because they actually actively sought to protect it. But if Kyle is guilty and they have insurance for that, they would be totally fucked if they invited the people on their property.
Wrongful death.
Yeah, they'd totally be fucked.
I'm glad the attorney brought up that they're trying to prevent themselves from getting entangled in some insurance claims, because that's what I thought was.
But they lied about that. The first question the defense asked the brother, who supposedly runs this car lot, says, "Are you afraid of litigation or being sued? In regards to this case?"
Mm.
And then after the brother says, he says the brother does this thing where he keeps saying he doesn't understand the question, which is totally dishonest. But anyway, after that, he says no. He totally lies and says that they have no fear of being sued over this, which is obviously a fucking lie.
Well, I think the jury can see right through it. I mean, you can't be a live human being and not see right through. Everybody on the internet was laughing about it.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 200. Knock Knock says, for people who don't know who Rekieta is, from the Wikipedia page of his hometown, in 2019, lawyer Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm located in the city, was elected as the city official's Tard Wrangler. There you go. Nick Rekieta is officially the city's Tard Wrangler.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't know that about him.
That's so bizarre because like Nick Rekieta probably wouldn't even have a Wikipedia page if it wasn't for the fact that people wanted to make fun of him. It's kind of a double-edged sword there, because it's like it's kind of nice to be famous enough to have a Wikipedia page, but at the same time, if you're the city Tard Wrangler, maybe you don't want one.
Now it says this is from the Wikipedia of his hometown, not him.
Oh, okay.
So some Nick Rekieta fan probably
added it.
Yeah.
Well, that is funny. That's
pretty funny. Yes.
Well, I put it forward a little bit, but I'll back it up here.
I mean, remember, you have members of militia groups there with open carry, which is legal in Wisconsin. You have him running around with this gun, like literally running around with this weapon. So that's one of the charges he's facing. You have first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide for the.
So she doesn't even understand the charge.
No,
either.
She doesn't understand any of these charges.
The first-degree reckless endangering safety. It's not because he's running around with a gun on his chest. It's because they're claiming that when he shot, that the bullets were like
when he shot Rosenbaum, he endangered McGinnis is the charge.
Yes, that the bullets were bouncing around, endangering McGinnis and other people and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
that's what they're claiming. They're not saying, "Oh, he literally had a gun. He literally ran." Okay, you can take a gun in an open carry state and run with it. You're allowed. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because it's just a level of not understanding the situation. Right. This is the news communicator of choice here on YouTube.
I mean, yeah, she could have just read the charges. I have it open. It says the above named defendant on Tuesday, blah blah blah, did recklessly endanger the safety of Richard McGinnis. Okay.
Yes.
So it says it in the charge itself. You just have to look at it.
Yeah.
Just read it, Anna. Read, Anna. Read.
Shooting of Gage Grosskreutz, who was wounded but is still alive. You also have possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under the age of 18. I want to make a correction on our previous reporting on that issue as well. He did, in fact, hold possession of a firearm that he was not legally allowed to carry, okay? It is illegal for him to have it because he's 17. However, previously it was reported that he had obtained the gun in Illinois.
Okay, so before she goes to explain the state lines thing, she says it's illegal for him to have the gun because he's 17. That's not an evidence. I mean,
no,
maybe we'll
not.
cover that. Yeah. Because I have the statutes open, and there's a pretrial hearing where they talked about this, and the law, I think the defense did very poor
in the pretrial
in this specific area, because to me, when I read the law, it's very clear to me that it was legal for Kyle to, as a 17-year-old, to have a gun in that state.
Let's hear it.
And so we'll go into it after this, because it's like a whole big thing. And maybe we'll watch the part of the hearing I have at timestamps.
Okay, cool.
But the judge didn't throw it out, but he did sort of say like, well, he's thinking about throwing it out. So we'll see.
Okay, it is illegal for him to have it because he's 17. However, previously it was reported that he had obtained the gun in Illinois and then crossed state lines into Wisconsin with that illegal gun. Now it turns out, based on an investigation, that there was an individual who sold the gun to Kyle Rittenhouse in Wisconsin. So he did not cross state lines with an illegal gun, but he had an illegal gun. Okay. So
that was the hardest part for Anna.
I know. She's like, so he didn't cross state lines, but I was still right. I
can't say my favorite thing. He didn't cross the state lines. No.
He crossed. She said that so many times. Crossed state lines with an illegal firearm. He crossed state lines with an illegal firearm. He crossed state lines with an illegal. She's like every time she said it. What's that Pinocchio thing? Oh my God.
Every time she said, say Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines, a socialist got its wings. Okay.
Yeah. Oh God.
That information what you will. It's important to know the facts. Those are the details. Now let's talk about what these charges mean.
I think I'll clip that out and share it on Twitter and hopefully get Glenn Greenwald to retweet it. She did say in the video, do with the information what you will, right?
Yes, she did.
I get creative when I see something that I really like.
First-degree intentional homicide is analogous to first-degree murder in other states. It's defined as causing the death of another human being with intent to kill that person or someone else without the presence of certain mitigating circumstances specified in the law. Rittenhouse faces this charge in connection with the fatal shooting of Anthony Huber. It is a Class A felony that carries a basic sentence of life in prison. Now, after
life in prison, he's up for. Yep. Life in prison. That's so crazy.
Couldn't watch a 10-second video when someone's entire life is on the line here.
Yeah.
Go on.
It's so bad. It's so bad. And that they just accepted that the whole white supremacist narrative. It's so.
Yes.
I mean,
they still put the picture up while she's talking.
God forbid someone decides to call Anna Kasparian a white supremacist and come after her. She's like, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Oh, I don't know. I saw you make the okay hand gesture one time.
Yep.
Rittenhouse opened fire and killed Rosenbaum. He then ran away from the scene, and there were protesters there who were like screaming. You can see it in video. They're screaming at him, and they're like, why did you shoot him? Why did you shoot him? And there were other protesters who reasonably believed that Kyle Rittenhouse was a threat because he had opened fire. They might not have known the circumstances of how that.
So she's added something here that's important. She said the other protesters reasonably believe Kyle was a threat. Okay. First of all, that's the jury is going to determine whether it's reasonable or not. Okay. Secondly, if someone shot someone, okay, and they're running away and they're running towards the police.
Yeah.
And they're not shooting at anyone else. They're not pointing their gun at anyone else. How are they still a reasonable threat to anyone?
Yeah. And
no,
I mean, what made it these people's job to apprehend him? I'm like,
right.
What the fuck? When did you guys deputize yourselves?
It's funny because the prosecution, they're doing this thing where they're trying to peg Kyle and the other people there as these like evil vigilantes. And so like when Balch was testifying about how, they would approach, I couldn't believe he said this, but Balch says that they got a report that someone was trying to burn the church down. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so they approach the church, and the people that are trying to burn it down run away. Mm-hmm. And the prosecution says, well, who gave you the right to police the area? Who gave you the right to go with this? I'm like, first of all, you're saying to someone that just prevented a church from burning down. You're like, who gave you the right to stop a church from burning down? Okay.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah. It's this thing called the Good Samaritan. Okay. I would hope most people would step in there and try to prevent violence like this. We're tired of seeing these videos where someone attacks someone on a subway or something, and everyone just stands there and watches it. Okay. And then secondly, as you said, that argument is going to totally be used against them, because who gave these protesters the right to then jump in and attack someone who's not engaging anyone?
Yeah.
Who's again fleeing away from them, trying to get away from them, and they just decide to attack him.
Yeah. They are the vigilantes. They're completely the vigilantes. They tried to enact vigilante justice on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
Like this whole idea. And I mean, I can see it from their perspective. Like if they think it's an active shooter or someone who just shot their friends.
They don't know what happened. They're just standing around. They hear gunfires, and then people start screaming, that guy shot somebody.
Right. Well,
That's
if they perceive that he's fleeing the scene and they want to, maintain or keep him at the scene, sure, they see the situation wrong, but that doesn't give them a get out of jail free card because you fucking don't understand what's going on and act like a lunatic.
No, that's a good point. Like, even if the situation was different, I don't think it was, but say the situation was different so that it was more reasonable for the people to think that Kyle wrongly shot someone. If it turns out that that wasn't the case and their perception was wrong, Kyle's still 100% justified, and they attack him, Kyle's still 100% justified to defend himself.
Yes, they're
Even
not
if-
fucking police.
Yeah.
They have
They
no
don't have the
right
right
to
to do
stop
that.
and detain you.
And the thing is, I don't think, and all this stuff about the active shooter, I think that's bullshit. I don't think they were worried about their safety. Because again, this guy's running away from everyone. What they wanted to do was they wanted to be the heroes. They wanted to be the vigilantes. They wanted to detain him and hold him there.
They wanted to kill him in the
Or
street.
Or to kill him.
That guy,
beat
the
him.
jump kick man, kicked him in the fucking face. Some
Yes.
guy hit him in the back of the head with something hard enough that he tripped over himself and fell to the ground.
Right.
Hard enough to
exactly.
knock his hat off. They knew what they were doing. They slipped into murderous mob mode instantaneously. And that's what's just, it's insane that they're trying to categorize this murderous mob as the good Samaritans trying to stop a school shooter.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
But the people trying to prevent people from having their livelihoods destroyed are the bad guys here.
That's the way. It's this communist shit, man. They think, you know, they're protecting property, so they're the bad guys. They want to go back to the age where no, there is no property. Nobody has any property. It's so bad. It's so bad. These guys have brain rot.
Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian says, get V radio on.
Sure.
Hey, V radio. Duper for $20 says, LOL, can't wait to see biceps squirm on the stand. My money is on him getting 2 questions in before pleading the 5th. Do you know if that chat of him saying he should have shot Kyle was real and admitted into the trial? It is real. Because it's on, I mean, it's him saying it. It's a video.
Is what real?
The video of Gage saying he wished he had killed Kyle or shot Kyle.
Wow. He made a video of that?
Yeah, it's in an interview.
Oh my
or something.
God.
Because I mean, he's talking about in conjunction of like his arm and how fucked up it is. I don't know if it will be admitted. It would depend on what kind of questions the state asks him, I guess, if it will be admitted or not. I would imagine, because it's not really relevant.
Oh my God.
Like, I wouldn't think it would be immediately relevant. So I guess it would depend on what the state asks them and whether they open the door for that or not. Because what your mental state after the incident wouldn't really be relevant to the incident itself, generally, I would think. But
Reuters 5 days ago printed the headline, vigilante killer or scared kid.
Yeah, but that's because they're doing
Yeah.
the, which is it? Yeah.
Went down, but they saw him as a threat, and that was when they were trying to take the weapon away from him. And that was when he opened fire, and in the have known the. And there were other protesters who reasonably believed that Kyle Rittenhouse was a threat because he had opened fire. They might not have known the circumstances of how that all went down, but they saw him as a threat, and that.
How can you reasonably believe that he's a threat if you don't know the circumstances of the shooting? It just doesn't. That doesn't make any sense at all. That's completely contradictory.
You're not thinking about this clearly, Adam. Okay.
Right.
When you're part of a mob of people,
Yeah.
and the mob says get him, that's reasonable.
Listen. I tell you a story about, hey, one guy shot another guy.
Yeah.
What can you reasonably believe about this story? This is all you know. This is the only information I've given you. What is it reasonable to believe about the situation?
Guns are bad. So
you don't know. He could have been preventing a murder.
Well, but there's other information that they had too. The other information was that they knew that the people walking around with guns were the people protecting property. Those are bad people.
He's so bad.
Okay.
So bad.
Those are the bad people. They're protecting. Why aren't they protecting Black lives? Why are they so concerned protecting the property of white people who turned out to be Indian?
They
instead
weren't
of
white
protecting
people.
the
Yes.
instead of protecting Black lives? You know, that's hilarious. How come no one's fucking brought that up? The property owners that these supposedly evil racist white guys are out there defending was owned
POCs.
by fucking Indian immigrants, and they knew that. They knew it. That's why they were the reason. And this is another thing that didn't come out. Part of the reason this all happened was that two of the people defending the property used to work at the car place.
Yes.
They knew.
Yeah. The
So how are
detailers.
these guys? What kind of awful racists say? You know, I want to protect me some properties for some Indian immigrants. I hate Black people so much. I want to protect the property of Indian immigrants. What the fuck? Does that make any sense?
They have a text message from Kyle Rittenhouse to the property owner asking him if he like still wants him to help out. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which he denied respond. Well, I guess he didn't respond to, but he probably got a phone call from the other guy because the other guy worked there. Yeah. It's completely ridiculous. Yeah. I can't wait to hear the TYT coverage after the verdict. I mean, hopefully it's going to be a not guilty verdict. Obviously, I think it's going to be a not. I mean, I'm trying to imagine a world where this is a guilty verdict. God, I don't want to live in that world, Sitch.
No, it'll be.
That can't be happen. That's one of the signs of the apocalypse.
It'll be really fucked up. It'll be really fucked up. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible if the jury's just so biased. It's definitely possible, but I'm holding out hope here.
That world, it's so bizarre because that world would be proof for us that the criminal justice system is just completely unfair.
Well, I mean, listen, there's lots of cases I'm sure we can find where it's very similar, where it's very obvious a person didn't commit the crime and they still get convicted.
No, I don't believe
so,
the criminal justice system is fair. But for Anna Kasparian, that would be proof that the criminal justice system finally worked.
Right.
When we would view it as a complete miscarriage of justice.
There was a video of someone that I retweeted. Supposedly this person is related to George Floyd or something.
Supposedly. I know, I saw that.
And he was saying that they need to get, or he's implying really, because he wasn't explicitly saying it, but it was heavily implied that we need to get like the faces and names of the jurors to pressure them into delivering the right verdict.
Mm-hmm. That's so bad. That's third world country shit. It really is. Yeah.
It's crazy.
When they were trying to take the weapon away from him.
Oh, wait. I went back and then you started.
I know.
Because he had opened fire. They might not have known the circumstances of how that all went down, but they saw him as a threat, and that was when they were trying to take the weapon away from him. And that was when he opened fire, and in the process of doing so, shot two other individuals.
I like how she categorizes that. They tried to take the weapon away from him. They didn't walk up and say, "Excuse me, sir, could you please hand us their gun?" No. They hit him in the head. And when he was on the ground, they kicked him in the head and hit him with a fucking skateboard.
Yeah, nobody.
And then someone pulled a gun on him.
Nobody said, you know, are you a threat? I mean, they asked him what he was doing. He said he's going to the police.
Yeah.
Gage Grosskreutz, the last guy that shot him in the face, asked him what he was doing. Yes.
Didn't shoot him in the face, but pulled the gun. Yes.
Well, I said wanted to shoot him in the face.
Right.
Yeah.
With one of them getting injured, surviving, okay? And then the other, Huber, dying as a result of the wounds. So those are the details as we know them now. And again, I want to reiterate, though Wisconsin is an open carry state where it is legal for adults to carry firearms openly, state law prohibits minors from doing so. Rittenhouse was 17 at the time of the shooting. This crime is a Class A misdemeanor that carries a basic sentence of up to 9 months in prison, a fine of up to $10,000 or both. I think that. So
even if they don't throw that charge out, which I think they will,
$10,000. I mean,
yeah. The judge could be like,
pay the fine.
Oh, time served, because he was in jail for like 3 months or however long it was.
Sure, totally, yeah.
Charge is pretty open and shut. Like, I mean, He's 17. He has the weapon. I think there's a lot of evidence indicating he has the weapon.
This little giggling is just so much fucking backpedaling here. Like, I got everything wrong about this case for 14 months. But of course I got this part wrong. Ironically, no, you didn't. No, you didn't get this right.
It's open and shut. I mean, I didn't research it. I didn't have any of our staff research it. I mean, they read an article, and an article said it. So, you know,
if these people weren't
open and shut,
if these people weren't massive fucking partisan hacks, like, they could have had a 15-minute conversation with any of the attorneys here on YouTube and not been complete and utter fucking idiots.
Right.
I don't understand. I don't understand how they can be this incompetent.
I wonder if our Legal Eagle has some terrible Kyle Rittenhouse video.
Is Legal Eagle like a...
He has like a lot of like super woke awful takes.
Really? Oh, fascinating. Yes. You're right. Legal Eagle is like the wokester. He's like, and he's got the giant YouTube channel as well.
We'll see, but that'd be a good sign. It'd be interesting. If he doesn't talk about it at all, that means something.
Yeah.
It
means he knows he's going to get in trouble.
Well, no, it means he knows that the case is bullshit. He hasn't talked about it at all. That is interesting. He hasn't talked about it at all.
And so I don't see how he would be let off on that charge. But the other charges, based on what we're seeing in video and based on the case that the defense attorney is making, shaky. Okay, now you can question.
See, she's preparing her audience. She's like, listen, guys, we could lose this one. Okay, this is her very tepidly saying that she thinks she was wrong, but doesn't want to like just flat out admit it that she was wrong.
That's a great screen grab. Look at the tree moo bat tiki at the bottom. He had already murdered someone. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I know. Straight into the cognitive dissonance. Yes.
Yeah. These people have been telling their families they're wrong for fucking 14 months, Anna.
Yep.
You're not only... Every single TYT viewer has to tell everyone in their lives that they were idiots. It's not just you. You're at the tip of the I'm an idiot spear here.
Right.
Thousands of people are having to go to their spouse, to their brother, their sister, their uncle and aunt and say, listen, all that nonsense I was spewing about Kyle Rittenhouse, turns out Anna Kasparian lied to me. That's right. You can blame Anna Kasparian for this.
It's not your fault, guys. It's Anna's fault. Okay.
It's totally her fault. She gaslit you.
Yes.
Why Rittenhouse was there. There were members of the Boogaloo Boys there. Obviously, it looks like.
Have they proven that? Was there any?
I've never heard any proof of that.
So the idea about the Boogaloo Boys getting involved. I know nothing about the Boogaloo Boys. I know that Jimmy Dore interviewed one, but supposedly they got involved in Kyle Rittenhouse's security because Kyle Rittenhouse's his life is on the line now. Kyle Rittenhouse ended up having to move. His mom and him had to move from the house that they were in because they were getting constant death threats. Okay.
Yes.
They're worried for their safety, for their lives.
Yes.
And if somebody reaches out and says, we're going to help you with security and you can trust us, I mean, now all of a sudden you're connected to the Boogaloo Boys, but they're the ones that are going to do security for you.
Well, she was saying that they were just at the protests, supposedly.
I don't know. I haven't
know if
seen
that's
any
true either. I haven't heard that either, but that's what she's saying.
I mean, I've been keeping up on this case, obviously. We both have. Where have you heard? Who was the Boogaloo Boy that stepped forward and said, I was there. I was a Boogaloo Boy.
I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't be super surprised, but this is the first I'm hearing about it.
I thought the Boogaloo Boys.
It's also completely irrelevant to.
It's completely irrelevant. But I was under the impression that people that might, I mean, I don't know that they are Boogaloo Boys. They might have done an interview with the Boogaloo Boys. They might be. They have this whole guilt by association thing. They might have they might have gotten coffee from a Boogaloo Boy one time. But I was under the impression that the connection in the photograph, these were the people that Or, well, actually, I think the story with the photograph was the person involved in security saw some Boogaloo Boys at the thing and they got a photograph with them. I don't even think they were involved. I don't think Boogaloo Boys are involved in the security now that I think about it.
Right. I hope not.
Yeah. I don't know anything about the Boogaloo Boys, so I don't really know.
They were there to.
I know that TYT hates their guts, but they also called Jordan Peterson a Nazi. So,
but isn't he though?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. I thought he was.
Despite their slander.
Trouble. They argue they're there to, protect the community. But one thing that's abundantly clear to me, based on the reports I've seen, the videos I've seen.
Another good thing that came out from Balch's testimony was that there were protests, and you can even see this in one of the videos too. There were protesters there who were pro BLM protesters who were telling Balch and the other people whenever someone was trying to start a fire.
Really?
So they were actually working together with the protesters to try to prevent fire.
Yeah, I didn't see that. They were. I mean, there's a video of Kyle Rittenhouse saying that he's pro BLM. I wonder if they'll show that video in the
right,
because all we've seen is the prosecution's case, and the prosecution is not going to throw up a video of Kyle Rittenhouse saying, "Yeah, I'm in favor of BLM. We want people to peacefully protest."
Right.
But that's got to come out in the defense, right? I mean, why wouldn't it?
We'll see.
Yeah. He was there as a medic. He brought the gun to protect himself. I wouldn't have gone in there without a gun to protect myself. Right. Sure, he wants the biggest gun he can possibly get. But I mean, he's like 4'9" and some change, right? I mean, of course he wants a big gun.
Well, and it's funny because they all act like oh, he's open carry with his rifle. But to me, that's the indication that you're trying not to get into trouble. Because if Kyle's running around with a concealed gun, people are going to be more likely to engage him
with him. Yeah, and you have to use it.
Right. Where if you have the gun out invisible, you have the AR-15 strapped on you. People are like, "Oh, I'm not gonna fuck with that guy. He's literally wearing a big sign that says, 'Don't fuck with me.'"
Yeah, I think they are also. They haven't yet, but I think they're going to try to argue that he couldn't get the gun taken away from him because he had a strap. They are
going to argue that. Yeah.
Yeah, they made a big deal about them buying straps ahead of time. And I think that's why they made a big deal of that.
Yes.
Which it seemed like nothing at the time, but yeah.
Look, it's okay if you have a gun and a crazy man is chasing you, you just have to take it. Because listen, it's strapped to you. Even if he grabs the gun, it's still strapped to you. You're not allowed to shoot in self-defense. I mean, sure, he could punch you, bludgeon you to death with his fist or beat your face and then take the gun and then shoot you. But there's a strap there. Okay. There's a strap.
He could reach over and unhook the safety and fire a bullet. That would fuck you up pretty quick, right? Yeah.
Cops did absolutely favor the armed militia groups or militia members. They offered them water. At one point, they pushed the protesters and the members of the militia in the same area, very well knowing that that could lead to a physical altercation or an eruption of violence. And Rittenhouse, despite the fact he opened fire that night and killed 2 people, was not taken into custody that night. He was taken into custody the next day.
Okay, here is the third gigantic lie. Gigantic fucking lie. Because he tried to turn himself in. They had the police, the police guy who was in the squad car that told him to fucking basically maced Kyle Rittenhouse and said, "Get away from the car because he's got a huge gun." They just got a call about a shooting. Like, they don't want to deal with this guy. They got a shooting to deal with.
Right.
He went with Bulge to the police station, and the police station was barricaded closed. He couldn't even get in. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's making it sound like the police were like, "Oh, you're free to go, even though you shot 2 people." That's how she's framing it. It's like they didn't know who he was. All they knew was they were responding to a shooting and a victim who was lying there needed to be transported to the hospital. That's all they knew.
Yeah.
And they just see some guy approaching them, and they don't hear anything that he's saying because he's like, they don't let him get close. So no.
You, as a cop in a in a war zone situation, do you want a guy with an AR come peeking in your window?
Though I
You
will
don't.
say, judging by the quality of the police officers they've testified, the Kenosha Police Department's not looking very good.
They literally
They look
maced
very
him.
incompetent. Yeah, they're looking very incompetent in this trial.
Kyle Rittenhouse went up to the window and they maced him to get away from the car. They maced him. They maced him out the crack of the window. Get away from the squad car.
Right. That's yeah. They're
So-
not the Kenosha cops aren't looking real great.
So Anna's completely mischaracterizing this situation. So
Right.
they didn't know he was. They weren't. They didn't know he was a shooter. They weren't letting him go. Kyle Rittenhouse went to the Kenosha police station. The police station was barricaded closed because of civil unrest. They were worried the building was going to get burned down. He went back to his home and turned himself in an hour later.
No, I think it was the next morning. He went to sleep, and then in the morning they went. But regardless, it's
Did
fine.
he?
Yeah, I think that's what Black said in his testimony.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he went home and then he turned himself in.
You
So,
have
yeah,
a
no,
terrible
it's-
memory, though. I don't think
That's true.
I think he went straight. I think he went straight there because they have him on. They have him turning himself in, like on security
really?
camera. Yeah, at like the middle of the night. Yeah.
Well, Black I could be Black said that that they wanted him to go home and sleep and then turn himself in. So maybe he said that and then Kyle just turned himself in.
Well, there
without
was
actually
some
doing
talk,
that, but
and the prosecutor tried to get this in. There was, he obviously got it in because I heard it. There was some talk of Kyle fleeing, and Kyle's attorney wanted to make it clear that talk was Kyle's mother trying to encourage Kyle to flee.
right.
And
right.
Kyle and his friend never entertaining the idea of leaving town or any of that stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Them completely dedicated to turning themselves in. So it
Yep.
sounds like they were trying to placate a distressed mother in the situation. Yeah.
Right. That's probably what was going on. Yeah. Peter for $20 says Gage Grosskritz had the wrong belief that Kyle was an active shooter. It is a good defense for his attempted murder charges that he should be facing. Mutual self-defense is possible. Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, that's possible.
Oh, you think that's why they're going in that direction?
Well, that's why Gage would. I mean, the state doesn't really give a shit about Gage defending himself. They're not, obviously the state is not pressing charges against Gage, but
Yeah.
Segfault for $20 says Anna doesn't understand the charges while simultaneously sitting next to a guy who went to law school and passed the New Jersey bar, a guy who advanced the very same narrative. True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super sad.
It's really gross to me. And there's like so many of these news people are former lawyers, and they're just saying the most like they don't understand anything about this case whatsoever. There's what's that guy's name on MSNBC who's like the rhino who pretends to be the Republican but isn't.
I never watch him.
And he's married to his co-anchor. Good Morning Joe.
Yeah, Joe
Scarborough, that's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Scarborough is a fucking lawyer. He's going on and on about how Kyle was shooting into the crowd of unarmed protesters.
What?
Like he's like spreading all the same bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, you're a lawyer.
Today?
No, it wasn't today. It was
a
few weeks ago or something.
Yeah, that's kind of
But
crazy.
It was
really.
So,
this is on
insane.
MSNBC.
Yeah.
I never
Yes.
watch cable news. Yeah,
someone sent it to me. I was like, this is insane.
that is crazy.
J Mac for another $100. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, I'm convinced prosecutor Binger is Adam's soy-laden
Oh
doppelganger.
my God! How dare you, Jay?
And
How dare you?
Instead of blue lasers, he shoots rainbow swirls out of innocent 17-year-olds who defend themselves from criminals.
Oh my God! How dare you?
Listen, the prosecutor Binger, he does look a little like you, Adam.
I noticed that. You know who else has noticed that? Every fucking person on the internet. That's been the
Is there
number
something you need
one
to tell us,
thing.
Adam? Are you moonlighting as the state prosecutor? And
That is the
Kenosha?
number one. That is the number one meme that I've been getting all week long.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how much Adam looks like the prosecutor.
Adam, why? Adam, you're such a grifter, okay? On Sundays, you come here, you talk to me about how innocent Kyle is. But then during the week, you're the one prosecuting him.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
That's the Binger's favorite
That's
line.
a prosecutor's comeback.
Let's talk. When someone says something like horribly damaging to his case, he
Let's
says, "Let's
talk
talk
about
about that." Yeah, tries to cover it
Let's
up.
talk about that.
Well, I just thought it was weird that the guy's name is Binger and he looks so much like Jeff Winger.
Yeah.
That's as Scott Adams would say. That's the simulation winking.
You know, I'm too lazy to go to law school. Come on, that's not going to happen.
Lazy. You're just too artistic. Okay, too much of an artist to go to law school. You're
Yeah,
too much of an
there you go.
irrational artist.
Too busy being irrational.
Yeah.
I thought Jank was in this video, but I guess he's not. So
He was allowed to leave that night.
you should know Jank is like not going to be anywhere near the retraction video.
Right.
I don't want anyone to know I was wrong. I'm supposed to be correcting Anna.
And I just question if the same treatment would be given to a protester who did the same. And I wouldn't want that. Anyone who opens fire should probably be taken into custody, should be investigated immediately. That didn't happen. And I question why the cops decided to push both groups of people into the same area.
The cops aren't psychic.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
She's acting like it was intentional. The cops are like, oh, a white boy shot white people at a Black Lives Matter protest. Pff, let him go.
Yeah.
He's obviously innocent. That's what she's acting like happened.
Yeah. It's not even remotely what happened. She doesn't know what happened. She's manufacturing a narrative in her head just on the fly, just making it up.
Yep.
Man, I feel bad when I'm unprepared for our show. I do. But this is insane.
Yeah.
This is insane levels of unpreparedness. Like, how do these people take themselves seriously? When does the imposter syndrome kick in, Sitch?
Never.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
it's insane.
Area, very well knowing that these are opposing groups.
Look, it's fake news as now. I'm glad that we've demystified the Chiron here on TYT, because the Chiron is as fake as every person, everything said on the show, completely fucking fake.
It's like the same like 4 things.
Yeah, it's a
Should
graphic that like 4 things run on in a loop. Okay, they basically have an animated GIF down there to make you believe that shit is actually happening. Okay, it's like this whole show is completely dishonest. This whole show is a grift.
Now there is the question, and this would be legitimate question that she's bringing up, which would be, why were the police intentionally trying to push the protesters towards the area of the people defending the gas station? And they are Grosskreutz, I think, and Huber's family, maybe one of them. They are suing the police department or the state, for creating this dangerous situation. And it's going to look really bad for them, because there is a video of police telling them that they're going to push them here. So I don't know. Now, it's very possible that the police were planning to push them in that direction anyway for some other reason, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah, but
video.
I mean, how are they? I thought that they were just pushing them down the street, and the people were defending the businesses on the side of the street that they were pushing them down. Not like they were pushing them into a cul-de-sac where they were all, it's a completely different situation.
Yes.
It's like they're just pushing them past them.
That's very possible that it was totally innocent, I guess, that there wasn't an intention there.
Yeah.
Very possible. But it just doesn't look good that you have the video of the police talking to them, telling them they're going to push them in that direction previously. Though even then you would say, well, they're just warning them. They're letting them know.
Well, they're letting them know a bunch of protesters are going to come in front of this business.
That's true.
Do your job. Like, don't make sure they don't burn it down.
Right.
When we pass.
Well, there you go. That shows you the power of the narrative.
Well, yeah,
you just sit
this
there in your
whole
mind
idea.
like, oh, the police were working to push them into them.
I
It's like
didn't
something completely innocuous can instantly be transformed in your mind to seem nefarious.
This didn't look like a dead end street to me. Like
It's
they're
not
pushing
ice,
them
no.
down a dead. Like here,
Yeah,
we're
it's
gonna.
not.
The dump is at the end of this street, guys. You
Right.
guys line up along here and make sure they
Right.
don't get out.
Right.
That's not what happened. That's not.
That's
I don't
true.
remotely
That's
think that's
true.
what's like. That would be a level of incompetence. I can't see.
Well, I'm just saying, considering how incompetent the police witnesses have been.
Well, this is another thing, Sitch. Let's be fair here. I do remember the guy that took the stand said, you know, I've been working for like 36 hours straight. Okay. This was the third night and none of us were.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
none
fair.
of us,
Right.
like we were completely under-resourced. No one was going home. Okay. And I don't know about you, but after about, 10 hours on stream, I'm like a little tired, and I'm not carrying a gun, like trying to manage a bunch of fucking angry protesters who just got out of bed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the defense for the person missing the shell casings. Not really defense for the people doing the investigation afterwards.
True. That is true. Yeah.
So.
And you have open carry and a pretty dangerous situation brewing. But we'll give you guys more details about this case as we learn them. Again, I think it's important to know the facts. And
that's lie number 4 right there. Anna just said it's important to know the facts. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's something you would never be able to say if you've been lying about this story for 14 months.
For my previous inaccuracies, I apologize to you guys. Obviously, it was not intentional, and I want you guys to know what the details are.
Yeah, it was not intentional. It was incompetence. Let's make sure we understand that that's incompetence.
I couldn't watch a 10-second video for an entire year until the New York Times put it out, and they circled the people in it for me.
I mean, the medical analogy I think is apt here. Like, imagine your heart surgeon coming in and saying, "Oh yeah, I just forgot to wash my hands. So sorry." It's like, dude, your whole fucking job is washing your hands before the procedure.
Right.
What? You can't do that. You can't do that. I'm so sorry.
It is what it is.
Thanks for watching.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You're right. You're completely right.
Yep.
You're completely right. Jank didn't want anything to do with this. Jank was like, "You're doing it, Anna." God,
Jank is like, "Listen, you're the one that made the mistake. You're the one that didn't know that the facts were wrong. I knew the facts were wrong. Didn't you see my acting last video? I knew I was lying off my ass. Okay, I'm not gonna apologize for that."
Oh my God. Jank was sitting right next to her in that video. He should have known. Obviously, he didn't watch any of this stuff.
No, he did. He's just allegedly. I'm assuming he did. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, "Man, I wish I had the type of money J-Mac has. You both are wrong often, but I use you guys to check my biases. I claim no train or class." Well, thank you, Spencer.
Yeah.
Even though you're incorrect, we're always right about everything, even when we disagree, and even when we're wrong, we're still right somehow.
Yeah. Well, Sitch does a lot more research than me, but my gut is more in tune with with reality than Sitch's.
Okay.
So usually I can sniff out the truth intuitively better than Sitch does. Sitch kind of lets his moral intuitions run wild with him. So
Of course.
that's why he does more research, is because he wants to override those.
I like that you've somehow twisted and characterized me doing more research as
bad. I know.
Yes, that's very impressive. That's very impressive.
I did a good job.
Thunderloaf for $20 says she's deliberately flipping the burden of proof. Kyle doesn't have to prove anything. The state has to disprove self-defense. That's true.
Yeah, terrible situation.
Horse Bear for $20 says, "I'm a first-year law student, and last week we covered self-defense and criminal law. Kyle gets off under both common law and model penal code. I have textbooks to prove it. I'll DM Adam the pics." So, I mean, I agree that under the law, Kyle 100% gets off. Sure. The question is, will the jury be correct, or will they, fall prey to their biases? That's the real question.
I brought up the thing you sent me, but I don't necessarily know how the hell I'm supposed to read it. Well, I guess I can bring it up here.
Oh, so yeah, if you want to talk about was it illegal for him to?
Yeah, talk about it for a
gun.
second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, did you actually bring it up?
I did. Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay.
Possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under
Right.
18 years old.
So yeah, so we'll probably play a clip after this of the pretrial hearing where they're debating this, because this is the line that always gets thrown around, like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse had an illegal gun. He was underage. He didn't have a gun. So this is the charge. And we'll bring it up and then we'll talk about it. So the charge he's being charged with here, you can see it says possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. Okay. And the section says in the beginning, in this section, dangerous weapon means any firearm, loaded or unloaded, electrical weapon, metal knuckles, nunchucks, blah, blah, shurikens. They go through the whole list of all things they characterize as a dangerous weapon. Okay. So the first part of the law, just a definition explaining what a dangerous weapon is. Okay. Second part of the law, any person under 18 years of age who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Okay, this is where most people stop reading. They say, the second part of the law, it says any person under 18 who possesses a dangerous weapon is guilty. Oh, okay. And dangerous weapon, as we see in section 1, defined, includes a firearm. Therefore, aka vis-a-vis, ergo procto, means and shows that Kyle Rittenhouse was in fact guilty.
Did they say that in the clip that I sent you, the CNN clip? I saw somebody else
I don't know.
recently.
I didn't watch the CNN clip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, I did watch it, but I already forgot what it said.
Somebody said ergo vis-a-vis, something like that. Kind of like you.
And
I was like, what? They watch the show.
Sitch is there. Okay. So, but then people fuck up because they don't read section 3. Section 3 says, sub 3 says this section, okay, including the entire law, does not apply to people under 18 for these purposes. And so the 3 things under part 3 is saying who does not fall into this category of violating the law. Okay. Subsection A says people who are using it under the supervision of an adult and are engaged in target practice, they're allowed to have a dangerous weapon under 18. Subsection B says person who is part of the National Guard or Armed Forces. And then section C, which is where everything comes into view, says this section only applies to people under the age of 18 who possess or are armed with a rifle or a shotgun if the person is in violation of, and it gives a statute, or is not in compliance with these 2 other statutes. Okay. So let me send Adam picture number 2.
That sounds complicated. You lost me there.
Okay. Here's the picture number 2. So
hold on. What exemption applies to Kyle?
Well, that's what we're going to go over right now. Okay. Section C is the important section. It says this section only applies to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or shotgun if the person is in violation of 941.28. Okay. So what that means is you have to go and open up 941.28 to see if Kyle is violating it.
This is like a choose your own adventure story here.
Yeah, well, that's how the law works, unfortunately. But so are you following me, Adam? Does it make sense?
I'm choosing my own adventure. I'm going to open up
Adam, I need you to be the brain of the chat. I know this is asking a lot of you. I know the chat's way smarter than you. So do you understand where we're going right now? Do you understand
we're going to read. There's a certain exemption and we're going to go read that exemption.
Well,
and hopefully it applies to
an
Kyle.
exemption. It's an opposite. It's saying this law only applies to people under 18 if they violated this statute.
Okay.
This 941.28.
Okay. So Kyle Rittenhouse would have to violate this statute that we're about to read.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
But he did have the gun for target practice. They talked about target practice. This is why they did. It's making sense to me now. The first witness that came up on cross-examination, they asked him, what'd you guys do with the guns? And he definitely said target practice.
Right.
Okay.
So do you have the second picture up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is it the one? God, you couldn't do a better screenshot than this.
What is it?
It's
What?
like tiny, but anyway, I got it.
Just make it gigantic.
On
Make it
my
bigger.
screen. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Possession of short-barreled shotgun or short-barreled rifle
Right.
in this
Okay.
section. So we're at 941.28. Okay.
Okay.
Take that,
So-
Nick Ricada. Look, I can read law papers too. I'm not as good. I may not be as good a reader as most people.
Okay. So you look at the law. The law says in this section,
In
the
this
first part
section,
is
yeah.
Yeah, and the first part again is just definitions. And it gives the definition for what the word rifle means, the definition of short-barreled rifle, the definition of short-barreled shotgun, and the definition of shotgun.
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Section 2.
And Kyle Rittenhouse is holding a rifle by this definition.
Kyle Rittenhouse is holding
Rifle
a rifle.
means a firearm designed or redesigned, made or remade, and intended to be fired from the shoulder or hip, and designed or redesigned or made or ready-made to use the energy of a propelled in a metallic cartridge to fire through a rifle barrel, a single projectile for which pulling the trigger. There we
for
go.
each pull the trigger. So when they say rifle, they mean a long rifle that's semi-automatic. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then we go to part 2. It actually says what would be violated. And it says no person may sell or offer to sell, transport, purchase, possess, or go armed with a short-barreled shotgun or short-barreled rifle.
Holy Moses.
Okay.
Holy Moses.
And then the rest of the law just says, what the violation is, and then it gives some exceptions.
Any person violating this section is guilty of a Class H felony. He didn't violate the section because obviously.
So he hasn't obviously violated section 941.28 because that only applies to people with short-barreled shotguns or short-barreled rifles.
And he had a long-barrel rifle.
And he had a
This
long-barreled
is great.
rifle.
This is sorry, Anna. Fuck off already.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So then I'm sending you part 3 here. Okay.
Oh no, more reading.
There's more reading.
I
think this is the last bit of reading. Okay. Because if you guys remember, or if Adam wants to bring it up again, I don't know if he can bring up the original picture, Adam.
The original one?
Yes. The possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18 charge.
That's the first one, right?
That's the first one. Okay.
Got it.
If you remember, it says, or if you can see, it says this section only applies to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if that person is in violation of 941.28, which we just discovered he's not, or is not in compliance with section 29.304 and 29.593.
And that's the third one, right?
Okay. Yes. So we already can throw out 941.28. So now we have to look at 29.304. See,
I can't believe you looked this up. Restrictions on hunting and use of firearms by persons under 16 years of age. So these are the restrictions. Person under 12 years of age, person under 12 to 14 years of age, person 14 to 16. So hold on a second. He's 17.
Exactly.
We've run out of restrictions here.
So the other thing that Kyle would have to violate in order to be charged with this only applies to people under the age of 12, only applies to people under the age of 12 to 14, and only applies to people 14 to 16.
Yeah.
Which Kyle is not.
Yeah. So none of this.
He is 17. None of this applies to him whatsoever.
Restrictions on hunting and use of firearms by person under. Okay. Yeah.
So there you go.
This is why all the legal eagles are saying this should have been thrown out. This charge, they should have argued harder on this charge in the beginning and just had it thrown out. I got to admit, that would be, as a jury member, just to see them dismiss some charge at the very beginning of the case would have been insightful for me.
I mean, that's interesting. That's kind of risky.
Oh, it is?
Well, sure, because you don't know if the judge will get rid of it, right? But yeah, I mean, maybe from a psychological point of view, if you can get the charge dismissed during the trial, it's going to look better for the jury. But But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Look at me. I'm always trying to. What can we do to? I brought up the gauge. It's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds. You want to do the Gage Grosskreutz thing?
What's the Gage
I'm
Grosskreutz
super
thing?
curious. He did this interview.
Oh yeah. Bring up the video.
I have it up. News at 10.
Okay.
Connect.
New at 10, the Illinois teen accused of
Well, hold on. Let's get a.
before a judge.
Let me look at the date here. So this was 1 year ago. It says.
Yeah. So was this shortly after?
Look at that.
For a judge, as the lone.
I do like that they had the picture of Kyle with the mask on. He looks like Hannibal.
I know. This is completely tainted here. They got Hannibal Lecter versus Guy Ritchie.
No, he looks like. Oh, he looks like that. He looks like that actor.
Yeah. It's not Guy Ritchie. He's been in a bunch
He looks
of
like
Guy
Jake
Ritchie
Gyllenhaal
movies.
with the shaved head. Yes, Jake Gyllenhaal versus Hannibal Lecter over here.
Yeah.
Survivor of that attack is speaking
Oh, it's Guy Ritchie. That's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
about that horrific.
Is it Guy Ritchie? Now I'm like,
I don't know what Guy Ritchie looks like, honestly. He looks like Jake
who's the
Gyllenhaal
guy
to
from
me.
Memento? Who's the actor from Memento?
That's not Guy
Guy
Ritchie.
Pearce. That's it.
There you go.
Guy Pearce is who I'm thinking of.
26-year-old Gage Grosskreutz is still recovering after he was shot in the arm during the violent unrest last month in Kenosha.
Stephanie Haynes spoke with him tonight about his injuries and how he's fiercely defending everyone's freedom of speech. We want to warn you, some of the video we'll see may be a little tough to watch.
We might go.
Let's just
past
go
this
to
stuff.
let's scrub to the
Yeah,
interview.
just scrub to
here we
the
go.
interview. That's it.
Milwaukee. Gage Grosskreutz often joined the crowd as a medic.
Because everybody has the right to freedom of speech and everybody has the right to be safe when they're doing that.
Demonstrators
My God, what the fuck? That's the exact same reasoning Kyle Rittenhouse had.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know.
Gage went down on that Tuesday to continue to offer medical help. And he says this time it was much more tense.
It felt like a war zone. I mean, it was completely different than anything I'd experienced in Milwaukee.
His attorney wouldn't let him go into many details, but court documents say video shows 7.
Is this the one? Does he say that he wish he shot him in this interview, or did
I'm
you just
not
pick this
sure.
up for him? Oh, okay.
I just saw it. Yeah.
Severity of your injury. Did you ever think you weren't going to make it?
Yeah, I thought that was a very real possibility. Immediately after being shot, I knew that I had a good 3-4 minutes to stop the bleeding, otherwise I could potentially pass out.
He says he spent about a week in the hospital and underwent multiple surgeries. He says he's still in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, Rittenhouse's attorneys are claiming he fired in self-defense. Gage says he was armed that night too, but stresses he was following the law.
It's not something that I brought specifically or just because of going down to Kenosha. It's something that I carry with me all the time. I'm not a convicted felon. I have a legal right to possess a firearm and the privilege to conceal.
I thought he didn't.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm curious about. Like maybe that's fake news on the
Interesting.
the. Holy shit,
Period.
we're
I'm
spreading
not-
fake news.
Well,
Sitch.
maybe not. He could just be lying to this fucking person. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this will come out during when he testifies, so we'll find out.
I'm glad we watched this.
Yes.
A member of Antifa. I'm not this terrorist that people are trying to make me out to be.
In the meantime, Gage returned to the group in Milwaukee on its 100th day of marching because
It does make sense. I mean, if he did have they said he lied to prosecutors. Now,
Yeah, I thought he did have a gun charge and was not allowed to own a gun.
where did I hear this? Where did I hear that he lied? Now I'm wondering if I heard it in the case or not.
So okay, Gage Grosskreutz. It's true he did not commit a felony. However, he was found guilty in 2016 of breaking Wisconsin law governing the use of dangerous weapons. Apparently, he had gone somewhere armed while intoxicated.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, no, I heard that he lied to. I saw a thing where he lied to police about the shooting, and I swear that I saw it in the trial.
Mm-hmm.
This is why the list is so bad.
Well, we'll come back to this. I mean, they're going to ask about this during the thing.
Well, and
He was
if
charged.
you lie,
Someone says he was
obviously if
charged
you-
with a felony, but he wasn't convicted.
and
V Radio says that there was conviction. I don't know.
and if he lied to police about what I specifically remember, and I swear that I heard this in the trial.
Yes.
I heard, and it might not have been in front of the jury. It might have been at pre-trial when they were talking about the jury. But what the prosecuting attorney said something to the effect of Gage Grosskreutz was filed a police report the night of the shooting and failed to mention that he had a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to find out soon enough.
The only thing I can find about Gage is that he was convicted of a criminal misdemeanor in 2016 for going armed with a firearm while intoxicated. People on social media are alleging he's a felon. However, no felon conviction was found in the Wisconsin system. This old archive webpage alleges he was arrested on burglary charges, but nothing came up in the court website for the case. Well, that's interesting. Maybe there's a fake screenshot or something. Well, but that's the question. Is his misdemeanor charge because it was related to a firearm, even though it's not a felony, that could mean he wasn't allowed to own a firearm, but I'm not sure. We'll find out, I guess.
I'm going back through my old tweets because I know
these
as
are
soon
some
as
of
they
the
said
people.
it, I tweeted it out.
Right. It was an illegal gun. He lied about it. Maybe. Anyway, we should watch.
On November 2nd, I tweeted the armed protester Gage Grosskreutz, who tried to shoot Kyle Rittenhouse in the face, was interviewed by police the night of the event and lied to police, claiming he, Grosskreutz, was unarmed. Can't wait for Grosskreutz to take the stand. Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Yeah, I'm sure that I heard it through testimony in the trial.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll find out. We'll see.
Yeah.
Now we should watch the pretrial hearing where they talk about the gun charge, and you can see we'll test you, we'll test the audience, we'll see if you think the defense did a good job here, because I think they royally fucked up, and could have got this charge dismissed if they just explained it properly to the judge.
We just went through this, right? This is the explanation that we just addressed.
Yeah, this was the thing about the underage gun ownership thing that we went through.
So they flubbed up in explaining the actual law. It is complicated.
It is complicated. The judge asks a question. And I think if the defense had the proper answer to the question, which to me, look, I'm not a lawyer, okay? The defense obviously is a lawyer. But to me, I read the law and the judge's question seemed like it had an obvious answer to me. And I'm kind of shocked that it wasn't given.
Okay.
And I think if the defense gave it, the charge would have been dismissed. But anyway, we'll play it. I'll be right back.
Brief regarding the possession of the firearm by a 17-year-old.
I knew there was something. And yes, I worked on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sharafi's handling that.
Oh, okay. All right. This is your motion, Mr. Sharafi, so you can be heard.
Thanks, Judge, if you can hear me. So I don't have a whole...
Sharafi is a defense attorney for Kyle Rittenhouse. He's done quite a bit of examination so far, so...
To add to the motion, I have read the response filed by the state in Mr. Black's case. And in reviewing it, what we're asking is the court just do a review of 94806 sub 3 sub C.
So he's asking him to review the law that we just did. The Black case, the district attorney could bring charges against, I think it's Dominic Black, who is Kyle Rittenhouse's friend who actually bought him the gun. So he bought the gun, and the deal with Kyle Rittenhouse was he was going to maintain possession of the gun until Kyle Rittenhouse turned 18 years old. So that's the situation. The district attorney is threatening to file charges against Dominic Black for buying this purchase, because obviously it's illegal. So, but I think they were heavily implying in the trial that the district attorney was basically soliciting a favorable testimony from him in exchange for not filing charges against him. But he made it clear that he did not know if they would file charges or not, but that they could.
Do I have to? That's not a very difficult statute to work with.
It is. However, I think it's easy to cut through this portion of it. The first part applies to people who are armed with a short-barreled rifle or shotgun. I don't think anybody's making that allegation. So, Your Honor, our position is sub 3 sub C, as it states in the plain language, applies only to a person under age 18 if that person is not in compliance with 29304 and, not or, and 29593. I would submit to you, Your Honor, that when you read 29304, it is the name of the statute is restrictions on hunting and use of firearms. So it's not simply a hunting statute, as Mr. Binger has set forth in his motion. It is also on restrictions on possession of a firearm by persons under 16 years. By definition, Mr. Rittenhouse at the time does not qualify under that statute. This statute does not apply to him. He was 17 at the time. And sub A of each portion of that subsection. So for example, 29304 1A is a prohibition on hunting. He's right on that. But 29 sub 1 sub B is a restriction on actually the possession of the firearm. And that is true for sub 2, which talks about persons 12 to 14 years old. Sub 2 sub B is restrictions on possession of a firearm for a person 12 to 14. And sub 3 of that 3 sub B is restrictions on possession or control of a firearm for persons 14 to 16. There is nothing in 29304 which would be a prohibition on a 17-year-old possessing a firearm. Nothing. He cannot. It is impossible. And the way that
he's totally going to get off. He's totally going to get off.
On this charge, yeah.
I can't wait to hear what the judge's question is, because it's so sad that it came down to the judge didn't really understand. Which, I mean, if you hadn't forced me to go through the statute right now, I wouldn't be understanding what's going on.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
The state is saying this is they're saying because he's 17, he can't be in compliance with that statute. So what that means is this, to take this to Mr. Binger's final conclusion, a 13-year-old can possess a firearm under this statute.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. A 13-year-old can possess a firearm if they meet the limitations of the statute, but a 17-year-old can't. That's ridiculous.
Right.
There are ways they can do that. A 13-year-old can possess a firearm if they're in the accompaniment of an 18-year-old. But under no circumstances would a 17-year-old be able to possess a firearm. That makes zero sense. That the legislature would write a statute that allows a 12-year-old to have a gun, a 13-year-old to have a gun, but a 17-year-old can't have a gun.
Yeah, this is crazy.
It makes zero sense. So what we believe is
why would they have the general proscription of the law in 2A that says any person under 18 who possesses or grows armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a misdemeanor if your interpretation is sound?
Okay. There's the question.
Is it just a bad law?
Well, bring up the first picture I sent you. Let's see who can figure this out. Okay. Let's see who the big brains among you are.
Well,
Okay.
that's me, obviously. You're talking about me.
See
This is 2A. Any person
the
under
big
18 years of age who possesses and goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor.
So the judge, his question is, well, if you're saying that the law only applies to people 17 or under, why does the law say possession of a dangerous weapon? Why does it say any person under 18? Why doesn't it say 17? Why does it say 18 there?
Yeah, it's a typo. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
You think it's a typo?
well, I think it's just a poorly written law.
You think it's a poorly written law?
That's all. You can tell from the tone of Sitch's voice that my big brain theory is not making any impression on him whatsoever.
Well,
I mean,
I think
Wait.
lawyer,
What does D say? A person under 17 years of age. Am I close? Am I getting in the right direction there?
No.
Is D involved?
No, it's not involved.
Okay.
That's about something unrelated to
I
what
would
we're
like
talking
to
about.
phone a friend. Can I call Nick Recato really quickly, please?
Yeah, you could call someone. Is there anyone in chat? Does anyone in chat know the answer to this?
Yeah, let's look at the chat. I'd like to ask the audience. What is the answer, audience?
Why, if the gun law is about not letting anyone under 17, why is the general law use the age 18?
Any persons under 18 years of age who possess or go armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. And this law has several exceptions.
Okay, I'll give you a hint.
Yeah, give me a hint.
Read the title of the law.
Right. Possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18 years old.
Okay, and then read the definition.
In this section, oh my God, this is the longest thing.
Just read like the first sentence.
In this section, dangerous weapon means any firearm, loaded or unloaded, any electrical weapon as defined in S 941.925, metallic knuckles or knuckles of any substance which could be put to the same use with the same or similar effect as a metallic knuckles, nunchucks, or any similar weapon consisting of 2 sticks.
Okay, that's
or
enough.
Wood, plastic, because they want to prevent them from having other weapons.
Oh,
Did I get it?
thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
So they want anyone under the age of 18 to have. So this law is basically preventing anyone under the age of 18 from possessing these other weapons, which are kind of uncommon weapons, but they want to make various exceptions for firearms because firearms are so common and also used. I mean, notice they don't have like chainsaw under here, which is something that a lot of 17-year-olds probably have access to and can use.
Yes.
Which
the reason
I don't know
is,
about you. I'm more of a chainsaw guy than a nunchucks guy. Where do you fall on the chainsaw versus
I'm
nunchucks?
more on a ninja star kind of guy than a nunchucks guy. Nunchucks, I think, is the worst
in here.
weapon.
Let's see.
They are. It says
Really?
a shuriken or any similarly pointed star-like object intended to injure a person when thrown.
Wait a second. Could they get me on with my chainsaw? Because I notice here it says length of rope, chain, or wire leather.
Right.
Would they bring me up on my chainsaw? Guys, I think the chainsaw is the loophole here.
It's about nunchucks. It's a nunchaku or any similar weapon consisting of 2 sticks of wood, plastic,
I guess
or metal
you're right. A chain.
contained in a
Okay,
lamp.
so that's, yeah.
What is all this nunchuck stuff? Was there a rash of like dangerous nunchuck attacks or something in the past that we don't know about?
Well, that's probably why they made the law. They were like, we got to do something about this nunchuck infestation.
Yes, all these kids running around with their nunchucks. So, but no, you landed around the money. The answer to the
Does that mean I get my big brain card? I want my big brain card.
You get your big brain card, Adam. Congrats. And listen, no one in the chat got it that I saw. So you got your big brain card over the chat. Okay.
This is the first. There's only one other time I didn't get it, and most of the time I just get it right off the bat. This legal stuff is difficult, though.
Oh no, definitely.
Yeah.
So so the answer to the judge's question is because this is a general law
that involves other weapons.
Yes, that outlaws 18-year-olds from owning a whole host of weapons. And the specific gun thing for 17-year-olds is only specific to firearms. It's an exception specifically for firearms.
Right.
Okay? So there actually is no contradiction in the law at all.
Right. So if Kyle Rittenhouse showed up and said, I want to protect these people with my nunchucks, he's fucking, it's like, get out of here. Get out of here, Bruce Lee. Okay. That's illegal. You can't protect this car source with nunchucks. Okay. Come back when you have a long gun.
That's right. So actually, you're right. Ironically, if Kyle Rittenhouse had showed up with nunchucks and
or
ninja
a handgun,
handgun, yes,
because
I
it's
think
short barrel.
They consider a handgun a short barrel rifle. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But that makes sense because most of gun crime is committed by handguns, and that's usually they're trying to stem that kind of violence.
So let's hear his answer. Of course, his answer is not going to be as cogent.
Well, here's the answer, but I just think
18.
it's so hilarious that Kyle could have shown up with nunchucks and a ninja star, and that would be a violation of the law. But coming with an AR-15 is not.
The only gun that he could show up legally with. But he didn't know any of this stuff.
I know.
He didn't know any of this stuff. Nobody knows these laws.
That's true. If he had shown up with a pistol, he probably would have got hit with this. So
yeah.
But anyway, yes.
This is why Barnes said that was he defined it as a long gun. Now we know why. Barnes had definitely dug into this statute.
Oh yeah, because he knew that this, and he said the same thing. Barnes said the same thing. He said if the defense had argued this better, the charge would have got dropped. And I agree completely.
And it all hinges on this answer right here that we're about to hear.
Yes.
Which Corey flubbed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, 3A, Your Honor, talks about who it doesn't apply to, right? So it doesn't apply. Yeah.
Well, the exception, as you're looking at it, follows the rule of 2A. Now, the legislature does. There was a point. It's got to be 20 years ago now when on the same day they passed two conflicting pieces of legislation. So they got a busy job up there, and they have.
He's going with the typo defense.
The judges, yes, the judges going with the typo defense, yes.
I like the typo defense. That's what I thought.
Typo, but like he's not even going with the typo defense. He's going with the, they're overworked.
The legislature. He's basically saying that the legislatures put out contradictory nonsense all the time.
That they're stupid.
He's like, this isn't the first contradictory thing that I've come forward with.
Right.
They get into sessions where they're passing laws.
Everyone's on
Speaker Pelosi talked about, we'll read it, and this is Congress, of course, but we'll read it after we pass it. And
oh my God, where is Cenk? Cenk would hear that and he'd be like, what? I just heard that's a right-wing talking point. They're talking about Nancy Pelosi and the healthcare bill. Isn't that kind of a reference there?
That is. Well, I don't think that's intentional.
Nancy Pelosi famously said we have to pass the health care law.
We'll read it after we pass
so we can find out what's in it.
Yes, that's true.
So I forgot about maybe that, the judge is a little bit on the right.
There
here.
you go.
Maybe he is. Maybe we sniffed it out better than Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur did. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny that we stumbled across it.
Well, you did. I totally forgot Nancy Pelosi even said that.
God, you got to work on your memory.
I know.
You need better memory.
That's why I have you.
That's so funny. What's a dumb person with a great memory? Like, how does that stack up? I don't know.
That seems to be sometimes the attitude. But you've got
the answer's artist.
Conflicting statutes passed on the same day. But I was looking at the rules of construction again last night, and
he's looking at the rules of construction. He went back to the construction.
He did. Well, it's annoying because, like, I don't know. To me, I read it and it's very obvious. Now, look, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe I'm totally fucking wrong here. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm smarter than this judge or these lawyers, but it just seems super obvious to me.
I think this is the first time he's looking at it, though. And you had
it is the first time he's looking.
You had the time to sit down and look through it. Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
You pieced it together in the silence of your own mind. There, he's like on a live stream with 4 other people here. Yeah.
Sub A, I think, sets forth the general policy of the law that person under the age of 18, with limited exceptions, which are not so well stated in sub 3, is not to be out and about with a dangerous weapon. Go ahead, I interrupted you.
No, I agree. I disagree with this, Judge. I don't think that sub 2A is swallowed by the exceptions. And the reason I say that is a 13-year-old who is walking the streets is guilty.
He's sticking to it's just illogical that a 13-year-old could do this. But if he brought up the other weapons,
actually, wait.
He'd be home
no,
free.
he's saying a 13-year-old would be found violating this.
Right.
Okay. So let's keep playing it.
Period. They are guilty because they don't fit within one of the exceptions of 29-304. Period. They do not. So it doesn't swallow the rule. Each one of those sub 1, sub 2, and sub 3 are all age specific up to 16, and they all set forth restrictions on people not hunting only, but hunting and then simply possessing a firearm. So I disagree that it swallows the rule. There are clearly situations in which no 12-year-old can have a gun, Judge, period. That's what the statute says.
Why would they put the word 18 up there then? Why did they put in the word? Why did they say 18?
Well, I don't know. I'm not positive I can answer that question either.
Oh.
See, okay. So the judge asked him a question. He says, why does it say 18 instead of 17? And he didn't answer that question.
He should have said there's a whole host of other weapons here.
He should have said there's a whole host of other weapons. But he didn't. What he did was he said, well, this applies to 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds. And you're like, okay, that doesn't answer my question at all.
Yeah, he could have totally turned it around if he just would have said, there's a whole host of other weapons here. Like if he would have described it the way I described it, like there are other weapons here that are uncommon weapons, and firearms are a more common weapon. So obviously they're going to go into greater detail with the restrictions there.
Yes, exactly. Because there are other weapons, and the 18-year-old thing applies to the other weapons. But he didn't. He just said, "I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that." Right. So that's not a good answer to give the judge, because that's him saying the law is illogical. Which, to my reading, it's not a lot. I mean, you could argue that it's silly, but it's not illogically constructed, I should say, or contradictory.
He's done this. Lawyers are always a mixed bag, but he's done pretty good in the trial. I think he's done better than the other.
Well, he's done better. I don't know. They're kind of. I don't know.
Look at this.
I'm not
Sitch
big on
such a hard ass.
Listen, maybe I'm just biased because I like Barnes, but I'm just not big on how they've been doing so far.
Yeah, you listen to the commentary, and it's so easy to Monday morning quarterback when you're.
That's true.
You're watching in hindsight.
Yes.
When you're there, and that's another thing too, because you got to be careful about what you ask, because you don't want the person to say something unexpected that you don't
the prosecution kept falling into that pit.
Yes.
Which is they kept asking their witnesses questions they didn't know the answers to, and then the witness would give a devastating answer.
Well, he did say "fuck you" and grab the weapon.
Right. That was the classic. McGinnis, I even tweeted this out. He asked him, how do you know his state of mind? And and McGinnis gives a very obvious question.
Yeah.
Well, he said, fuck you, and tried to grab a gun. So it's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, exactly. And also anyone else.
Right.
Yeah. Usually fuck you means, let me explain to you what fuck you means.
Usually when someone's chasing you and they said that they were wanting to kill you earlier, and then they said, fuck you, and they try to grab your gun.
Sitch, this is just speculation, okay? I mean, you don't know. He could have been kidding, okay? He was probably joking.
You're probably
This was a peaceful protester. This was sarcasm he was using. Fuck you, really? Fuck me? Nah, I'm just kidding.
Me? No. Fuck you. You know what? The chat's right. Kyle should have shown up full ninja gear, and he should have defended the streets of Kenosha as a Ninja Turtle, okay?
That would have been
They would have got him then. They would have got him. It's funny. Well, I guess there's probably some different. I wonder, because that didn't include swords, did it? That law.
Any electrical weapon as defined by metallic knuckles or knuckles of any sub. There's probably a different statute
maybe,
for swords.
Maybe, because it's like kids running around with swords and shit. Fucking Rurouni Kenshin it up over here. Like, oh, you can have the sword, but not
or
the,
any
not the
similarly
nunchucks.
pointed star-like objects.
Yeah, because that's only throwing web stars.
Intended to injure a person with when thrown.
The whole thing with the whole thing with the nunchucks is so strange. Like, was there really a rash of nunchuck crimes?
Oh
Like,
my
why
god!
is this such an issue?
We used to make nunchucks when I was a kid. Like that was the thing we loved to make. Are you kidding me? We all had huge collections of nunchucks.
It was your guys' fault. Is that what you're saying?
This was back in the 80s, man.
Yeah,
Nunchucks were
something.
big. We saw lots of Bruce Lee movies, and we're like, we're gonna make our own nunchucks. It's gonna be great.
Is that the problem? There's like all these kids watching the Bruce Lee movies.
I made a bow and arrow out of a palm frond, which just was like the most amazing bow and arrow. Everyone was so jealous of.
I don't believe
that
it works. No, I don't believe
it did
this.
work.
I
Yeah.
don't believe this.
My dad showed me how to do it right. He's like, you have to make the string. I made the string out of wire. He's like, it can't always be tight on the bow. You have to be able to take it on and off. And that was the key. It really was. As soon as I cinched that bow down and put the wire on, oh my God, I was gunning for bear. Yeah.
Hassan's stepsister. That's right. Our very own celebrity, Hassan's stepsister, for $20 says, "Thank you for picking me for Survivor, Sitch Chan." That's right, guys. If you didn't see on Tuesday, we were asked who in the chat we would pick to live on Survivor Island with us. And one of my choices was Hassan's stepsister.
I can't believe that.
I was trying to be helpful washing clothes by the riverbed, but a crab scurried by and I chased it and I got stuck in a cave by the river. Can you come help me out, Sitchy Chan?
Oh my God. You're never going to come back from that.
Listen, I will definitely help Hassan's stepsister out of the cave that she got stuck into. Okay.
You better take Kyle Rittenhouse with nunchucks and throwing stars to protect you. I think this
from
could
all
be
the
a
dangerous crabs. Yes.
I think this could be a setup.
I might need some other protection from the actual dangerous crabs in that situation.
Hell yeah. Oh, that was
Duperda for $20 says, remember when TYT put out a video of a judge driving in a roundabout in a sort of kind of getting close to a protester that stepped into the road? It was so innocuous they looped the video and they didn't even realize it. Yes. Did we cover that? I feel like maybe we just talked about that. There's a video of there's a story like a judge, a state judge. Oh my God, he almost hit a Black Lives Matter protester. It was on purpose. And the video is just like a car driving around a roundabout, and the protester's in like the middle, like not in the middle. He's like in the closest lane to the left side, and the judge is in the middle lane.
Evil.
Yeah, and so it's funny because they watched the video, and the video was looping. And they watched the first drive-by and nothing happened. So they said, oh, maybe something happens on the drive-by when he comes back around.
And it was a loop.
But it was just a loop,
Yeah.
and they didn't even realize it.
Yeah. Real brainiacs over there.
Oh,
do you
my
think
God.
Do you think Young Turks will be around in 5 or 10 years? I kind of feel like they're spent, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they'll be around. They'll be around.
You think
all these
so?
fucking guys? Listen, I hate to break this to you. All these fuckers are going to be around for the next 20, 30 years. Okay, we're going to have the Young Turks. They're going to take over the MSNBC role. Fosh and all these other breadtube shitheads are all going to be around for 20 years. Okay, this is the new political pundit class that's being created before your eyes.
I don't believe you.
Well,
I don't think they can last that long.
They will. You'll see. You will see.
Every day,
We'll take
the
a
Young
bet.
Turks.
20 years from now, we're gonna have a.
I'm going to their channel just to spy on their numbers.
Their numbers. JMac for $20 says, "All right, plane's about to take off. See you all on the other side." Oh, well, happy flying, Jay.
Yeah, take care.
Take care. One Abadone for 2222 says, "Hey guys, question: if I were to make fan art, where could I post it that you see it besides Twitter? I don't have enough surplus brain cells to spend using that site. Also, a team reigns supreme." You could post it on the laser Discord, and CT will send it to us. So if you have Discord, you can do that, or I guess you could email Adam.
I'm gonna look at Tim. I want to compare Tim Pool's.
Well, Tim Pool's crushing them, but that's But don't worry, they've actually got funded. They got money from YouTube specifically.
So Tim Pool is in the 400,000 view range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, this is just on Tim Pool's main channel. Like he has a bunch of channels too, but Young Turks does too. And Young Turks is in the, oh my God, they have two videos from a day ago that didn't even crack 100,000 views. Congresswoman, stop calling me a murderer. That's not clickbait, right? That's not aimed at clickbait.
No, not
FEC ruling strikes blow to direct democracy. Well, that's definitely not clickbait. Insurrectionist Karen can't believe she's going to jail. That one got 300,000 views. Why do you think that one got 300,000 views and the Congresswoman only got 47?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
These people are evil.
I know.
They're totally evil. They want to see heads roll. That's all they care about.
Their audience is evil. You look at the videos that they put out that do very poorly, and they'll be like about like normal issues, like policies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People just want like the shitty like Republicans bad, videos.
What? Wait a second here. Tucker attacks Trump, test the waters for 2024. Are they insinuating that Tucker Carlson is running for president in 2024?
Wait, read the title again.
Tucker attacks Trump, test the water for 2024.
I guess that's what they're,
Tucker Carlson actually attacking Trump? What? Is
that
for real?
I didn't watch that video. So
you think Tucker Carlson is running for president in 20?
No.
I love the Young Turks channel is like a window into an alternate reality.
I know. Well, it's all. I mean, I bet they don't think so either. That's 100% clickbait, probably.
Oh my God. You know that Tim Pool got COVID, right?
Yes.
Tim Pool gets COVID, begs Dr. Joe Rogan for medical advice.
Yeah.
Tim Pool gets COVID, begs Dr. Joe Rogan for medical advice.
Yep.
This is just clickbait. This is crazy clickbait.
He said he got it really bad too. He said it was like the sickest he's ever been in his life, I think.
Yeah. Ouch.
Kazi Never Win for $20 says the idea that Kyle is in the wrong is a worse tragedy than the invasion of space by the Fetty scum.
The Fetty scum.
The Fetty scum.
So are we looking at...
First of all, the Federation is where it's at. Okay. How dare you? Are you some kind of dirty cardi? Are you some kind of dirty cardi scum over here? Okay. Your disgusting lizard necks and your fake moral superiority. Get fucked. Okay. Do you know how Cardassian justice works, Adam?
Kardashian justice?
No, Cardassian.
I know. Cardassian. Yeah.
Kardashian.
Yeah.
Cardassian.
No, Cardassian. I know they're different.
The way Cardassian justice works, okay, is that before you go to trial, they've already convicted you. And the trial is just to show everyone how guilty you are, okay? So we can take
real?
that.
That's
that is real.
Star Trek lore? Really?
That's the Star Trek lore. So you could take your Cardassian ass and get off my planet. Federation for life.
Evil.
Anyway, they said space is for the space noids. S-Class is the best class. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So we're going to look at this terribly biased NPR article?
Yes.
Is that the next stop on our journey?
The next stop on our Kyle Rittenhouse journey. So we were talking about what I'm doing right now is I'm actually recording some of what I think are the best bits of the trial.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe after the trial, we'll do a live stream where we have the best 2 hours or hour of the trial and watch that. That might be fun.
Yeah. Do you, is it in bad taste to bet on the outcome of the trial?
No, it's not a bad outcome.
I mean,
or bad taste.
I'm terrified. And I have been listening to Nick Rekieta's coverage. I have been listening to Viva Fry and Barnes. So, I mean, there is a lot of this is going terrible. Well, there was during the beginning of the week. I don't know how you can be in. They seem to be in greater spirits today. And I just listened to.
Rekieta thinks that the prosecution's case imploded horribly the last 2 days, which I agree it has.
I watched Nate the lawyer did a good recap on the case.
Yep.
That everyone should check out, obviously. And yeah, he was saying that the case is going very well. So it seems like this is a case that really can't, like, the facts speak for themselves as long as the facts come out.
Yeah. Well, I am worried because I do think it's important that they get into trial, into evidence, how crazy Rosenbaum was. And I'm afraid they're not going to get that in.
They got part of it in already because they had
the bipolar, but that's, that's menial compared to what actually happened. The fact that he was suicidal is, I think, very key of importance here.
Right.
But
interesting.
Well, do you want to bet? Do you want to bet me? Are we going to bet on the outcome of this trial?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. You say he's going to be convicted, and I'm saying not guilty. Obviously,
no, I don't. No,
see, that's
that's
why we can't really bet on it.
Okay, because we're both going to bet not guilty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would feel.
We'll have to get Lance or something. We'll bet Lance.
I would just feel terrible betting against Kyle Rittenhouse. That to me seems completely unethical. Yeah.
Well,
that's where
if
unethical.
Well, it's not unethical if you thought that he was innocent, but still, you had reason to believe.
I don't want to bet against America. That just seems too.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for your freedom. I'm crying.
I know.
I'm crying as the eagle passes overhead.
I'm serious. I do want to see I do want to see. I mean, I got to admit, I'm going to be looking very closely at the first video to come out from the TYT network on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. I mean, we can watch another. I'm curious if you want to bring up the JR and John Idarola talking about this. I am curious if it's just like a complete infection in the TYT office of nonsense.
It's interesting because before this video that we just watched with Anna, I would have assumed that when Kyle gets off, that they would have been like, this is a travesty of justice, the trial was rigged, racism, blah blah. They would do all the talking points. But this video seems like Anna's trying to prepare her audience as gently as possible for the fact that not only is he going to get off, but that there's good reason for him to get off. So you're right. I am very curious what the first TYT video will be. Will they go the horrible route, or will they go the temperate route? The tempered route.
All right, I forgot there was another video we should watch before. Let's avoid the reading for a second here.
Okay.
We have
this video is titled "Militia Shooter in Kenosha Apprehended. Right-Wing Defends Him."
Right. So this is the video that I was talking about earlier that was streamed 1 year ago. It's got 400,000 views, and I'm assuming that it's Jank coming out like as soon as this happened. Like I got to get on top of this story. Like he's bought into the narrative that this was a like school shooter type situation. This is go ahead.
He couldn't even go to his office. He couldn't even go to the studio. He's at home. He's in his backyard.
He's in his backyard. And he had.
So I guess maybe this was during
anxious.
COVID, so I don't know.
He's so anxious to throw. This is like, remember how you described it earlier? Just describe that again. Like the thing that they're looking for is
they're so desperate to find the story of the right-wing MAGA Trump guy who's shooting the Black Lives Matter protester in order to counter the narrative of what was actually happening, which was that there was Black Lives Matter protests that were devolving into riots, looting, and arson all throughout the country.
Right. So Jesse Smollett didn't work out for him. He tried to cook. He tried to cook the books. They're like, "Oh my God, Jesse Smollett let us down. This is it, though. This is the big one.
This is it."
All right. We haven't watched this video, so obviously we'll see.
I'm not on the main show today because I'm supposed to be writing a book, but I'm furious. So
we have got to read that book.
Apparently, it's funny. The book of his has been contentious because supposedly a bunch of people pre-ordered it or something, and that book has been in development for like 5 years or something. It's never.
No way, really? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. So,
look, the main show is at 6 o'clock. They're gonna have all the videos that I'm referring to. So please watch those videos and make a judgment on your own what's happening in Kenosha. Okay. But right now, I want to give you the updates, and I want to tell you what I'm furious about.
Jesus.
So obviously, Jacob Blake shot. I didn't get a chance to talk about that because I've been off this week. 7 times in the back again, right in front of his family, right in front of everyone for no reason. So
for no reason. You want to give the reason why Jacob Blake was shot in the back?
Well, let's see. It might have been because he was violating a restraining order of his girlfriend and possibly trying to kidnap her kids.
Right. Well, and he was reaching for a knife immediately.
And when the police stopped him and tased him, he pushed them off. He pushed them off when they tried to grab him. He pushed them off when they tased him. And then he either was reaching for a knife or had a knife in his hand while he was trying to open the car where there was children that he did not have custody to.
Right.
While the girlfriend is screaming, "My kids are in the car. My kids are in the car."
It's so
But Chang says
funny.
he was shot in front of his family for no reason.
Yeah. It's so funny that you really have to, I mean, you have to believe people are going around shooting people for no reason. Normally people have a reason for shooting someone, don't you think? I always think there's a reason here.
Yes.
That I need to dig into. What exactly is that reason? Oh, he lunged at him. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
let's start there.
You know what doesn't make sense? Shooting someone for no reason. That doesn't make any sense.
Real quick. Cops, oh, well, hey, you know what? He was going to the car. He might or might not have gotten anything out of the car. So let's murder him because that's what we were taught. Stop pretending that they don't teach cops to murder people on the off chance that they might present a danger later.
Is this comedy? Is this comedy?
Oh my God. I'm so
you're
glad you found this video.
You're laughing your ass off here, man.
There's a
You're
black
laughing
woman
hysterically.
screaming to police officers that this guy is attempting to kidnap her children. And Cenk is like, they trained the cops just to kill black people for no reason. No reason at all.
It's so bad.
Did he ever retract this? Does anyone know? Did they ever retract any of this Jacob Blake stuff?
It's still on his channel. Look at this. Host Cenk Uygur cast Cenk Uygur, the largest online news show in the world. The largest online propaganda manufacturer in the world. This is borderline, hate organization here.
Yes. Yeah.
So they never saw a weapon. From the video, it doesn't look like that at all. They won't even say who the cops are because they're so worried about protecting their beloved cops and their beloved right wing, but never worried about protecting black people in this country. Never worried about it. I just had to explain to my son how I love this country. It's been great to me, but it's been brutal to African Americans. So don't trust the cops. In most places, as I'm about to explain the details here, they're the right wing's Gestapo. They're their hired security guards, and they brutalize us. Goes on.
I know I think you were. Remember how you were saying? Remember the last video we did? You said that video crossed the line. This is from a year ago.
I know. What a naive fool I was. What a piece of shit.
This is from a year ago.
Is this on the official TYT channel or is this on his channel? Like
this is on the official TYT channel. God. I just searched the Young Turks and Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes. And this came up? Oh, yes, right. This is, I forgot. This is not a Jacob Blake video. This is a Kyle Rittenhouse video.
Yeah. The title is Militia Shooter.
Yes.
Listen. Can you look at the date on here? I'm just curious because I knew on August 26th that this was not a malicious shooter. I mean, we pieced it together ourselves on when it happened.
This was recorded August 26th, you said?
No, I'm asking you to look at the date.
Oh. What's the,
I can't click on it on my end because it'll
malicious shooter. Okay, I'm gonna click it.
If you click on it, it'll open up another window.
This is August 26th, so this is the day after.
Okay.
Right, because the shooting was August 26th in the morning.
So he's obviously watched CNN. He's listened to Don Lemon talk about. Yeah, so he's comfortable calling him the malicious shooter in Kenosha. He's framing it exactly the way you were talking about. Like, this is the manna from heaven he's been waiting for. The right-wing Trump supporter who went and mowed down protesters. Yeah.
All the way back to the slave patrols. They're taught to brutalize poor people and especially African Americans. And so
can you imagine being in police training and them openly talking about brutalizing African Americans?
Okay, guys.
How quickly would that leak? I mean, how quickly would that just be?
I don't know. You could ask the plethora of black police officers.
Yeah, no doubt. That's true.
Imagine how awkward it is. You're the black police officer. You show up to training and they're like, okay, guys, we just want you to know that we're actually started from slave catchers. And so we're going to maintain that mentality and we're going to try to get some black people.
Yeah, we're here to brutalize black people. Oh, you're black, I noticed. You don't mind doing this with us, do you? I mean, I see that you're a police officer. A black police officer, but this is so awful.
This is despicable. And this camera angle ain't doing his fucking fat face any favors either.
No, it's horrible.
What did the right wing do? The minute
should I shrink it down? It is kind of annoying. Here, let me make it smaller, guys.
It's like this is like this is nightmare world. You have Jank saying some of the dumbest shit ever with his fat fucking ugly face like zoomed up on the camera, and the background is like so wobbly because he can't hold his arms straight because there's too much fat on it, and it's like I'm rewatching Cloverfield with the shaky cam in the background.
Look at this. I mean, he's so close to us. I feel like this is like a Me Too video here. I feel like he's gonna reach out and try to kiss me or something. Back the fuck up, Jank.
Jank,
nobody wants to see that. I can see your tongue moving in there. Stop it.
I can feel the spit. I can feel the spit hitting the camera lens.
Jacob Blake is shot in the back 7 times for no goddamn reason. They're like, oh, yeah, he had it coming. He had it coming. If they did that to a Bundy protester that pointed weapons at a cop, you know what? They'd be crying bloody murder. Oh, my God, this beloved patriot. He just kept threatening to murder cops and pointing weapons at their heads, and they can't believe they shot him. In fact, they did.
Well, who's a Bundy? What's Bundy?
Bundy was, remember, there's that crazy, this was a while ago.
I know, that's from 100 years ago.
That was before BLM meant Black Lives Matter. There was the Bureau of Land Management where the Bundy people took over the building. Yeah.
I mean that's some old lore there.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
You have to go back to I was like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, jeez.
I guarantee you millennials don't know what he's talking about with Bundy.
When was that? Let me look at Bundy standoff. Clive Bundy. This was 2014. There you go.
I feel like I was a kid when that happened.
No.
Do that. The guy when finally, after so many threats against the cops, when one of the Bundy guys got shot, they cried and cried and cried when he was going to murder the cops. And you see it on the video, and he's got weapons, and they talked about how they were going to kill.
What is this? What's he doing?
Well,
what's this technically called, Sitch?
Well, it's your favorite thing in the world.
The whataboutism.
It begins with what and ends in aboutism.
Totally.
See, but that's because this was before January 6th of this year. Yeah. Because otherwise that would be the comparison he drew.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Totally. The 9/11 of our time. It drives me nuts when they say that. There's a bunch of people saying it's like the most political violence since the Civil War. I'm like, hello, 9/11? Like what's happening here?
Well, even if you're just classifying like internal domestic violence, I mean, yeah. Remember when was it Dan Rather got beaten up during the Democratic National Committee in the 60s?
Yeah. Who
by the police. Now he was at the DNC. He wasn't beaten up by the DNC.
Martin Luther King was assassinated.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We had a president who might have been assassinated too.
Yeah.
So
cops, but they still cried over it. A black man gets shot back 7 times. They say he had it coming. They're the worst.
Well, I mean, doesn't it really depend upon the situation? It's not because he's black. It's because
He
he's
got
reaching for a
shot
gun.
in the back, Adam. A black man. That's all that matters.
They're despicable. So then protests and yes, riots happen in Kenosha. So then the right-wing militia shows up. You're going to see this in all the videos. The right-wing militia shows up. They walk in the middle of protest with long guns. Now we got videos of them talking to the cops beforehand. And the cops give them
So he had watched some of the videos.
Yeah.
Oh, good job, guys. Good job. Walking with weapons. Imagine a dozen black guys walking with long guns. You think the cops are going to give them water? They're going to say, good job. Go get him. You're on our side.
Well, if they were dressed like the militia guys, I'm certain they would. I'm certain.
If there was some kind of during like one of the BLM riots, okay, because often usually like the most tragic thing is that they're burning down like their own neighborhood. Okay, they're destroying their own property. That's why there's all these videos. There's a video of multiple videos of black owners in tears and enraged. Like you're burning down my property, my business that I worked on building up for so long in the names of Black Lives Matter. What about me? Mm-hmm. Why does my life not matter? And so, yeah, if during like the Black Lives Matter riot or protest, there was a bunch of members of the community who were black, and they came up in body armor and in guns and stood in front of the building. So they said, "We're going to protect our property." Of course, I think the police would have been totally friendly with them.
Yeah,
I don't even been like, "Oh well." I don't trust black people with guns. I only trust white people with guns.
Yeah, I don't. I'm assuming there are some black officers in Kenosha. I mean, it would be pretty odd if there weren't.
A dozen Muslims do that. Are the cops going to do that? Imagine Antifa does that. Are the cops going to say, good job, going to give them water? Hell no.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
If Antifa did it, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I would agree. I would not trust Antifa with a bunch of guns. That's true. I'll give them that one.
Yeah. He got one right.
Yeah. Antifa doesn't have a strong track record. Okay.
Yeah. They're usually the ones starting the fire.
Right. People being Antifa is not a biological identifier. Okay. That's people making the choice to be part of a political movement. It's a little bit different, Cenk. It's a little bit different.
Fucking animated he is. This is so crazy.
Get that face.
Oh, hell no. They're going to arrest them, beat them, and maybe murder them. But they're right-wing militia. The cops are like, go get him, guys, go get him. There's another video which I think...
This is so bizarre because I just, like, were the guys' politics at all mentioned in any of the videos? I mean, it seems like they were trying to protect their own town, I mean, how is that right-wing? That's what I don't get.
I would imagine, obviously I'm just guessing here, I would imagine that the police see people defending order and they're happy about that to some extent. Obviously they don't want vigilantes running around. Okay.
Yeah.
But they don't want to be criticized because, this is what always happens. There's these riots, all these buildings get destroyed. People call 911, the police don't show up because either they're defending state property, which I think is what they were doing in this case. They were defending the courthouse,
the courthouse,
and the police station and some other buildings. And so they don't end up defending private property and it gets destroyed. So I could totally see that it's not like a political. I mean, it becomes political because the protesters are Black Lives Matter protesters. Right. So that adds that level of political, and people fall into this very simplistic mindset where it's like, oh, if you're not in favor of people rioting and looting for some cause, you're against whatever the original cause is on its face.
There is literally a video of Kyle Rittenhouse saying he supports Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but he's just lying.
That's what Cenk is thinking, but you don't believe that. You don't think he's lying.
I have no clue. I don't remember the context of the video.
That's why it's so apolitical. But I think they did dig up Kyle Rittenhouse went to a Trump rally or something like that.
That's right. Kyle Rittenhouse went to a Trump rally. He made a post on his Facebook about Blue Lives Mattering. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, listen, obviously Blue Lives Matter is a racist dog whistle. Okay.
I went to a rally when I was a kid. I went to a George W. Bush rally.
Mm-hmm.
And I never voted for George W. Bush. Would I ever vote for George W. Bush in a million years? But I was like, hey, there's a political rally that's close by. I think I'll go check it out.
I wanted to vote. I've told the story on stream. I wanted to vote for George W. Bush when I was 5 because he wrote in the sky George W. Bush above my school, and I thought that was very impressive.
Yeah, would have been a good solid vote for you.
So there you go. Sitch confirmed.
Your parents should have been able to vote.
Secret racist.
Your parents should have been able to cast your vote for you and come
They
home
would
and
not
say
have
it.
voted for George W.
Yeah,
Bush.
they could have come home and said, listen, you voted for Gore. Now go to your room.
No. I'm sorry. Did I say W? I meant George H.W.
Yeah.
This is
who I
against
meant.
Clinton.
That's
yes.
who I meant too,
Yeah.
but I just,
Right.
Yeah, they should have been come home and went, I voted for Clinton, okay?
That's what they did. They
your
said,
vote.
I said, did you guys vote for the skywriting man? And they said, fuck you, Sitch. We voted for Clinton. Okay, you know why? Because he's gonna get a big sloppy blowjob, and we're degenerates. And we're degenerates.
Did they really throwing your parents under the bus like this? Oh,
they
my
said
God.
it just like that. And you know what? After that day, I became a traditional. No, I'm just kidding.
They should have been able to. They should have been able to cast your ballot for Clinton.
Yes.
though. They should have been.
No,
should have been disenfranchised.
This isn't. No, we're not getting in this insane argument. Let's watch. Let's not talk about
Cenk
stupid.
is so angry here.
Yes, let's
It's
talk
kinda
about
turning
Cenk.
me
Let's
off.
not talk about stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. We are talking about stupid. Let's not talk about your stupid. Let's only focus on Cenk's stupid.
How does Cenk have this gigantic backyard? What is it?
Because he's fighting the man. Okay.
Cenk is weird. He's got a weird face.
But he's got fat. He looks like Fred Flintstone. He's got like that big Fred Flintstone fat head.
He's got a really weird looking face.
Yeah.
Look, I lacks enough context. It appears in that one that one of these right-wing militia guys says, oh, the cops told us that they're going to drive the protesters towards us and we should take care of them. That one.
That's not what he said. Come on.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I forgot that early. This was the day after this already came out. So you could already see that a lot of the narrative literally was formed the day of.
I know. Yeah. That's why I turned on CNN and I saw him forming the narrative and I was like, oh my God. Are they really going to go in this direction? This is ridiculous.
But that's so fascinating that we're a year down the road, a year's worth of information has come out, and yet people are still so influenced by whatever their very first perception of the event was.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
This is why the political campaigns know now that it's so important to establish a narrative as early as you can, because that narrative will never be moved away from whoever establishes the narrative first. And this is why we get in this constant political warfare, because as soon as the person announces their candidacy, they want to establish a narrative. They want the narrative to take them out immediately.
Yeah. And I remember, I don't know if you remember, I remember when I first heard about the story, I just saw people talking about it and I saw all the same headlines. You know, militia guy shoots into a Black Lives Matter protest crowd. I'm like, oh my God. So I went into it thinking that it was going to be like this crazy, horrible story of some militia guy just mowing down protesters
who went crazy.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I watched the video. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah. Joseph Rosenbaum gets a gun and shoots into a crowd.
Yeah, I was like, I watched the video. I'm just like, what are these fucking people talking about? I was blown away.
Yeah. Yeah, I was blown away too.
I think it needs more context, okay? But even minus that video, the other videos clearly show the militia with their weapons and the cops helping them before the shootings. And the cops are like, way to be on our side. Oh, on your side, yes, murdering innocent protesters.
I like that he can research every video except for the one that matters. Okay, he can watch all the videos of the police interacting with the people that he's saying militia or the people defending the property. He can watch those videos 100 times. He commit what they're saying to memory, but he can't watch the 10-second video of the actual incident itself.
Yeah, I mean, I was glued to the internet through this whole thing. I remember it.
Because those videos of Kyle
were crazy.
Came out, but they came out like instantly.
Yes.
It's not like we waited. Like those videos came out like that night or that morning.
Yeah. And went viral instantly, which obviously they would.
Yes.
Yeah, because it was like it was like a video game. It was like Grand Theft Auto. Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse attacking the zombie horde, chasing him down in the street.
Listen, you're getting in trouble here. Okay.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
There's a picture of Kyle, like they did like the Doom logo.
Yes.
Like the cover of the Doom game with Kyle, like fighting all the demons.
Well, you're not. Hold on. You're not supposed to. Obviously, you're not supposed to revel in this stuff unless the people have it coming, Sitch.
Listen, just like as Vosh said, just like in a Marvel movie, when the crowd attacks you, you have to be like the Marvel hero and you put your gun down. Okay.
This is. Man, I'm so excited to hear that testimony from Gage Grosskreutz. I am really, that's going to be the highlight of my day. It's going to be so interesting to see what he says, because I don't see how you can have in your mind that, you have to stop him before he gets, fall back. Watch him go to the police. Point to him for the police to arrest him. Like, what happened there? Guys, isn't this moronic? He literally runs up to him and says, where are you going? He says he's going to the police. The police are at the end of the street. Let him go. Why? Right?
Yeah.
Dude lost an arm over this.
It's interesting. I typed in Vosh Kyle Rittenhouse. He hasn't commented on it, I don't think, ever since his debate with Destiny.
Really? Good for him, man.
At least,
good for.
I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good for him. I think he just got so utterly destroyed that he just decided not to comment on it.
Well, good in the sense that he actually realized what was going on.
Okay, I'm not saying he realized I don't think he did. I just think he realized that it was so toxic for him to talk about it that he stopped talking about it.
Anna Kasparian's still talking about it. I guess she's in a situation where she's forced to this is news. I have to cover it.
Yes.
Yeah. Bizarre.
Anyway, so this guy, Kyle Rittenhouse, who just got apprehended, apparently he goes in there having nothing to do with any of this. Now people are saying cross state lines. You got to verify that. And they'll have all the details on the May show, 6 o'clock Eastern. You can watch it right here, Young Turks.
Oh yeah, you have all the details, and then a year later, oh, I'm sorry, I had all the details wrong because I didn't watch the 10-second video.
I know, it's crazy.
Then
we pieced together all the details ourselves, and we're watching very closely when big news outlets would talk about the story, because we were curious how they would characterize something that we saw a particular way and felt that we had, good reason to see it that way. Yeah. So much of this is games of telephone. Their reporting is based on what this other outlet reported.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Which is just bonkers, especially in this situation where you have access to all of the evidence that's literally going to be in the trial. As soon as I saw that video, I thought, this is going to be in the trial. There's no way this is not going to be in the trial.
This guy, Kyle Rittenhouse, appears to, on the video, go be part of this militia that have the weapons. A guy gets shot in the head. They apprehended him. They'll have to decide in court exactly how it went down. But on the tape, it looks like a guy gets shot in the head, and then Rittenhouse appears to walk out of there. You'll see it for yourself. You make your own judgment call. And then eventually in this country, we're supposed to have justice. You go to the courts, and you figure out if he actually did it or not, okay? Then he walks into a crowd, and the crowd...
So wait. So he characterizes... He's claiming he watched the video. And the only way he describes the video is Kyle Rittenhouse shot someone in the head, which, first of all, you can't even see that part of the shooting anyway, because they run behind the car.
And he doesn't shoot him in the head. He shoots him in
he doesn't. That's right. He shoots him in the legs and in the chest or the back or whatever.
And the pelvis. They specifically mentioned the pelvis. And that's why I was thinking, did he shoot up? But now I know how he hit his pelvis. Shot
him right in the dingles. Okay.
He did, yeah.
Right in the dingleberries. He knew that he was a pedo, so he shot him right in the dick.
Was it decapitated? We don't know. We haven't seen the coroner's report, but I suspect.
This is a comedy show. Listen. No, but the fact that he's describing this, he doesn't mention that Rosenbaum is chasing Kyle. Okay, conveniently leaves that out of the description.
Well, he might be talking about the McGinnis video, which McGinnis, the video of McGinnis starts with Rosenbaum on the ground. That's probably the video that he's talking about. Yeah,
You're right.
So he hasn't seen the chase video.
Maybe. He's claiming, he's acting like he has. But
Well,
yeah,
he's describing the video of McGinnis running up on Rosenbaum lying on the ground.
You're totally right, because it looks like he's shot in the head.
Yeah,
because he has the shirt wrapped around his face.
Right. So he's creating this narrative that Kyle Rittenhouse just shot him in the head randomly and ran away.
Right.
Yeah.
Judgment call. And then eventually in this country, we're supposed to have justice. You go to the courts and you figure out if he actually did it or not. Okay. Then he walks into a crowd and the crowd is chasing him. And they got, they got some courage chasing that guy with a gun after he just shot somebody to pierce in the head. And then he falls down. And then
So he is describing the video now.
This is a different video. That's the second.
Right, but he's describing the second video of him running in the crowd chasing.
He calls
after
the
him.
crowd courageous.
Yeah, he calls the murderous mob courageous.
Courageous,
Yeah.
yes.
Does so much of this depends upon the situation. Like, why would you say that? Like, they're either courageous or they're idiots.
I know.
After he just shot somebody to pierce in the head, and then he falls down. And then he starts shooting randomly at people, just shooting randomly. Then he walks back to the cops like...
So, wait a minute. What fucking video did he watch?
Yeah.
Like, here's my question.
That's such a grave mischaracterization, man.
Here's my question. Is he just straight up lying, or is he just so delusional that he literally could not perceive the video when he watched it?
That's what's fascinating about this, because he sees Kyle Rittenhouse as a militia member.
Right.
So he sees everything that he's doing is like randomly shooting. I was like, my God, the trigger discipline here. Like, put me in that situation. And yeah, I'm like, away from me, everyone.
But that's what's scary, because when I watched, so I had the narrative in my mind. I thought, oh shit, like this is some fucking, some evil militia guy shooting some innocent protesters. I thought that. And then I watched the first video of Rosenbaum. I'm like, wait a minute, he's chasing this guy. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
And then I saw the second video, and since I had the doubt in my mind, I'm like, wait, well, like, there's a guy running away. People hit him. He falls over. Someone jump kicks him in the face, and someone hits him with a skateboard. And those are the people he shot. Okay, to me, so I'm watching this video. I'm like, it's very clear to me, and it's terrifying, because I don't think Cenk is lying here. I think he just is so emotionally bought into the narrative. He has so little free will that he literally hallucinated when he watched the video. His brain did not process the information correctly, and he actually hallucinated and perceived Kyle Rittenhouse shooting randomly at random people in that video.
Right. Instead of someone who hit him with, like, everyone he shot was an attacker.
Yes.
Yeah. No random shots. They even in the court case talk about a guy who put his hands up and backed away, and he doesn't shoot him.
Yeah, you can see it in the video. After he shoots Gage in the arm, he points his gun. There's another guy approaching him, and he points his gun at him, and the guy puts his hands up and backs away, and Kyle does not shoot him. He just gets up and keeps walking and walks towards the police.
Yeah. That was one of the things I noticed in the opening statement. They said that the judge said in order for the charges to stick that he has to show utter disregard for human life. And I'm like, well, I mean, that right there. Does not, I mean, he obviously cared about human life. Otherwise, he wouldn't let a guy back up and leave.
Right.
I mean, yeah, he seemed to continually care about human life.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And even the terminology that he used, friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They're
crazy.
his goddamn best friends, which they are. He's got the long gun. He just shot a whole bunch of people, and the cops let him walk right up to the car. If that's a black guy with a long gun, the cops don't let him walk up to the cop.
See, and that's another thing that completely ruins their perception of this situation. Like, they can't take race out of this situation at all. Like, they're completely unable to just
Right.
like lift race away from the thing. They were like, they have to do, what if this was a black man walking up to the car? I mean, I would hope they would do the same exact thing. I don't see why they would differentiate. Like they would get out and confront the black man. I mean, there were black people there. The guy who kicked him in the face was black. The first guy, jump kick.
It was because they, I would assume it's because they recognized them as one of the people, you know, protecting the property, and they talked to them before. And also, I mean, look at Kyle. He looks like he's 10. So
they maced him.
I think that
they
helps.
maced him and told him to get away from the car. But I'm just trying to think if it was a black, like guy that was protecting the property, dressed like them, obviously there. You know, they gave him water earlier.
I think it'd be the same thing. I think
exact same thing.
They shoot him dead, and you know it. They shoot him dead without the long gun. They shoot him in the back.
They shoot him in the street.
They shoot him dead. Yeah, there you go. They shoot him dead.
Remember the case of the kid who shot another kid and a teacher in the classroom recently, a black kid? I can't remember where it was, but I guess he got in a fight with a guy and went to get a gun out of his bag and then ended up shooting the kid and other innocent people.
Yes.
That guy got taken in, and I mean, they didn't shoot him at the scene.
I know. Well, it's so they do this dishonest thing. Oh, you know, for every black person they shoot them, blah blah blah. It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's all bullshit.
That was
lots of bad shoots of all people of all ethnic backgrounds. Okay.
The right wing was mischaracterizing that as a school shooting, which kind of bothered me because it looked more like I think of school shooting as, you know, people with a death wish who are going in to kill as many people as they can before they die.
Well, yeah,
this was a fight that turned into a shooting.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was people were jumping the gun. They didn't have the facts because I remember, originally people were saying it's school shooting, but it wasn't just right. I thought it was a lot of people saying school shooting.
Yeah.
Because whenever you hear someone shooting someone at a school, that's like your instant thought is, oh.
Which is a sad place to be. But.
It is. That's true.
This guy walks up to the front with the long gun. Hey, guys, by the way, I murdered a bunch of people. And, you know, he's going in to complain. It's a definition of white privilege. Oh, I shot people. You should go arrest them. Why? Oh, I walked into the middle of a protest with a long gun looking to do damage and kill people, and I did. So now you go arrest the people.
Look at the narrative that he's establishing for his audience here.
I know.
Look at, like...
Listen how crazy this is. So he's categorizing someone who wants to defend property as I wanted to go into a situation and cause chaos and damage. Okay. He doesn't describe the rioters that way. He describes the people protecting property.
Great
that
point.
way.
Yeah.
All right.
The guy's trying to prevent chaos and mayhem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is just so wrong. Everything about this is so wrong.
I know.
The righteous indignation that he feels over, I mean, this is not helping anyone. This is not activism that's worthwhile.
So let me ask you a somewhat unrelated question. When I was listening to the brothers of the car a lot, you know, lie off their ass, my thought was, why aren't they and their father there too, protecting their property?
You think they were there?
No, they weren't there. But so my question is, are you a bad person if you ask other people to defend your property, but you're not willing to defend it yourself? Because to me, that seems kind of like fucking pathetic. And cowardly.
They're not necessarily. I mean, this is why you pay private security. Like I think they hired them as private security. That was their thinking. They just it was like an under the table handshake deal that went bad.
Okay, well here's the
I'm not gonna.
Here's a question. If it's not that he paid them, but they volunteered, does that change the calculus in your mind?
The thing is though, I had read that he offered to pay them, and that
I know, but I'm saying hypothetically, if we remove payment from it, okay, and he was just asking people, or people just volunteered to do it.
I think if you take payment out of it, that it is kind of like, yeah, it is shitty. You're like
Okay.
somebody else is going to protect your like volunteer to. You're going to have a 17-year-old kid volunteer to protect your property, and you're going to get in your car and drive away. Yeah,
Right.
you're a piece of shit. You're
Okay.
a giant piece of shit.
Okay, because I was. Well,
But
'cause
if you're
that's
going to pay that
right.
17-year-old kid,
No,
that's
I agree with you.
different story.
It's interesting. You're right. If it's like we're gonna pay you, it does change the calculus a little, because I'm listening to the two brothers talk about how like, oh, they drove home, before curfew. I'm like, why are they not protecting their own business? Like, fuck, if my
they
father
just paid these guys to protect their business.
But I don't know, even like, I'm just thinking of how I would feel. Okay, if my father immigrated to the U.S. and he started some successful business, and some total pieces of shit scumbags, caused $2.5 billion of property damage for no fucking reason. We're not involved in anything. They just decided to randomly cause random chaos. Okay, to my father's business and my business, because I'm presumably working there too. I don't know. I would feel like I want to be there. I want to defend my property, like, especially if I'm not white, because it'd be like, look, I'm not even fucking white, and you're destroying my property. Like, I don't know. To me, it just really rubbed me the wrong way that they were so like, oh, we made sure to get home before like curfew. I'm like, why aren't you defending your shit? Why are you relying on someone else to do that?
Someone on Twitter sent me the video of the car guys. We should bring that up too.
Which video?
I'll ask him if it's on YouTube, because it looks like this is a. It looks
What
like
video
this is
are they
a
referring
Twitter
to?
video. Here, I'll tag.
What's the video?
It's them. The video is them talking to. I believe they're standing in front of a car lot.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll bring it. I'll put it in this window over here so people can see what I'm talking about. So they're standing in front of a car lot where all their stuff is burned out. It's obviously the two brothers, and I think they're talking to some city reporter. Here, I'll tag you.
Okay, I'll watch it. But are you gonna watch it right now?
Well, we'll bring it up after the jank thing, because I am curious about that. Yeah,
well, why don't we watch it? It's only 44 seconds, so I might as well watch it now.
What, do you want to go like 3, 2, 1 and do it? Is that the thing?
We can just do that.
Here, let me blow it up first.
Just don't pause it.
Let me blow it up.
I know it's like impossible, but
I have it up on Twitter.
I'm worried.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
10, 15. Okay, max 20. Okay, 25.
How many cars were lost total, in total? Yeah.
In all 3 locations,
137.
137.
137 cars. Yep.
Mm.
I heard that there was at least $1.5 million worth of damage.
That was the
just
first.
2.5 in total. Just
137 cars and 2.5 million in damage.
Windows, baseball bat.
He just said 2013 here. They said
Were you watching
2015.
that happen? While it
No.
happened?
We're glad.
Our guys
But
called.
if we did,
Yeah,
we would have been jumped here, and who knows, we might have been killed.
that's right. It's a scary thought. Cars.
Okay.
okay.
So they lost 100. This is them not lying. This is the difference between the guys on the stand. Look how casually they're talking here. He asked them straight up. He's like, how many cars did you lose? 137. He knows to the fucking, he knows to the 3 digits.
Shock. It's so funny because the guy that gave the number, that's the guy who was claiming he didn't even work there. Remember? That's the guy that said he only worked at the car doctor, but he knew the exact number of cars that were damaged, and they already had the $2.5 million estimate like lined up. This is like the fucking. This looks like it's like a day after, a couple of days after.
Yeah, I think this is the day after. So yeah, they did do an interview, and this is so in his testimony he was saying that, he talked to the news, and there were a bunch of people offering to help and raise money to get over the cost of the thing, and evidently Kyle Rittenhouse, he said, was one of the guys that gave him his number. Keep in mind, Kyle Rittenhouse he went to the high school to clean graffiti after his shift as a lifeguard.
Right.
So he's just kind of going around and surveying the damage. And
so Well, here's my question. Why didn't the defense play this during the trial when he was on the stand? They should have wheeled this TV screen out and played this for everybody.
Yeah. Well, they might not have known that he was going to be such a combative witness. They might not have known this was this.
I'm sure they knew. They
Yeah.
they depo all these people beforehand. I'm sure they were equally evasive and combat. Well, maybe I'm not sure, but I would imagine that they would be equally as invasive or combative in the deposition. And he was prepared because they had the transcript of this interview, and he challenged him. He said, "In the interview, you said X, Y, Z."
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But like, yeah, so but it would have been better if they had like the visual of him, just of them acting so different. And that's another thing too, because when they're on the stand, they're like so nervous and they're so like,
yeah, because
like,
they're
so
perjuring
rigid.
themselves.
Yeah, I know. They're so rigid and like, but they're just like, oh, they're speaking like normal human beings.
They're literally perjuring themselves in front of
Yes.
everyone. Of course, they're going to be super, reserved. This is so crazy. So, but your question about whether or not it's wrong for them to hire private security. I mean, he obviously.
Well, no. I'm not saying I'm saying, is it wrong? There's nothing wrong with hiring private security. Is it wrong to not also defend it yourself?
This video is instructive in that, because he said if we would have been here, we would have been probably jumped or killed. So he's admitting in this video here that no, they weren't there during the original.
Yeah, I know.
riots.
I don't. Yeah, we know. We assume that they weren't there. Yes.
Right.
I wasn't calling that in the question.
But the guy
that's
who
what I'm
was
saying. I'm saying they should have been there.
an ex-employee of the company reached out and said, you want us to help. And Kyle, I mean, I definitely remember reading that Kyle Rittenhouse thought he was going to get paid. This was like a paid gig. But then the guy never paid him. And obviously the guy never paid him because he was like,
because he killed someone.
You shot someone on my property, kid. Get the fuck out of here. The deal that we had was I pay you not to shoot anyone.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm assuming. I mean, they asked them. Obviously, they both lie, or they're both lying on the witness stand. So who knows? But they both said that they didn't pay them. But I'm assuming they'll go. I'm trying to remember. Did Black in his testimony say that they were offered payment? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I'm assuming if Kyle takes the stand, which I'm not sure is a good idea, but they said he was, that will be a question that's asked.
Black is a prosecution witness, though, and they do have hanging over his head a charge for buying an illegal weapon for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, Dominic Black, who is Kyle's stepbrother, friend, I don't know,
sister's boyfriend, I think is.
They have some, I don't know. There's some relationship there, but whatever. But yeah, he was so nervous.
Yeah.
because he has not only is the state have the charge of the straw purchase for the gun hanging over his head, Binger is the literal guy who's charging him too.
Right.
So the same lawyer.
It's a huge conflict of interest. And I like this when we're talking about how the justice system is kind of fucked up. This is like the perfect example of it.
Yes.
Like the guy who decides whether or not they move forward with the gun charge is literally the guy who's asking you questions in this other case.
Who wants to nail you? Yes. So you're trying to play nice with him in this other case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's super. That's super like I don't know. Super shady.
The fact that people delude themselves into thinking that they can be unbiased in these situations is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I can be superhuman robot and not think about whether or not I'm going to charge you. I would be like, that little bitch answered incorrectly. Fucking, I'm stringing him up. He's full charges.
Well, if I was Dominic Black, I don't know. I would assume that they were going to charge me regardless.
He said on the stand he didn't know if they were going to charge him.
Well, no, he's been charged already.
Well, prosecute him. That's what he said.
Right.
Yeah.
Or he didn't know how. He said he didn't. The question was something like, if you perform well for the state,
I know.
Do you think that will help in the case? And he said he didn't know, which is the safe answer. But if I was Dominic Black, I would imagine even if they got Kyle Rittenhouse got guilty for it, they're still going to come after Dominic Black. I don't think they're going to say, "Oh, good job, we're going to let you go now." I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. So you're kind of fucked either way. Or Dominic's kind of fucked either way. He shouldn't play ball with them.
There's a full interview with the Car Source owners from Kenosha on YouTube.
Oh, how long is it?
I don't know.
You're not
Talk
looking
to you guys
at it?
real quick.
12 minutes. Yeah. We'll bring it up after Jank.
Okay, yeah, we'll scrub through it. See if it's interesting.
It looks interesting. It looks, come on. These are the liars. These are the guys were the star witnesses of the.
The chuckle fucks, as I like to call them. Yes.
Well, it's super
Tweedledum and
interesting.
Tweedledee.
It's super interesting seeing their behavior on like lying through their teeth the entire time, and they're just completely. I mean, these guys are so laid back here.
I know.
Dad smoking a big old cigar. Mom, who's there because the businesses are all in her name. Did you catch that?
I did. Yeah.
You think she works at the car dealership? No, they're fucking obviously something's going on here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ricardo's probably right. There is some freaky tax things going on afoot here. But
they're probably money laundering.
Yes, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Oh man, there was a deal that was uncovered in Los Angeles that was some used car dealership that had cars all over Los Angeles where they were doing like major drug sales, and they would sell the car with the drugs in the trunk. So it's like a package deal.
Yeah.
I was like, this is brilliant. This is totally brilliant.
That's very smart.
So you overcharge for the car, and you've already made the sale of the drugs like legal. You can go ahead and put it in the bank.
Yeah, because someone tracks the money on paper, and they say, "Oh, they bought a car. That's where that money." Yeah, exactly.
Crazy, huh? These that's what these guys look like. The Kenosha Car Source owners. We know what's going on. How many drugs burn up?
Yeah, you see like the two quote owners are talking about the car dealership, and you see Walter White in the background, like staring at them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
their dad kind of has a Walter White vibe,
Yes.
definitely.
Because the cops were clearly indicated to him that he was their friend and their ally, he assumed that he gets to murder people and that he can just chit-chat with the cops about it. So all of this will go to court, and we'll see if it's
already calling him a murderer. Already calling him a murderer.
Jank the Buffalo. You see, the reason his head is so fat is because it's all brain. Okay, it's not just in his skull. His entire fat head is just brain, and it grants him the psychic powers to read the minds of white, conservative, evil racists like Kyle Rittenhouse. So he just knew that Kyle Rittenhouse assumed that he could kill innocent protesters and get away with it.
Yeah, I don't see Kyle Rittenhouse as like an evil racist at all.
Well, that's because you're an evil racist.
I wouldn't be backing it. I wouldn't. If there was any suspicions, I would be like,
Adam, look at yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
What color is your skin?
Mine?
Yeah.
It's like kind of a little tan color.
Yeah. You're a racist. Okay. Deal with it.
It's beige. I might be darker than Jank. I'm not sure.
I don't know about that.
Or not, okay? But he has been apprehended. They're the ones giving his name. Now, the thing that has got me in a rage is the right wing saying, no, self-defense. I get to, what? I have white right-wing privilege. And by the way, don't try it if you're white and you're left wing. If you're Antifa or anyone else, they'll shoot you dead. They'll arrest you with their masked, unnamed officers from unnamed departments. This is purely white right-wing privilege.
Wait, so was this after? What was the name of the guy you said earlier?
Reinhold, Michael Reinhold.
Reinhold.
I'm curious if it was too. Yeah, when was that? Michael Reinhold.
Was this after that? Because it sounds
like he's definitely referencing it. Michael Reinhold, they did shoot full of holes, but was he armed? I didn't really follow that case much.
He was. I think he was armed, though. The conspiracy was that he wasn't. Then it was a police execution or something.
Right, and they planted a gun on him.
Sure.
Maybe.
Let's see. No, Reinhold was in September.
So this was before Reinhold.
Yeah.
Hilarious. So he's
police
just-
kill Antifa protester who confessed in Portland shooting September the 4th. Okay, so this is actually like not
not long
that
after.
long after. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
September 4th, really? That's like
Yeah.
right around the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, because this was the 26th.
Less
right,
than
or
10 days
25th.
later.
Oh, yeah, this was. no, I
Jank
guess,
is
yeah.
kind of prophetic here. a little
He
bit.
is. Wow, look at that. His narrative bullshit is so amazingly powerful. He can actually predict the fake narrative that's going to happen in the future.
Well, I don't know if it was a fake narrative with Reinhold, though. I don't know.
I'm assuming it was, but you're right.
Well, Reinhold was a piece of shit.
He was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we're allowed to distinguish people who are pieces of shit from people who are like, regardless of their politics, right? I'm not saying Reinhold was a piece of shit because of his politics. I'm saying he's a piece of shit because he actually did all the things that they're accusing Kyle Rittenhouse of, like stalking somebody, trying to kill them because they have different political views. Those are all things they accuse Kyle Rittenhouse of that I never saw Kyle Rittenhouse do.
Right.
Kyle Rittenhouse didn't kill Joseph Rosenbaum because of his political views. He killed him because he was trying to kill him. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it said Reinhold shot the person on August 29th. So you know what? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Reinhold felt emboldened to shoot the protester because he saw all the fake news about.
Reinhold is watching this TYT video right now. Right now.
Well, in the past, yes.
Well, no, yeah, obviously not. But I mean, as this is live streaming, Reinhold could have
Right.
been watching this and thinking, "Oh, I'm going to get even for this Kyle Rittenhouse situation."
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I wouldn't either. That's crazy. That's totally crazy.
In those cases, you just walk anywhere you want into the middle of a place with a gun, threaten to murder people, and then sometimes murder people, and then the right wing go, "Oh, it's a poor white."
Who did he threaten to murder? No one was threatened to murder, Jank. No,
Probably talking about those people that were like, you pointed a gun at us when we were jumping on the cars. That's the only thing I could think.
Like chasing away protesters that are damaging property is now attempted murder.
Yes.
Guy, poor right winger. Of course it's self-defense. Of course it's self-defense. If you walked in, if any left winger walked in, white or black, walked in the middle of a Bundy protest with weapons, and then, hey, say, "Oh, well, I felt threatened by their weapons." By the way, in this case, we don't know if the other side had any weapons at all. So walk into the middle of a Bundy protest, I felt threatened by their protest, so I started murdering them. Would you call that self-defense with the right?
So he doesn't know that Grosskreutz had a weapon because that was in the video. We saw the gun in the video.
Well, to be fair, it's hard to see he's holding the gun in the video.
I
There's
know.
a picture. Yeah, there's a picture, like a high definition picture that's super crystal clear of him holding the gun while he's holding his arm. But
yeah. Well, I didn't go to sleep until I saw that he was holding a gun. I mean, I knew the entire narrative.
Yeah, no, that picture came out pretty early in the whole situation. So
I went to CNN after I completely just watched every possible thing I could find on this. I swear if you went back to our DMs, I don't think you can go that far back in DMs. Maybe hypothetically you could. We were DMing about this thing. And
yeah, no, we were, because we were like, oh shit.
I know. We were like
crazy. Because we're like, what the fuck? Everyone's like posting this fake news. It's like just blowing us away here.
Yeah. It's a dopamine high. It really is when you're like sniffing out fake news.
Yeah, no, if you had asked me like that week, I would have probably have thought that the fake news would have been corrected quietly.
I know. Me
after
too.
like a month or so. I didn't think it would just last this long. I didn't think it just continually just go on and on and on and on.
Yeah, it's weird because it did become this political thing that really it never should have become. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of the most. I mean, it feels funny calling it amazing. I mean, it's fascinating. It's fascinating
in a
that
dark
people
way.
can be that people can be this wrong. People can be this caught up in a narrative that's completely incorrect. I mean, I guess we should be thankful that Anna even was able to see the correct narrative, even though she's, completely making up lies to save face,
Right.
even though that's continuing.
The bar is very low, and Anna has reached the
Yeah.
she's reached the bar that's in the same level as dinosaur bones, at least. Okay.
She peeked in. She peeked a
Yes.
little tiny bit in and was like, "Oh, he was the one being chased."
Anna's seeing a tiny glimmer of light in the distance of hope. But I don't have any I'm not optimistic for Anna.
High expectations.
I have no high expectations for her. I'm not optimistic on her revelation here.
Yeah. This video that we're watching right now of Jank should be set to private. There's no reason that we can sit here and laugh and fucking joke.
I know
about this video. This
Jank,
video's
what are you doing?
embarrassing.
What are you doing, Shane?
Yeah. Clean up your shit. You're leaving fucking evidence all over the
I
internet.
mean, he could be sued for this too. The defamation is fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. Well, he calls him a murderer. That's
But he's saying all
false
sorts of
statement
things.
of fact, right?
He's making all sort of statements of facts as if he knew
Right.
Kyle's, mind, the cops' mind, that the cops are racist, blah blah blah.
You can call that self-defense. They say, no way, that's agitation. He walked in with a weapon. So because in their minds, right-wingers are allowed to have weapons, they're allowed to agitate, they're allowed to own you, they're allowed to instigate, they're allowed to do all those things, and they're allowed to shoot you and murder you and call it self-defense. Oh, well, that kid at Skittles.
This is, if you're listening, I've started listening to this from Reinhold's perspective, and I'm like, God.
I know. Someone's got to do something about it.
Yeah. It's crazy that these are so close to one another.
Trayvon Martin, he had Skittles and an iced tea. He didn't have a weapon, but he was black. He was black and a teenager, and he had Skittles. So, hey, you know what? The guy shot him. And
I was actually listening to TYT as a listener, as a progressive.
Uh-huh.
When the Trayvon Martin case was taking place. I remember being completely following that case. That case was fascinating for me. And I remember when were you following the case at all? Maybe I should ask that first.
Well, considering it took place in Florida.
Okay, so you were following it.
Yes.
So
it was hard not to follow it in Florida. Yeah.
Were you taking sides? I mean, I was definitely on TYT's side that, I saw Zimmerman as a vigilante, and obviously Trayvon Martin was just an innocent black kid, just hanging out around his house, right?
Yeah, I remember my pre-trial feelings were exactly that. Was Trayvon Martin was completely innocent, and Zimmerman was just this racist piece of shit who attacked and then killed him.
Right.
And part of this was like a lot of Zimmerman's pre-trial explanations of events made no sense. Of like the way he was describing like the physical altercation didn't make sense. And then I remember during the trial, when some of the information came out that Zimmerman was definitely attacked and all this stuff, I came to the conclusion that I think Zimmerman was a piece of shit and a fucking moron, and who thought he was going to go play vigilante cop. But I do think that Trayvon Martin attacked him
and kicked his ass.
But it's weird because it's like if some creepy guy is following you and you don't know who they are,
yeah,
you can obviously feel threatened by him too.
Yeah,
and that's part of the problem with the Trayvon Martin stuff was that there wasn't any real clear witness testimony. There are people that are like, oh, I saw through my blinds some people fighting, like there was no video. And so I came to the conclusion that even though I think Zimmerman's a piece of shit, I don't think there's anywhere near enough evidence to convict him for murder.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's, the standard of proof is on the state.
Yeah, that was very unsatisfying. I remember a huge turn for me was when the audio recording came out of the guy yelling, and Zimmerman was saying, that's me yelling on the recording.
Yes.
Because then all of a sudden there was like physical evidence. And I was like, oh, wow.
But then the state was
things.
But then the other side was saying that was Martin screaming.
Yes.
But then there was that whole thing too that only came out later, which was that they were, they had the fake girlfriend who wasn't really his girlfriend.
Yeah. The woman who took the stand.
That was
and
totally insane. Yes.
Right. The woman who took the stand and claimed she was on the phone with Trayvon Martin was not on the phone with Trayvon Martin and was not the actual girlfriend of Trayvon Martin, which is just fucking, talk about a terrible criminal justice system.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't, did the lawyers know that she was lying?
I'm sure they did.
I thought they did. Yeah. It was like really fucked up.
Yes.
But
they were trying to railroad Zimmerman. This was fucking against Zimmerman.
Right.
Imagine you're Zimmerman and you're like, find out that they're fucking fake people who aren't even involved.
Well, there's a weird thing too, because of like the way the Florida stand your ground laws work and everything. Like if Trayvon Martin had a gun, I mean, I don't know, like if he was like of the age to have a gun, he could have shot Zimmerman and probably got off.
Yeah.
So like, to me, it was really more of a story about like someone makes a really poor decision and then also the very shitty laws in Florida.
Yeah.
So, but then again,
if you saw some creep following you around and you could beat the shit out of him, I mean, you would beat the shit out of him.
Well, no, see, but there's the other side to it too, is that like, if
just
I'm
go inside, fucking take
if I'm walking home and some creepy guy is like following me or questioning me, I would never think to just attack them unprovoked. I would try to get away from them because I'm like, what the fuck? Who is this fucking creepy person?
I would say,
right. So, but that's part of the story. Is you say, well, even if Zimmerman was being a piece of shit, which I think he was, because he shouldn't have been following this kid. If he just asked him what he was doing, and Trayvon Martin just attacked him unprovoked, then obviously Martin's 100% in the wrong there. But we don't know if that's what actually happened. That's the promise, that we have only to rely really on Zimmerman, who obviously is going to paint the picture in the most rosy way for him.
This is why this Kyle Rittenhouse case is so satisfying for us, because we get a dopamine
everything
hit.
It's literally on video. Okay.
We get a huge dopamine hit sniffing out fake news in the same way that Jake and Anna get a big dopamine hit for sniffing out racism. Like, they're so high for finding racism that they're finding racism where it doesn't even exist. Like, we're high for finding fake news, and we're swimming in fake news. Fake news is the problem we should be zeroing in on. Yeah,
that's true.
So, but this is amazing because, like you and I said, that the Zimmerman case was not satisfying because, God, it's so much fucking guesswork. It's a he said, she said. There's no evidence.
There was way too many unknowns in that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I don't know how you're on a jury in that situation.
Well, but that's why the jury said he was not guilty, and I think they're completely right. There just was not anywhere near enough evidence to convict him.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
Yeah.
But no, I think it was even though I think he was a bad person, I think it's a completely right decision for them to make.
Yeah, in this situation, there's just the evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Kyle's walking. These people have been sniffing fake news for a year now. Just, so ready to get march him down to the gallows and off with his head. That's all they care about.
I think, this would be a very interesting case. And I think people should, some very, you have these millionaire right-wingers like the Koch brothers or whatever. Okay. This is what they should do if they actually wanted to have some like interesting change in this country. Okay. If Kyle gets off and there's a riot in response to this, okay, these millionaire people like the Koch brothers and Sheldon Adelson and all these people should donate to the business or to start a fund for the business owners so that they can sue all the news stations that lied about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Great. That would be so good.
Now, I think it'd be very difficult to win that case, if not impossible, but they should still do it to show them that if you're going to lie, there's going to be repercussions. You're going to have to deal with the fallout. Even if you win, you're still going to be in the hole for all your legal fees. It's still going to drain resources from your company.
I kept thinking about this problem because you have like in the medical industry, you have certain licensing that takes place to avoid medical malpractice, right?
Mhm.
And there are certain incentives. It's definitely an imperfect system. All systems are somewhat imperfect. So I was trying to think of if there was a way to do some sort of verification, because the lies, the fake news is the real problem. But you can't give that over to some governmental agency, because then all of a sudden, the Democrats and Republicans have their own wing of propaganda.
Right.
You're not, if you're literally you're incentivizing them not to give someone some sort of credential if they don't put out fake news. Not
right. But
yeah.
there's a difference between the story breaks, people report on it, they don't know the facts. Okay. There's a difference between that and like we're a year out, they know the facts. And you can see from the way they're wording their articles that they're intentionally being deceptive, which we'll look at when we look at the NPR article.
Right.
Because, like the NPR article specifically phrases, let me bring it up for a second so I can just read it for a second.
Oh, I know.
Like,
there's blatant lies in there, but they're like
like
lawyerly
they don't
lies.
they don't say that, Rosenbaum chased Kyle. They're like, oh, they were in the vicinity of each other when Rosenbaum was shot. Like they use this very weaselly language intentionally so that they don't, so they don't actually paint the correct picture for the reader in their mind.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, there has to be some kind of organization there has to be some accountability for those lies. I don't want a government organization doing it. Like some sort of private sector organization. Obviously universities give credibility for all kinds of things, but the universities are all fucked up. Like if Harvard stepped forward and said, listen, we're going to give our, journalistic ethics to, they gave a Pulitzer Prize to the 1619 Project, which a bunch of historians came out and said, oh yeah, this is all a bunch of lies.
Mm-hmm.
What? Yeah. Like, where are our institutions that we can look to that say this source is credible, where they actually are credible? I feel like they're non-existent now. It's sad. It's totally sad.
You're right. You're completely right.
You can't trust TYT, that's for sure. Oh my God.
No.
Killed him. That's self-defense. If it's reversed, oh my God. Of course a black person can't even walk in the streets, can't barbecue, can't mow the lawn, can't go to an Airbnb, can't do anything without either getting reported to the cops or shot dead. So I'm tired of the right wing, the cops being the right wing's Gestapo and higher security. Last thing, since George Floyd, how much police reform has been done in this country? Nothing, nada, zero. And then they wonder, hey,
how much defunding of the police have we done? He didn't say defund the police. Give him points for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least he's calling it police reform.
People upset in Kenosha. Why are people upset in Kenosha? Black guy after black guy gets murdered by the cops. Nobody ever does anything about it. So the Republicans...
This is all fake news, too. Like, completely. It's funny that they come out, especially on the CRT stuff, and they say, this is a moral panic manufactured by the right. This is like their modus operandi. When, what the fuck is Cenk doing here? Like, he's completely trying to incite a moral panic.
Right.
How is he not?
Celebrate how they're on the cop side and how the cops should be tougher on the protesters and should be brutal to them. And now Joe Biden. What is Joe Biden?
There was a cut there. Something happened.
Mm-hmm.
How's there a cut in the live stream? I don't get that.
Well, it's not the live stream. It's edited.
No, it says it's a live stream. It says streamed. On the video, it says streamed live. So maybe he lost his internet. Oh no. They set the video to private.
This video?
I don't know. It stopped playing.
Oh, it's playing for me. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. It wasn't playing for me.
Like, we're not that popular that someone from TYT watched us talking about it and they set it to private response.
It's not going for me. Is it going for you?
Yeah.
Oh,
and best friends, which
press the button, press play.
Totally died on me.
best friends, which they are.
It's not playing for you right
He's
now.
got the long gun. He just shot a.
It is now. Where are we at?
That's
Technical
a great-
difficulties.
That's a great question. Let me open the stream and go back to find it.
No, I'll go.
Anything without either getting reported to the cops or shot dead.
No, this is
so
good.
I'm tired
He's
of the
tired.
right wing.
He's tired. He's very tired.
The
now.
cops being the
Very
right wing's
tired.
Gestapo and higher security. Last thing, since George Floyd, how much police reform has been done in this country? Nothing, nada, zero. And then they wonder, hey, why are people upset in Kenosha? Why are people upset in Kenosha? Black guy after black guy gets murdered by the cops. Nobody ever does anything about it. So the Republicans celebrate how they're on the cop side. And
This black guy after black guy gets murdered by the cops. The numbers just don't bear that out.
the cops should be tougher on the protesters and should be brutal to them. And now Joe Biden. What is Joe Biden doing?
What does Joe Biden do?
Joe Biden says, oh, it's a shame what happened to Jacob Blake, but it's a shame what's happening in Kenosha. And they say all over the RNC, they're saying, oh, he's going to defund the police. No, he's saying he's going to give the cops more weapons, more guns, more funding, more everything. The Democrats aren't looking to solve this. Democrats haven't done a goddamn thing. They're totally culpable. As long as their ass is not on the line, they don't care. They just want to protect their own power. The Republicans are the worst of the worst. You defend these militia guys. You defend the cops who murder these black folks for no reason. I got news for you. Go ahead and you can start crying now. You're a racist. That's what you are. Oh, my.
Sitch.
Yes.
You're a racist. I mean, he couldn't get. It took him 8.5 minutes to get here, but he's arrived.
He got there.
He's arrived now.
Yes.
He's got the "you're on the right, you're a racist" stereotype going.
God, just because I celebrate the murder of black people, now they call me racist. That's exactly.
That's how he's categorizing us. What black person was killed in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation?
No. Well, he's acting like Jacob Blake was killed too. She wasn't.
Yeah. Jacob Blake didn't die. Now he's a millionaire.
You're right. And I don't care.
You know that, right?
Is he? Did he make a bunch of money? Oh, they paid him a fuck ton of money, didn't they?
And
for paralyzing him?
Also, he got a GoFundMe that was like over $1 million.
I mean, he is paralyzed from the waist down. I don't think I'd make that trade.
I wouldn't either. No, not. I use the waist down more than I use the waist up.
True.
Like, what are you talking about?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You need a safe space. I don't care what you need. Okay.
Jacob Blake
people
raised
sicken me.
$2.3 million.
Jake is talking here, Sitch. Okay, he is sickened, and look at you talking.
Jacob
over
Blake
him.
made $2.3 million.
$2.3 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't the state pay him something though?
I think they did. Yeah.
He got some settlement.
Yeah.
How much did he get in the settlement, guys?
Supposed to be equal. That's why we love the country in the first place, because it said we're all created, and sometimes we live up to that, but certainly not lately. And God help us if this right-wing Gestapo wins another 4 years. It's going to be dystopian. They're going to turn this place into a nightmare.
Okay, this is before January 6th. He doesn't even know that. He doesn't know.
It's gonna be a dystopian nightmare.
So that is another reason why he's so livid right now, because this has the election context to it as well. Because he's worried Donald Trump. Like, this is full blown TDS that we're witnessing.
Well, here's the question. You know, the January 6th showed, like they tried to swarm in the Capitol and they were stopped. But I bet he would turn it around somehow. Like, he's like, well, they didn't shoot anyone. They only shot one person. They didn't kill all of them. Right. Even though that should show that the police and all these people aren't working and they're not the right wing death squad. Like he's projecting them to be.
This video is not happy with me at all.
And it lasts.
Oh, you paused it?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, okay. It's back again.
Okay.
And last thing, guys. If you're a person who is...
This is another last thing, okay? Already, this is the second last thing, but...
not been harassed or shot by the cops, and you're...
Sitch, I've never have asked you this before. We've been friends a long time, but have you ever been shot by the cops?
I refuse to answer this
Yeah.
on the grounds that it could incriminate me.
Oh my God, sounds like you have been shot by the cops.
Okay, so I found.
Have you ever had the cops point guns at you?
I refuse to answer this on the grounds that it may incriminate me.
Really?
No, of course not, Adam. I'm a good boy.
I've had cops point guns at me before.
Wow, aren't you fucking rebellious?
What kind of adolescence did you have if you never had
one where cops were not pointing guns at me, Adam? Okay.
Really?
Yes.
How many times you had a gun pointed at you?
Wait, why were the cops pointing guns at you?
You know, I'm not sure they were pointing.
Oh,
I'm not.
Is this
sure.
another one of those? I ate with the.
No, I was super. First of all, I was super drunk.
I had dinner with Sam Cedar.
I was super drunk at the time, so I was not a reliable protagonist. But we had gotten pulled over by the police, and the police were being super Gestapo, and I was like, "I'm getting out of the car." Everyone was like, "No, don't get out!
Oh my God!
Don't get out of the car!" And I got out of the car, and I was like, I was watching him, and I swear he was like milking his gun, like he was going to pull it out. But
I see.
It was not a good situation to be in.
I mean, I've had interactions where the police were acting very Gestapo-esque.
Yeah.
But they never pulled their gun on me. So
luckily, this was a very small town in Northern California where the cops had absolutely nothing to do with their time but just harass people. If this was in Los Angeles, I probably would have been shot and killed.
So I don't think they did settle, because the articles I can find, maybe I'm confusing it with George Floyd, because I know they paid George Floyd's family $27 million.
Zombie Squab says Adam Friended slept with Marilyn Monroe. Zombie Squab. That's very
Adam
funny.
Friended assassinated JFK. I don't know if you knew this.
That's very funny.
Adam Friended was the second shooter on the grassy knoll. Okay. But why male models?
Luckily, Adam is white, so nothing.
I can't.
Not only that, I lived in a town where pretty much everyone was white, so that's why I'm always like.
Yeah, I don't think they actually did settle with Jacob Blake yet. I think we were confusing that with the gigantic Floyd settlement.
Okay. Confusing.
A nice, comfortable suburb, and it didn't happen to you. For God's sake, have some empathy for people. Just because it didn't happen to you doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So
yeah, I mean, this is what's horrible about this, because I have a lot of empathy for people. I mean, I don't want to see people wrongly shot and killed by the police, but I also don't want to see people's businesses wrongly burned down by jank getting on the internet and making people fucking upset with some fake news narrative that gets people angry and thinks, oh, I'm going to go out and shoot Trump supporters to get even. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Shouldn't we all like dial it down a bit here? Yeah, I think we should.
I don't know if we can show this.
What's that?
I don't know if we could show this. CT made the Doom picture.
We can't show that.
CT made the picture of Kyle Rittenhouse as the Doom guy shooting all the people he shot.
Car source owners are next. We're almost done with this video.
Jerks to me in the past, cops have been perfectly great, but that doesn't mean that they're perfectly great to everyone. You could see it with your own eyes as they high-five with right-wing militia about the murder protesters, and they view them as on their side. As you see them shoot a guy in the back 7 times in front of his kids, you see them kneel on a guy's neck for 9 minutes and take the life out of him. If you can't have empathy, then you can't have empathy. It sickens me, honestly, that I live in a country with these people, that they celebrate these murders of black people.
Who the fuck is celebrating this shit?
We are.
No, I'm not celebrating the murder. I'm not celebrating any of this shit.
Every time I turn the news and I see that a black person has been killed by the police, I open up the champagne.
No.
In the latkes, and I just go to town and say, yay.
Sad.
I'm so glad that our country is racist.
Very sad. Very sad. I do not. I'm sad that Jen can't empathize with the people who are there to protect property. I'm very sad that he can't empathize with them.
Or what about, all the people who spend their entire life creating a business just to have it destroyed for no reason.
Yeah.
Sickens me. So that's where we are now. We're totally divided, and we should be divided. I do not.
What?
Fuck you.
What a piece of shit.
He's a total
He's such
piece
a
of
bad
shit.
person.
I know,
He's
it's
such
terrible.
a bad person.
We're totally divided and we should be divided. Fuck off.
Fuck you, Shank.
Yeah, why can't we be united? Like
fucking piece of shit.
A big United States. I know, so bad.
Want to unite with these sick people who
I've mischaracterized for this entire 9-minute video.
I know.
I don't want to be united with this foggy dream of a terrible person that I'm making out.
He can't walk it back. He's dug himself too deep with his disgusting tirade. He
Really?
can never walk this back. No, he'll never admit that he was wrong about this.
Yeah, he's a big egomaniac. There's no way he's admitting he's wrong.
And
Jake is the type of person who just knows it deep down in his gut that it has to be true.
Right.
Yeah.
Ugh.
continue to oppress black people and minorities in this country and celebrate it. I can't stand it.
Who the fuck is celebrating? Who is he talking about? Who is celebrating the oppression of black people?
Remember when Donald Trump came up on the news and he said, during a press conference, he said, I want you to vote for me so that we can oppress the blacks in this country.
It's not,
okay. Remember when that
Sitch,
happened? I remember when that happened.
Someone's gonna clip that out, Sitch. You better watch out.
Adam, I saw that happen.
I might clip that out. That might be my next big clip. Sitch admits.
And if you're going to get triggered by that, that's a sad day for you. Oh, no. Oh, he got triggered because we're murdering black people, and he says he doesn't want to hang out with us. No, I do not want to hang out with you. I want no piece of you. So you know what? These right-wingers, I never want to talk to you guys in my personal life. I think you're all sick. I just don't want anything to do with you guys. Just leave all of us the rest alone. Man, move to a theocratic country where...
he throws in the God belief under the bus here.
There you go.
Cenk goes full anti-theist.
Yep.
Move to a theocratic country. Get out of our good secular country.
There is something a little ironic about a first-generation immigrant telling everybody Americans to leave the country.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Cenk wasn't born in this country, was he?
No, I just looked at. He emigrated here when he was 8.
8 years old, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a piece of shit.
I know.
And religion. You know what that country's called? It's called Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
But
why don't you go back to Saudi Arabia, Cenk? Isn't that where you're
he's
from?
Turkish, okay, you bigot.
Oh, I don't care. Go back to Middle East.
Turkey with go back to that's a country bristling with freedom and democracy.
What kind of presumption do you have to immigrate to a country, not the country of your birth, and just be talking all this fucking smack?
I know, it's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It's disgusting.
America's supposed to stand for equality for all. If you don't believe that, get out. Go to a country that believes in murderous right-wing authoritarian governments. Another good one is North Korea. Move to North Korea.
He wants a murderous left-wing government. So you can move out. You can go to, I don't know, one of these fucking socialist countries.
Isn't North Korea communist? North Korea is a left-wing government.
Well, are they really? I mean, they're not really. They're not even really communist, right?
I think they are.
Are they? I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate, but
if the state owns the means of production, that's communism, right?
There you go.
That's North Korea.
There you go.
Saudi Arabia, but leave America to people who believe in equality, in actually treating everyone the same. Young Turks.
Can't hit the button. Look, it took him 3. His fingers are so fat that he
couldn't turn it off.
He couldn't hit the button. Oh, come on, we gotta see that a little bit again.
You don't believe that get out. These North Korea, leave American people believe in actually treating everyone the same.
Watch this.
Young Turks.
Look at this. Huh? How do I get this thing to? What? It's not stopped yet. Oh.
He's like, Young Turks, dramatic. Uh-oh. It's not coming off.
It's not
the
going
drama
off.
is ruined. Jeez.
When did oh man. Maybe Jake was always a big ideologue like this.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You're the one who used to fucking work over this. You're the one that used to work for them, huh? You tell me, Adam.
Well, I was in the bubble though, so I'm not a good. An unreliable protagonist until I got pulled out of the red pill, or pulled out of the matrix, the progressive moral matrix.
Progressive.
I was a big moron too.
Rob Walker for $20 says, I have heard so much about TYT lately. I'm worried there may be a side effect or overdose. What potential side effect or overdose symptoms should I watch for?
Talk to you guys real quick.
Here's the greatest side effect of watching TYT that you have to watch out for. Well, there's two. There's either you feel the free will draining from your body. You're slowly becoming an NPC. So if your skin becomes gray and your face becomes fixed in position, you should immediately stop watching any TYT content.
TYT is dangerous to watch anyway.
That's true.
You can only watch it for comedic effect. Like you can only watch it to laugh at.
Zata for $20. Says, I've been listening to your shows at work for about a week or two now. I want to show my support to my favorite comedy show, S-Class in the Streets and A-Team in the Sheets.
There you go. That's exactly, yeah. That's how.
There you go.
Yeah. Publicly S-Class, but we all know behind the scenes A-Team.
So Reese Griffiths for two Aussies says, compare their accents to the trial. Okay.
So these guys?
Yes. Someone said that they were putting up their accents more into the trial. So let's listen and find out.
They're like, oh, I barely, English is my second language. Right? And here they're like, yeah, that's right. We lost 137 cars.
Yeah, I'm from Jersey. My name's Sal. I mean, they did take the name Sal and Sam, so there you go.
That'd be great. So, sorry, one second.
Yeah, go ahead. They
so,
do have a GoFundMe page.
Yeah, let's talk.
Dad's like, I'm wanted in four countries. I'm gonna duck out of this one, kids.
But see, this is amazing because, like, naturally, I would feel so empathetic for these people because, you know, they built some family business and it got destroyed by piece of shit rioters and looters. But now I have nothing but contempt for them.
Yeah, because they're liars. They're total liars.
For the people that were trying to help them too. I think that's really what rubs me the wrong way. The people were trying to help them and they're throwing them under the bus.
So for those of you who just joined, these two were on the stand last week in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Yes.
And it basically, I mean, you couldn't watch it and not be completely just tearing your hair out. Like, the biggest thing you're continually saying in your head is, answer the question, damn it. Because they kept asking questions and they were just majorly evasive. They didn't want to answer any questions.
This is how it'd be. It'd be like, all right, Sam, do you know what time it was when you arrived at the car source? Could you repeat the question? Do you know what time it was that you arrived at the car source? What day? What day? August 25th.
Is that a Tuesday?
What day? What was that, a Tuesday? What day of the week that was? That was Tuesday. Could you repeat the question? Okay. What time did you arrive at the car source on August 25th, a Tuesday?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question. You don't understand the question? What time? Okay, see, there's this thing called time. It's that human beings measure temporal passage of space by this thing called time in a forward linear motion. So when you looked at your phone and there were numbers displayed, what time did it say it was when you were at the car lot on August 25th on a Tuesday?
And all this dodging would end in, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It would be totally uneventful ending in just basically, I'm not really going to answer that question.
Yes. That was literally every back and forth. Was like 3 questions of clarification that would end with, I don't remember.
I remember the first thing the first thing that popped up was because the first questioning was basically, you know, what was your relationship with the car source? And he started off basically saying, you know, I don't work there. It's not my, you know, it's not my place. You know, trying to make it sound like he had nothing to do with the place.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turns out, oh, my dad owns it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What the? That's the first point when you realize this motherfucker's lying. Like, why?
Right.
Why are you trying to hide that
You're
information?
talking about the first brother.
Yeah, the first brother.
Yeah.
Yes. Not only that, that's another thing. Like after a while, he's like, oh, he plays up like you've got me mixed up with my brother. It's my brother that you really want to talk to. He's like,
Yeah, he's
I
like-
need
and
to
he
get
goes-
out of here.
There was a good part where he's like, yeah, you should ask my brother. And the defense is like, oh, okay.
They
and
bring
they
his
bring up
brother
the
in.
picture. They bring up the picture of him with Kyle Rittenhouse. And like, well, is this you in this picture?
Yeah. Isn't that Kyle Rittenhouse there in the picture with you?
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know anything. They were like Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. You know, I know nothing. I see nothing. Like, it's insane.
They knew everything, though. It was so patently obvious that they were lying. I'm glad that the defense attorney for Kyle Rittenhouse said, you know, basically pointed out that he perjured himself. He's like, both these statements can't be true. It was.
He didn't point it out. He said, "Isn't it true that you just lied to the court
Yeah.
under oath?"
Yeah. Well, we know that's perjury. So.
Yeah, I know. But I was like, he didn't imply it. He explicitly stated it.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'm sure that the district attorney will get right on that perjury case immediately.
They don't give a fuck. Yeah.
So this is your business, and it's
Oh,
obvious.
you see that? They said yes. They didn't say it was their mom's
How bizarre. How bizarre. That was the first fucking question in the trial.
See, I will say the defense really, they should have played this. They dropped the ball here.
This is your business. Yep.
Yep.
In the trial, it was like, this is your business. I don't work there. It's like, well,
Pretty hard.
That's not what I asked.
We built this from the ground up.
Yeah, that's really quiet.
We started this business back in 2013.
Oh, it's terrible.
About 5 to 7 cars. 7 cars. I counted the first day.
I can barely hear it, yeah.
7 cars.
Yeah.
This building was in worse condition when we bought it.
Worse than this?
No, not.
Yeah, we're going to have to translate. We're not going to be able to watch this. The audio is too
Is there, can you put subtitles on the video? I don't know if you can and watch together.
Are you going to read it?
No, but
only if
I mean,
read to
people
me.
watching could look at it with their iPhones.
We can't play this, obviously.
No. Let me. Does the audio get any better at any point?
I don't know. Here.
Took about 3 or
No,
4
it
months
doesn't.
to get it already.
We'd have to download it and
pipes
like
on there.
Yeah.
fix the audio or something. That's unfortunate. I just want to
Scrub
watch
forward
this.
a little bit.
The second night, everything was on fire again.
Yeah.
The second night, everything was on fire again, he says.
Yeah.
The third night, he's like, we're going to hire our militia to be here. It's just not going to happen for a third night.
Right.
You know how I felt? You know, this business was like, you know, you have a child.
Sure.
8 years old, you know.
Yeah.
You rape that child one time. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not enough. Let's rape it one more time.
Oh, he compares the burning of his business to raping an 8-year-old child.
Yes. Why the fuck didn't they play this? Oh my God, they should have played this in court.
Yeah. This completely contradicts the testimony in court. He
also-
basically said, I have insurance, you know, not a big deal.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's how I felt.
Jeez.
This is how I felt. I raped.
He says, this is how I felt raped.
Yeah.
Look at this. This was not the guy who was on the stand.
No. No.
Who did it? No. But you know, the
only thing
it's
we're
sad.
asking.
This is how I 8 years old. You got raped. Who? They said they didn't want to help.
He said who did it, but there's a skip in it, so it doesn't give his answer, which is unfortunate.
But you know,
The only thing
it's
we're
sad.
asking.
It's sad that they're gonna say no. I'm sorry, we cannot be there for you. Yeah. So
he's saying that the police said, "I'm sorry, but we can't be there for you."
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, they called the police.
that's not the America I came to.
Right. Oh my God. He said, "That's not the America I came to."
Right.
I came to work hard.
Yeah.
I came to work hard. You know,
2005.
it wasn't inherited to me. This business, we built it from the ground up.
Right.
Now it's into ashes. That's why I said with the Kenosha News that they said, "What do you feel?" I'm like, go check it out yourself.
Yeah.
Don't ask me. It's all burnt to the ashes. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't want to play this because they didn't want them to look sympathetic. You know, you have them standing in front of like their destroyed building and all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. It's funny because, as I said, I would be sympathetic to people if they weren't so fucking liars under oath, trying to throw people under the bus that were literally trying to help them.
How relevant is it that Kyle Rittenhouse was hired to defend? I guess it is relevant to why he was there.
Well, it's actually not relevant at all, which is kind of funny. Like, it's emotionally relevant because the state is trying to make this. They're not trying to make a legal case. They're trying to make an emotional case. Like, what is a 17-year-old boy with a gun doing here in not his neighborhood? Okay. Now, this is all irrelevant to the self-defense laws, but it's entirely an emotional argument.
Yeah.
And so it would help the emotional argument if the defense said, well, he was literally asked to be there or paid to be there.
Right.
By these guys.
Yeah.
But you're right. In terms of the legal self-defense argument, it doesn't matter at all.
Right. Yeah.
But see, that's what's weird to me. Like, I mean, I guess I'd have to read the depositions of the chuckle fucks here, but I would assume that in their depositions before the trial that they were as horribly evasive and dishonest as they were during the trial. And if I was the prosecutor, I wouldn't put these fucking people anywhere near a state because it only hurts your case. It doesn't help your case at all.
Yeah. What was the
gain
prosecutor
nothing from any of this.
trying to accomplish by this?
He was trying to accomplish that they were not invited, that Kyle and the other people were not invited to be there, that they
Right.
just showed up on their own accord.
I got you. Yeah.
But that's so obviously not true.
Because
You have
it's
a
so
pic-
obvious they're fucking lying the whole time.
Right. Because there's a picture of the brother with Kyle Rittenhouse. As the defense said, not Kyle, but the people that were defending the property are walking in and out of the place. So they had a key to the place. Somehow they received a key to this place because they were opening it and walking in and out of it.
Well, I'm sure the detailer had a key when he worked there. They obviously trusted the guy enough to give him a key.
Well, that would be preposterous. You know, you're not gonna give a detailer a fucking key to your place.
Why? Maybe. I mean, you might.
No, come on. But someone gave them the key that night. Okay. And then Dominic Black said that there was a ladder already there that allowed them access to the roof. And then Chucklefuck's like, oh, not only do we not give them a ladder, we don't own a ladder. There's no ladder on the property anyway. Ladders don't exist on 3 of our car lots. There's no such thing as a ladder. Okay.
Yeah, that's completely
they
ridiculous.
fucking drove Kyle Rittenhouse to one of the properties that they want him to protect. Okay, so this is bad. This is what Ricardo was at. Like, I don't understand why they put these guys on the stand. I don't understand it, unless maybe they were completely truthful in their deposition, but I doubt it because the defense didn't reference it when they were on the stand. So I literally don't understand what the state was trying to accomplish by having these guys testify.
So I brought up the photo that they showed to the court where you can see the brother on the end and you can see Kyle Rittenhouse with Dominic Black. Both of them have their long guns. The guy in the medic helmet is the guy who used to be a detailer there.
Yes.
And likely organized the situation.
Right.
Bolch is the guy who doesn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, evidently meets him the same night. He's the guy standing right next to the brother, the owner.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Dominic Black was like This is fucking dangerous. Let me on the roof. I'm like, I want
Dominic
nothing
Black's the
to
one
do.
on the was the one next to Kyle on the right. Yes.
He's in none of the videos because he was on the roof all fucking night. He's like, I'm staying on the roof. Fuck you. Evidently someone was on the roof with him and had a laser pointer. And this might be why they were saying they pointed their guns at us, because they were, some idiot was on the roof playing with the laser pointer. Probably one of these motherfuckers that no one's like pointing the finger at.
Right.
But Dominic Black was saying that they shouldn't be playing with a laser pointer, obviously, because that's, people are going to think it's one of the guns, which is smart. I mean, that's obviously what people are going to think. So,
right. And he said that he told them to stop it. And the guy just,
and
laughed
they would,
in his face.
he laughed in his face. He wouldn't stop doing it, which, you know, we've all had those friends.
Yeah. Well, not friends. It's probably not friends because I think they didn't really know anyone when they showed up. I thought.
Right.
So
Well,
it's
we've all
just some random
encountered those
guy,
people that are like,
Those
will you please stop
assholes.
pointing your laser pointer into my eye? Thank you. No,
Well,
it's
see,
funny.
It's like, yeah, we're in a dangerous, like, contentious situation, and you're making it like 1,000 times worse. Yeah.
Right. But this is fun. How are we supposed to entertain
I know.
ourselves here on this rooftop if we aren't making everybody look at when we put the laser pointer on their forehead?
Sure.
I've actually had a lot of fun with a laser pointer on a rooftop,
Of course.
when I lived in New York, but this was in a safe environment.
Right. No one was afraid that you were a sniper.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And they were throwing rock. Dominic Black said
They threw rocks.
I didn't know about this either. They were, when he was on the roof, they were throwing rocks at him on the roof and at the car lot.
Yeah.
At the cars in the car lot.
Yeah.
That didn't get reported on.
Not at all, of course, because that wasn't the angry racist right wingers that were throwing the rocks.
Right.
That was the left wingers who were throwing the rocks. So of course it couldn't get reported on.
Yeah.
Dominic Black feels like so fucked over by this whole thing.
Well, maybe when I make the supercut for the trial, I'll add this video in and I'll boost the sound so we can actually hear it.
Oh, that would be cool.
So we could compare them to how they behave in the trial.
If we celebrate when Kyle Rittenhouse gets not guilty, we're going to be celebrating because America is not
doomed.
Yeah, exactly.
Justice actually works.
But Young Turks is going to characterize our celebration as racism.
We were happy that someone who went to shoot black people shot white people.
Yeah. They're going to completely mischaracterize our reason for celebration, which is like totally evil. Oh, it's so sad.
Should we read the there's two articles that are crazy. There's the CNN article and then there's the NPR article.
Which one you want to do first? Do you want to just do random quotes or do you want to read through the whole article?
I can, well, I'll just read through it quickly and then when we get to interesting parts, we'll talk about
this
it.
Is four I'm on the
This is the NPR. Yeah, this is the NPR one.
4 takeaways from the first week of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Do you like that picture? Look at that. They chose him. He looks kind of smug. That picture.
There is worse pictures that they
There
could have
is.
chosen. Yeah.
There is.
NPR's trying. Becky
That's
Sullivan here is trying to keep it real.
Becky.
Click on that Becky Sullivan link first and just read a couple of her first tweets for me.
Oh, I did that the other day.
Just out of
I read this
curiosity.
article and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, we gotta get the full background story. We're not good internet comedian journalists if we don't get Becky Sullivan's first few tweets.
I don't know. She seems pretty normy. All her tweets are like boring as shit.
Okay, good. That's good.
Wait a minute.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Wait a minute. Did she delete a bunch of her tweets?
What?
Uh-oh. I think she did. She deleted wait, what the fuck? She like deleted a whole bunch of her tweets. Oh, that's super interesting.
What are the deleted tweets?
Well, because when I first read this article, I clicked on her Twitter to look into it. And it was all like, they were like, what you'd expect from a journalist. Like they're talking about normal stories, whatever the current offense is. If you click on it now, like she has huge gaps. Like the last tweet was from October 1st. And then the tweet before that's from August 17th. And then before that, July.
Oh,
like there's like no, like she got rid of all her tweets.
She's a DC resident, which is
that's
super
very
sus.
Interesting. Very interesting. She got rid of her tweets. Huh.
Let me see if I just search.
Fascinating.
If I search her Twitter handle and something like, I don't know, Donald Trump.
Because she removed the tweet to her own article.
What?
It's not even up there anymore. So I don't know. Anyway, let's go.
Becky Sullivan on Twitter. An FYI to your Trump Kansas tweet, dunk. An FYI on your Trump canvas. Oh, an FYI for your Trump canvas. A Kansas tweet dunk takes the Kansas City metro area spread across both states. Oh, that's someone replying to her. Becky Sullivan on Twitter. Got a good one for you. Okay, let me click on this. This is a response. Oh, wait, no.
Whatever, forget it. She deleted a bunch of her tweets. Let's look at the article.
This one's still here, though.
Yeah.
An FYI on your Trump Kansas tweet dunk takes the Kansas City metro spread. Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyways. Okay. First week of testimony has come to a close in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 18-year-old charged with homicide after he shot and killed 2 protesters at a demonstration in Kenosha. Okay. So already, they're categorizing Rosenbaum and Huber as protesters. Which Huber, you could probably say he was. He claimed to have known Jacob Blake, which is strange. But Rosenbaum, not a protester. Not a protester. He's just a crazy person. The protesters in Kenosha began after police shot Jacob Blake, a 29-year-old black man, on August 23rd, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. Multiple nights of unrest followed, with rioters destroying police cars and burning and damaging businesses.
There's no in the back, so that's like they get a point for that. No in the back.
Well, but yeah, they don't explain the story, but it's whatever. On August 25th, ahead of the third night of protest, Rittenhouse, then 17, drove from his house in Anonoke, Illinois, across state lines. Bingo.
Into Wisconsin,
where he intended to protect businesses from unrest. He was armed with an AR-15 style rifle. So there's your first lie. Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse did not cross state lines with the intention to protect businesses. He didn't know he was going to be doing that until he was already there.
Correct. Yeah. And I like how they have the quotes around protect.
Yes. He was intending to, quote, protect.
Yeah, like that's the cover story. Right. We all know he wasn't really going to protect businesses. We all know that's, a cover story.
Let's see. In a series of, let's try to skip ahead. In a series of confrontations with protesters, Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 protesters, Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber, and wounded a third.
Gage Grosskreutz.
He faces 7 total charges. He's pleaded not guilty.
Oh, you got to read it. What are you doing? Come on, there's a show going on here.
I don't need to read this part. This part's not interesting.
Well, what do you want to go to?
Well, I'm looking. Pivotal testimony after the first shooting.
I like the way you read.
Thank you. Pivotal testimony about the first shooting came from a video producer at a right-wing news site. Nearly 3 hours of testimony Thursday came from Richard McGinnis, video producer with the right-wing news site, The Daily Caller.
Yeah, I got that wrong on the last show. It wasn't the Daily Wire. Which is,
yeah.
McGinnis works for Tucker Carlson, which is like even worse in Anna Kasparian's mind. Oh my God, Tucker Carlson, he's the white supremacist. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Tucker Carlson is the right-wing version of the Young Turks, as much as that pains some people to hear. McGinnis was in Kenosha that night covering the protest as a journalist. Though they do say this, they do say that he's a video producer for the right-wing news site as a form of discredit, like trying to discredit him.
Yeah.
So that he's not trustworthy.
Right-wing news site, the Daily Caller. That's why they're like, yeah, you can ignore anything he has to say now.
This part's hilarious. Rittenhouse's encounter with Rosenbaum, the first person he shot, is critical to the prosecution's efforts to characterize Rittenhouse as the initial aggressor whose reckless actions led directly to the violent confrontation that followed. But video evidence of the encounter with Rosenbaum is sparse.
What the fuck? I missed that part the first time I read the article. What the fuck?
What? You have Rosenbaum saying, shoot me N-word, and then you have the literal video. You have 2 videos, 3 videos, I think, from different angles of Rosenbaum chasing Kyle and Kyle running away. But video evidence is, what more video evidence what will there be? Do we need to have like the steady cam following Kyle because Rosenbaum's chasing him? Like, what the hell? Meaning the testimony of McGinnis as the person who was closest to the shooting was crucial to both sides. On the stand Thursday, McGinnis described the atmosphere that night as dangerous and menacing, in large part due to the presence of so many armed men. So I did kind of want to talk about this, which is interesting. Everyone's kind of throwing McGinnis accolades because of his line about, well, he did say fuck you and tried to grab the gun, which I'm glad he did. Okay. But McGinnis was actually a really bad witness in a lot of other areas. And he performed really shitty in a lot of other areas. And 2 of those areas was he used the term fall in an interview to describe Rosenbaum. Instead of saying Rosenbaum lunged towards Kyle, he said he fell towards Kyle. And the state really jumped on that. And he didn't give a good answer for that. He didn't just say, oh, in my initial interview, when I described Rosenbaum as falling towards Kyle and Kyle shooting him as he was falling, I just, used an improper word. He lunged and I just used the word incorrectly. He didn't say that. And he was very tepid and very nervous in his testimony.
Right.
So I was actually not very pleased with McGinnis's testimony, except for the one line that everyone's repeating.
You need me to bring the drawing back up again and show you how it went down.
That's what he was describing it almost like that.
But that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. He shot his legs out from under him.
He was not like Ryan Balch. Ryan Balch was like really hyper aware of the way, because the thing you have to keep in mind here is that if you're on the witness stand and you're being deposed, when the lawyers are asking you questions, they're trying to create a narrative, even if it's not directly in the question they're asking you. Like, they're asking you very specific ways in order to try to get you to say something specific that they can use to weave into the narrative. And McGinnis was not, he wasn't aware of this, or he was pretending like it wasn't happening. And he was giving lots of answers which are technically neutral, but would be very easy for the state to warp against Kyle. And one of them was the falling thing. And the second one was this one, where he used the language that it was menacing that night. And he made it sound like at first that it was the armed people defending the property that made it menacing. And he didn't do a good job clarifying that he didn't mean that at all. So I was not very happy with a lot of McGinnis's. Ryan, the guy after him, Ryan Balch, was like a way better witness, and he's the one that should really be getting all the accolades, in my opinion.
But he is a witness for the prosecution, so
they all are prosecution. So far. We haven't had a defense witness yet. But Ryan Balch obviously was not favorable to the prosecution at all, because when he would answer, and I'll play, when we watch the whole trial, I'll show you, the prosecution or the state would ask questions in very pointed ways, and Ryan Balch would answer them like in the perfect rhetorical way to like fuck over the state.
Yeah.
Like, because the state's trying to prove this narrative that Kyle is this vigilante who's in over his head.
Right.
And so, like, for example, the state's like, Mr. Balch, you said that you wanted to stay by Kyle all night because you felt that he was, unprepared. Isn't that true? Or what did you mean by that when you said you felt like he was unprepared? it's because the state's trying to be like, oh, see, he's over his head. He's the vigilante. He's just some stupid kid who wants to shoot people. And then Balch would fire back like, well, I felt he was very naive about the protesters. And the protesters would think, he was an easy mark or something. Like,
and
anyway.
basically set him up for the protesters basically attacked him.
Right. So he was always very careful with how he was sort of framing his language to kind of help Kyle.
It's so weird that every single witness falls into a category of like, who am I trying to help here? It's a social intuitionist model is just laden through everything humans do.
The problem is, and I was thinking about this, because I was thinking about whether I should not like McGinnis or not. Because if you look at it just on its face, McGinnis should be commended because he's just giving completely neutral answers. Which, first of all, maybe I don't like because I'm obviously 100% on Kyle's side. I'm not neutral at all here. But so maybe that's my own bias. But also I'm thinking the problem is that when you have these lawyers and they're asking you these pointed questions in specific ways, if they're warping your neutral answers to appear in a narrative, I think that it's your duty to try to push back on that. Say that's not what I mean, or something to that effect, or to be aware of that anyway. Anyways, McGinnis.
mean, the falling thing is really what happened. I mean, he lunged, and as soon as he got shot, that lunge became a fall.
Yeah, but that's different.
Yeah.
Because the state's trying to make it sound like he didn't lunge towards Kyle.
He fell over.
Kyle shot him and then he fell.
Right.
Or he tripped towards Kyle or something. They're trying to make it sound like anything but him lunging towards Kyle's gun.
Right.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. But he said, fuck you, and he tried to grab the weapon.
But McGinnis did a poor job in that section about the falling because he opened the door for them to make that claim.
He did say, he's like in an earlier, they had McGinnis because in an earlier interview, McGinnis had said he was falling towards Kyle.
Yeah, but he could just say, well, I just, I didn't use the correct terminology in that interview. You could just say that. He doesn't have to defend. His interview was not under oath. He doesn't have to defend it. It was like an interview on Fox News or something.
Yeah.
So McGinnis had conducted an interview with Rittenhouse about 15 minutes before the first shooting, in which Rittenhouse described himself as an adult, an EMT, and a medic. Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I can protect myself, obviously, Rittenhouse said in the video. It is kind of crazy. I didn't realize this until watching the trial. That interview that we see happens 10 minutes before the shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, McGinnis isn't even with him very long.
That's literally 5 or 10 minutes right before the shooting is Kyle giving this interview where he says, our job is to protect the business and to help people.
Yeah. What a horrible night.
I know. Later, McGinnis testified he saw Rittenhouse running towards a used car lot holding both the rifle and a fire extinguisher. I like how they say he's holding the rifle. Well, it's a slung around him. What was he supposed to let it just like when he runs, he's not supposed to hold it, so it just hits his side maybe? That doesn't sound very dangerous.
No, you're supposed to just set it down next to the gas station pump and take the fire extinguisher and just leave your gun there for any fucking maniac to grab. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
McGinnis decided to follow him, reaching for his phone to record. And then listen to how dishonest they frame this. In the lot, Rittenhouse stopped and turned around. Rosenbaum was not armed, McGinnis said, but he continued to run towards Rittenhouse. What is this tortured language? Okay.
He was armed.
This is how a human writes this. Okay. This is how a human who's not biased writes this. When Kyle Rittenhouse reached the car lot, the person, they give the name, Zeminski, pulled a gun on him, or had a gun on him, and the defense says he said, quote, "You aren't going to do shit." After a confrontation, video shows Rosenbaum, who was behind a car, circling out and starting to chase Kyle from behind. Okay. You have to describe, this is what I'm talking about. If this was honest journalism, the point of journalism is to describe the scene so that people reading it understand it. Okay. They need to know that Kyle reaches the gas station, that Rosenbaum, that he has the confrontation with Zeminski, and then Rosenbaum from behind starts chasing after him. But no, instead we get like no information. In the lot, Rittenhouse stopped and turned around. Rosenbaum was not armed, comma.
Yeah, it's
but
awful.
he continued to run towards Rittenhouse. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
You read that sentence and you're like, I don't know. Like, if you didn't have the video in your mind and you read that sentence, you wouldn't even understand what the fuck they're saying. Quote, it was clear to me it was a situation where it was likely something dangerous was going to happen, be it Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it or Mr. Rittenhouse shooting it. Ms. McGinnis testified. Yeah, that was another really bad answer that he gave. Rosenbaum lunged for the rifle, McGinnis said. Well, that's good. And Rittenhouse dodged. As Rosenbaum's momentum was carrying him past Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse fired 4 times. Afterwards, Rittenhouse ran away, leaving Rosenbaum laying face down on the ground.
Face down.
So that's also a weird characterization too. Rosenbaum lunged and Rittenhouse dodged, but still shot him. I don't know. This is very bizarre.
Rosenbaum lunged for the rifle. At least they got, McGinnis said. And Rittenhouse
McGinnis
dodged.
said. Ritten dodged.
Yeah.
But see, but that makes it sound even weirder because it makes it sound like, oh my God, see, it's even worse. Listen, let me read it again. Listen to how dishonest this is. Okay. Rosenbaum lunged for the rifle, McGinnis said, and Rittenhouse dodged, period. As Rosenbaum's momentum was carrying him past Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse fired 4 times. Okay. What are they saying without saying it? They're trying to make it sound like Kyle shot him in the back. Okay. They're saying,
because he carried him past him.
Yes. They're saying
He
Rosenbaum,
never carried him past him.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're saying Rosenbaum lunged, Kyle Rittenhouse dodged. Okay. So if
Okay.
someone says you lunged and then dodge, in your mind,
You're thinking that the guy flew over him. And
yes,
he turned,
and he completely dodged out of the way.
And he turned around and shot him in the back on the ground.
Yes.
My
as Rosenbaum's
God.
momentum was carrying him past Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse fired 4 times. That fucking didn't happen
Totally.
at all.
Yeah, he never passed Rittenhouse. He was always in front of Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
What? This is like fucking insanely fake news.
He fired so fast. Like
He fired 4 times
rounds.
in 0.66 seconds.
That's like a sixth of a second, right?
That's what they said. They
Point,
said
a
it
sixth
took
of a second, yeah.
0.66 seconds to shoot 4 times. Yes.
Right. That's so crazy.
No, but see, this is what I mean. The person writing this article knows they're fucking lying because they wrote it in such a way that it makes you think that Kyle Rittenhouse shot him in the back. But if they were questioned on it, they'd be like, well, technically, I didn't say that.
Well, there's nowhere in the article yet where he says shot him in the back, though.
No, I know, but I'm saying using the language, he lunged and then Rittenhouse dodged.
Yeah, that's why I was...
And then his momentum carried him past Rittenhouse. Okay, so they're creating this fake narrative that makes you think something that's not true, and they're very aware of that. They're very aware of that.
That's why I was looking to see if she said anything about shot in the back, because that's a huge thing that I just uncovered for the first time about how, like, everyone on Twitter is saying that Rosenbaum was shot in the back, and they literally believe like he was running away from Kyle Rittenhouse. That's why they see the video incorrectly. But I don't know if that's the picture Becky Sullivan has in her head, if that's why she's writing in this tortured way, because she's trying to make the narrative that she has in her head fit with what she's seen.
And I don't remember McGinnis even saying this, because I remember the whole thing about him saying he fell in front of him versus him lunging for the gun. I don't remember McGinnis using the words Rittenhouse dodged and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So this just seems like 100% fake news to me. But anyway, let's continue. Let's see if there's more fake news. When prosecutor Thomas Binger suggested it was impossible for McGinnis to know what Rosenbaum was trying to do as he lunged, McGinnis replied, well, he said, fuck you, and reached for the weapon. So at least they included that part. Prosecutors showed cell phone footages of McGinnis trying to help Rosenbaum after the shooting, which was entirely for sympathy. And that was entirely irrelevant to the case. That was just to get the jury sad. In the videos, McGinnis can be seen turning Rosenbaum's body over, and McGinnis taking off his own shirt to try to stem the bleeding. In the testimony, he described that he felt in danger and afraid as he did so. Watching the videos as he sat in the witness stand, McGinnis appeared to grow emotional. Because McGinnis was close to the line of fire, Rittenhouse has been charged with recklessly endangering his safety with a dangerous weapon, which is a felony. So at least they got that correct. Anna couldn't get that part correct, but at least they did. Two other armed men who came to Kenosha that night were also key witnesses. Prosecutors have worked to characterize Rittenhouse as a reckless aggressor whose unreasonable initial actions, namely shooting Rosenbaum, led directly to the confrontations that followed, which is preposterous. On Thursday and Friday, they called two witnesses who were among the self-styled, quote, militiamen at Kenosha that night with the intention of protecting local businesses. That included Ryan Balch, who described Rittenhouse as a little under-equipped and a little underexperienced, and former Marine rifleman named Jason Lowski, who was standing with Rittenhouse in the moments leading up to shooting, armed with an AR-15. In his testimony, Lukowski described using a, quote, shout, shove, show, shoot philosophy that night, for which he might be approached by an aggressive individual. First, he would try shouting at them. If that didn't work, then he would try to shove them. Then he would show them his weapon, and then finally shoot his weapon. Mm-hmm. So first of all, you should be asking yourself, how is any of this relevant to the story or the trial? Mm-hmm. And it's because they're trying to, the reason the state called Lukowski is because they're trying to make it seem like Lukowski, you know, he didn't feel like he had to shoot anybody. He was reasonable, but Kyle did shoot someone because Kyle is a crazy vigilante.
Yeah, Kyle was attacked.
Right. Lukowski testified that he never felt the need to progress past the shout that night, including during his encounter with Rosenbaum shortly before Rittenhouse shot him. Okay. So they're making it sound like, oh, see, this guy, he had an interaction with Rosenbaum. Of course, the difference is that when he had his interaction with Rosenbaum, he was surrounded by the rest of the people with guns. And so he didn't feel, you know, if it was a one-on-one situation, he was being chased by him. Maybe he probably would have turned around and shot him.
Completely different situation. Yeah. Right. If Rosenbaum had him cornered between an angry mob destroying cars, he might have a different perspective, right?
Right. But see, and then you have to ask yourself, why is this all being included in the article? Well, because they're all doing, this article is doing the dirty work of the prosecution, basically.
Yeah, big time.
Lukowski testified that he never felt the need to progress past shoot that night, blah, blah, blah. Rosenbaum was, quote,
shout
acting.
That night. Yeah.
Rosenbaum was, quote, acting very belligerently, Lukowski said, yelling for Lukowski to shoot him and make sudden steps towards him, provoking a reaction. So Lukowski was the person he was saying, shoot me N-word to.
Right.
Rather than shoot, Lukowski said he chose to turn away.
Yeah.
Like Jesus, Lukowski turned away from the Rosenbaum.
Wouldn't it be cool if Kyle Rittenhouse did the same thing, if he chose to turn away?
Why couldn't Kyle be like Lukowski and simply turn the other cheek?
Well, let's talk about that. Why didn't Kyle Rittenhouse choose to turn away?
Well, he couldn't turn away because he already had his back to the guy who was chasing him in the first place.
Right. Wait a second. He did turn away. He turned away and ran.
Yes, exactly.
What? How come that's not included in the story here?
I know.
Rather than shoot, Lukowski, like Rittenhouse, chose to turn away. Unlike Lukowski, Rittenhouse ran as fast as he could until he was pinned between an angry mob destroying cars.
Yes. And a crazy person chasing him.
And a crazy pedophile trying to grab his gun.
Who said that he would murder him earlier in the evening?
Oh, that's not in the story, is it?
No.
Funny how that testimony didn't get in here.
Quote, after he'd done that a few times, I turned my back to him and ignored him, he said, describing Rosenbaum as a babbling idiot and repeatedly testifying that he believed Rosenbaum did not pose a danger to himself or anybody else. So that's also dishonest.
At the time, yes.
Yes. The question was, do you feel Rosenbaum posed a danger to you at the time? And he said no.
Because
And
he
the
was
reason-
standing with a bunch of guys with guns.
Yeah, he's standing in a line with like 15 people with guns. So yes, he has the luxury to turn around and walk away. Okay?
Yeah.
And also Rosenbaum was being held back by other protesters at that point too.
Yes. Yeah.
This is so dishonest.
This was this was at the gas station when there was half a dozen armed guys standing together. Yeah. To shoot Rosenbaum in that situation would have been like insanity.
Yes.
Like why it's so bizarre that they're
Right.
pitching it that way.
Quote, I really didn't see him as a threat at all, to be honest with you, said Lukowski. Okay. So we've had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs of them describing the state's argument, basically.
Right.
Let's see. And they have one sentence for the defense. Defense lawyer Corey.
Where'd you move down to?
Oh, this is the next sentence.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Defense lawyer Corey countered by pointing out differences between the two encounters and questioning Lukowski's memory.
Oh my God. They don't even paint the picture. They don't even paint the picture.
They don't explain any of the differences. They just said he pointed them out.
This is horrible.
Isn't this insane?
If you don't know anything about the case and you're just reading NPR, you're going to walk away. Like when Kyle Rittenhouse gets off, you're going to basically say this was a miscarriage of justice.
Yeah. They don't explain that there's an entirely different situation. Entirely different situation. They don't give a single explanation about that at all.
This
and
is
listen,
awful.
And look, the subtext or the subtitle for this section was 2 other armed men who came to Kenosha that night were key witnesses. Okay.
Yeah.
And they only explain Lukowski's because Lukowski's testimony could be warped by the state to make Kyle look bad. They don't mention one
Ryan
of the
Balch.
most pertinent fucking things that's said in the entire trial, which is Balch saying Rosenbaum
If I get you alone, I'll
threatened
kill
to
you.
murder
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes. If I get
Okay.
you alone, I'll kill you, is what he
Yes.
said.
How is that not in the fucking article?
Yeah, this is awful. This is totally awful.
Disgusting.
Now we know why Becky Sullivan deleted her entire tweet history.
Yeah, what the
Because this
fuck, Becky?
article came out, and man, people get pissed off at his injustice. I don't blame them. I honestly don't blame people. When people are like, "Oh, I'm being attacked online," I immediately think, "What'd you do? What'd you do? What'd you do?" Right? Like whenever I'm getting attacked, I'm not getting attacked because I didn't do something. I know exactly why I'm being attacked, right? Even if I'm being misrepresented, I at least understand what's
Look
happening
at Adam,
here.
victim blaming here. Wow.
I mean, wait a second here. Most people in this day and age are trying to cast themselves as a victim to get out of something.
Yes, that's true.
They're not victims. They're fake victims. They're playing as if they're victims. Like, listen, Becky Sullivan wrote this article here, completely lying to everyone, lying to us, lying to her readers, lying to you, lying, right?
Yes.
How is she the victim?
Well, see, but this is what's so gross, and I don't know what the solution to this is, because it's possible. I don't know. I'd have to go back to see about the whole dodging thing. It's possible that she's not directly lying. She's just framing the narrative in a horribly dishonest way.
Yeah.
And that's where you get in the problem suing these people for defamation or libel. It's I don't know what the solution is, but something needs to change because this is fucking disgusting. Videos have played a prominent role, including never before seen FBI infrared footage. The events of August 25th, 2020 were thoroughly documented by live streamers, reporters, and photographers, a unique benefit for the jury and the judge said Friday. Both the prosecution and the defense have turned repeatedly to photos and videos to make their case. Defense lawyers showed a series of photos that they said revealed the people Rittenhouse encountered were armed, be it with guns or other objects. Prosecutors have shown many many videos, several of them graphic, including the video recorded by McGinnis as he attempted to treat Rosenbaum's wound. So they've mentioned that video twice in the same article.
Of course, she's going to mention that McGinnis got punched in the face as he was trying to render aid to Rosenbaum, right?
No, of course it doesn't get mentioned.
I
That does not get mentioned.
I had never heard of that until the
I didn't either.
testimony.
I didn't either.
You guys probably don't know, but as McGinnis is rendering aid to Rosenbaum, as he's putting him in the car to take him to the hospital, somebody cold cocks him. And
Right.
He
Another
turns,
protester,
another protester. Yeah, and he turns to the guy, and the guy points at him like, "You and me right now." He's like, "I'm fucking trying to save someone's life here."
He's like, I'm trying to carry a body into like a car. Like, what the fuck's happening?
Is that not crazy? Is that not?
That is.
Is that not fucking insane?
It's insane. But of course, that doesn't get. Why should that be in the article?
Yeah, I'm like this. Yeah, why do you think McGinnis told the cops that it was a menacing environment? He got fucking cold cocked while he's taking the guy to the hospital.
Yep.
I can't think of anything more menacing than that.
In addition to the widely shared photos and videos, the jury also saw something new to the public: infrared footage of Rittenhouse's encounter with Rosenbaum recorded from overhead by an FBI airplane. So let's see how they describe that.
Okay, can't wait.
The video appears to show that at first, Rittenhouse was pursuing Rosenbaum into the used car.
I think this is where I totally lost it. I think I DM'd you this. It was
You
like
did.
lies.
Yes.
Fucking lies.
See,
this is how they tried to paint it.
Yep. Totally fucking dishonest. There's no evidence whatsoever has been presented that Kyle Rittenhouse was chasing them. The evidence that was presented that the state did not contest was that Kyle Rittenhouse got a call on his phone that the people that were defending that car source left, and that people were currently over there destroying the property and setting fires.
Yeah.
So he was heading towards the car lot. He wasn't chasing Rosenbaum. He didn't know who Rosenbaum was. He didn't know that he was over there.
Yeah. Yes, he passed Rosenbaum in the street on video.
And also, they didn't even do the Weasley thing. Usually, when they're Weasley, they'd say something like, the prosecution states that Rittenhouse was pursuing Rosenbaum. Because that's what the prosecution was saying at some point. But they didn't even do that. They just say it like it's a fact.
And not only that, they cite the video evidence. Video appears to show that. Like they're interpreting the video evidence for you.
Yes.
This is so fucking dishonest.
Yes. Video appears to show that at first Rittenhouse was pursuing Rosenbaum into the used car lot. Rosenbaum appears to pause between two cars as Rittenhouse runs around them. So when you hear that, what is that like? What does that even mean to you? It doesn't even explain anything. Because what actually happened was, since Rittenhouse was not chasing Rosenbaum, he ran right past him.
Yes.
And he didn't see him. And Rosenbaum used the car as cover before trying to sneak attack him.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. Yeah. And
Then
Zemeckis stopped Rittenhouse.
Yeah, he pulls a gun on him. And that's why you can hear in the video Kyle saying friendly, friendly, friendly.
Yeah. Then Rosenbaum appears to chase Rittenhouse. We got to make sure.
It appears like it happens. We weren't sure. It appears like it.
Make sure you get that in there.
Yes. Then Rosenbaum appears to chase Rittenhouse before Rittenhouse stops and shoots him.
Right.
So they paint this very dishonest picture as if Kyle is chasing Rosenbaum, and then Rosenbaum starts chasing him.
Right.
And then that's when he shoots him. So they try it. So it makes Kyle look like the aggressor here.
That's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah. The defense is also expected to rely on video evidence, so much so that they may not call Rittenhouse to the stand, which would be relatively unusual for self-defense cases, according to Jessa Nicholson Goetz, a Wisconsin criminal defense attorney who is not involved in the case. Quote, it is usually the testimony that establishes that self-defense is an issue, she said. Normally, there isn't all of this video footage. Okay.
Can you imagine a case where there isn't all this video footage? We're completely being spoiled by all this video footage.
We are.
I can't imagine being on a jury where all this would be guesswork, because they're so fucking trying to just paint the narrative that they're trying to railroad this kid. That's what's so incendiary about it.
Well, that's what's so crazy, and that's what for everyone to think about. We have like undisputed video evidence of the events, and we still have people that are like insane and do not have free will and are hallucinating when it comes to watching this video. Imagine if there was no video of the
Yeah, it
of
would
the
be
events.
over. It would be over. This kid would be in jail already. Yeah.
Right. It would just, if it was all just he said, she said.
Yeah.
But also notice how dishonest this paragraph is written. I'll read it again. The defense is also expected to rely on video evidence, so much so that they may not call Rittenhouse to the stand, which would be relatively unusual for a self-defense case.
Yeah. So
when
they're
they
totally
say that-
setting it up like, what has he got to hide, Sitch?
Exactly.
What is he trying to hide from us?
They're like, they're saying this lady said it's unusual in a self-defense case. They're making it sound like, oh, it's unusual for Rittenhouse not to testify. But that's not what she says. What she said is that usually there's not video footage, so they have to testify.
Right.
Okay. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Wow.
So gross. The judge is not taking risks with the jury and public confidence. On Thursday, Judge Bruce Schroeder dismissed one of the 20 jurors for making a joke about making a joke about Jacob Blake, whose shooting by police triggered the protest. The public needs to be confident that this is a fair trial, Schroeder said. The juror, an older white man, was being escorted to his own car Wednesday evening by a court police officer when he told the joke. The officer then reported the joke to the court. Quote, it was my understanding it was something along the lines of, why did the Kenosha police shoot Jacob Blake 7 times? Because they ran out of bullets.
Said the protester, Thomas Binger. It's my understanding.
Said the prosecutor, Thomas Binger, yeah.
Sitch and I talked about this because, I mean, this is like, what is going through someone's head? You're on a jury.
Yes.
And you think, oh, I'm going to tell the cop who's escorting me to my car because we have security details because of like, we don't want someone shooting us outside the fucking courtroom.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell him this racist fucking joke. Like, come on.
So I was wondering, is this jury just like the dumbest fucking person ever, or was this intentional because they didn't want to be in the trial?
Or were they signaling to the cop that don't worry, he's safe. I'm going to protect Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, that would mean you're a fucking moron to think that the cop's going to be like, oh yeah, that's great.
Right. Like to think the cop's going to go to all his buddies and say, oh, we got a ringer on the jury. We don't have to worry. Right. Like he might have been thinking that because he was so chapped about being dismissed. He's like, oh my God, I'm the single guy protecting Kyle Rittenhouse here. Who knows?
Well, good job, idiot.
I know he's the one in there sizing up the jury.
Right.
He knows all he has to do is hold out and it's a hung jury.
Well, not really. So they do something weird in Kenosha, or maybe it's the whole state. Because normally what they have like 12 jurors and they have some alternates. Okay. The judge said that what they do is they have 30 jurors and every juror watches the trial. Mm-hmm. And then at the end of the trial, they somehow figure out which 12 of the 30 they're going to use. So this guy might have, even if he had been in the whole thing, he might have not actually been on the end jury.
Say that again. I was completely distracted by the chat, or maybe I should I answer the chat before you
answer the chat?
Well, I knew as soon as I said it, the chat was going to be, oh, that's not a racist joke at all. That joke is not racist. It's like,
it's not explicitly racist, but it kind of feels racist.
Do you hold on? Also, I think this is an important conversation that we need to have sometime.
Yes.
Like if you aren't going through life understanding how things that you say can be perceived as racist, you're not living in the fucking current year, okay?
Right. Like, well, obviously this guy was not living in any current year.
Yeah.
But
how could you you have to understand that joke is going to be perceived by many, many, many people as racist, okay? And just because you have this one perception doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to perceive it that way.
I'll say, look, when I heard that, I was like, oh, it's definitely possible that the guy is not racist or the joke was not intended to be racist. It's definitely possible.
It's good. Listen, the judge,
but it's definitely possible it was. Okay?
The judge called it. The judge said, "Listen, this is going to be perceived as racist." Like you can't.
Yeah, the judge did say that. Yeah.
You can't stay on the jury. This is going to the credibility of this case is on the line.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
You and I would have known that. Like,
well, okay, but we obviously, if we were being escorted back to our car, we would not be so fucking dumb. Unless we were intentionally trying to get kicked off the jury to say something like, oh, let me tell you this horrible joke that's going to totally get me kicked off the jury to anyone with a functioning brain, in their skull.
But okay, Boomer is like, okay, the judge has told me that I am not allowed to talk about the case. Okay.
So I'm going to talk about the Jacob Blake case instead.
But I can't help I have to tell law enforcement that I'm the ringer on the jury. So I get social credit for being the guy who saved Kyle Rittenhouse's life.
Right.
So he's like, how do I signal to the police escort walking me to my car?
Right.
I know. I have a great idea. I will tell this non-racist joke.
This insane joke that's going to obviously get you kicked off the jury.
I will tell this insanely non-racist joke to the police escort giving me oh man. I was like, oh man. You lose faith in humanity.
I know. So anyway, do you want me to tell you what I said?
Tell me again. Okay. How's the jury selection go? I need to know this.
Jury selection is weird in this state or in Kenosha.
Right.
And that what they do is they have 30 jurors who sit through the entire trial.
So the alternates are sitting through the trial as well.
Well, there's no alternates yet. They're all just this pool of 30 jurors. And at the end of it, they decide then somehow which 12 are going to be the final jurors.
This is the most biased. How is this possible?
I don't know. I don't know how they determine it. I don't know if it's random. I don't know what they do, but the judge explained this and I'm like, that sounds fucking weird. Like, I don't know how this works.
Like the defense comes out and says, give me 3. I'll take 12 not guilties, please.
He didn't explain the process beyond that, so I'm not sure how it works, so we'll see. But it sounds super bizarre. So anyway, the only reason I brought it up is because that means that even if this guy hadn't told this crazy joke, there's still a good chance he wouldn't have been on the actual end jury anyway.
Right.
So,
well, this just seems ridiculous to me because they literally can be picking. Do they even ask them like what sides they're on? They're like, okay, we've got 17.
I'm assuming they can't ask them that. I'm assuming whatever the process is, they don't ask them what they think. I don't know how they figured this out.
This is ridiculous. This is crazy. Now I'm worried. Now I'm totally worried. They only have 1/3 of the public that doesn't believe Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty, and they already lost one of those jurors.
Right.
Yeah.
Where was I? It's okay. Quote, the judge says, it's clear that the appearance of bias is present and it would seriously undermine the outcome of the case, Schroeder said as he dismissed the juror. Schroeder, who is currently the longest serving judge in Wisconsin, has drawn public attention already during the case, in part due to his pretrial decision that prosecutors would not refer to those killed by Rittenhouse as victims, while the defense lawyer may call them rioters or looters.
Now I'm lost. I can't tell where you're reading.
The second to the last paragraph.
Gotcha. I caught
So they repeat the lie, the rioters and looters lie, that like every single news article has repeated almost.
And this is why the Young Turks feels justified maintaining this lie, because they're like, I read it on NPR. I read it in the New York Times. I read it here, there, everywhere. All these are reputable news organizations.
Yep.
Like,
they're all lying to you.
So amazing that they're all lying simultaneously.
Quote, he's got strong opinions on how he conducts his courtroom, sometimes differently than other people do. said Janine Geske, a retired Wisconsin Supreme Court justice, who's also a law professor at McKee University, in an interview with NPR, quote, "But he's knowledgeable and he has lots of experience, and you don't mess around in his courtroom."
Yeah. He knows. He knows that you have to pass the bill so you know what's in it. He knows it for a fact. Oh, you're so sad that you played that for me now, because I'm going to be constantly saying that.
Why? I'm not sad. It's funny. I think it's funny. It's appropriate. But it shows how, as I said, if the defense had made a better argument, that charge would have got thrown out.
Yeah.
Already.
Yes.
But even if it doesn't, even if it doesn't get thrown out, which it should, and say the jury does the compromise verdict, and maybe they do, maybe that's part of the, well, no, they were asking for it to be thrown out, but there could be the compromise verdict where the jury says he's not guilty of murder, but he's guilty of the misdemeanor possession of a gun charge. Maybe they'll do that as like the compromise verdict, and then the judge will just sentence him to time already served or a fine or something, and that will be the end of it. What I would worry, do I still have the charges open? I do. So the reckless endangerment of safety charge says conviction may not be fined more than $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 12 years and 6 months. Wow. Okay.
That's for reckless endangerment. Right?
So there's a maximum of 12 years. I don't know if there's a minimum. It doesn't say in the charge.
Reckless endangerment is the one that they have the most stuff on because he shot towards McGinnis.
Reckless endangerment using a dangerous weapon. The above defendants recklessly endangered the safety of Richard McGinnis under the circumstances which showed utter disregard for human life. Class F felony. Okay, so there's that. There's 2 reckless endangerment charges. What's the second one?
So
the above
Becky Sullivan did retweet a Breonna Taylor story.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, okay.
They have 2 charges. Count 5. It's the same charge. First degree recklessness, endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. The above defendant on or about Tuesday in the city of Kenosha attempted to cause the death of Gage. Oh, okay. Wait, no, that's the death one. Wait, where's the? Oh, here it is. The above named defendant in the city of Kenosha, Wisconsin, did recklessly endanger the safety of an unknown male under circumstances which showed utter disregard for human life.
That is the black guy. God. That's the black guy that kicked him in the face.
They're charging him for reckless endangerment for someone who kicked him in the face?
Yeah.
No way. No fucking way.
That's that's self-defense too, though. That's self-defense too, though. Definitely.
No, but this is what I'm worried. Yeah. Okay, but this is what I'm worried about. I'm worried there's going to be the weak compromised jury where they give him these reckless endangerment charges, even if they say he's not guilty.
And it's like 6 years.
Well, I don't know. It said the maximum was 12 years. It didn't say what the minimum was. I mean, if there's no, so I don't know. That would depend. But which, first of all, and Nate the lawyer argued this, and I would agree with him. If he's found not guilty of murder, I don't even understand how he could be found guilty of reckless endangerment. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it could theoretically make sense in some situation, but it wouldn't be the Kyle situation. Right?
It is good that they're calling him Jump Kick Man, though. That completely taints the jury in the correct direction.
That's interesting. You're right. That's interesting. They're calling him Jump Kick Man. I'm surprised. I'm assuming maybe there must be some pre-trial hearing where the state objected to them calling Jump Kick Man.
Right.
The judge said, "Fuck you."
They wanted him to be called Innocent Protester.
Innocent protester who just happened to jump in near the vicinity of Kyle Rittenhouse's face with his foot.
Right.
So I can't believe they're charging him for that. That's preposterous.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh my God. Well, I'm hoping they throw out the dangerous weapon charge and hoping we get a full not guilty across the board.
That guy looks older too. He kind of stumbles away. You can see him stumble away in the video out of frame. Like
Well, he might have just landed on his foot weird or something. Like, I don't know if he's older.
Yeah, he kind of limps away. You can see his, like he's wearing a white t-shirt, a big chest come in front of the cameraman. Like the cameraman definitely got a good look at him.
Maybe he did. Maybe. Well, I assume if he got shot, there would have been evidence. There would have been blood on the ground. There would have been a bullet missing or something. But
maybe he did get shot. He fired two shots and missed.
Yes. I'm assuming he didn't get hit though. But anyways, should we look at the CNN article?
Yeah, bring it up. Or you got to send me a link.
I'll send you the link. It's so fucking crazy.
I'm down. Got to let us know in the comments if you like us reading articles or not. Because
yeah, or if it's just awful.
Is this boring? I don't know. I haven't looked at
I don't think so.
I don't know. I never.
This is what Tim Pool does. He just reads articles.
I never look at our numbers when we live stream. So
your pal Ashley for 20. I sent you the link. Your pal Ashley for $20 says apparently the prosecution also tried to link Kyle to the Proud Boys because he had the photo making the okay gesture. My eyes are in the back of my head. I could send you that if you want. Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I tried to keep that off the screen for a long period of time just because I feel like it taints people.
Yes.
You got to show me how do you
graphic videos.
Like you do this thing where you get it from the archive. So is that so it doesn't give them credit? CNN doesn't give them credit.
So it does two things. It doesn't give them clicks.
Mm-hmm.
And also if they change the article, you have what it looked like originally.
The original article.
Yes. So the way you do this, for those of you who don't know, is that you go to the website. It's archive.is. Archive.is. And when you go there, why is it giving me a security risk? Now I'm concerned. This has never happened before.
I got archive PH when you sent me the link, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think the archive site changed or whatever. Anyway, if you go to archive PH now, my computer's trying to tell me this is a dangerous site. I don't know. It's not a dangerous site. I've been there a million times. If you go to any archive site, okay, so apparently it's called archive.today. You go to archive.today, and there's like there'll be two little search bars. It'll say, do you want to save a picture of your website, or do you want to search for an old picture of it? And you can click on either one, and then you do it. You just put the URL in, and it just does everything automatically. And it gives you the link. So very simple.
People always send me this.
Yeah. Anyways, you have it up?
Links to this dangerous site.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I did. I brought it up.
Okay. This is a CNN article from this Friday. Witness in Kyle Rittenhouse trial says first shooting victim acted belligerently. Oh, okay. That's not bad, right?
Yeah.
The first man shot and killed by Kyle Rittenhouse during protests in Wisconsin acted belligerently and asked to be shot, but was not perceived as a serious threat, a former Marine testified Friday. Okay, so they already was not perceived as a serious threat. So they're conflating
two different times.
Two different, yes, they're conflating two different times. Okay. And they immediately go into the state's spin on the whole situation. The testimony of Jason Lakowski, the state's seventh witness, came after a second juror in Rittenhouse's homicide trial was dismissed in as many days due to her pregnancy. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for adding that.
Yeah. Top notch.
A juror was removed. Yeah, I know. A juror was removed Thursday for telling a joke to deputies earlier this week, which we just talked about Jacob Blake, the 29-year-old black man who was wounded in August 2020 in Kenosha, Wisconsin, sparked the volatile unrest during the Rittenhouse. Then 17 killed 2 men and wounded another. At least they used men, though, instead of boys, like some of the other articles. Rittenhouse fired an AR-15 style weapon 8 times during the unrest. 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed, and 2 shots at an unknown individual who kicked Rittenhouse. 1 fatal shot at Anthony Huber, who hit Rittenhouse with a skateboard. Well, at least they said that much. And 1 shot at Gage Grosskreutz, who was holding a gun, according to prosecutors. Okay. Rosenbaum, 36, Huber, 26, were killed, and Grosskreutz, now 27, was wounded. Lakowski, who was armed denied the unrest, said he traveled to Kenosha to protect local property. He said he met Rittenhouse, who introduced himself as the EMT. The former Marine testified that he had also come across Rosenbaum, who had been acting very belligerently. He had asked very bluntly to shoot him. I like that. He had asked very bluntly to shoot him. That's a nice way of saying he said, shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word.
Yeah, totally. But that he did not consider the man to be a threat.
But he did not consider the man to be a threat.
Of course, because he was standing with 6 other guys with long rifles. So obviously
15 other guys. There's like a whole line of guys there with guns.
Yeah.
But yeah, they leave all the important context out.
Yeah.
Lukowski said he perceived Rosenbaum as a babbling idiot and that he turned away and ignored him. So this is going to be the narrative you're going to hear now for the next week. Whenever someone brings up that he said, shoot me N-words, say, well, the other guy said he wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
He said Rosenbaum was, quote, false stepping to entice someone to do something, an act he demonstrated for the jury as taking a quick step forward before stepping back. At one point, Lukowski testified he ran towards the sound of gunfire and encountered Rittenhouse, who appeared frazzled and in shock and was still armed, running away. Rittenhouse, quote, had indicated that he did not shoot anybody and that he needed to help. Lukowski testified after referring a copy of his statement to the FBI to refresh. After referring to a copy of his statement to the FBI to refresh his memory.
Okay, so this was contested during the trial because the defense attorneys were trying to say that isn't it more likely that he misheard him, that he said, I did shoot somebody, not I didn't shoot somebody.
Right.
And the prosecutors want it to look like Kyle Rittenhouse was lying, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, you can hear him in the phone where he says, I just shot somebody. I mean, you can hear it on the video.
Right. And even if he did lie to Lukowski, why does it matter? He's going towards the police to turn himself in. It's not like he lied to him, so he's trying to like cover up the shooting or something.
Right.
He's literally going to turn himself in. It's completely irrelevant.
I just don't see why he would say on the phone that I shot somebody and then immediately tell some other guy that he didn't shoot somebody. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't. It seems preposterous.
And I'm certain, since the defense attorneys are making a big deal about it and have talked to Kyle Rittenhouse, they probably know what he said. Obviously, he told them what he said.
Wait a minute. This is the wrong article we've been reading this whole time.
Yeah.
Where did I get this article from? This wasn't the article I wanted to read.
Oh.
I mean, it had fake news in it too, but
it's CNN. You could read any article from CNN.
I could read any article.
Send me the right one.
Okay, I sent you the right one.
How do you know this is not?
Because there's one I did a Twitter thread on. That's the one I wanted to read. I don't even know where I got this article from.
Okay.
Oh, this is the article Automata sent us on Twitter.
This one is Archive MD. Why do they keep changing?
Don't ask questions. Okay. Don't ask questions. Just do it.
I feel like it's scanning my computer now.
Beep, 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 beep. Downloading Kyle Rittenhouse virus.
Yeah, exactly.
Did your computer cross state lines? Is it up?
It is up, but I'm just going to get the CNN article.
Oh my God. Are you that terrified of the website? Get at it. Adam's afraid of archive websites. He's like,
well, I'm just like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna get a virus.
Okay, Boomer. It's your computer that's saying it's fucking virus laden.
It's okay. Kyle Rittenhouse trial has begun. These are the 3 men he shot.
You read from the archive and we can see if they actually changed the website.
They probably didn't, but we'll see. The man accused of shooting 3 people.
Mm-hmm. 2 fatally during a protest in Kenosha.
So they refer to 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse as the man.
Mm-hmm.
The man accused. Okay, so it's already off the bat. He's a man. He's not a boy, not a child. The man accused of shooting 3 people.
I mean, they could say teen. He's 18. I mean,
yes, that's true. Or so they just say his age. During protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year, standing trial this month. Defense lawyer says Kyle Rittenhouse, then 17, was acting in self-defense last August when he shot and killed Anthony Huber, 26, Joseph Rosenbaum, 36, and injured Gage Grosskreutz, now 27. So they're all significantly older.
26 to 36. Yeah, 10
Okay.
to 20 years older.
Yes. Last week, Kenosha County Circuit Judge Bruce Schroeder said that the three men can potentially be referred to as rioters or looters during the trial, but reiterated his longstanding rule that the attorneys not refer to them as victims. I have yet to see a single mainstream media article that correctly characterizes
The situation.
the
Yeah.
situation about the
Yeah.
rioters and looters. And I have yet to see a single mainstream media article quote that the judge also said that the prosecution could call Kyle a cold-blooded killer in their closing statement if
Yeah.
they proved it.
Yeah.
Rittenhouse is charged with felony homicide related to the killings of Huber and Rosenbaum and felony attempted homicide in connection with Grosskreuz's injury. That's interesting too. How could you accuse someone of
Attempted murder when he shot him in the arm.
let's see. Let me look at the charge. Count 4: attempt first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. The above defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage Grosskreutz with intent to kill the person. How could you say that when he shoots him in the arm, which is generally not a deadly area, right? And then he has the opportunity. He could have kept shooting at him, but he didn't.
Yeah, he neutralized the threat and then
He shot him in the
walked
arm, and when
away.
because he only walks like a step away from Kyle after he shoots him in the arm. He could have easily shot him again and doesn't.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. This is why Grosskreutz is going to be the interesting witness. It really is. Like, how are they going to prove that attempted murder when could he have shot could he shot him again? Sure.
That's weird because, like, yeah, I'm really surprised that they charged him with attempted murder as opposed to just, assault with a deadly weapon or something. I don't know. Anyway, let me go find that tab again.
He's also charged with possession of a dangerous weapon while under the age of 18. A
Yes.
misdemeanor.
Oh,
He has pleaded not guilty. How dare you? We're the mainstream media. We're after you. How dare you? Your insolence. How dare you claim to be not guilty?
Yep. Here's what we know about the two men killed and the sole survivor of the shooting.
Oh, you missed a paragraph. A jury of 20 people, 11 women and 9 men was selected Monday. Schroeder said Monday that the group of 20 will be narrowed to 12 once deliberations begin. He went with a larger number of jurors because of the expected length of the trial, which he told jurors will last roughly 2 weeks. Now we're at where you are.
Oh, they added that. That's not in the archive.
Oh, really? Ha ha.
I don't know why they added that.
Ha ha. We're
Okay.
catching them. We're catching them in their fake
It's not.
news.
That's nothing. That's nothing insidious. But that's what I'm talking about. See, I told you they start with more people. I thought you said 30, but they start with more people and then they narrow it down.
How could you, Sitch?
I don't know.
You spread fake news.
I know. I
You
said 30 instead of 20. Yeah, he said 30 in the judge said 30. I heard it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is fake news. Who knows?
I don't know. I don't even know why they added it. But anyway, here's what we know about the two men killed and the sole survivor of the shooting. The sole survivor of the shooting, Adam.
Yeah. I love how they're trying to make him out to be like a hero.
I know. The sole survivor. It's just the term, the sole survivor. Were you the sole survivor of the Rittenhouse massacre? Remember the August 25th.
Here's what we know about the 2 men killed and the sole survivor of the shootings. That's fake news. Jump kick man got away unscathed. He's a fucking.
Oh, you're right.
Definitely.
You're right. That's true. That's a good point.
Survivor. What are you talking about?
That's a good point. I totally forgot. I missed that. That's 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joseph Rosenbaum, on the night of August 25th, 2020, Kenosha streets were filled with crowds protesting the police shooting of Jacob Blake, who was shot 7 times in the back, and signed by a Kenosha police officer who said he was trying to detain him. Of course, they're not going to explain the Jacob Blake situation, of course, but whatever.
Attorneys.
Yeah. During the demonstrations, Rittenhouse clashed. This is where we get to the super ultra dishonest realm. During those demonstrations, Rittenhouse clashed with a crowd gathering near a car dealership and Rosenbaum, who was unarmed, threw an object that appeared to be a plastic bag at him and missed, according to a criminal complaint filed last year. Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse moved across the parking lot.
Did they dance? Were they moonwalking across the parking lot?
Yeah. Did they dance? Did Kyle Rittenhouse challenge Rosenbaum to a dance off like the end of fucking Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah. How was this moving across the parking lot going? I'm curious about that. Moved across the parking lot.
Was Rittenhouse and Rosenbaum doing cartwheels? Were they playing hopscotch?
Hopscotch. Hilarious.
Well, what do you mean they moved across the parking lot? What kind of writing is this?
Yeah.
This is like 10 times more dishonest than the
close
NPR
to each other.
Yeah. And appeared to be close to each other when loud bangs suddenly rang out and Rosenbaum fell to the ground, the complaint said. Okay. So I want you guys to imagine that you had never seen the video ever. Okay. And this is the only description you're given of the events. You have Rittenhouse clashed with a crowd. Okay. So this is so fucking CNN, fucking dishonest piece of shit. Mm-hmm. You said this is like way more dishonest than even the NPR article. Okay. When they use the word clashed, that makes it sound like Rittenhouse got into some kind of fight.
Yeah. Altercation.
That he had some culpability in with the people, with a crowd of people. Okay. When actually he was running towards the building and then he got stopped by Zemeski, who pulled a gun on him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kyle Rittenhouse, going to stop protesters from destroying property, was confronted by Zemeski, who pulled a gun on him. Imagine the story being that. It'd be a completely different situation.
I know. A more accurate picture, yes. Then it says, Rosenbaum, who was unarmed, threw an object that appeared to be a plastic bag at him, missed. And then, of course, my favorite, they moved across the parking lot and appeared to be close to each other. Okay. What a dishonest piece of shit. Who wrote this fucking arc? Who's the piece of shit? Christina Maxarius.
Yeah, look her up. Let's check out her Twitter read.
What does your fucking garbage Twitter look like? This is so dishonest. My God. Uh-oh. These tweets are protected.
Really? You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
No way. Dude, people are fucking pissed. Dude, you're lying. Like, who? This is America. You're gaslighting the public in a way that is just, it's unconscionable.
Yep.
The sad thing is, though, when people speak up, when people go, listen, you're fucking lying about a 17-year-old kid. They are like, this is evidence of white supremacy. It's like we live in bizarro world.
But this is what's crazy. You have a writer for CNN, one of the largest news stations in the country, writes some of the most dishonest bullshit you've ever read. Okay. Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse moved across the parking lot. They were waltzing across the parking lot in close proximity to each other. Like, this is so bad because you know that she knows she's being dishonest when she writes that.
Yeah.
She knows she's lying. Or maybe she's not lying. Maybe the editor edited this to be dishonest. I don't know. Whoever is in charge of this at CNN knows that this is fucking lying. They know it.
Yeah.
And yet, and you're right. And yet, what'd she do? Oh, she's got to hide her Twitter. People are being mean to me. I have to protect my tweets. People are being mean to me.
I love it how calling you out on your fucking bullshit is evidence of white supremacy now. Evidently, bullshit detection is white supremacy.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
I wish I could see her Twitter timeline.
A reporter approached Rosenbaum, who was on the ground, and tried to render aid. As Rosenbaum lay on the ground, Rittenhouse made a call on his cell phone and said, I just killed somebody. As he ran away, the complainant alleged. So yes. I mean, here they say, I just killed somebody. Like, right. And then 5 seconds later, he says, I didn't shoot anyone.
That was the other article. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Makes absolutely no sense at all.
So I found Christina's LinkedIn, or just it shows up. And the only part that's funny is the first sentence is in her about page. It says, for CNN, I've covered stories of criminal and social justice.
Yeah.
There you go. This is really our social justice story. Thank you, Christina. Thank you.
Jeez.
Oh, I like how they write this. Rosenbaum battled bipolar disorder and was homeless, according to the Washington Post.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he battled Kyle Rittenhouse.
He did battle Kyle Rittenhouse. But at least they include the suicide attempt, though they're trying to make it sound sympathetic more. Though they do include the pedo stuff, which is very surprising.
Really? Oh my goodness. Holy cow.
Well, it says he had spent more than a decade in prison in Arizona after being convicted of a sexual conduct with a minor.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm surprised after the utterly dishonest moved across the parking lot line that they included the pedo stuff. Very surprising. He was not part of the protesters nor the group of armed men who were also there, the Post reported. He had briefly visited his fiancée after being discharged, to whom he proposed the previous winter in the middle of a busy sidewalk. I don't know why they included that. It was just who he was, she told the Post. He'd make you laugh out of nowhere. Of course, they neglect to mention that the reason he tried to commit suicide was because he beat his girlfriend and he had a no contact order by the police. So,
yeah.
Quote, he wasn't down there as a rioter or a looter, Rosenbaum's fiance told the Post. Thank you. Why was he there? I have no answer. I ask myself that question every day. The verified GoFundMe page has raised more than $25,000 last year for Rosenbaum's daughter.
Well, good.
Geez, imagine having this fucking guy as your dad.
I know, it's sad.
Anthony Huber, who was in the crowd of protesters with his girlfriend, was killed as Rittenhouse fled the scene of Rosenbaum's shooting, according to the complaint.
Yeah.
He fled. He's fleeing the scene. Anthony Huber's trying to stop a murderer from fleeing the scene. He's a hero.
Yeah. He was trying to turn himself into the police.
I know.
Yeah.
Huber had turned 26 just 4 days earlier, according to his obituary. Huber spotted the armed man in the crowded streets, and he ran towards danger. His girlfriend, Hannah Giddings, told CNN in an interview last year, he pushed me out of the way and ran off. I tried to grab him, Hannah Giddings said. She referred to what Huber had done as a heroic thing. Jesus.
Yeah, I would refer to it as a very stupid thing.
Jeez, imagine being that girl. Your like boyfriend like pushes you away to go fucking be a fucking moron and dies. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Videos from the machines show Rittenhouse carrying an AR-15 style rifle, walking the city streets with a group of armed men. You like how that's written? Walking the city streets with a group of armed men.
Yeah.
So menacing.
They act like they're Mad Max or something.
I know.
They were trying to keep the peace.
Right. They were literally working. Other protesters who were trying to put out fires were working with them to stop fires from being started.
Yeah, by hooligans.
Giddings told CNN her boyfriend launched at the armed individual to protect her and other people nearby. All right. Huber, I don't even think she didn't witness it.
Yeah, I
right?
don't think she did either.
Yeah.
Someone's got
This
that
is the guy
skateboard.
this is the guy who held a knife to his brother and sister's throats because they didn't
Over
clean the
house
house.
cleaning. Are you
Yeah.
sure about that? You sure that's not being spread by right-wing media, some kind of lie? I'm not sure.
Well, unless the defense attorney is a right-wing media, and when he read it into the court,
if the defense attorney said it, then I totally buy it.
yeah. Well, it's because they had Huber's great aunt. She came up and testified very briefly.
Yeah.
And it's because they wanted to portray Huber as a hero, and they wanted to talk about some story about, I don't know, him putting out a fire or something. And the defense was like, well, if you bring up this story, we're going to bring up the fact that he did all this stuff.
Right. Okay. So this was with the jury out of the room then.
Yeah, the jury's not in the room for this.
Okay. Gotcha.
And the prosecution's like, we respectfully retract our witness testimony. You know, like,
how do you think?
Well, they're not going to bring it up. So yeah.
Do you think the jury goes home and like looks up the live stream of the thing and hears all the stuff?
Ooh, they're not supposed to.
I know they're not supposed to.
Not supposed to. I think I don't know if it's like, it seems like it would be illegal for them to do that. They're not supposed to do that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Be a big no-no. Huber appeared to reach for Rittenhouse's gun with his hand while holding his skateboard in the other, the criminal complaint said. Okay, so they don't have, they remove Huber smacking Rittenhouse in the head with a skateboard. No. He's reaching for Rittenhouse's gun with one hand and just holding his skateboard with the other hand. Okay, he didn't hit him with it. He's just holding it, right? Just holding it.
Yeah.
As Huber tried to grab the gun, Rittenhouse pointed it at his body and fired one round. According to the complaint, Huber was seen staggering away and then fell to the ground. The complaint said he died from his gunshot wound. Huber was completely indescribable and stood by his beliefs and convictions, Giddings said last year. Wonderful. He was an incredibly intelligent person, literally the smartest person I ever met, Giddings said. He knew exactly what the risk for him chasing down somebody with a weapon was. Apparently he did not.
Doubtful. Very doubtful. Yeah. It was more like I'm invincible. I can do anything. Like, I've watched too many Marvel movies, and this is how it's done.
Well, but look at this. Look at all this. All these paragraphs are dedicated to sucking Huber's dick.
Yeah.
Okay. The guy who had a criminal complaint because he held a knife to his family members' throats in a domestic dispute.
Yeah, but he was at a Black Lives Matter protest, so obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. He said he was friends with Jacob Blake. Does this hold on? I mean, I would like to see some evidence other than just I was friends with Jacob Blake.
Well, considering Jacob Blake seemed like a piece of shit, I don't know if that's like seems like
maybe he
thing.
literally was friends with Jacob Blake. Maybe that's where he got the knife that he held to everyone's throat.
It was, oh my God. Could you imagine? That's hilarious. That's not true.
No.
Imagine how ridiculous that would be.
It's not hilarious.
The knife that Huber held to his like siblings' throats was the knife Jacob Blake had in his hand when he was like, it's like a fucking possessed, cursed knife that brings misfortune to all who wield it.
The knife, the Kenosha knife. All who possess it turn into crazed psychopaths.
Legend tells of a knife. All who held this knife end up being shot.
Do you want to continue reading Huber?
I do, but I want to skip all the part about Huber.
Yeah, let's go to Gage Grosskreutz here.
Sorry,
Huber. I feel like Huber. I feel like Huber didn't really understand how guns work. I feel like that might have been the case.
Yes.
I mean, I would not run at a guy with a AR. Like, what are you thinking?
You know, someone chat brings up a good point. I mean, we don't really know how messy the house was. It could have been really messy. Maybe the siblings deserved to have a knife held up to their stomachs and ears and throats. Okay. You don't know that. It could have been a very messy. I've seen messy houses. I've seen hoarders. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, sometimes you need to motivate the siblings, you know.
We've all had that roommate that you're just tired of cleaning up after. Right?
Right.
I mean, of course. I've had that roommate. I've thought about holding a knife to him, definitely. I didn't actually go through with it.
Sure. Is this why the police held
I considered
you at gunpoint at him?
Oh my God, this is terrible.
I feel like we wouldn't be that surprised if we found a video of like a topless, long-haired Adam like on drugs, holding a knife smeared with like some unknown substance that could be blood, with like the police like, put the knife down, sir.
How dare you?
Would anyone be that surprised at that video, sir?
How dare you?
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be that surprised. And on his shoulder, he's got like a praying mantis.
I posted a picture. There is a picture of me with two long guns and long crazy hair. You've seen that.
That's
picture.
what I'm saying. Long-haired Adam, topless, blood on his chest, holding a knife in one hand and a praying mantis in the other. And the police are like, put the mantis and the knife down.
I think I do have a picture of me with long hair, topless, and blood on my chest, though.
There you go.
I
knew that picture existed.
I have that picture.
I knew it. I know. Whatever you do, don't show Danimal or Gemini.
When we used to, I've told this before, but I used to paint blacklight murals at rave parties.
Oh, are they going to say I used to paint in the nude?
I've definitely painted in the nude. That has happened. Come on, I'm an artist, for God's sake. But When I don't know why.
You gotta have a third brush,
does?
Sitch.
These, why do boys in their 20s do any of this crazy shit?
Yes.
I have no idea, but
Yes.
at the rave parties, I thought it was fun to put blood on my eyebrow and let it run down my face like I've been cold cocked or something.
Was it actually like you'd cut yourself?
No, I bought fake blood and I would put the blood on
You
my,
wouldn't even slice yourself like
on
a
my
wrestler?
brow.
You bought fake blood?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I would put some fake blood up here and I would let it run down, and sometimes it would drip off of my cheek like onto my chest.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And that was that was my idea of a good time. Cuz everyone would be it was like an immediate icebreaker, because everyone would be like, "Oh my god, you're bleeding." I'd be like, "What? Really? I'm bleeding? Really? On my face?"
What'd you say? Did you say you got into a fight, or would you admit that it was fake?
I would eventually come clean that, oh yeah, that's fake. I just did this to freak people out.
Oh, look at you.
It was like a David Lynch thing.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
it's not,
you
it's,
don't
it's
when
a
you
clever
see-
party icebreaker, I guess.
When you see someone painting, and
Yes.
in addition to painting this giant mural,
There's just
they
blood on their face.
also have blood on their face. How do you not remember that for the rest of your life?
You know, it's funny because at first I'm like, you explain this. I'm like, I give Adam a lot of credit. This is a fucking cringy 20-year-old dumb shit that like we've all done our cringy dumb shit when we're like that age. It's like I give you credit for admitting to it, but that's actually true. The way I could perfectly see you thinking like, I want to be like some David Lynch. I want people
Fuck
to walk in
yeah.
and think like this is a scene from a David Lynch movie. I'm gonna be painting some crazy shit, and they're gonna see like a topless guy looking weird with like blood on his face, and they're just gonna be like, "What's
That's
happening?"
exactly what I was going for, man. I've always had that like David Lynch mindset.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're right. That'd be very bizarre if I witnessed that. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Oh my god. I don't even know if I should be saying this shit, because that's just like the tip of the iceberg. There was other crazy shit that I did.
Soon Adam will come out with his blackface days. That's right.
Yeah.
Did you
yeah,
ever
maybe
paint
I
in
should.
blackface?
Hell no. No, I didn't do the blackface thing.
Oh, okay. That would have been pretty David Lynch. Painting in blackface, but you got blood all over it. And you're like, it's a message about oppression.
The blacklight murals were amazing. Totally amazing shit. Yeah.
Actually, that would be hilarious. That's like that'd be like a sketch from like Curb Your Enthusiasm or something. He's going to a blacklight thing, and so he puts the paint on his face so his face is glowing. But when it's not glowing, it looks like he's in black.
We would make thousands of dollars. We would make thousands of dollars at these parties, because it was before cell phone technology, and my
Yes.
best friend would take photographs. So he would take photographs like Polaroids of people and sell them to the people. And they would come back because they'd want pictures as the blacklight mural developed. Like they'd get the blacklight mural was the background for the picture.
Right.
Yeah. No,
That's
it was
cool.
the greatest thing. I mean, it was a lot of fun, and just like we're making fat cash doing it. So
Right.
yeah, continue, right?
Gage Grosskirts said the section. Rittenhouse shot and injured Grosskirts, who approached him shortly after Huber was shot. The criminal complaint alleged. I mean, it's like directly after. It's like literally like a second. Grosskirts ducked to the ground when Huber was shot and took a step back, according to the complaint. So that's sort of true. I mean, that did occur, but then he immediately goes forward. Listen to how dishonest they phrased this. Okay. You have to tell me if the live version has changed this or not. He put his hands in the air and then began to move towards Rittenhouse, who then fired one shot, hitting Grosskirts in the arm, according to the complainant. Grosskirts was holding a handgun, but had his hands up, the complaint says.
Lies. This is why we have to see when Grosskirts.
Right.
Look at the picture they put in of Grosskirts too.
Yeah, looking all sad. He got the sad face. He looks like the Brendan Fraser sad Wojak. So again, if you
Lies.
hadn't seen the video, this paints a lying picture to you. It sounds like, so this is a picture CNN is painting very dishonestly. Okay. It sounds like Grosskreutz is approaching Kyle. Kyle shoots Huber. Grosskreutz ducks to the ground and then puts his hands up, and then Kyle shoots him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like. Okay?
Yeah.
What
Lies.
actually happened
Lies.
is Grosskreutz charges Kyle. Kyle points his gun at him. Grosskreutz puts his hands up. Kyle moves the gun
Looks
away.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't know why. There's been speculation that his gun was jammed or something, or that he just wasn't going to shoot him.
No,
which I
he's
think is probably
looking
more
for
likely.
other people trying to kill him.
Oh, you're right. He was
Like,
looking
what
for
are you
other
doing?
people.
He's like, okay,
So-
this guy's fine. Who else is trying? Who's next?
Right.
Who
No,
else is
I
trying
think
to kill
yes.
me?
I think that's what happened. I don't believe the gun jam story.
Right.
Okay,
He's
but that
looking
was
around.
the narrative.
He's trying to see who else is trying to kill him. He's
Right.
like, oh, wait a second. This motherfucker is still trying to kill me.
After like literally the second Kyle moves the gun off of Gage, he puts his hands back down and lunges towards Kyle.
With the
gun
he's
still
tipping the
pointed at
gun
him.
down towards him. It's so obvious.
And this and CNN does not include that in the story.
Yes.
He said he put his hands in the air and then began to move towards Rittenhouse.
This is why
This is so
everyone is
dishonest.
just yeah. It's like the guy put his hands up and he shot him anyway.
Yes.
Lies.
But this is the problem, because you have your fucking Anna Kasparians and your Cenk Uygurs and all these other idiots who
I
they
know.
read this
I
article.
read CNN, of
Yeah.
course. I'm telling the truth here.
Like this is so insane.
Right.
This is some of the most dishonest most dishonest reporting I've ever seen.
This is
it's all
why-
like on Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't understand. Like Kyle Rittenhouse like triggers something in people's brains and it just makes them like become NPC, dishonest, lying pieces of shit.
This is why Christina has her Twitter locked. Right here.
Yeah.
This paragraph right here.
Fuck her.
Like
Jesus.
she locked her tweets down because 1 million people read this article and started sending her photographs of not Gage Grosskreutz
right
crying here in a sling, but photographs of him pointing a gun at Kyle's head.
Yep.
And none of us want to. The thing that's so crazy about this case is none of us want to imagine that we were in Kyle Rittenhouse's situation and did not have the freedom to act in exactly the same way that Kyle Rittenhouse acted. Like I don't feel like Kyle Rittenhouse did anything that I feel like everything he did saved his life.
Yes. And I'm not sure that I would have been able to act as well as Kyle did, either in not hitting other people or even defending myself and not getting, killed.
Hurt. Yes.
Or hurt. Yes. Yeah, no, he did like amazingly well.
Yeah.
It's crazy how well he did in the situation. Grosskreutz ran away from the scene screaming for a medic, according to complaint. I think about the screams, about the gunshots. I think about everything all the time, Grosskreutz told CNN's Sarah Snyder on a September 2020 interview. This is something that either you let consume you or you need to become stronger because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Grosskreutz was wearing his paramedic hat at the time. He said his goal during the protest was to provide medical care to anyone who needed it. He had previously trained as a paramedic before deciding to attend a liberal arts college in Wisconsin.
This is so crazy because this is Kyle Rittenhouse's story to a T.
I know.
How is that not
I
different
know.
from Kyle Rittenhouse's story right there?
I know. That's what I was about to say. They don't mention that Kyle Rittenhouse was also trying to be a paramedic and help people.
And
at the time.
was trained as an EMT as well. Introduced
Right.
himself as an EMT.
Right. They don't show that Gage talked to Kyle right before and asked him what he was doing, and he said he's going to the police.
Yeah.
No.
We got to stop this EMT on EMT violence, man. We
Yeah.
got this needs to end.
I'm gonna skip down to where it says last under the picture, the big picture from Crying, where it says last month. Last month, Grosskreutz also sued the city and county of Kenosha and many of its officers, alleging Kenosha law enforcement officers and white nationalist militia persons discussed and coordinated a strategy that led to the shooting.
So he still believes that they're white nationalists. What a
Or he's saying so for the complaints. You know, he's trying to make it as bad as possible.
to milk some money out of the city.
Yes. Yeah. To pay for his injuries. The lawsuit said Grosskreutz had a tourniquet in his medic bag that night he was shot, adding, but for his training as an EMT, Grosskreutz would have likely been Rittenhouse's third killing.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, Grosskreuz's life has been changed immeasurably. CNN reached out to the former police chief, city of Kenosha, and the police department. An attorney representing the Kenosha County Sheriff and the county said they plan to file a motion dismissing the case, obviously. Grosskreutz said while he was also armed during the night of the protest, he did not fire his weapon. I was there to help people, not hurt people. He
Oh,
said.
yeah. Sure. Sure.
It's so funny because, like, even with the gun, if he had simply backed up, Kyle
He
probably
would be, he'd be fine.
Kyle would not have shot him. He would have been totally fine.
Yeah. Why didn't he
Would've been
say,
totally fine.
let's turn yourself in. Let's go to the police together? Why didn't he say that?
Right.
Yeah.
Making me lose faith. Making me lose faith in humanity now.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. I really can't.
I know. Sad.
I listened to one of the panels today, Viva Fry and I can't. Viva Fry was on the panel. I can't remember the other. I apologize to the other attorneys. Obviously, there was. Nate the lawyer was on. Viva Fry was on. There's a lady attorney. I can't remember her name.
Legal Bites.
Legal Bites. There you go. Yeah, I think it was on her channel too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they were talking about tomorrow is the last day for the prosecution, and Grosskreutz is the last witness that they'll call. So it should be like late in the day.
Right. Right.
Unless he's there for the first witness they call and they're almost done. Who else could they call?
Well, let me think. Wait, they only have one more day of witness testimony?
That's what they said, yeah.
Huh.
That's what Legal Bites said, so.
Well, okay, that makes more sense because Rakita was saying, and Nate was saying, that they wouldn't be surprised if after the prosecution rests that the defense doesn't ask for, I forget what it's called. It's like the criminal version of a summary judgment.
Right. They say, you've heard everything. Just dismiss this. This is like ridiculous.
Right.
We shouldn't be here. But I do not believe that the judge is going to do that because the judge is concerned about the credibility. He wants to put this on the jury. He wants to be able to say a jury came back and found him not guilty.
No, yeah, you're right. But if we look at it from a purely legal sense, they haven't proved anything remotely with their case because what they have to prove is that Kyle was acting unreasonable. Okay.
Right. And that he showed reckless abandon for human life. There's
Right.
all these different things that they haven't
Right.
proved one fucking iota
But
of.
so what has the state proved with their own witness testimony?
Nothing.
They proved that Rosenbaum was acting violent the entire night, that Rosenbaum threatened
them.
Kyle Rittenhouse directly.
Right.
Okay? They proved that Rittenhouse was the one that initiated the chase
And lunged
on
for the
Kyle,
gun.
and that Kyle did his duty to flee and that he lunged for the gun. And then that the other people that Kyle shot, after he was attacked and on the ground, and he only shot the people that attacked him and didn't shoot someone who put their hands up and moved away from him. Okay. The state hasn't proven jack shit at all.
Nothing.
They've done they've done a horrible job proving their case.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no. I don't think I don't think there's a chance in hell that the judge is going to just dismiss this. He's going to make it go to the jury. He's worried about credibility and the credit.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have a ring of credibility if the judge just says, I've heard enough, and takes it away from the jury. No way.
Right.
There's no way that's going to happen.
You're right in terms of I think you're right. I don't think he will. But I think in a perfect world, he would. Like if he wasn't worried about appearances, if it was being ruled strictly on a matter of law, I think the judge would. Completely.
These judges, man, they have so much fucking power. They really do. It's now you know why the politics around them are so heavy, because
Right.
like even if the jury comes back and finds him guilty, I mean, he's in charge of sentencing, and I don't think they're going to find him guilty of the intentional homicide. I don't think they're going to find that. If they find him guilty, they're going to find him guilty on reckless endangerment, and the judge is going to have to dole out a sentence, 12 to whatever years.
Directed verdict. Thank you, Sean Nolan. Yeah, that's what it's called. Directed verdict. Direct verdict is a ruling entered by a trial judge after determining there is no legally sufficient evidentiary basis for a reasonable jury to reach a different conclusion. Yeah, he should, but they said that they thought it was a 20% chance that he would do it. I don't think it's that high, but
yeah, I think it's a 0%, but I don't know.
The judge can't do that unless there is a motion and there's no dispute of the facts. Yeah, no, I understand that.
They are kind of disputing the facts, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think I don't know. Rekieta said, or Nate said, one of them said that they can ask for this without being, the defense can ask for this without being penalized. So it's not like they don't lock themselves in for if they ask for directed verdict. They're not like locking themselves in to accept the facts. At least that's how they described it.
Grumpy DPU is saying that this was all a big misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding here. Complete miscommunication.
Rumply DPU for $5 says Rittenhouse is guilty. Clearly entrapment. No way Rosenbaum could resist a young boy walking by saying he's friendly.
So you're saying that when he said friendly, that he
was soliciting
Rosenbaum perceives this as a solicitation for a date.
Makes sense.
He's like, hell yeah. Oh, you like to play hard to get, do you?
I know.
Oh, that's awful.
I wonder. So here's what I'm wondering. I wonder, like, what if the jury comes back with like the guilty verdict and the judge is just like overrules it? He's like, you guys are fucking out of your mind.
That
can't happen. It's super rare, but that can't happen.
That would, if he overruled it, it would be zero credibility.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it would be, but it would be the right thing to do.
I imagine the judge going home to his wife and saying, "You're not going to believe the joke this moron told on the jury. You're not going to believe this, honey." Like the one sure juror that we had to go doing the dumbest thing you could ever imagine doing.
Yeah, they go do a stand-up routine for the cop. Yeah.
What the hell? And not only that, it completely plays into the white supremacist narrative that CNN wants to promote. Oh God, they were they were giddy in the CNN morning meeting when they got to talk about the racist juror that was dismissed from the panel. Why play into that narrative? So bad.
Do you want to watch some of the car guy's testimony?
We can, sure.
Or should we just do super chats and end it?
We can watch a little bit of it. I'm game. I'm definitely game.
Are you game?
I am.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how people feel about us doing, because we could do some super chats on Tuesday, and we will have we'll be able to talk about Monday, which I think is going to be like the big day.
Yeah, that's true. And also, you
gross
wanted to talk
fruits.
about the Bill Maher thing.
Yeah, we can do that. Do you want to just jump into that now?
It's up to you.
You may be seeing.
Oh, wait. I hear the watch together. Oh, I have it on the other tab. Look at that. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Do you want to watch this, or do you want to talk about Bill Maher?
Let's talk about Bill Maher a bit, because I am curious.
Okay.
So I watch
Okay.
Bill Maher on Glenn Lowry. I listen to all the time because I listen to Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter's podcast.
They're great. Yes.
Yeah, totally great. Anti-woke. John McWhorter just wrote a book, Woke Racism, which I encourage everyone to read. He categorizes wokeness as a religion that you're not going to talk anybody out of, which I think is a good way to look at it. We're kind of living in a religious, the birth of a new religion is the way that he describes it. And that characterization rings true with me. Like a lot of these people, it's all that they know. And if you talk to other religious people, you're not talking them out of their religion, okay? It's just, that's not going to happen. So John McWhorter's sparring partner, Glenn Lowry, who is more of a conservative, was invited on to Bill Maher with the wokest motherfucker in the world, right? I mean, how would you describe Michael Eric Dyson? Michael,
yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate.
The very, very first Sitch and Adam was Michael Eric Dyson. Michael Eric Dyson and who's the other super wokester?
The lady from the New York Times.
Yeah.
Michelle Goldberg.
Yeah. They're debating Jordan Peterson and that English comedian. Stephen Fry.
I want to say Fry. Yeah.
But Stephen Fry.
Yes.
And Michael Eric Dyson, man, he's the king of what Sitch and I can't stand. He talks a lot and says jack fucking shit.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we need to come up? What is that called?
That's right. That is a bag of hot air.
Yeah.
He's a bloviating bag of hot air.
Yeah. Fucking
that
nonsense.
Remember, I forgot about this. Ave in the chat. That's when he called him Jordan Peterson a mean, mad white man.
Yes.
Remember
I
that.
forgot about that.
Mean, mad white man. Oh.
And that triggered the shit out of Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson basically called Michael Eric Dyson a racist to his face.
He called him a race hustler. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you say something like that? Well, he said, why would you bring race into this?
Yep.
And he got super steamed. He was like, let's talk about white privilege for a minute. How much is my white privilege worth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a great. If you guys haven't seen it or you haven't seen our coverage of it, check it. I mean, I don't know where it is actually. Is it on your channel? It's not on this channel.
It's in the playlist. You can, if you want to find all, some of these ended up getting deleted and re-uploaded. Like some of them are on Adam Friended's secret channel, but some of them are on Sitch's main channel, but they're unlisted. So you can't find them unless you find them in the playlist. But
that's right. There's a playlist in the description. I guess this is the first video on the playlist.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
We did not know if we'd, because it's like a 2-hour debate. We were like, we're never going to get through this. But we did.
That was the beginning.
And not only that, I remember because I was like, Sitch, we're staying till they talk to him after the debate. Because it's pretty obvious that Michael Eric Dyson knows that he stepped in a huge pile of dog shit during the debate. And the people after the debate are talking to him, and he is just like uncomfortable.
Yeah,
he is super.
He wants to
uncomfortable.
get out of there.
Yeah, he wants to leave. He's like, I don't want to. I fucked up my entire career in this debate. I gotta go. Yeah. Oh God, that was so funny. Yeah. So, but Michael Eric Dyson, it turns out, didn't fuck up his entire career. He's still invited on Bill Maher. He's still like
a race hustler.
He's still a race hustler. He still says all these huge words when you could use a smaller word and say so much more. But
and also the thing that's annoying too is that he's very obviously a socialist leftist.
Yes. Yeah.
And he even was in the Monk debate because Jordan Peterson was talking about, he brought up, postmodern neo-Marxism. And then he was all like, oh, he's like, oh, I love Foucault,
I forgot about that.
I just love to say his name, Foucault.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's a huge, socialist leftist type.
Yeah. So in this discussion, the most interesting part of the discussion for me was Michael Eric Dyson was going for this tired old line about critical race theory. The well-worn story that we're all super familiar with is critical race theory is simultaneously a lie cooked up by right-wing media to incite a moral panic and a thing that only legal scholars do in college, something that would never, ever be taught in grade school and should be taught in grade school because all it is Black history. Okay?
Yes.
So that's the fucking story. Did I miss anything?
No, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And Bill Maher is just like, looks at him like, well, I mean, the parents do kind of know what's going on. I mean, he just dispels all of that immediately. Like, you know, the parents do kind of have this thing. I mean, they know about, you know, white privilege, for instance, you know, these ideas are in the school and stuff like that.
So, yeah, because what happens is in the beginning of the conversation, Bill, you know, they talk about like CRT and wokeness gone awry. And Dyson does the thing that they always do. She's like, well, you know, can you provide an example of this? Because he says like, oh, this is all like fake news. And Bill says, well, of course, because he talked about this on our show like a few weeks ago. He's like, yeah, they have segregated classes, segregated graduations. They're teaching kids.
Yes, he's pointing out all the examples.
Yeah,
privilege walks, all of it.
Privilege walks. They're teaching kids that they're either the oppressed or the oppressor. And then so Dyson immediately changes the subject. Now that he's actually brought forward some examples. And I noticed something. That's when he changed, Dyson dishonestly changes the subject to say CRT is just teaching about history.
Yep.
Okay. Just about teaching history. He says, oh, this is a legal theory. No one's ever teaching it. And it's actually just about teaching history. Okay.
Yeah.
And here's something I noticed, and people have to start becoming aware of this. Okay. So whenever you complain about CRT in school, they always ask you for an example. But whenever they complain about how history and Black history and the history of racism isn't taught appropriately in our school, no one ever asks them for an example.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And they need to start doing it. Yes. It's just like taken as a given. But I'm like, fuck you. That was not my experience. You're going to have to not give me an example. I want you to give me a study to show me that what you're saying is actually fucking true. Because under my experience, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, one of the things that also impressed me, and one of the reasons why I want to talk about it, was the thing that we're always talking about. Glenn Lowry totally called out Michael Eric Dyson on, because Michael Eric Dyson started talking about Black history. You know, Americans are afraid to teach Black history. And Glenn Lowry was like, first of all, it's American history. Like, Blacks are Americans. Like, regardless of how the story began, they don't have another country that they can go to. They're fucking Americans, okay?
Right.
And we need to get past this stuff and start, like, coming up with a shared American narrative that isn't Black history and white history. It's American history. And I love that, because that is the project that we should be working on. But there are all these fucking race grifters out there who've stepped in, who are like, you know, we want to place collective guilt on white people. I mean, I saw a tweet today from, what is it, Ida B. Wells or whatever, the 1619.
The Nicole Hannah Jones, yeah.
Yeah. Who's talking about white people need to come to terms with their collective guilt. I'm like, what? What? Is there anyone out there talking about other people coming to terms with their collective guilt?
No.
Yeah.
Well, and the tweet reply to that was like, fuck you. My aunt, like in the 1900s, my family, my great grandparents were like farming in Europe. Okay. They were like, what? Why am I responsible for something white people in the country did in the 1800s when my family wasn't even fucking here, let alone, obviously, I wasn't alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, fuck you, lady.
It's completely irresponsible to ask people to take responsibility for somebody else's actions simply because they have the same fucking skin color.
It's almost like there's a word for that.
Yeah, it's called racism. That's the
Oh,
word.
that's right. That's racism.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is why this is completely bad shit, and we need to like be at the ready to avoid it. Yeah, the whole idea behind, P plus P equals R, and Sitch did an amazing video on it. You guys should check out the origin of P plus P equals R. But the whole idea behind that is so that race grifters have an out, that they can be racist indiscriminately, that they don't have to take any responsibility for their racism, which is not, that's not a good societal norm, right? You have one population of people that can be racist indiscriminately and another population that pretty much just has to deal with it. Isn't that the thing that got us in this situation? Wasn't it like racist, like the Southern strategy?
Yeah, separate systems of law and moral. The rules only apply to groups differently. Yeah, that kind of is what got us in this problem in the first place.
We gotta get rid of that. That's like, we need to focus on coming up with a shared American history that all of us can be proud of. Like, I was so triggered when we did the talk with the CRT guys, and they were like, there's a thing called Afro-pessimism. And I was like, oh my God. Leave it to academia to take some kind of mental illness and fucking turn it into a way that you can get a degree. It's like, why are you teaching pessimism? Can you imagine Tony Robbins like doing a course on how to be pessimistic? Come on, guys.
Right. Did you notice that? So when Glenn Lowry brought up that we have to have a shared American history, Dyson's response to that was super mask off.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Because Glenn Lowry goes into how we have to have a shared colorblind American history. And then Dyson immediately goes into the whole colorblindness doesn't work CRT spiel. And he totally drops the mask and shows that he knows exactly what CRT is, that it is anti-liberalism and it's anti-colorblind.
Yeah.
And he went on a whole spiel about it. I'm like, oh shit, but no one realizes it, of course, unless you already have the prior knowledge. That he just totally went mask off there.
Yeah.
And so that's what's gross too, is that because for a lot of the commentators, they honestly, on the news anyway, on the mainstream news, they have no clue what CRT is. Dyson does know what CRT is, and he's being incredibly dishonest about it when he talks about it.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I remember it now, but I didn't remember it before you brought it up, was the Foucault thing. Like, he was so proud of the fact that he had read Foucault and all this.
That he teaches Foucault to his students.
I know. I know. If someone's teaching Foucault, they know this critical race theory stuff.
Right.
Definitely.
And then there's an interesting part after that too, where they're talking about like whether the police are racist against Black people. And Bill says, you can't say that we haven't made any progress, that racism by people or by the police is anything like it was in the 1960s. And so Michael Eric Dyson's response to that is, what about George Floyd, Bill?
Yeah.
What about Derek Chauvin? And Bill says, first of all, he says that was only one person.
Yeah, it's for all intents and purposes an anecdote.
Which is true, but here's something that's big that Bill and the others just immediately give away. There was zero fucking evidence ever presented by anyone.
True. You're right.
That Chauvin was acting with any sort of racial
animus.
With any racial animus. Yes. That was never even part of the trial whatsoever.
Yep.
They never said they didn't charge him with the violating civil rights. They didn't have any evidence that he was acting out of racism whatsoever.
Yeah. And there's nothing to say that he wouldn't have acted the same way if the defendant was white. Was white and just as big, just posed as big a threat. Yeah.
Right. Zero evidence. And yet it's just taken as a given that this was some kind of racist thing.
It's a religion. That's the way you got to look at it.
But then it's hilarious because let's trace the conversation. Bill Maher says racism in the policing isn't as bad as it was in the 60s. Dyson responds by giving a single event, Floyd.
Yeah.
Bill Maher responds by saying that's only a single event. Then Dyson pivots away and says the opposite of what he just said. He says, well, racism, and he says this is why CRT is important. CRT teaches you, after saying CRT is not being taught and doesn't matter, He says, this is why CRT is important. CRT teaches you that racism is a system. It's not individual actors. So mind you, he just gave his example of an individual actor. And then when Bill Maher countered that, he completely 180'd and said, racism is just a system. It's everywhere. It's not individual people, blah, blah. And he gives the whole systemic racism bullshit spiel.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't actually say anything. Doesn't say anything. He just says it's a system. Racism is a system.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me most about the racism is a system thing is not necessarily that it's logically incoherent, because I can imagine there being systems that produce racist results where there is no real racist intent. Sure, right. I can imagine that. What bothers me is that they pivot from racial intent to racial system just as needed. It's like, whoa, wait a second here.
And then they pivot
which
back.
model? Yeah, which model are we, like, we're jumping around here back and forth between the models, and it's like sometimes, if you want to dabble a little racial intent in there because it'll get you clicks on your article, then it is intentional. Like sometimes it's not intentional, sometimes it's just systematic.
But that's exactly it. And that's why it's so dishonest.
Yeah.
They'll bring up some specific person as racist. And then when they get counter on it, then they'll switch to the systems. Oh, it's this, amorphous blob of a system. You can't fight it. You can't blame a single person. But then they'll immediately switch back. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse is a racist. He's proof that we live in a white supremacist society.
Yeah.
They just switch back and forth. The second you attack them on it, they go into defensive mode and they go into the amorphous blob of systemic racism. And then they attack again by attacking an individual or something.
Yeah.
It's so dishonest.
Well, I thought it was an interesting exchange. You said you didn't think it was as spicy as needed, but
Lowry was being nice. I wish he would have been like
harder,
because when you see, because
Dyson.
Lowry goes like full fire and brimstone sometimes.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I wanted like fucking fireworks to brew.
The Bill Maher bringing up the CRT stuff I thought was good because they're living under a delusion. I shared another clip that was some CNN commentator which actually like doled out some red pills on CNN, where she was talking about how like they're taking away the entire wrong messages from the recent gubernatorial elections.
Party,
yeah, that's basically what she's saying. Right. That it's like this super high mind elitist thing that just, it's an emperor has no clothes situation where people are like, you're telling us we don't understand what it is, but it's obvious they do understand what it is, and it's pretty incendiary. So I did like the fact that Bill Maher challenged Michael Eric Dyson on that stuff, because Bill Maher is like one of the few people that we have that has the potential for piercing the impenetrable progressive bubble. Some progressives might actually listen to Bill Maher and think, oh, they're talking about the white privilege stuff. Oh, that's CRT. It's like, yeah, dumbass. That's what they're mad about.
Right. Well, I guess part of why I wasn't super happy with the conversation is that for us and people who are like in the know, you'll watch it and you'll say, oh, Dyson's being like a piece of shit. He's being very dishonest with CRT talk. But if you don't know, it's not obvious because it's not really pointed out by anyone, specifically pointed out.
And that's the problem with a show like Politically Incorrect. It's an hour long. I mean, I think the talk is like 10 minutes. They can't dive in too deeply on this CRT conversation. And I haven't really seen a dialogue on TV where anybody who doesn't know anything would walk away and say, oh, I understand the situation. The only reason we know is because we're internet people. We've dived in and listened to like 1,000 hours of James Lindsay.
Well, I mean, and it's true. Like, in order to have that conversation I want, it'd have to literally be like Glenn Lowry and Michael Eric Dyson debate where they talk for at least an hour, but hopefully, longer, you would hope.
Yeah.
like an actual debate conversation about
to
it.
start making some headway on what is actually going on.
There are two other things he's mentioned that I wanted to bring up. The first was this was crazy. So Michael Eric Dyson said that Derek Chauvin getting convicted was evidence that the system is corrupt and racist. Okay.
What?
And you're like, wait a minute, how does he say that? And he said, because Chauvin had so many people testify against him, so many other police officers and the police chief testify against him, the fact that it took that many people to get Chauvin a guilty verdict is proof that the system is corrupt. Listen to how fucked what he just, like the logic there. The fact that Chauvin had so many people testify against him
that's
is the only
ridiculous.
reason Chauvin got convicted, and thus proving that the system is broken.
Yeah. The fact that it's completely the opposite. The fact that so many people were willing to testify against him shows that we've moved a long way on race. The fact that there's just not one lone guy who's like, racism, we must defeat it. And everyone's like, shut up.
Well, he's basically presupposing guilt in all cases, basically is what he's saying.
Yeah.
He's saying, oh, well, if Chauvin didn't have all these people testifying, and what you said is great. Because he's like, oh, if Chauvin didn't have all these people testify against him, he might have not got, the guilty verdict. Like, well, that's true. But the fact that he had all these people testify against him, that does say something about society, doesn't it?
Yeah, it says they're done with this racist crap. They're ready to fucking move on. I can't remember if it was last week or the week before, and I uploaded the supercut of us talking about Jonathan Haidt and Jordan Peterson discussing. What were they discussing? Moral foundations theory, something like that. It's not important anyway because it's not really what I want to bring up. I pulled up in that talk an interview from Jonathan Haidt from 2012, and Jordan Peterson was in the interview, so that was what was interesting because Jordan Peterson and Jonathan Haidt go way back. But I listened to the whole interview, and there was an interesting thing that I bookmarked in the interview because when I heard it, it was one of those things like, wow, like just the whole idea of where we are on race was so different in 2012 that Jonathan Haidt.
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying.
Actually he said, now that Obama has been elected, the left wants to move on from race, and the next big issue is going to be climate change, and we're going to move past race. Race is no longer going to be an issue for us going forward.
Yep.
That was basically, I'm paraphrasing here obviously, but that was intonation, context of what he was saying.
Haidt, poor naive Haidt.
I know. That's why when I said, I'm like, my God, how I'd like to go back to 2012 when we all thought, oh yeah.
Well, he's right. Like for when Obama was first elected, 2008, it seemed like he was right. It seemed like we were moving beyond all the race obsession stuff.
Yeah. Oh God. If there were meetings between all of these CRT people that are popping up and being interviewed on MSNBC and stuff like that. God, I would love to know what they were talking about in 2012 when Obama, or 2008 when Obama got elected.
I know.
They were probably like, "This is terrible. our whole America is a racist, is a given. It's in question now."
Yep.
Their whole worldview is collapsing.
I know. And then the last thing that Dice said that I wanted to bring up was he said, this is fucking crazy. He said, January 6th proves that the bad behavior of white people is not penalized because they didn't get shot by the police.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
go ahead.
What? Someone did get shot by the police.
That, yes. Yes.
Ashley Babbitt did get shot, did get killed. Okay.
Right.
First of all,
no prosecution. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number two, there's been like all sorts of prosecution.
Yeah.
After the January 6th people. seemingly way more than any of the prosecution against the Black Lives Matter riot people.
Yeah. So the FBI is chasing the January 6 people to the ends of the earth and incarcerating their asses, throwing them all in jail for, everything, just for trespassing. The Black Lives Matter protesters got bailed out by Kamala Harris.
Well, to be fair, she advocated for people to donate to the bail fund.
No.
Kamala Harris didn't bail them out personally.
Kamala Harris went down personally. No. Okay. I don't want to spread. I don't want to be the next Anna Kasparian here. No fake news.
It's not good. But it's not as bad.
So there was a fund set up to bail the protesters out of jail.
Well,
and they got bailed out.
It was the people that wanted to they just want to indiscriminately give bail to everyone because they're psychopaths. They're anti anyone being in jail for anything.
Yeah.
Yes. But no, but what he was saying was crazy. Because I'm like, wait a minute. How many people did the police kill out of all the Black Lives Matter riots? Did the police kill anyone in any of those?
I don't know. It would have been.
I don't even remember it being talked about at all.
Yeah.
And yet he's saying that January 6th proves that white people are treated differently by the police or can get away with anything. It was just unbelievable. I couldn't believe he said that. And I wish that someone had pushed back on that. Like, well, are you fucking out of your mind? What the fuck are you talking about? Someone did die, and they're going after those people like really hard legally. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Dyson.
Yeah, Bill Maher was like, oh, we got one of those. The thing about it is, here's the context that you guys will find completely interesting. So in the middle of the segment, Bill Maher cuts away to the joke. Okay, we haven't had a joke in a while. It's a comedy show. I know Bill Maher's a comedy show.
Comedy show.
Right. So they cut away to the joke insert. Now, do you remember the joke insert? Do you remember the joke insert?
Is hilarious.
The joke insert is hilarious, but why? Why is it hilarious, Sitch?
It's so dark.
Explain the joke insert and tell us why it's hilarious.
So what was the name? What was the name of the company that he was mocking?
I don't know, but it's commemorative coins. It's the collector's coins.
Yeah, they have these
monumental mint or something. I don't know what it is.
You guys have probably seen those commercials that are like, celebrate America's whatever holiday with commemorative coins, and they'll have Thanksgiving coins, and it's like a picture of like the Pilgrims, landing whenever. And then it's like on a gold coin. It's like, give your child this golden coin to commemorate your American
commemorative coin for you and your family.
Right. So Bill Maher had that, but it was for the January
It's for January 6th. Yes. They're literally making fun of how January 6th was not that big a deal because of these hilarious commemorative coins.
Well, no, that wasn't his point. His point was, which is a fair point, was that at first people were saying, oh, it wasn't Trump people that broke into the Capitol. It was secret Antifa people that did it. And then he's saying that right now, I hadn't heard this, but he's saying that that Marjorie Taylor Greene and some other people had thrown that narrative away, and we're now saying that the people, January 6 people, were heroes.
Listen,
breaking in.
Listen.
And so that's why the commemorative coins
you're missing the big picture here.
Okay.
That joke does not work with September 11th coins. It doesn't work.
No, I understand that.
Yes. You can't make that joke with September 11th. But Michael Eric Dyson sees January 6th as September 11th.
Right.
So right after this commemorative coin thing plays, which Bill Maher is obviously in the know about January 6th, not being the worst political thing to happen since the Civil War, which everyone else is saying. Like, if that narrative is true, can you make that the joke that Bill Maher made? I don't think you can.
No, that's a good point.
I don't think you can. But
from the construction of comedy, it has to be sort of like
it has to be flippant. Yes. He didn't talk about the George Floyd commemorative coin, did he? Did he?
No,
he didn't talk about the Jacob Blake commemorative coin because it's not fucking funny.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But
I don't know. I think the Jacob Blake coin would.
Listen. Bill Maher is going to be apologizing. He's going to be off the air within 24 hours.
George
Yes.
Floyd commemorative coin.
This
Yeah,
he's
that's
not
true.
talking to the
That's true.
police officer escorting him to his car when he's a juror in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Okay, that joke is not going to fly on on HBO. Okay, come on.
Right.
You know this. This is the whole reason I'm bringing this up, is that in order to make the January 6th commemorative coin jokes, these people who work at HBO have to know that it's not the worst thing that happened since the Civil War. They have to know we can make jokes about this.
Right. No, that's a good point.
But Michael Eric Dyson immediately after they've just made fun of January 6th, comes back and starts talking about how January 6th was the end of the world and totally proved that America's the most racist place in the world and white people can do everything.
True.
And, yeah.
True. Yeah, you're right.
Michael
I
Eric
didn't make
Dyson
that
is not
connection.
in on the joke.
Right.
But
Right.
you
That's a good
could
point.
see, and this is another reason why I thought this was interesting, wanted to talk about it, because as soon as Michael Eric Dyson mentions January 6th, you could see there's like a little look on Bill Maher's face, like, we just did a fucking joke about this. Did he not just see? He literally laughed about the commemorative coins. How could he laugh about the commemorative coins if he honestly thinks that this was like the end of our
democracy?
The coup.
Right.
The commemorative coins are even called like the commemorative coup coins or something.
Yeah.
It's like, please.
No, that's a great point.
Please. Yeah. So I thought that was super fascinating. Yeah.
That was.
I'm glad
yeah.
you brought up January 6th because I totally forgot about this.
I forgot about the coins too. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
that
wanna
little
see-
look. Look for that little look. If you watch it again, look for the little look. Bill Maher is
Yes.
kind of like, he has this little like what? He's going to bring up January 6th right after we played that?
And it's interesting too, like, it's kind of weird that, Bill Maher has that, because the first coin is the Ashley Babbitt coin.
Yes.
Which I
that
don't
I thought
don't
I thought
have any problem with.
I thought the
whatsoever.
Ashley Babbitt coin was a little distasteful. I did.
Nah, fuck her.
Ashley
I have a problem with that.
Oh, well, okay. I from the perspective of the right, I thought it was just a little bit. It's a little bit too far. People do believe Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt fucking died. Okay.
Yeah, I
She
know.
got
You know who
shot in
else
the
died?
face.
You know who else died? Anthony Huber.
Yeah.
Fuck them. I don't give
listen,
a fuck.
you want to make. I don't
Equal
know who
opportunity here.
I
don't
would.
give a fuck
I
about
would.
people.
Yeah.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. All right. It's very simple.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we should mention, okay, the connection that Sitch is making between Huber and
you have two people in a riot
doing something they shouldn't fucking
horribly
do.
dumb, dangerous shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I'm not sympathetic.
Yeah.
I'm not sympathetic to either of these people.
Right.
But no, because I was about to say, the interesting thing to me is that he can get away with having the Ashley Babbitt, because he could, he could get away.
This
with
is
the
why
other
I brought
coins.
it up.
He had, the guy who stole the podium coin. He had the shaman coin.
Yeah.
He had a piece of the shit that was supposed to be the actual shit that was pooped on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Yes.
Which is funny. But the first thing is the Ashley Babbitt coin, which I was surprised that they went with that, because I thought that would be too edgy for them.
If Michael Eric Dyson was correct, they wouldn't have had the Ashley Babbitt coin.
So, but what's interesting to me is that they can get away with that, where they couldn't get, like, if they did the Kyle Rittenhouse commemorative coin.
No.
And it was the victim. If it, like, it was supposed to be like the left's coin, so it's like the victims of the Kyle Rittenhouse massacre, and it had the Rosenbaum coin and the children he molested coin and the Anthony Huber coin and like the holding the knife that he held to his family members coin. Like Bill Maher would be canceled
instantly.
HBO
Instantly canceled. Yes.
So
this is why it's an interesting discussion. Go ahead. I keep interrupting.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's interesting that he can get away with doing the Ashley Babbitt one, just because it's like the left, but he couldn't get away with doing the Anthony Huber Rosenbaum coins.
It is. And this is what's interesting, kind of the way Bill Maher inhabits this, political atmosphere is that he can get away with making fun of January 6th, where someone else, like if Greg Gutfeld did that bit on his show, oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. It would be.
Could you imagine Greg Gutfeld doing the Kyle Rittenhouse
commemorative coins? No, I'm talking about the January 6th. Like if Greg Gutfeld did the January 6th,
his audience
thing
would be
the
mad at
same
him
way.
for doing that. Why would he do that?
Oh, I guess you're right. He would. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess they're catering to the.
It
But
has
I
to-
mean,
that's what I'm saying.
January 6th is. I mean, there's the conflicting narrative here.
It would have to be. That's why I was using Kyle Rittenhouse. It'd have to be like whatever, some kind of inverted situation.
Yeah, you're right.
Some politically inverted situation.
Yeah,
So.
Gutfeld would be canceled instantly. If not, his house burned down by the time he got home.
Yeah, you're right. Shit. I kind of want someone to do that. Listen, you know who needs to do? You know who needs to do that? There's only someone I don't
Scott
really like.
Adams.
There's only no.
Scott Adams
but
is like friends with
he
Greg
wouldn't do it.
Gutfeld, so
Yeah.
that's why.
There's someone who needs to do it. I don't really like them, but they have the balls to do this. Okay. Steven Crowder needs to have the Kyle
Oh my
Rittenhouse
God! No, don't. Would
Oh,
that
come
win
on.
you over to Steven Crowder if he did the Kyle Rittenhouse commemorative coins? He would totally do it.
I would be very on board with. I would think that's hilarious.
Steven Crowder, I just don't find funny at all.
He's not, but that would be funny.
Actually, the one thing
funny.
that Steven Crowder does that I do find funny is the when he plays the leftist and debates people. Oh, I can't remember the name of the guy. It's like Tyler Durden or it's a play off of Tyler Durden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about, yeah.
That is really funny. I think it's really funny when he does the hippie guy.
I could trigger everyone in the chat. I don't know if I should or not.
Do you want you're dying to do it. You want to bring up this story, right? That's what you want to talk about?
What story?
The
London County thing? No,
Yeah.
that's not what I was thinking about.
Okay,
We can
good.
talk about that because we were going to talk about that. We never did. Before we do, your pal Ashley for $50. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Says
what
I
a
actually
nice-
was just in a debate where we were talking about how CRT is anti-liberal, and when colorblindness came up, they called it a racist dog whistle. I literally didn't know how to respond. Seems to me like a deliberate misread.
Yeah, that's what they do. I got super triggered in the talk that we had on this channel, the CRT show, when Sam and Aaron came on, because I know this thing is going around where if you talk about color blindness and you're just like, okay, boomer who grew up with color blindness and thinks of color blindness as a good thing, people immediately tar you as a dog whistler or racist, which seems completely unfair and drives me crazy. So
I think the good counter to that is to say colorblindness isn't like racist or racist dog whistle. Racism blindness is, and and you tell them, you say you are conflating colorblindness with racism blindness, and they're not the same thing.
Which I am completely against racism blindness, and anyone would be. I mean, they're saying color blindness is looking the other way at things like George Floyd, which nobody looked the other way. Everyone was like, "That's fucking horrible. No one should be treated that way."
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to trigger everyone with something else, but
what was it? Go ahead, trigger away. I don't care.
Well, I actually want to talk more about the London County. I'll just give the headlines to trigger everyone. So we'll have the ultra triggering here. Okay, we'll have the two stories that will trigger everyone.
Bryce Kate in the chat says it's Skylar Durden, which that's the.
There you go. Oh, that makes sense, Skylar. Yeah. So Scott Adams, I don't know if you know this. So Tucker Carlson is coming up. He has like a special called The Patriot Purge.
Yeah, I tried to look that up. It sounds.
Oh, I can send you
like...
a link. I found it.
Okay. Nice.
That's supposed to be all about how the federal government really planned January 6th in order to
oh my God,
to do something to somehow trap Trump or to make him look bad, even though this was after he was already not elected to president again. So I don't know what the intention was, but whatever. Anyway, but yeah, it's all about, it's supposed to be how like the federal government secretly planned January 6th or something.
What?
Or incited people to riot intentionally for some insane reason that's never really explained.
Why? I mean, I thought Trump did that inadvertently. Trump was the one pitching January 6th. That's pretty common knowledge.
It was
right?
secret federal agents disguising themselves as pro-Trump protesters that were inciting the didn't do nothing Trump's fans into rioting. Okay, it was all a ploy.
Okay,
it was all a ploy.
Have you watched this? Because Scott Adams was saying that this was great, and
So
Scott Adams, yeah.
So Scott Adams. So the reason I watched it, 'cause
He
I had
watched
no interest
half
in
of it and
watching
said it was amazing, and then I heard him like kind of walking that back. He's like, "Okay, well, let me walk back my previous."
Oh, in a
review.
later episode, did he
Yeah.
walk it back?
I listened to two. Well, 1.5. Now I'm trying to listen to Scott Adams before I do the show with you because I know you love fucking Scott Adams, and Scott Adams is going to come up, and you're going to try to mischaracterize something Scott Adams said, and I'm going to like say "fuck you." But Scott Adams, I did watch like half an episode where he mentioned this Tucker.
Yeah, he talked about
Carlson
how
thing.
awesome it was.
How awesome it was, exactly.
Yes.
But he only said he watched half of it, and I was like,
You watched the first. There's 3 episodes. You watched the first episode.
I was like, Scott Adams, Sitch here thinks Scott Adams is a smart person. I'm like, oh, Scott, you don't know. Like the ending could change everything. Like the ending could go completely like shikso. You don't know.
Right.
How are you saying that this is great? Maybe you should wait till the end before you start giving your critique. But then I heard him today, and he was definitely walking back that.
Really?
Oh, so you didn't listen?
I gotta watch.
So you didn't listen
I didn't watch
today?
Not to today's.
Yeah.
No.
He was saying today that like, oh well, this is obviously very partisan. Obviously very partisan.
Okay, that's fascinating because the only reason I went and tried to find it was because he was praising it so much. I'm like, oh, it's interesting.
Hilarious. The only reason I was trying to find it is because obviously he got snookered into giving it a good review.
Right.
And it probably went insane.
Right. Well, so I went and found, first of all, I went to try to find it, and I assumed it was just on like Fox News website or Tucker Carlson's webpage. They're like, no, actually, to watch this, you have to buy a specific Fox News paid subscription service.
Really?
And I was like, what?
Oh,
You're fucking what? Who the fuck's paying? This is some special Fox News streaming service? Get out of fucking here. What are you talking about? Fuck you.
But you
Ridiculous.
did pay, right? Obviously.
No,
you got
fuck
it.
no. I'm not gonna pay.
You're like, I
kidding me?
downloaded it on the dark web.
No, I found it on BitChute for free.
Okay. There you go.
It's on fucking BitChute.
Of course,
So,
someone uploaded it.
There you go. If you guys want to check it out,
Welcome
Pay
to
for
the
Purge
internet.
on BitChute. Yeah. No, and I watched the first part, and I was like, I lost a lot of respect for Scott.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Well, here's the thing. He's very, and I figured out what it is. Scott is very smart at figuring out how systems and management in large organizations are run because that's his forte. He understands how incompetent and all this stuff goes.
Yeah, he's been in the machine.
He's been in the machine. But and I know he's very biased about a lot of the Trump stuff, and I've accepted that. But I would have accepted if he would have said that the Patriot Purge Tucker Carlson Part 1 was great persuasion. I would agree with him. It is fantastic persuasion.
Right. Because they got all the
Fantastic.
dark music and
Have all the dark music
foreboding,
that's
like-
perfectly edited.
Yeah.
You know, Tucker Carlson speaking solemnly.
Right.
But the actual information in it, at least in the first part, I don't know if they get into it in the second and third part. In the first part, there's like no information. I actually wrote down like actual facts, okay, that are presented. There's one actual fact that's interesting, and it's presented like in the first minute or so, and then that's all your facts. Okay. And that's the fact that if you remember, the Capitol officer who died, who they claimed died because he was hit by a fire extinguisher, turned out to be completely not true.
Yeah.
And he died of natural causes. He had a stroke of natural causes that they do not think was caused by getting maced or hit or anything.
Right.
Just completely
Yeah.
random. Okay. That was the only piece of information in the first part that was like a fact. I said, oh,
Really?
okay, there you go.
So
The other claims.
Go ahead.
The other claims was Ali Alexander, the guy who the guy who organized the rally. So obviously he's doing his best not to get
Yeah,
destroyed.
incarcerated.
Yes. He just made incredibly vague conspiracy claims with no evidence about like, well, I mean, it's just so suspicious that like the time that I was supposed to be protesting is the time the riot occurred. Well, really, Allie, that's do you think that's strange? Okay. That like hundreds and thousands, like if thousands of people were there, contentious and are very contentious and angry, that's when the riot breaks out. You think that's a conspiracy? Okay. So that was the first, that was number 2. Number 3 was Eli Schaefer was in this fucking video.
Really?
Yes. And
From
he
YouTube,
makes a
YouTube fame, Eli Schaefer.
Eli Schaefer, the guy who moderated the Blair White debate that we watched.
Yeah.
Who said that he thinks God charged him with the holy message to expose Antifa.
Well, that's true.
He said, and this was a bizarre claim, he said he thought that the media was intentionally going soft on the Black Lives Matter protesters in an effort to gaslight Republicans into thinking they could get away with rioting.
What?
And I'm like, that's some what? That's some 20D amazing chess. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Like like you're telling me during the summer of Black Lives Matter, they intentionally went soft on the protesters in order to gaslight Republicans because they knew that Trump was going to lose the election.
No.
And then they were going to orchestrate the January 6th riot.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I was like, what the fuck is this claim?
They went easy on those protesters because they wanted those people to show up in November and vote for Joe Biden.
Like, yes, that's
like,
that's
come
it.
on.
That's 100% it.
Come on.
And also
now.
because they went easy on those protesters because they knew that if they went hard on them, it would make Trump look good.
Yes.
Okay, that's the actual reason. And then the fourth claim was that there was this guy named Taylor Hassan, who supposedly some kind of journalist, says, I saw people in black clothing at January 6th change into Trump protesting outfits. Now, being a journalist, he didn't decide to record any of this or have any evidence for it, but he said he saw it. So there you go.
That's
so those 4 claims were the 4 claims in the 30-minute part 1 of the Patriot Purge video. Okay. And I saw this and I'm like, this is what Scott Adams thinks was amazing.
Hey,
I couldn't believe
Scott
it.
Adams is trying to get on Tucker Carlson's good side or something.
Or
a regular gig on Fox News.
Well, I don't know. I just saw that and I was like, Scott. It's great persuasion. It's great propaganda, but it's a shit video.
Maybe
devoid of facts.
I like the fact that Scott Adams is losing his shine for you, though. Yeah. Scott Adams is a little
he's an interesting guy because he says things that I think are both very insightful and intelligent, and he says things that are fucking batshit crazy, which I'm sure is how people feel about us when we talk about this stuff.
They do, obviously. Isn't it weird though how I find consistently I never say anything that's batshit crazy. Everything that I say is always totally insightful. Isn't it weird like that?
It's weird. You know what? That's true. Everything I say is right and like genius.
I know.
I don't understand why everyone else doesn't see that.
I can't find any person, every single person that I know,
yes,
and am friends with or just know as a personality on YouTube or in the world, they all have opinions that I agree with and disagree with. Like they all have some batshit crazy opinion that I disagree with.
But not me.
But not me. I'm the only one.
Me. No,
I'm
you're
the
right.
only one who's ideologically consistent with the world.
You're totally right. Yes. Yes. So I guess we should end the night by triggering again.
Are you going to
triggering everybody?
Is that triggering to people? I don't necessarily.
To some people,
I had some eyes on the
listen,
chat. I didn't feel like it was super.
It's not
triggering.
I know. I'm sort of exaggerating. It's not triggering to like 80% of our audience. Okay?
Yeah.
But there's like 20% of our audience that is triggered by this. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking the Adam thinks 12-year-olds would vote is going to come up, but I've kind of amended my position on that.
You made your position worse. I don't even know why you want to bring it up. It's literally worse than it's. No one thought it could get worse, and it did.
Well, you guys have won me over that the 12-year-olds voting might not be a good idea, but we still have the problem of them being disenfranchised, which really bugs me. So
okay,
So I think the parents should get their vote.
Yeah, okay. So let's have the double whammy for the 20% of our audience that got triggered about me shitting on Tucker Carlson's terrible Patriot Purge.
I can't wait to. I'm
documentary.
probably gonna love this though, Sitch.
Oh, you'll love it. I mean, it's so like in a world where the federal government is attacking America.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. Like they keep conflating it. They keep showing images of like 9/11 and like how George W. Bush lied about weapons in Iraq. Like somehow this is related to the Democrats or something. Like,
that's crazy.
Like, they even had like, oh my God, it's like what one of the funniest lines that was said unironically was someone said they're going after the January 6th people, treating us, they're putting us in jail with no bail as if we're going to Guantanamo Bay. This is America. Like, how can they do this in America? And I'm like, you do realize Guantanamo Bay was run by Americans, right? Like, that was the controversy.
Yeah, that was part of the controversy.
That was the controversy.
This is crazy.
That it was un-American. I couldn't believe they
they
unironically said that.
How can they not get like these basic?
I don't know.
These basic narratives correct.
It was fun. I think when he said it, I'm like, wait a minute. Anyway, but so we can continue. So we can really further just utterly trigger that 20% of people with the London County story.
No, I can't believe you're doing this.
We're doing it. We were supposed to do that.
The only reason you're doing this is because you want to be able to say "I told you so."
You are completely correct.
I was like, we did the story and triggered the shit out of everyone.
You were completely correct.
Yeah. God, don't you hate that?
Being right? No, I love it. I love being right.
Yeah, but I mean,
listen,
I don't like triggering people.
Listen.
I don't think.
We talked for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
6 hours about how Anna Kasparian is just feeding slop to her audience.
Yeah.
Because she's a grifter.
But she's the slop herself. She's she's a true believer in that slop.
And we also said she's afraid of the more extreme elements of her audience. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be afraid of the 20% of our audience that's going to get a little triggered.
Yeah.
Okay. Because listen, even though they get a little triggered, maybe they'll, the next time a story comes along, they'll be like, well, I was wrong about that story.
Yeah.
Maybe I should hold back. Maybe I should grab the reins of my elephant a little bit. So if you remember when we talked about, so if you guys aren't familiar, the London County story, that's a story about the supposedly trans individual who, so this is how the story
I'm just
was
gonna
originally...
let you talk. I'm gonna I'll be right back.
Listen to Adam. Listen to Adam. Now you stay here. You stay here and you sit here. Okay. Because remember, Adam.
I know. I'm the one that said it. I'm the one that triggered everyone.
You're the one that started. Yes.
Yeah.
You're the one that started. The way this story was presented originally. This is important because there has a narrative shift has occurred to try to cover this up. Okay. People got to take their lumps when they get the story wrong. They don't get the pivot and be dishonest. The original narrative was that a trans boy or a trans woman, no, a boy who was either a trans woman or pretending to be a trans woman, used the trans status to sneak into the girls' restroom and rape a girl. And then the school board covered it up because they were trying to pass some initiative that was pro-trans people using any bathroom they wanted.
Right.
And so they hid it and they sent that possibly trans or trans pretending person to another school. And then that other person assaulted another girl. Raped again.
Yeah.
Yes. And what did we say? We said,
I said I wanted to know if there was a previous sexual relationship, and everyone was like, "Got him!"
Well, what? No, but before that,
raped her. What are you doing? He raped her. He raped her, Adam. Why are you? Previous sexual what?
So before that,
what was she wearing, Adam? How could you do? Like, isn't the what was she wearing like the social justice?
It is. It's interesting that you questioning the narrative turned a minority of our audience into suddenly becoming #MeToo.
I know. I was like, wait, I thought we were the don't believe all women crowd.
Yes.
What happened here?
Well, because it has to do with supposedly a trans person.
Oh, okay.
And trans bathroom issues. So since the politics switched, we suddenly became completely #MeToo, believe all women. Okay?
Right. Okay.
So what I said about the story, quoting your favorite artist, Scott Adams, was I said that this is one of those stories, and I think Scott Adams even said this too. It's hilarious. I predicted this, and then he predicted this 2 days later. So I'm going to say I got one up on Scott Adams on this. That this was obviously a story that was too on the nose. Okay. What I mean by that, or what he means by that, is that if you have a story that checks all the boxes perfectly, it's probably fake or being reported incorrectly. Like if a story fits a political narrative too perfectly, it's probably fake. Now, this isn't always true because we have the perfect example of the one that is on the nose and is true, and that's
Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, it's a picture for that.
Right. But that's why the Kyle Rittenhouse thing is so rare, and that's why I call it the NPC test.
Yeah.
So but with this one, I was very skeptical because I'm like, this is the perfect like right-wing fear-mongering story. A trans person, is raping girls in the bathroom of a public school.
Right.
Okay. And I think I made two predictions. One which turned out to be false, and one which turned out to be true.
Well, don't tell us the fault. Why are you even bringing that up?
Because I will be open and honest. Okay,
Right.
you have to be honest with your predictions.
Right.
So my prediction was, the story is going to end up is probably going to be revealed to be way more complicated,
right,
than anyone is talking about.
That
and that's
turned out
when
to
you
be true.
said,
Yeah.
right, and that's when you said, did she have a prior sexual engagement with this person?
Right.
Everyone
dispel the notion because everyone in the chat is like positive rape kit.
Well, I know. We'll hold on. We'll get there in a second. Right. So I said, and here's if people are getting triggered, okay, about the whole because the thing that you questioned and said was there a rape kit? Okay.
Right.
And there was.
Yeah.
And there's a question about the rape kit that's very interesting that hasn't been answered yet, which we'll get into.
Oh, okay, good.
That will help, the triggered people. But anyway, I made two predictions that the story would be far more complicated than we were led to believe, and that he probably wasn't wearing a skirt. That turned out to be false.
He was wearing a skirt. Yeah.
Yes. That was the false part.
That's the dumbest thing, Sitch. Like all these kids are wearing skirts today. What are you talking about?
Well, it's weird too because it's not clear. He doesn't identify as trans.
Listen, you're talking to a guy who'd smear blood all over his face and fucking paint wild pictures at a party.
So
if I would wear a skirt to school in a hot second, what are you talking about?
Let's get it. Okay. So how we were correct about the story being way more complicated is that it turned out that these two were together. The first girl that he's accused of raping,
right?
They had a sexual relationship previously, and they had actually met in the bathroom previously, I think multiple times, to engage in sexual activities in this bathroom.
Right.
Already. Okay. So already the narrative that a person is wearing a dress to sneak into the girls' bathroom and rape strangers is already destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not what happened at all. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, this was the way I could. I mean, this is exactly what I said on the show, and everyone lost their shit.
I know. But that's what happened.
I was
that's
like,
exactly
God, you
what
guys,
happened.
come on. You guys didn't know people fucked in the bathroom at school? Where'd you go to school at? Oh, I forgot. I'm from California.
Right.
It's
You're from your degenerate California.
Everyone's degenerate in California.
Right. So what happened, we don't know exactly what happened, but what is stipulated to some extent is that they had previously met multiple times in the bathroom to engage in sexual activities. They had planned to meet again, and they did meet again. However, the boy apparently wanted to have anal sex with the girl, and she did not want to have anal sex. And he's claiming that he tried to put it inside of her, not her butt, and just accidentally put it inside her butt. And then
how
stopped.
Do you know all this? You've done way more reading on this than me.
Because I did the reading on it.
Oh, okay.
The story is far more. That's what I'm saying. The story is way more complicated than all the people were triggered by. Okay, he's claiming that he accidentally put his hoo-hoo in her boo-boo instead of her vag.
We got it the first time you said it. Okay.
Yes. I know, but I just thought it was funny to say again. Okay. And he's claiming that he did this for a couple, I don't know, a couple seconds or whatever. I don't think he gave a specific time. And then he stopped when she was in pain. Okay. And then his claim is that as they were getting dressed, he accidentally stuck his dick in her ass again because she pulled up his skirt, or his skirt got stuck in her watch or something. Okay.
Where is this written out? What are you reading this from?
This
is
was
it
in
the police report or what?
No, this was like the lawyer's their statement, the defensive statement or whatever. Okay. So that was the claim.
I find it highly suspect that his dick accidentally that's ridiculous.
Well, I could believe the first time because everyone probably had that happen at least once in their life.
This sounds like rape. Yeah, she was across the room getting dressed, and I accidentally fell down.
No, they're
on
in
top
they're
of
in
her.
no. They're in a stall trying to get
okay.
dressed in the bathroom stall. So
I
it's not that inconceivable. No, but I'm saying the first part about the accidental hole, that's happened to most people at least once in their life.
Oh,
okay.
really?
I've been it hasn't happened to you, well, not to me, but I've been the one.
Sitch, you accidentally had a dick in your
I
butt.
accidentally added myself as being bisexual. No, I've been the one.
I've been in a situation where I accidentally what? Sitch?
I've been in the situation where I've accidentally put my.
I mean, I don't want to be
homophobic
homophobic or anything here, but geez.
I've accidentally done that with a girl, and she's gone. And I go, oh shit. It's happened. Okay.
Oh my god.
So I'm just saying that's a thing that can happen. All right, it's happened to me. It can happen. The second one is where you go, that's a little sus. It accidentally happened again when you're getting dressed. You're like, oh.
When this happened, did you suspect that you might be gay, Sitch? I'm curious.
No, I did not. I suspected I might be gay when I fucked you in the ass the other night. And I liked it. That's when I suspected I might be gay.
Oh my god, there's no way that's not getting clipped. Okay, you got El Stoffo in the chat. You're saying shit like that.
When I fucked Adam all night, and after a passionate night of sex with Adam.
Look, you're embarrassing me. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay.
That's the end of the show, guys.
Okay. So anyway, the second one is a little bit more sus. It's a little understandable. You're in a cramped bathroom stall, but it's a little sus. Okay. It's a little sus. Now, now that's his story. Her story is far more intense because she's saying that he held her down and fucked her in the ass for a minute or something, or some extended period of time. And that she kept telling him not to. Okay. So her story is more a lot more brutal. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the story. And then the second thing. Oh, okay. And so the reason that he was transferred and allowed to go to school was because this was a he said, she said situation for a couple that she admitted had previous sexual encounters. Okay.
Yeah.
Which was a key part of the story, which is what I predicted. I said, I don't think there's some bizarre cover up by the school district. I think that the story is probably complicated and they couldn't just, they didn't have the legal authority or the evidence to just completely summarily dismiss this kid from going to school. And that would be true considering there was a he said, she said situation where they had engaged in sexual activity before. Okay. Now there is a weird part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
There's a weird part now. I mean,
well,
that's not the weird part already.
So there's another part of the narrative, which is that the father of the daughter believed that the police had never been informed about this.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse Signal actually did some research on this, and he found out that that's not true. The police actually had been informed about this incident. Now, what is weird here's where the weird thing is that hasn't been answered yet. And I don't understand.
There's a lot of weirdness in this story. This story is swimming in weirdness.
Well, that's true. But here's an issue that remains unsolved. Okay. If the police were informed about this, why did they only perform a rape kit when the father went and freaked out at the school and demanded that they do it? That's the weird part.
Well, no.
Why didn't the police seek them out to do the rape kit?
What do you mean?
If the police are informed by the school,
this is the thing about the rape kit. They've already admitted to having sexual intercourse. The purpose of a rape kit is to find out if the woman had sexual intercourse with the person. Like the rape kit doesn't determine whether or not it was consensual sex or non-consensual sex. Like the rape kit doesn't establish anything. It just establishes that there was sex.
That's true, but it would establish, like, if she's saying that they had anal sex and she didn't want that.
Oh, you're right. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, you're right.
Well, no, they would establish that. I would imagine they'd take the swab in the butt, as opposed to the vag, and they'd find the DNA evidence of his dick being in there or something, right?
Oh, this is crazy.
And you'd have to do that first, because this would be before he would create. This is before he would create his own story or narrative. So maybe he would just flat out deny it. So you'd have to do the rape kit.
Yeah.
But no, what I was saying is, if the school told the police, which seemed to be the case, that there was an accusation of sexual assault and rape in a bathroom, why didn't the police go to her, to the girl and her family, and get her statement and do all that stuff and then perform a rape kit? Why did they have to get freaked out and then go and demand it? That's a question that has not been answered.
The parents?
To my liking. Yes.
Because they had a previous relationship. I keep saying that.
No, but I'm saying the police still should. Why didn't the police go to, as soon as the police get this report, listen, if you're the police and a school tells you, hey, we got a report of a sexual assault rape in our bathroom, you go fucking out to that person. You go take their fucking witness testimony and you perform a rape kit.
Who filed the first report of the incident?
Supposedly the school did.
How did the school learn of it?
I don't know, actually.
Some other student narked him off?
I don't know. The articles I saw didn't actually go into the specific chain of events,
Did
which is another thing too.
Report a rape?
Yeah, I assume so.
But you assume. You don't know.
I don't know. You're true.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't know.
For all you know, somebody narked him off and they...
But it was supposedly it was reported. No, I think the parents...
I mean, there's some super missing information here.
No, I think this is my understanding, and I could be wrong, was that the parents... She went home distraught and told her parents what happened. Her parents reported it to the school for some reason. First,
you're getting this case all mixed up, man.
No, I'm not. That her parents reported it to the school as opposed to reporting it to the police first. The school reports it to the police. The police don't really seem to do anything about it.
The daughter reports it to her parents. Her parents report it to the school. The school
reports
it
to the police.
Right.
Okay. The police don't seem to really act on it until the parents freak out and make a big stink about it, and then the police start to act on it.
Right. But for all you know, the police talked to her and found out that she had a previous sexual relationship with him.
That's possible,
and
but
they
that's
might
obviously
think,
so.
You know,
right? That's not the way the parents are making. The parents are making it sound like, and they could be not honest here. Parents are making it sound like the police didn't do anything until they made a big stink about it.
Well, I don't know.
That's the way that's the narrative the parents are putting forward.
Right.
Okay. And I haven't seen the police counter narrative to whether that's true or not, or what their response would be to that. Okay.
Okay.
So and then the second incident is, so then this boy gets transferred. He goes to a different school, and he supposedly or allegedly grabs. He tries to like.
He's facing charges for the first sexual misconduct.
Yes.
At the time that he conducts the second sexual misconduct.
Yes.
I think that's important.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because it goes to his state of mind. He's like, listen, I've had this girlfriend, things fell apart, fucking... Well, don't you think?
He accused me of rape, so let me jump into another relationship.
Well, he doesn't know if he's going to jail for fucking forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Kids do like compulsive, stupid shit.
Sure. Well, obviously, this kid's doing compulsive stupid shit. He's wearing a dress and trying to have anal sex with a girl in the bathroom at school. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not winning decisions here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's obviously on a trajectory to be a career criminal because he's obviously going to be incarcerated. He's going to learn all kinds of new interesting things as soon as he goes to jail that are going
Right.
to keep him on this path for the rest of his life. This is just a super sad story. It's completely sad.
True. Oh, and okay, so then the boy gets transferred to a different school where he allegedly.
Do you know how old they are? They're Andrew in the chat is saying these aren't 17-year-old kids; they're young kids. Like
No, they're like, I don't know the exact age, but they're not. No, they're like, I thought they were like 14 or something.
Okay.
In that age range.
Oh,
I don't know the
that
exact
sucks.
number.
That sucks. That totally
Yeah, they're not
sucks.
17-year-olds. They're younger than that.
Yeah, I thought they were much older. That like
No,
brings
no,
a
they're
whole
like-
nother
yeah.
disgusting element to this story. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ouch.
yeah.
Fuck. That sucks.
So then he gets transferred, and then allegedly he's in this other school, and at some point he like gropes a girl and is alleged to have dragged her into an empty classroom where he attempts to engage in some he gropes her further and wants to have sex or do something else, and she either gets away or someone finds him, and she accuses him of sexual assault.
Right.
Okay. So that's the second incident. And then where this all blows up, and this part is true, is that after this, the school then starts to they want to pass the transgender bathroom bill thing, which has nothing to do with this kid, because this kid isn't trans. He didn't sneak into a bathroom. He went there with a girl, pre-planned. Okay. Had nothing to do with which he could done, if he wasn't wearing a dress, okay, whatsoever. But the father of the girl speaks at the meeting and accuses the school of covering up the rape of his daughter, and the school board, or the person on the school board who's there, lies. And this is true. He 100% lies and says that there are no incidences of sexual assaults occurring in the bathroom that have been reported. And it turned out that that's 100% a lie, and he knew
They did report it.
That the person that said that specifically knew about that story.
Right.
Specifically knew about the girl that was claiming she was sexually assaulted in the bathroom.
Right.
So
always comes down to fucking lying to people. People cannot stand to be lied to.
Nope. So, but this is where the story is very interesting, or at least interesting to me psychologically, because it's like the whole trans bathroom thing got tied up into this when it had nothing to do with the trans bathroom thing whatsoever.
No. Yeah.
And it was interesting to me how, because it got tied up in the trans stuff, like the sides switched. Because normally, like, imagine if there wasn't a trans situation whatsoever. Okay. Imagine if it was just a boy was accused of raping his girlfriend or sexual partner in the bathroom. And that was it. And the girl came, and it's funny because her story, the anal sex story, is the same as Mattress Girl's story. Because remember,
it is.
Mattress Girl's story was, I was having sex with someone consensually, and
that
then they
became
started having
unconsensual. Yes.
anal sex with me, and it was not consensual. Okay. Now, obviously, the story's a little different because after the fact, she gave no indication that she was raped and seemed to want to continue a relationship with the boy. So obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison. But I just thought it was interesting that if you remove the trans element from it, the sides would have switched. You'd have had the left saying, this poor girl was raped in a bathroom by this evil boy, #MeToo. And the other side would say, well, wait a minute. This boy's saying that it was consensual or accidental. Let's wait till the facts come in.
But
And yet,
since there was a trans element, both sides were against him.
Yes. All you had to do was add one. You had to change supposedly change the identity, the gender identity of one participant in the story, and the sides both switch. I just thought that was very fascinating.
I mean, the one tweet that you saw, the woman did definitely have a Me Too slant to it. She was like, oh my, she knew that the previous sexual relationship could hurt the case, but she's like, we have to be careful here. We know just because they had a previous sexual relationship doesn't mean that she can't be raped. Which, everyone
Which is true.
understands that, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
sure. Right.
But I mean, it does make a difference if there was previous consensual sex.
It makes the story more complicated.
Well, yes. And also, a lot of people think like there's a difference between like the thing most people worry about is just the unprovoked, like grab somebody off the street and rape them. That's horrific in most people.
Which doesn't happen very much, really, anyway.
Yeah. Well, evidently it did happen because the second encounter was that, right? Him grabbing a girl and basically raping her in the classroom.
Well, I don't. It wasn't a stranger. He was trying to get with her or something.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, someone he had interaction with.
Right.
But that's usually what happens in these sexual assault cases. It's not a stranger. It's someone you know. It's either a friend or a loved one or someone you know in some capacity, acquaintance, that tries to take things too far.
Yeah. Yeah, this story's awful. It's fucking awful.
Oh, it's an awesome story.
Yeah.
But so there you go. There's your triggering of the day. I hope you guys appreciated it.
What was your... I guess really the only thing that I was curious about in the talk was if they had a previous sexual relationship.
Yes.
Which
they did. Right.
Yeah. I don't know. That makes me bad? That makes me a terrible person.
Why does that make you bad?
I don't know. Because that's what everyone was triggered by. Oh my God, Adam, she was raped. Raped. How dare you ask if they had a previous sexual relationship? How dare you ask? How dare you? How dare you?
How you just Greta, whatever her name is, appeared and she's like, "How dare you?"
Does it? I mean, sure. It does. Does it? I mean,
yes.
Correct me on my thinking here.
Okay.
Is it? I mean, I guess you could make the argument that it's completely irrelevant. Like, sure, she has sex with him every single
that's not
day.
irrelevant at all.
Like their
That's not
boyfriend and
irrelevant.
girlfriend, they have sex every single day consensually, and then all of a sudden he decides he's going to have sex with her, and she doesn't want to have sex. I mean, I agree that's rape. That's totally rape. But it does change the dynamic of it being just a stranger abducted and raped.
It is relevant, and it does change the story. It's not relevant in terms of that, like if you have sex with someone once, then you agree to have sex with them forever. Like obviously that's not why it's relevant. It's just more relevant in terms of like, is it more like, you could have a situation that's, like why that they're because part of the whole rape thing is like, well, why would, if it's a stranger, like, well, why would a stranger be like in close proximity, naked or engaged in some sexual activity with this person in the first place? And you remove that element if they've already engaged in the sexual activity in the past. And the reason they're doing that in the first place is because they agreed to hook up in the first place again.
I can't pay any attention to you because Tachi in the chat is like, Strawman Adam strikes again. Clown World Adam. Tachi is one of the few peoples in the chat that I have the advantage of knowing that she actually is a woman. Like she's been on the live stream before. So, I mean, I'm curious that Strawman strikes again, obviously.
Well, what are you strawmanning?
Look, even Brian, or is it, it's Brian, or it's Brian, right? Brian, he's saying straw manning intensifies.
Brain. That's brain.
It's not brain. It's Brian. That's Brian.
Oh.
I don't know what
There's a guy named Brain who usually yells at you, so I'm assuming that's who it was.
Brian says straw manning intensifies. You guys know, okay? Straw manning is like our safe word. Like, don't say straw manning triggers the shit out of us. Don't say straw manning.
Well, what are you?
Tachi, you deserve it, Dr. Diddler. Adam is a clown. I can't tell if you guys are trolling me.
What exactly is Adam Strawman?
Yeah, what am I getting wrong here? Like, I can understand your perspective that obviously as a woman you're like, no, all rape is evil, and I agree, all rape is evil. Yeah, and like people can. Rape can happen between spouses.
Let's pull Scott Adams. I'll start reading the cognitive dissonance. There was a second victim in less than a month. The conversation is ridiculous. That has nothing to do. That point has literally nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Am I getting people are saying now Adam is getting triggered by the chat.
You two think you are completely beyond what mistakes?
These mistakes, yeah. Straw person. You guys, it just seems like you're trolling us, like you're fucking with us. And like, hold on, I turned my camera off because Sitch was like, I'm gonna go down this horrific fucking rape hole as far as I can. Like,
yes.
Why are you Sitch?
Sitch, did you say Russiagate was real? No, I actually very famously said
I've seen.
I didn't. I famously said that I didn't know whether Russiagate was real or not, and that I would read the Mueller report and whatever it said, I would follow, and that's exactly what I did.
Look,
so
Adam,
I don't know what that has to do with this.
Take a breath. Everything is going to be okay. Do I seem like I'm not triggered? Okay, I'm totally not triggered. I don't understand. The definition of straw man is creating an argument that's easy to defeat. But I'm not trying to defeat an argument here. What argument am I trying to defeat?
Let me see what. Okay,
what am I arguing? I'm not arguing that it wasn't rape or that he doesn't deserve to go to jail.
Okay, Adam. Let's pause. We'll look for actual information in the chat or actual claims because we can only respond to actual.
First FAP doesn't count. That's
true.
Hilarious.
Listen, that's true. Okay. So someone in the chat says the school didn't report to the police, so the dad had to. So that was a claim that the father made, and I'll trust Jesse's signal because he's usually very good about this. He actually found the report where the school did report this to the police. He found documented evidence that they did report it.
Really? So we know Jesse Singal is a competent reporter.
Right.
He knows. Yeah. He knows the truth. He found the truth.
Here's another good fact. Abby Muhammad for 55 sex says it wasn't a snuggle struggle. He was just digging for oil.
That's not. I thought we were looking for pertinent information.
Let me look for actually pertinent things.
Dolomat says Adam's first.
You tried to trigger us, but we triggered. You tried to trigger us, but we triggered you. That's true. We triggered Adam.
Yeah, that is true. Dolomatkis says Adam's first instincts were correct. He should have bailed on this whole conversation. I tried, man. I tried. I'm like, it's bad enough.
Here's an interesting one.
I didn't know Sitch wanted to go deep into like describing the whole incident.
We're going deep, my friend.
Why are you doing this?
Because I like this is interesting. This is interesting to watch.
I didn't sign up. This is a comedy show, okay? This is not. We don't go into.
We cannot.
This isn't special victims unit, okay?
Listen,
this is not funny.
Listen, calm down. We cannot criticize TYT for living in a bubble.
TYT is not a comedy show. They aren't even.
If we're gonna,
we say comedy show on the thumbnail.
There's no pussying out.
No, we do.
A comedy show. I read Sexy Sex is hilarious. Super chat.
We do have a rule. Like it can't be unfunny, and this is like completely unfunny.
Okay, we don't have this. Okay, let me continue.
Okay.
Here's another good example of cognitive dissonance. Quote, he knew her isn't a valid excuse. Who here, we literally said multiple times that having sex with someone or knowing someone is not an excuse for raping.
Right.
And yet someone still, their brain hallucinated and they didn't hear that.
Yeah.
They typed this statement out.
Yeah, I was pretty much, I said, listen, you can have sex with a girl 100 times and you could still rape her. Like if you have sex with her when she doesn't want to have sex on that 101th time, you're a fucking rapist. Yeah. Was that unclear, Sitch? Did I not? I thought that
was very clear. It was very
and I figured out why the previous sexual relationship is pertinent only in a situation where the father is involved is because, sometimes daughters don't want to tell their dads that they've been fucking a guy for weeks.
That's true too.
Okay.
That's true too.
Now, is my instinct incorrect? Am I straw manning here? Did I not?
No.
Is that not an instinct that I mean, that seems basic.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Do you guys believe that daughters ever lie to their fathers? Is that a claim that I can make, or am I going out on a limb?
So let me keep reading. It says a lot of chat thought you were lessening the rape. Well, I wasn't lessening the rape. I was explaining why. I was explaining two things: why the situation was more complicated, in terms of why I don't think that why there was not some trans conspiracy for the kid. Okay. We have a he said, she said situation. This is why the kid was transferred and allowed to go to school again.
Okay.
And I, as someone who knows people that were wrongfully accused of rape, you can't just say that you can't just uproot their lives, right? If someone accuses you of rape, you can't just immediately, especially if there's no evidence, it's just he said, she said, you can't just immediately throw them in jail and prevent them from participating in society. And it's baffling if someone would claim that.
Okay, we got some good information here from Chitachi. She's waiting.
Okay. Well, hold on. So
No,
let me just
I'm
finish
not.
here.
What do you mean? Well, you got another. Are you reading a super chat or something?
I'm reading a normal chat. It's like in the middle of talking.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
So it was just to explain why the situation was more complicated, why it wasn't a conspiracy. And two, I wasn't lessening anything. I was just explaining it as a he said, she said situation. And explaining what his side of the story was and what her side of the story was. Okay. Which you have to do in a he said, she said situation.
So Chitachi says, okay, but what was the gotcha? What did this information prove to the chat? Which this is, first of all, Sitch sprung all this on me because I didn't know we were going to go this far into the story. And
look at this guy.
Brutally describe this thing.
Let me answer the question without you going off on the tangent that's completely irrelevant.
You're going to answer? Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. So the point of this, this is the opening. I explained it. I said the original narrative of the story was that a person was either trans or was pretending to be trans in order to sneak into the bathroom and rape girls.
Right.
Okay. And rape girls, not have sex, rape them. And then the school covered it up because those terrible woke school people wanted to protect a trans person.
That's all.
And they wanted to enact some kind of trans bathroom bill.
Right. Okay. They're on the side of the trans rapist, basically, which is utter nonsense. Totally.
That
garbage.
Was the narrative. And I said this when I first started telling the story. And when we talked about this the first time, a week or 2 weeks ago, when we talked about the story, we both said, I doubt that narrative. I specifically said, I doubt that narrative. Okay. And that the narrative is probably way more complicated. It's not a simplistic story of someone pretending to be trans, to hide in the bathroom, to rape girls or whatever. And then you said, you asked the question of whether there was a rape kit and whether they had prior sex before. And it turned out that there was a rape kit and that they had prior sex before. And that's why he was in the bathroom. He didn't sneak in the bathroom to pretend to be a girl to rape women. He went in there because him and the girl had pre-planned to meet in the bathroom to fool around.
Right.
Okay. So, and to answer the question too, the reason I think the story is interesting is what I said after that. I said, it's interesting to me that people got so emotional about the story that the sides switched. I thought I made that very clear. That if the story had nothing to do,
be like,
I know
people are going to.
Not everyone's as autistic as me. But if the story had nothing to do with the trans stuff, and it was just a girl making a claim and a boy saying that wasn't the case, the sides would be switched. It'd be a hashtag Me Too story. And the left would be all saying defending this girl, and the right would be more like not necessarily defending the boy, but just saying, oh, well, let's wait till the facts come in. So that's why I thought the story was interesting, Chitachi.
Well,
to talk about.
She also said, where did the complicated led to nothing, which I actually agree with. You
don't agree with that. You literally don't agree with that. Because this is what drives me crazy. Not on
what you're.
Okay.
Let me.
I don't know
what
how
I'm
many
saying.
times I have to say this.
Listen,
the narrative.
I agree with you that the trans narrative was bullshit, but I never bought into the trans narrative, so I'm not as attached to it.
Right. And so what I said was the reason, and I said this and I'll say it again, though I was predicting the reason the school allowed this boy to transfer to another school
was because there was a previous sexual relationship and it was.
I didn't say that specifically.
Yeah.
I said because the story was far more complicated than we know right now.
Right.
And the school couldn't just decide to throw him out. That was a far more complicated situation.
Right.
And guess what? That's exactly what happened. It was just a he said, she said situation with two people that not only had sex previously, but that had agreed to meet each other to fool around again. Okay.
Right.
Doesn't make it right. And now listen, doesn't make it right.
Sitch is legitimately
Okay.
triggered here. I want you guys to take that into consideration because I'm not triggered at all by this.
It doesn't make it right if he raped her. I'm just explaining why the school behaved the way they did in allowing him to transfer.
That's so stunning and brave of you, Sitch. You're saying you're making a
know.
declaration right now that rape is bad.
There you go. I know.
Rape is evil.
Let me make a bold statement here. I'll make two bold statements.
Rapists should be castrated.
Rape is bad.
Yeah.
Okay, let me make my second bold statement. Just because a boy or a man is accused of rape doesn't mean their entire life should be destroyed before a trial occurs.
If it's a false accusation, their life shouldn't be destroyed at all.
Right.
This is the
Is
only.
that a contentious statement, Adam? Just because a boy is accused of rape, his life shouldn't be destroyed before the trial even can occur to find out whether he actually did the rape or not?
Okay.
Is that a contentious position to have? Or am I being entirely consistent with the position that I've always had?
You want him to get a fair trial, that's for sure. How dare you side with the rapist?
I'm just saying, even before we get to a fair trial, I'm just saying, again, people were making the claim that the school allowed him to transfer as part of some woke transgender narrative.
Right. That's not true.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
That's a lie. Okay, that's not
I don't
true.
even think I'm going to mention mine because I'm not triggered and I don't want to trigger anyone anymore. Tachi says, before you, this is a Sitch quote, okay? Quote, yes. Sitch, this is her doing you.
Okay.
Before you guys get all triggered, let me share some information you guys aren't privy to, but that also doesn't add anything to the story and or outcome, Sitch.
See,
I kind of agree with her there, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't even know how you could say that.
Uh-huh.
Unless you're just pussing out right now and trying to take the chat side here.
Well,
Chitachi
no.
has literally no clue what the fuck she's talking
Well, first of all,
I explained like 10 times why I'm saying what I'm saying, and she's not actually addressing it at all. She hasn't actually made a claim and said, actually, Sitch, let me explain why the point you just said doesn't make sense. She's just repeating herself in different words and saying, well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
God, I love
what
it
doesn't
when Sitch
matter?
gets triggered. It's so good.
I do get triggered.
I never get, well, I get triggered more than Sitch.
I get triggered.
I do
when people are
savor it.
fucking stupid. Okay, it does trigger me.
You've
That's
gone
right.
too far.
I expect
Please
better
stop.
from some of my audience members. Okay,
Look, you guys, I'm begging you. Here, I'm begging you. I'm pleading with you. Look here, I got my hands out. Please stop triggering my co-host.
Look at Adam. People love it when I get triggered.
Please.
Don't be a pussy. People
Please. Why do you call me a pussy?
Don't be a pussy.
I'm not being a pussy. Don't you
Don't
understand?
be a pussy.
Listen, I didn't even get to tell. I didn't like my instinct that they had. First of all, what everyone got super mad at me that I would imply that perhaps they had a previous sexual relationship, which turned out to be true. Okay.
Right.
I don't.
No, that was a straw man, Adam, supposedly.
That doesn't make any difference. And the only reason that
It does make a difference.
It makes a difference because it sets up a scenario where the girl could be lying to her parents. That's the only reason why I brought it up. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And explains why
And
the
has
school wouldn't
motive.
summarily kick this kid out of school.
And has
Yes.
motive to lie to her parents.
Oh,
and why the parents would be so angry.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If
Right.
you like, tell me as a girl, you know, if your dad's gonna lose his shit, aren't you less likely to tell him? Like, come on, this is so basic. I feel bad for even saying it. It's so basic, but I'm not condoning rape and fucking let like this kid. Let him fucking hang. I don't like rapists need to be castrated and dumped in the ocean. Okay. I don't know what you want from me.
Thank you, Adam, for this incredibly bold claim. Okay.
What? That rapists should be castrated and dumped in the
Rapists
ocean?
should be punished, should be castrated, should be thrown in the ocean.
Listen, guys, if you want to up the charge of rape to castration, we just have to make sure that they're guilty. Okay, you don't want to be in a situation where you literally cut a guy's pecker off and it turns out he's innocent.
I know
Yeah.
I know lots of people that have been falsely accused
Of rape?
of sexual assault and rape. Yeah, and it's devastating to their lives. It's absolutely devastating to their lives. And it's despicable.
Skarma Inc. has a new pitch for the new show name, which I really like a lot. It's Calm Adam and Angry Sitch Show. Not only is my name first, which is totally baller, but I like that would help me. I would be less triggered during the show if it was Calm Adam.
Well, no, it's funny because usually what happens is one of us gets angry and the other one gets calm in response.
I know.
And then we switch. We go back and forth.
I have to. I feel like I'm talking my friend off the ledge. No, Sitch, please. Don't shoot the audience in the face.
I will shoot.
Sitch is like walking around with his gun. He's got his gun out and he's like, tell me where I'm wrong.
I will shoot every fucking person in the face. Okay.
Yes. Tell me where I'm wrong about.
Well, look, if someone says, here's a fact that's wrong, let me explain something, but there's never an explanation. It's always just like hallucinations and cognitive dissonance. And that's, I guess, what triggers me, because it's like, you're projecting onto me a bunch of shit I never said, or projecting onto you too, a bunch of shit that neither of us ever said, or were not even our intentions.
Yeah, I just like the whole idea that you're not going to examine the case objectively just because the whole idea of rape stepped in is just, you got to be objective.
Well, it's just the same. It's literally, it's literally the same people that look at Kyle Rittenhouse and they come to some jump snap conclusion. And then they just say, I'm not going to look at this objectively. I've made up my mind. And just fucking go off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking lame. You want to read some super chats or what?
Sure. If there's $20 ones. Sam Barton.
You're only going to read the $20 ones?
Well, aren't we going to do the rest on Tuesday?
We can. I'm dying to do a stream on Tuesday.
Yeah, because we're going to talk about the...
I can't draw. I'm so depressed right now. I don't want to bum you guys out, but
Adam needs to take a break from the comic. He's destroying his body. But yeah, because we're going to talk about Monday with Gage. Yeah. Gage testifies. Yes, it'll be fun.
I'm wondering. I'll message you. I'm wondering if we can I am going to have the Gage Gross Groots up live and the David Packman up live at the exact same time.
No, we can't stream.
Dave,
we can't stream a stream.
I am. I mean, no, I just meant I was going to be watching them at the same time because I'm dying to know.
I thought you meant you were going to stream.
No,
stream. Okay, yeah.
I'm talking about watching. I'm going to watch David Packman's reaction to the Gage Gross Groots because it's going to be pretty.
No,
sick.
that would be interesting. Yeah. That'd be interesting. Sam Barnes for $20 says wrenches are a divine right of the SS class. Hi Sitchler, C Kyle. There you go. Look at that. Hi Sitchler, C Kyle. That's terrible. That's awful.
Terrible. Awful.
Yes. Rahan Gerande for 50 rubies says it's okay, Sitch. Chat is just on its period. That's true.
That's super sexist. I can't believe you. I can't believe it would make that kind of joke. I'm bringing the super chat thing up. I guess we're losing the watch together.
Abby Muhammad for 55 sexy sexist says, call the show the what skirt was he wearing show.
You guys are so bad.
You guys are amazing. Well, there are no other $20 extra ones.
I can't believe I had the fucking trigger, Sitch, and I didn't put it up.
I know.
What a waste. Look at that. I've been waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Here's the update I was waiting for. Utter nonsense.
But Sitch was so triggered, I was worried he was going to lose his mind.
Wait, here's the revelation I was waiting for. So if you guys remember, Utter Nonsense wrote a paper in his woke class that got him into trouble. And that he was going to be in the Lindsay Shepard situation, possibly. Let's see. Is there an update, Utter Nonsense? Utter Nonsense for 420 says, I texted my normie parents about the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, but they have dismissed it in their minds as done already because they consume CNN and NPR. When I return back home, I want to convince them to see the problems of the case. Any suggestions? I mean,
Give them
just
our stream.
show them
That's like
the video. I don't just okay. I would explain Rosenbaum's background. Explain that he beat his girlfriend, got a no contact order, then decided to try to kill himself by ODing on drugs, then went into a coma for 3 or 4 days. Then when he woke up from the coma, they released him a couple of days later from the hospital. And that was the night he decided to go into Kenosha. And you say, listen, parents, this guy, Rosenbaum, he said to Kyle Rittenhouse, if I find you alone, I'm going to fucking kill you. And then you show them the video of him chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. And you say, listen, you ask them, you say, okay, so you ask your parents, you say, listen, if a crazy person.
Oh, that's the way to do it right there.
Who said, I will kill you if I catch you alone, is chasing you.
No,
what do you do?
No, you should set it up. You should say,
yeah,
Mom and Dad, I want you to imagine that I'm in this situation.
Oh,
what would
yes.
you want me
Smart.
to do? Yeah.
Right. That's smart.
Yeah.
Play on their sympathies because of the kid. Okay, that's
This
smart.
this guy here. Let me show you the video. Here he is at the gas station yelling racial epithets at
saying,
everyone.
"Shoot me, N-word." Right.
This guy tells me, if I get you alone, I'm going to kill you. Okay.
Yes.
And then he starts chasing me across a parking lot, and I have a gun. What should I do?
What should I do when I'm running away from him and then get cornered?
Yes.
I can't run any further. What
Yeah.
should I do? Ask them that question.
Right.
And see what their answer is.
And you will find out if your
listen,
parents actually love you or not.
No, what they'll
This is
do
what you'll learn.
is they'll try to divert it. They'll say, well, we wouldn't let you go there in the first place. Or you shouldn't be there in the first place. And you say, okay, well, just say I made a bad decision.
mistake.
Made a dumb mistake and I went there. Okay.
Right.
Maybe I shouldn't have gone, but I did, and I went there. What should I do? What should I do? Don't let them weasel out of it. See what they say. That's a great way to phrase it.
Son, I love you, but I will be writing your eulogy. God, that's so evil. What parent could say, listen, son, what I would want you to do is surrender to the pedophile?
Right. Then you go, oh shit. Utter Nonsense for another $1 says, also another revelation in my university case. There's been a series of posters going up in random places that state it's okay to be white. I think they think I'm behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I was off campus for days. I heard they're bringing the cops in for it. Oh my God.
Really? Who said this?
Utter Nonsense.
Really?
Yeah. When are
for it's
Utter
okay
Nonsense
to be
in the
white
normal
posters?
In the normal chat, Utter Nonsense. When are you having your meeting about this? Because I thought it was this week, or is it next week?
Yeah.
Because I'm waiting with bated breath to what happened. So our very favorite super chatter in the entire world. Not Gay Ben, the man who always leaves us on the edge of our seats with anticipation.
Oh, he's coming clean right here.
You never know what direction Not Gay Ben is going to get. We're waiting one day for this other shoe to drop, for something crazy to happen. Is that day today?
Of course not.
Not Gay Ben for $2 says, I'm not gay. Succinct as always, Ben.
Yeah, I like
Thank
it.
you. Brevity is the
straight
soul
to
of
the
wit.
point. I agree.
The man,
Yeah.
the myth, the legend. Utter Nonsense says 2 weeks from now. Okay. We have to wait 2 weeks to hear the thrilling conclusion to the Utter Nonsense saga. I hope it's crazy Utter Nonsense. I hope it's not boring. I hope it's not just some fucking boring HR person talking to you and say, oh, okay, let me give you some. I want to make sure we give you some advice, Utter Nonsense. You have to handle this very carefully. You don't want to get triggered like me or Adam get triggered. Okay. Whatever happens in that conversation that you're secretly recording, you have to be calm and stoic.
Right.
The whole time. Because if you get angry, even if you're 100% justified in being angry, it's going to look bad for you. It always looks better if the other people, if the adults, quote unquote adults, are the ones yelling at you. If they're angry and you're just calm the whole time and you're just rational the whole time.
Right. Remember, you're secretly recording them. So you
know
want to
that.
look good on the secret recording.
They don't know that. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Don't get angry. Don't think that your righteous anger will play good, because it won't. Right. Now, it's part of why the Lindsay Shepherd thing took off so well, because they came off as lunatics, and she was just like,
well, and she cried.
Well, that's true. You can cry. Bawling. Utter nonsense.
I would encourage you to cry. Yeah.
Maybe
cry
you should cry
into the put the thing in your shoulder pocket and be sure that you cry into it as you're crying.
That's true. Maybe you should cry a little bit. You should get ready.
And then when they say super dumb woke shit,
you
pull out your thing and say, "Ha ha, got you, bitch! I was secretly recording you."
You don't say that. You don't say that. You don't let them know until the video is released.
And then you run out of the room laughing hysterically.
Oh, and also, you got to make sure that it's legal in your state to secretly record people.
Oh yeah.
Nothing
on the show is legal advice. Okay.
Yes.
You should consult an attorney in your area.
This is a comedy program. Neither me nor Adam are lawyers. You do not consult us for legal advice. But no, you should also make sure that's even legal in your state to do this in the first place.
Can you imagine?
We should open with that. We should have opened with that. But
can you imagine you pull out the thing, say I was secretly recording you, and then that's the felony, like secretly recording someone? You just admitted to committing a crime on tape in front of them.
Ask Stoloff has another good tip. Make sure you wear a dress. Share you're wearing a dress, even if it's just to confuse them.
Yeah.
Actually, that is actually genius.
That is brilliant. Yeah.
That is actually genius. If you just fucking show up wearing a dress and you don't explain it, and they will be too nervous to ask you about it.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Don't tell them your pronouns.
And don't tell.
But whenever they say a pronoun, act like it makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah. Don't correct them, but just kind of like grimace if they say he. Just be like, oh.
Oh my God, this is terrible. What is funny about this is we're giving the worst advice ever.
This is the best. Look, I can't say as Stolfo's name correctly. We've established. I've given up.
This is hilarious.
But yes.
Don't do any of this, Utter Nonsense. This could ruin your life, okay?
Look at Utter Nonsense. I'll borrow one of my girlfriend's dresses. Oh, yeah.
But
yeah, you do that, Utter Nonsense. Yeah. We're not questioning. Look, Utter Nonsense. I'm not going to question where you get the dress from. Okay, you don't got to prove it to me. Okay?
Yeah,
just get one. Let's get one.
Oh my God, this would be so good.
I'm telling you, the dress thing is a fucking good advice. I don't know what you're talking about. That dress thing, that's genius advice. Okay, everything we're saying is great advice.
The dress you could probably get away with. I don't know that you're committing a crime if you show up in a dress. If you show up in a dress and grimace whenever they use a pronoun that may or may not be inappropriate. That's, I mean, this is comedy gold here. This is. Yeah. This is like jackass levels of entertainment.
Don't do it to Hassan in his chat, CT. Leave Hassan alone.
Yeah.
Oh, Utter Nonsense. The story has changed. I do own a dress, but it's from Halloween. Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, the old Halloween dress.
I just, as a lark, as a total joke, I just happened to dress up as Dorothy as from The Wizard of Oz. I just happened to have this Dorothy in a cocktail dress for some reason. You know, it was a very interesting costume. This is from Halloween. That's my explanation.
He says, I'll wear a news skirt.
There you go. Now you're thinking with your head.
I mean, if it's too short, your dong might hang out, but don't be careful.
Were they transphobic?
Be careful. Okay.
What, they not
wear your news skirt.
This is a lady's dong.
But make sure when you sit down, your dong hangs out of the bottom.
That's the power move. That's the power move. You wear this new skirt and you sit like that, like what's her fucking name? Charlize Theron from from that movie. Yeah, you just sit with your legs spread. So like if they look at you, they see the dong.
That's my lady dong.
Yes, it's like that's the total Chad move, right? Just kind of put your arm back, you lean back in the chair, you're wearing the skirt with no underwear, and you kind of just spread your legs just enough that they know your dick's right there.
Oh my. You made me laugh so hard I swallowed raw.
Oh yeah, Adam's very Adam that happens all the time with Adam. I make Adam swallow wrong, if you know what I'm saying.
Why? Don't come on. It's awful because you're making these jokes and I can't even say things like
that's what makes it even funnier. I'm busy joking.
I don't want to say it.
He can't respond.
I can't say it because obviously I'm gonna
just
get in
like
trouble.
Last night.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I know. That's a response I'm gonna get.
Oh wow.
What's up with I feel like Sitch might be homophobic. I mean, he makes a lot of really homophobic jokes.
I'm the one that's comfortable making the jokes that we're really lovers. You're the one that gets very uncomfortable whenever
I know, but it's because the joke is that that's not like a acceptable thing. That's homophobia.
That's not the joke. You misunderstand the joke.
Mm-hmm.
The joke is that you become horribly uncomfortable. That's the joke.
Well, I'm trying
That's what makes it funny.
I feel like if I cast you as a homophobe, though, you might not be able to make those jokes.
I'm very aware of what's happened the meta of the conversation.
I mean,
I'm explaining to you that it's not going to work.
So much of this is, oh God, so much of comedy is miscommunication.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Reading between the lines.
I agree. Adam can be such a prude. He's such a prude. I'm not embarrassed by Jewish jokes. Do you even know any Jewish jokes?
Not really.
I put Adam in the unwinnable situation. He's like, do I actually feel comfortable enough to make an anti-Semitic joke? Or like,
well, is it anti-Semitic? I mean, I think I might know some jokes like, you know, a rabbi and a priest and an atheist walk into a bar. Like I might know some joke like that, but
so there's a priest,
but that's not anti-Semitic though.
So there's a priest, a preacher, and a rabbi, and they all have $1 million. And the priest, and they're trying to decide how much of this money they're going to donate to God and goodwill. And so the priest draws a circle around himself, and he throws the money in the air, and he says, "Whatever money lands outside the circle, I will donate to God and the church."
The priest says this?
Yes.
Okay.
So then the preacher.
There's a rabbi in his, right?
Yes, there's a priest, a preacher, and a rabbi. The preacher draws a circle around himself, and he throws the money in the air, and he says, "Whichever money lands inside the circle, I will donate to God."
Okay.
The rabbi takes his money, he throws it up in the air, and he says, "Whatever God wants, he'll keep." There you go.
That's supposed to be the Jewish stereotype.
There's your there's your Jew joke.
How terrible.
There you go.
Yeah. You don't like that stereotype though.
I think it's fun. I mean, I think it's fun. I think the joke's fun. Well, who likes stereotypes, Adam? I'm an enlightened centrist. Okay.
Well, everyone hates me because I fucking hate stereotypes. But everyone's like, "Oh, stereotypes are good, Adam. You know, you're just not enlightened enough." This is one of the things people poke fun at me all the time about. "Oh, Adam, don't mention stereotypes. Adam will throw a conniption fit and go crazy. Adam will go psychopath." Yeah. You all white privilege motherfuckers. See, that's a stereotype. You don't like it either, do you? What do you think white privilege is? It's a stereotype.
That's true. I didn't want to pay for the Tucker Carlson thing, so I'm living the cheap Jewish stereotype. You got me. You caught me there. You got me.
Wow.
You got me.
But he this is so easy. Like for Big Brain Sitch, he's like, ethically, I did not want to contribute to this false news narrative that.
Oh no, I just was like, fuck you. I'm not gonna pay a subscription service for Fox News. Give me a break. Fuck out of here. I don't have to. I don't have to moralize anything. Is it stealing? Sure, but I don't give a fuck.
You will lose all credibility. With everyone who believes you have TDS and like are a far left.
Well, it's true. I am a far left. I'm actually a secret anti-white racist. I hate white people. Like no bullshit said. I hate white people. So I'm actually an anti-white Antifa in disguise.
I am sorry about the coughing, guys. I see you in the chat, but I literally laughed so hard that
he's still recovering.
I'm still recovering.
I am.
Don't
Adam.
Can you imagine? This is like Ferris Bueller goes in a dress with his dog hanging out. It's like, how is that not hilarious?
It's funny.
They need to remake Ferris Bueller and not, do like Ferris Bueller's kid who does crazy shit like this.
Right.
That would be great.
Right.
That would be amazing. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Idiotosis says, did you see that academic agent nuked his Twitter and then rebranded it? I did see that, yes. People tweet it. Well, he opened a new Twitter with a different name. So
right.
Yes, I did see that. Listen, I'm gonna leave as long as he doesn't tweet me, I will leave academic agent alone.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why he deleted his Twitter. I have some suspicion.
Yeah.
I have some suspicions. But yeah, so I'll leave that poor soul alone. Okay.
I wonder if we're gonna get any shit for the. We did a little fuck up at the beginning of this talk.
Oh, we won't talk about that. We won't talk about that.
I mean, it is hilarious.
Don't say we. Don't say we.
It is totally hilarious.
Adam streamed on his channel like a goofball.
Well, I thought we were not going to bring it up. I thought we were like,
we won't bring it up.
Why do you want to spread it more around? Come on, Adam had a boomer incident that we don't need.
Okay. Thank you, Rage Pro. I agree. Rage Pro says he's triggered that Adam ditched me in the debate. Yeah, that's true.
What debate?
The debate where you took the chat side, Adam. Wow.
In the debate? What debate?
Yes.
We're debating.
The debate we just had. Yes. Or maybe they're talking about the no bullshit debate.
Oh yeah, we did a clip of the no bullshit thing.
Yes.
Which I watched. CT clipped it out, and I was like, "This is terrible. Like I look horrible in this. This is cringe. 10 out of 10 cringe."
Really? So you've now that you have the hindsight, you think you don't like your participation in the conversation?
Hell no.
Okay.
CT was like, "Oh well, we don't have to upload it," and I'm like, "No, of course we're uploading it." It's like, it's just you like being able to look at yourself doing. It's just you get cringy feelings, but you got to fight past it.
True.
You got to fight past it. Yeah. So since we uploaded that clip, a bunch of people have gone to the original talk.
Yes.
And they're like, "Oh my God, what was Adam thinking?" But
well, listen, you were, no bullshit was your friend, and you were trying to, play nice.
The clip is hilarious though, because I'm like, Sitch, have you ever done, something where you've totally pussed out and you're completely embarrassed by it? And you're like, "Of course I have," like everybody has, right?
Right.
And I was like, "Well, that's what no bullshit did," and no bullshit was like, "Fuck you." It's like, "Fuck you, Adam." I'm like, "What?" I mean, you were kind of a big fat pussy. These people were talking complete nonsense in front of you, and you just kind of like didn't say anything.
Right, but see, that was the thing. I would have, if he had said that,
Mm-hmm.
I would have just accepted that, and that would have been the end of the conversation.
That's
So,
what I
okay.
thought he would say. I was like, why are you fighting this? Like, I thought we were, like, I thought I thought this was like the perfect opportunity for him to say, you know, yeah, I was on that stream. I should have said something. I was, you know, not feeling it. I was lazy. I didn't want to get in a fight with a bunch of people on a live stream, and I just fucking kept my mouth shut.
Right.
Like,
right.
done. We're out of here. In other news, right?
Nope. But then again, if that was a conversation, he wouldn't have had that classic Sitch and Adam stream.
Yeah. One of our least popular streams that hardly anyone has ever watched.
Really? Does it not have a lot of views?
Nah, it's only got like 30,000 views. So,
God, you guys got to check that. You guys want to watch an explosively insane conversation?
Don't watch it, okay? It's terrible.
Type in PSA Sitch and no bullshit.
Yeah, no, don't do it. No, I'm setting. Hold on, let me set that stream to private, real quick. No, I don't care. Who cares?
It's a great stream.
Yeah,
it's a great stream.
I uploaded the clip, so obviously I'm like, yeah, this is gold, of course.
See, Shachachi says, Sitch, you should have played the clip regardless of no BS is BS. I wanted to.
That was the thing. It would have turned me into a liar because I told No BS that No BS didn't want to play the clip, and I told him that we wouldn't. I promised him that we wouldn't. So I'm in this weird situation where I made a promise. Tell me. Yeah.
Right.
So
I actually couldn't play the clip because Adam refused. If I would play it,
I wouldn't bring
Adam
it up.
had the control of whether it would actually show on stream or not.
Yeah. So I wouldn't bring it up.
So those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the clip was No BS was on a live stream with what was their fucking name?
A bunch of white nationalists, basically.
I don't know, a bunch of like white nationalists, and not like questionable white nationalists, like white nationalists talking about how we need a white ethno state.
Yeah.
So yeah. It was pretty like oof.
Yeah, it's premium cringe. It's totally premium cringe.
I was like, how did no bullshit like Mr. Magoo stumble into this conversation?
Yeah.
That was one of the best lines in Sitch and Adam lore came from that. Debates are gay.
Oh yeah. That's not really a line though. I mean,
that's a great line. People were saying that for months after that conversation. Brooks said debates are gay. That was his pithy retort.
Oh wow.
In regards to the distributors, he hasn't responded to my email yet.
Yeah.
So Adam's still fighting with him in the comment section, but
you said we weren't going to talk about that. It's like
You're right.
Well, I'll say one thing about it. It's like it's a complete no-win situation because there's like I don't want to make accusations about the guy, and like he just needs like to make his position clear.
Yes, just clarify his position.
Yes. There are other people that are asking, not me, because I don't give a fuck. I'm not interested. Okay, I'm not curious, remotely curious here. Okay, I'm a little curious, but just a tad, just a little bit curious.
Anyway. CT's linking the No BS clip. Thank you, CT.
Dr. Diddler says, Distributors didn't sound very happy with you and your betrayal. You said sound, but has he made a video or anything? I don't know that he's made a video.
Not that I've seen. He just posted on his Telegram, whatever the fuck it's called.
I want to see the video.
Yeah,
definitely.
Anyway, I'm still waiting for his email, so we'll see. We'll see. I will hold off all judgments.
What made you bring this up randomly? Did someone in the chat?
No, someone asked in the chat.
Okay,
about it. So yeah, I didn't just bring it up randomly.
We want to show the utmost respect to our fellow YouTubers like Anna Kasparian.
Do we? Do we really?
Yeah. I started saying that thinking I would end it on the distributors, but then I thought, well, actually, we don't really show respect to a lot of people, so Maybe I'm just talking shit here.
I'll show respect to friends of the channel. Okay. I don't really care about anyone else.
Yeah.
People who are on the stream that we're friends with, I'll show respect to. I don't really care about any of these fucking other YouTubers. I can get fucked. Okay.
It bugs me that, and I'm not triggered by this, but it bugs me that the Wooster says here, Adam called him a racist irresponsibly. I mean, what bugs me about that is I'm very careful. And Sitch is the one that fucking is like, Sitch is the irresponsible racist finger pointer.
You were actually the first person to make the claim.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
well, you got triggered. You got triggered about the low skill stuff.
Yeah.
Before I ever got triggered about anything. So
yeah.
But listen. I'm waiting for the email. If you're listening, Dave, I'm waiting for the email. I'm holding open my mind. I will make no further thoughts or judgments in any direction till I read your response.
Well, maybe this is a time that we can talk about it because it's just you and me, and we're obviously, this is our safe space. Okay, there's nobody in here to contest aside from the chat who's trying as hardest as possible to trigger us.
Yes.
Is it if you're? Because I have a question about this.
I thought we weren't going to talk about this, Adam.
No, I changed my mind. Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm curious, and I'm talking about
maybe
it because
I
of the
didn't
Wooster.
change my mind.
Oh, you
Did you
don't
ever
want to talk
consider
about it?
my feelings in this relationship, Adam?
Well, you didn't consider my feelings when you're like, yeah, you fucked her up the butt, and then like, come on.
When did you become?
Whose
when did you
feelings?
become such a prude,
You
Adam?
didn't consider my
Adam,
feelings.
when we got together so many years ago to
No.
start this stream, I
No.
didn't know that you'd become a prude.
For me, it's like it's a comedy show. What are we're going into detail here? Do you want to tell what the rape kit smelled like, for heaven's sakes? What's going on?
Well, it
here?
actually it smelled like salt and vinegar chips, which is very strange. But
Dude, no. Listen, okay, Wooster says still respect all of you guys. So maybe we can just let it pass. The Wooster's the one that brought it up, but I am curious. Maybe I'll bring this is a time to bring it up because you know, we're not talking to someone. And one of my problems is you got to understand, Sitch and I are very conscious that there are evil forces out in the world that want to define milquetoast conservatism as racism.
Like it's not like we've talked about that today.
We've
or
talked
a
about it
million
100 times. Yeah, exactly. So we know, we try to, and one of the reasons why I think we have so many right wingers in our audience is because we are sensitive to that. We know that you guys have been called.
Don't use the word sensitive.
Oh, why? What's wrong with that word?
Okay, that's your triggering. That's a triggering word. We're
Is it?
aware. Yes.
Well, no.
Sensitive implies weakness.
Oh, it does?
Of course.
Oh, maybe so. Okay.
Yes.
Well, they are kind of bitches about it. That's one. No, I'm serious. This is one of the things. Like, you guys can't say like, "Oh, we're totally strong. We don't care who calls us racist." And then so we have a talk with somebody, and Adam casually says, "You know, someone might think this is racist," and you guys lose your fucking shit, right? Like, hold on here.
Well,
are we
to be
are
fair
we sensitive
too,
or not?
Let me be. Well, that's true, but let me be fair here. Okay. There is a truth here, which is that when you call someone racist, okay, it can have a profound impact on their financial.
And that's why
in their life,
that's
in
why
their
we
job.
want to be careful, right? That's exactly
Right.
why we want to be careful. Yeah.
So it's not just like calling someone a mean name. It's a little bit more serious than that. It might not have been like 5 or 6 years ago, but in today's environment,
right,
it's a little bit more serious.
Well, so we should. That's why I'm saying we should have the conversation,
right,
when we're mellow, you know, level-headed, not in the heat of a discussion on what is okay. What do you guys feel comfortable calling racist? Because that's the thing that has made me most curious about all of these exchanges. Because where is the line? Like, if somebody says, you know, I'm advocating for a segregationist society, right? And they're saying, you know,
I don't
there's-
want to talk about this until Dave responds.
No, I'm using this. I don't want to. No, obviously, I don't want to tie this to Dave in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like I don't know what Dave's position is. Okay, so it's impossible for me to determine.
Right.
But I think we do need to know, like when do you can't live in a world where anything anybody does is never categorized as racist. Like literally, if you have like a cop planting evidence on people based on their skin color because he's a fucking racist, you got to be able to say that's racist, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So, but where is the...
Well, to me, the line is either if you have a prejudgment of categorization for a group of people based on their race, which I think is that's like the standard definition of racism.
Right. Yeah.
So if you say, oh, all, you know,
white
black
people have privilege.
All white people have privilege.
Yeah.
All Asian people are good at math. Now, obviously, we joke about this, and I don't know how people joke about this. But if you actually believe it, or you say like, oh, all white people are, one of the racist things was like, oh, white people, I mean, all Asians are like biologically anti-individualistic or something. That's why all their societies are more communal. Or all black people are, you know, less intelligent, less capable than white people, and they will forever be less intelligent, less capable. Like, I don't know. Obviously, that's racist. But I don't think anyone's contesting that, at least not in our audience. So
yeah. I'm curious just because it's an interesting. I feel like there are some people who they want the charge of racism to completely be taken out of the discourse. They want to be able to say,
right,
we should never call anybody racist for anything that they do. And I don't like that because I think these SJWs are racist motherfuckers. And I think it's a good thing to be able to say, listen, you're being a racist piece of shit.
Right.
Like when the lady tweets out that white people need to take responsibility for their history. How
yes, that's racist.
Don't you think it's a useful tool to be able to say?
That's fucking racist.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And a lot of people, obviously, we wouldn't be having this conversation if a lot of people weren't terrified of being called racist, right? If people didn't care about being called racist, they wouldn't know this. We wouldn't be talking about this.
We wouldn't care.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
So that's kind of a useful social pressure.
Right. And that's of course the problem is that.
But it has to be wielded
responsibly.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
And of course, that's the problem is that the left in general has realized that they can use the weapon, the cudgel of the racism accusation to attempt to bludgeon everyone into submission, to say, oh, you have to do what we say, otherwise you're racist.
Right.
And so
yeah,
they're destroying the label. They're destroying the term. They're crying wolf. Wandering Wojak says, Sitch is describing the ecological fallacy. It is to judge people individually based on group affiliation or group averages, where a given individual isn't even more likely to have those traits.
See, this is why I like Wandering Wojak, because I've stated the ecological fallacy, and every time I sound like a goddamn fedora tipper, but it's so true. That's such a common fallacy, but nobody ever brings it up or names it.
Right.
Yeah. Is that it? Are we wrapping
That's
up?
it.
I feel like I don't know.
That's it.
There's no more super chats?
Well, there's a bunch more, but we're gonna read them on Tuesday.
No more stories?
Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, that is exactly what a racist would say. Got us. Got us.
What do you think we are being? You think we did a racism?
Oh, we did do racism. I intentionally did many racisms in the stream.
I kind of feel like people are thinking that I'm leaning more towards the I'm going woke on them. Everyone's like, Adam's getting kind of woke here.
Listen. Every stream, I write a list and I say, I'm going to insert 10 secret racisms into the stream. And I have this Word document open, and I make sure that I insert my secret racisms into all throughout the stream.
Lance will find those. You better watch out.
Exactly. It's like a little game of like an Easter egg hunt. Can you find the secret racism that Sitch has woven into the stream? Yes.
Oh, we got some fan art this week. I forgot to display it.
Yeah. Well, we usually show it on Tuesdays anyway.
This was done by Adam. This is Kyle Rittenhouse shooting off Joseph Rosenbaum's dick.
Oh my God.
The dick is actually outside.
I thought he was going to be serious for a second.
No, of course not.
No.
Yeah.
It's a comedy show.
We got to have fun on our show. That's why people tune in. All right. That's it.
I can't believe how bad that drawing is.
Enough comedy for what? Seriously, Sitch? You don't
Such
like
a bad
my drawing?
It looks, you know what it reminds me of?
What's bad about this? This is a
I know why this drawing really triggers me. Okay. It looks like a classic Calvin and Hobbes strip. Because remember, whenever Calvin would come home, Hobbes would like jump on him. The way you drew it, it looks like Hobbes trying to jump on Calvin, only Calvin's shooting Hobbes in the face with a shotgun. Okay. That's why it's so triggering.
This is beautiful, man.
Doesn't it? It looks, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't it look like that?
I never watched Calvin and Hobbes, so I don't remember.
First of all, read because it was a comic strip.
I never read Calvin and Hobbes.
Secondly, how could you call yourself an artist, Adam, and you've never read the greatest American newspaper comic strip of all time?
I can't read.
You know what? That's a good excuse. That's a great excuse. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for going on the journey. Watching Anna Kasparian make shit up. Watching NPR and CNN make all sorts of shit up. Thank you for all your incredibly generous donation. Thank you for triggering us because you got triggered. And so you triggered us in response to our triggered. And then we'll argue about who is really the most triggered because we live in a society that says you're not allowed to have emotions anymore. And we'll see you all on Tuesday where we will read your super chats, we will show your fan art, and we will talk about whatever crazy shit Gage Groshagovich says in the trial.
And God damn it, I'm drawing the dick in this picture.
And Adam's going to draw the dick in the picture.
Bye-bye!
Hope you all have a good week. Calvin Rittenhouse and Hobbes